Chapter 65-51, Joshua's Faults. Venerable Joshua and the Evertshanger both grew dejected from their failure. The Evertshanger lamented that his outdated tech and materials held his battle partner back from winning this crucial test. The first sword was in a similar position, but she was still able to give her pilot just the right amount of support to facilitate her breakthrough. The direct comparison between success and failure made the living Mech's lack of positive results a lot more glaring. Was it because of the Evertshanger's messy configuration of ascension runes? The first sword only ever specialized in one mode of combat, so all of her ascension runes were focused on making her armor tougher and her attacks hit harder. This was how the expert swordsman Mech effectively channeled the growth of its spiritual foundation in a useful direction. The Evertshanger pursued a different strategy from the onset. As a Mech that was able to change his design spirits on command, he had given up on pursuing maximum combat power and instead went all in on maximum versatility. This was why the growth of his spiritual foundation became dispersed, as he invested a handful of ascension runes into a dozen different ascension paths. For example, the Evertshanger had invested 5 ascension runes into the path of the Illuminator. This not only increased the firepower of his Vitalis Luminar crystal rifle by a small margin, but also made it easier for Venerable Joshua to resonate with the weapon, thereby amplifying its damage even further. Yet in the recently concluded duel against the teenage swordswoman, the highly damage-resistant properties of heavenly energy almost completely negated the damage potential of the Vitalis. This not only invalidated the Evertshanger's ranged capabilities, but also wasted the ascension runes invested in this area. The Evertshanger had always been designed to function as a quintessential hero Mech. He was never designed to function as a pure swordsman Mech like the first sword, or as a pure rifleman Mech like the Promethea. Stripping the melee or ranged capabilities from the Evertshanger resulted in a half-baked expert Mech, whose remaining combat power could never match up against a proper swordsman Mech or rifleman Mech. This shouldn't have been a disqualifying factor. The original intent of a hero Mech was to utilize its strength to target an opponent's weakness. In the years since Venerable Joshua began to pilot what he considered to be his ultimate dream Mech, he had always managed to make use of this advantage to make himself at least somewhat effective on the battlefield. Even if he was not able to gain the upper hand in a fight, he was still able to hold his own on the battlefield. Powerful hero Mechs rarely fell into a heavy disadvantage. None of that happened today. The Evertshanger failed. This was indisputable. Venerable Joshua failed as well, but his Mech certainly did not help to bail him out this time. No, this is not necessarily a demerit when piloting a hero Mech, but not every enemy will fall into the category of being vulnerable to your sword or your rifle. Your recent duel has proved that you are completely vulnerable to opponents who are powerful and skilled enough to withstand both of your armaments. At that point, you have no choice but to rely on the tools you have available and use whatever strengths you have to overcome the enemy's own advantages by force. This is why Saint Deci was able to win her duel while you did not. If you invested more effort into polishing your swordsmanship, you could have at least forced the teenage swordswoman into a draw. Regret suffused Joshua's mind. He thought back on all of the training and sparring sessions organized by his wife. Kedis enthusiastically tried to pass on her love of traditional swordsmanship to him, but he had always rebuffed her attempts because he had no passion for this discipline. Joshua should have forced himself to take her lessons more seriously and improve his ability to defeat difficult opponents with the sword alone. It was too naive for him to assume he could solve every opponent by relying on his admittedly middling attainments in swordsmanship and marksmanship. Before you think about taking remedial classes from me, I personally do not think this is the right approach for you, Kedis surprisingly said and interrupted his thoughts. Anyone can change, but I think it is too much to ask you to completely transform your approach towards swordsmanship and become a weapon maniac. Then, what do you suggest I do instead? You need to play to your strengths, Joshua. As a Mech designer, I admire what Vess had done to make the Evertshanger. There is no other Mech like your machine. The Evertshanger is never going to become as good in performing swordsmanship techniques as the first sword, so don't even bother. While I still think you need to shore up your fundamental weapon skills, don't spend too much time on it. You are better off trying to plumb the depths of your expert Mech's ability to change and adapt to different circumstances. I tried, but that clearly did not work this time, Caddies. There is a limit to how versatile my Evertshanger can be. The Patriarch will probably have to turn my battle partner into a smart metal Mech or a bio Mech to allow him to change into more effective configurations. Caddies shook his head. You are not necessarily wrong, but I think a hero Mech configuration already grants you enough possibilities. Don't obsess too much over the faults and limitations of your battle partner. Dissy has never obsessed over the known shortcomings of her first sword, and look where she is now. The Evertshanger is not a modern Mech anymore, but his performance is still decent enough to remain useful on the battlefield. It is a luxury to ask for anything more. What you need to do instead is to focus on the variables that you control, and one of them is to explore how you can expand the versatility of your existing expert Mech and your own abilities. An avid Mech pilot such as Joshua could never stop thinking about piloting a newer and more powerful machine. This was a universal desire that was intrinsic to the piloting profession. However, the Larkinson clan is still at least a solid year away from upgrading the Evertshanger, if not longer. Instead of wasting his energy on a factor that could not be sped up no matter what he wanted, it was better for Joshua to focus on improving the conditions that were within his control. Perhaps he might not be able to do much under his own power, but Keddies believed that he could still drag himself into breakthrough territory if he worked hard to squeeze out his existing potential. You need to be more focused and purposeful in your training plan, she continued to advise him. At the same time, you need to open your horizons and think about how you can make your Evertshanger deal with less standard and more abnormal opponents that can circumvent your existing strengths. If you have been able to prepare for a weird enemy, such as the teenage swordswoman, in advance, then your duel may have produced a different outcome. Do you understand? I understand. I think I know what to do from now on. Thank you, Caddies. I might have failed today, but that doesn't mean I will repeat this outcome. No matter what, I don't want to turn myself into another Ark. General Ark Larkinson was his senior and became an ace pilot candidate years before Joshua. Yet the man who was older than Vess' father still remained at the exact same level as Joshua. Meanwhile, men and women who were an entire generation younger than Ark had surpassed him and entered the ranks of saints, thereby creating new legacies for themselves that had little to do with the glory of the old family. Before they could speak any further, the Heaven Sword finally changed its pattern. It no longer floated in space, as if it had gotten stuck in a logic loop. The grand work slowly shrunk in size until it returned to its original dimensions. The sword then proceeded to fly straight towards the combat carrier, where Keddies could be found. The Amphi's Extremis and the Evertshanger hastily moved and put themselves onto the path of the relic weapon, but the Heaven Sword simply disappeared before it crashed into the machines. An instant later, the Heaven Sword directly appeared inside the hangar bay of the starship and appeared in front of Caddies yet again. The Heaven Sword thrummed with heavenly energy. It looked a bit more active than usual and was probably ready to take action. Keddies grew a lot more nervous, but she still held out hope that the Heaven Sword would see reason. This time, I am impressed by what you have managed to do, but that is no reason for you to impose yourself on me. I already have a sword, and I am committed to developing my own swordsmanship even if it cannot measure up to yours. Nothing you do or say will persuade me to give up what is mine. The Swordmaster gripped her Bloodsinger in a stance that was poised to attack. She had gained a bit of inspiration from observing the swordsmanship of the 3 energy manifestations. The Swordmaster did not mind showing the Heaven Sword how she thought of applying what she gained if the two came to blows. Chapter 65-52, The Heaven Sword Solution. One way or another, the threat of the Heaven Sword had to be addressed one way or another. While many Larkinsons were grateful that it had shown to see the way to trigger her second apotheosis, the clan would still suffer a severe loss if Kedis lost her swordsmanship and her passion in her craft in the process. Perhaps other people might argue that red humanity needed a sword saint in control of a recharged heaven sword far more than a weak journeyman Mech designer and swordmaster combination, but Kedis did not ascribe to this idea. Now that the heaven sword had revealed a small measure of its mysterious history by unveiling realistic energy projections of the sword cultivators who may have wielded the grand work in the past, Kedis had gained a little more insight into the weapon. The heaven sword likely served as an artifact that was passed down from one generation to another through an existing formal inheritance process. This suggested that the heaven sword originally represented an institution rather than just a single owner. Whether this institution was a family, a state, or a sect, the heaven sword likely served as the symbol of authority as well as a tool to enforce the holder's power over the masses. At the same time, the heaven sword also imposed its own standards and requirements into the wielder. This meant that the institution would always have a leader that conformed to its original values and principles. Any selfish and less pure leaders would inevitably get brainwashed by the heaven sword and cease to become a problem anymore. Kedis had to admit that if this was how the heaven sword was designed to work, then it must have done good job all of this time. It was a pity that the institution ultimately couldn't survive the passage of time. What was a relic weapon supposed to do when the institution it was meant to represent had disappeared in the dustbin of history? Its actions in the majestic Teal Star sector gave Kedis a lot of clues of its eventual answer. The heaven sword did not try to bring back the institution, knowing that the Big Two would not allow it. The broken Milky Way was unable to generate enough energy to restore the original swordsmanship of the old institution anyway. The sentient artifact therefore proceeded to do the next best thing and try to create a small haven where traditional swordsmanship could still be practiced among humans. Of course, a barren galaxy like the Milky Way was unable to make swordmasters harness the power of heaven and imbue their attacks with strong elemental traces, so the results were not too good. The heaven sword was only able to keep a semblance of traditional swordsmanship alive. All of the fancy use of different energies became invalid, leaving only the purest expression of willpower as a means of wielding extraordinary power in modern times. How many years had the heaven sword experienced in a universe that had lost its main source of exotic radiation? It must have been pure torture for the sword to experience more eons than any other ancient artifact, and spent much of that time in an energy-deprived state. Yet the sword managed to stay intact and not get too corrupted in the process. Perhaps the heaven sword had already deviated far from its original state, but it could have been worse. In a way, managing to survive for so many years and withstand all of the changes that took place in the Milky Way was a testament of its strength and its adaptability. The fact that T also retained a semblance of its original mission and raison d'etre, after going through so many events that could completely change the lives of other sentients, was a testament of its remarkably strong conviction. Even if the heaven sword was not able to develop extraordinary willpower due to its nature as an object, Kedis believed that it could easily match that of a sword god. How could a sword with a will comparable to a sword god be so easy to negotiate with? It was already powerful enough to ignore most existing human institutions. In this regard, Kedis found that it was already a blessing that the heaven sword was willing to compromise with her. The fact that it bothered to expend its energy to conduct a test showed that it cared for her opinion. Why was this the case? What did the heaven sword want from her, exactly? How far was the heaven sword willing to go to fulfill its objectives in a more energy-rich galaxy like the Red Ocean? Would it care at all about the wants and needs of its wielder? Kedis did not have enough information to deduce the answers to these crucial questions, so she had no choice but to make a few assumptions and hope that she was mostly correct. Heaven's Sword, she spoke in a serious tone, even as she maintained a guarded stance. I admire your power, but that does not mean I covet it. No matter how much power and knowledge you can give me, it will only turn me into a shadow of your original owners and makers. I have no interest in reviving the brilliance of the past. I am a Mech designer and a sword master. I am more than capable enough to forge my own path. I am developing my own form of swordsmanship and will mold my own personal sword to match its requirements. I have no need for your inheritance, especially if it comes at the cost of giving up who I am. You should go elsewhere if you want to pass on your inheritance to Red humanity. There are more sword masters in the Red Ocean than Fred Waylinsky and myself. Even if their qualifications are inferior from your perspective, they are fully willing to follow your directives and bear your power. The Heaven Sword did not make any other move aside from floating in front of Kedis, with its tip pointed downwards. What did this mean? Did it even register her words? It had already demonstrated earlier that it was capable of at least one direct form of communication that was understandable to humans. Kedis grew frustrated at this relic's bizarre behavior. St. Linda Cross and St. Deci Larkinson managed to pass your test. You have seen how powerful they are. You have seen how they managed to defeat your energy manifestations. The Larkinson clan has more expert pilots and ace pilots who are willing and able to fight on my behalf. Is that enough to prove that I am not weak? The Heaven Sword maintained its inanimate facade, giving Kedis no clue what it was truly thinking about. After 30 or so seconds of non-activity, the relic weapon finally began to make a move. It slowly approached Kedis, but in a manner that was not as aggressive as before. Kedis remained on guard and was ready to chop her bloodsinger at the grand work if it came within her reach. However, the floating Heaven Sword paused just outside of it, as if knowing that the weapon would invade her private space if it moved just a centimeter closer. This was an encouraging sign. It respected her rights. This meant that it was sincerely putting effort into trying to accommodate her demands. Was it enough to lead the Heaven Sword away? What are you doing? It turned out that the answer was no. The Heaven Sword took action so quickly that Kedis did not even have time to think up a response. Within a blink of an eye, Kedis suddenly found that her sword stance had changed. Instead of appearing poised to hack down her bloodsinger upon the target of her wrath, she suddenly held two very different swords in a dual-wielding sword stance. It looked incredibly awkward for her to wield her personal greatsword in one hand, but Kedis was strong and skilled enough to bear the weight of the bloodsinger. What really bothered her was the fact that the Heaven Sword had forced itself into one of her armored hands. Kedis naturally tried to get rid of the weapon as soon as possible, but it acted as if it remained magnetized to her gauntlet. "Get off, you blasted sword!" The swordmaster swung her arm multiple directions. All it did was cause her to change her grip on the Heaven Sword. She discovered that the relic weapon permitted her to hold it in any way onto its grip, but did not allow her to drop or discard the artifact. Kedis temporarily let go of her bloodsinger, allowing the greatsword to float within easy reach before attempting to pry the Heaven Sword off her grip. She discovered that she was easily able to transfer her grip on the Heaven Sword from her left hand to her right hand and vice versa. Yet any attempt to remove both of her limbs from the sticky weapon failed to produce any results. "This is annoying." Kedis took back her bloodsinger and retreated from the hangar bay. Once she passed through an airlock and entered a changing room, she removed her custom suit of armor and pulled off her gauntlets straight away. Of course this loophole doesn't work. While she was able to remove her gauntlets without effort, the hilt of the Heaven Sword automatically found its way into the palm of her closest hand. Damn it! Kedis grew so frustrated at the Heaven Sword's naughty behavior that she swung the blade in a random direction. This careless motion accidentally caused the blade to shoot out a small but potent wave of heavenly energy. The bulkhead of the changing room and the compartments further in the rear got breached. Alarms began to ring, and Kedys received multiple emergency notifications. Though the accident caused her to become even more angry at the Heaven Sword, she quickly suppressed her emotions and told the crew of the combat carrier not to worry about her condition. In any case, the vessel was currently being run by a skeleton crew, and no one should have been stationed anywhere close to her location. That was no excuse for her to lose control like that. She had to remind herself that she was currently holding an actual grand work, one that contained vast powers and energies that were more than capable of destroying an entire settlement, if not more. Once Kedys managed to handle the incident of her own making, she grew more morose as she studied the swords in her hand. One of them held the hilt of her trusty Bloodsinger. The other held the undesirable Heaven Sword. The apparent message was pretty clear. Is this your solution? Since I refuse to replace my Bloodsinger with you, are you just fine with coexisting with my original weapon? This was a compromise solution that Kedys had never imagined. If this was truly the direction that the Heaven Sword was going for, then the Swordmaster did not think it was unacceptable. Fine, if this is what you want, then I can live with it, I suppose. Just don't interfere with my swordsmanship or my choice of weapons. I am the swordswoman here. I decide which sword to wield, is that clear? Can you permit me to let go of you now? I can't keep holding you in my hands on a permanent basis. I am still human. Do you have a scabbard where I can stow your flashy blade? Kedys felt a narrow object pressing lightly on her back. She turned her head around and just managed to observe the familiar scabbard that used to be worn by the Heaven Sword saints of previous generations. When Kedys cautiously lifted the arm holding the relic weapon and slowly sheathed behind her back, she experimentally let go of the hilt. Her hand became free again. Yes. Naturally, Kedys tried to pry the scabbard off her back, but only managed to lift it slightly from her back before it absolutely refused to move further away. Damn it. It appeared that the Heaven Sword had decided to make itself a permanent fixture in her life. Chapter 65-53, Sunsetting Unending Alloy. The incident centered around the Heaven Sword came to an end. From the perspective of most people, the outcome turned out to be massively in favor of the Larkinson and Red humanity as a whole. The most immediate gain was the ascension of a new ace pilot. Nobody doubted that Desi Larkinson earned her sainthood. While she may have broken through outside of a real battlefield, she had demonstrated heroism, competence, ability, perseverance, and many more admirable traits. Her breakthrough strengthened Red humanity even further by adding an ace pilot that could put up a fight against the alien phase leaders. Even if the current batch of ace pilots and god pilots appeared to be able to cope with the current amount of enemy phase lords in the front lines, the native aliens could still field many more. It was therefore important to raise as many ace pilots as possible in the ensuing years, in order to keep up with the expected increase in phase lords as well as phase whales that might get deployed in the Red War. Desi was an especially useful gain, as she was a consummate duelist. She was completely unlike ace pilots that were far more suited to defeating massed enemy cannon fodder, such as Saint Commander Kaysella. As a swordsman Mech specialist, Disk excelled at confronting and defeating enemy champion units. Even if she was not able to win her bout, she could still attempt to drag her opponent into a stalemate. She was accustomed to fighting by herself and did not need any support to take care of herself on the battlefield. Although she possessed clear shortcomings, others could easily solve the issues that she would struggle with, such as wiping out huge swarms of dispersed enemy small craft. What Red humanity was short of the most was singular powerful champions that could defeat enemy phase leaders by themselves. Saint Desi was therefore the most valuable and desirable variation of ace pilot in the Red War. The Larkinson clan had gained an insane advantage due to her breakthrough. At this point, the Larkinsons needed to begin with designing a proper ace match for her, so that she could start with hunting down lesser phase lords right away. The only Mech designer that Saint Deci trusted to lead this difficult and ambitious project was the other major beneficiary of the recent incident. Swordmaster Kedis had entered the spotlight yet again. While she was no stranger to the attention of the public, the news that she had won the approval of an ancient grand work that had regained a semblance of its enormous power was already making the rounds. Numerous publications took the scant facts that they have managed to obtain through remote observation and interviewing rabid heaven-sorters, and began to spin all kinds of narratives. As Kedis, now accompanied by a certain sword that refused to part from her body, returned to the spirit of Bentheim, she stood outside of the entrance of a medical chamber where Deci was currently undergoing a complete examination. While she felt genuinely happy that her fellow sword maiden managed to reach a higher state of life, she also grew incredibly more annoyed after skimming through the headlines that were circulating on the galactic net. The newly established Cultivation News Network. Well, as expected of a news network that is directly owned and operated by the Red Collective. At least the collies have managed to remain mostly factual, but why are they suggesting that the Heaven Sword is literally as powerful as a god Mech? This is a completely incorrect characterization of a grand work. The Terran Telegraph. Will she lead red humanity to a future where every human can fight Mechs with swords alone? PFF, you Terrans are so obsessed with legacies and inheritances that this is all you can focus on. Isn't it too presumptuous for you to assume that just because the Heaven Sword is really old, it can magically uplift everyone into sword masters and sword saints? The Rubarth Daily. The Heaven Sword shall pierce the phase leaders and lead red humanity to victory. Why do they keep calling me a sword goddess? I am not even close to becoming at sword goddess yet, and if I did, I would never accept such a generic and meaningless title. Also, don't think I have overlooked what you are trying to do. You Rubarthans are still too eager to tie the Larkinson clan to your superstate due to past family ties. As Kedis continued to browse the news on the galactic net, she became more and more upset that journalists and commentators were making wild and unsubstantiated claims about her and the Heaven Sword. She needed to set the record straight. She could not do so straight away. She needed to address the aftermath of the incident and spend a little time on figuring out what the Heaven Sword was willing to offer Kedis now that it had forcibly inserted itself into her life. Since the annoying weapon insisted on accompanying her so much, she might as well take advantage of it by seeing if she could exploit the artifact to her advantage. Only then would she be ready to release a thorough press statement that would hopefully cut down on all of the ridiculous rumor-mongering. After a bit more waiting, the doctors finally gave Kedis permission to enter the recovery room where her friend was resting. Is she okay? Saint Deci is in good health. Her body has become exhausted because it has spontaneously undergone a transformation that has perfected her genes and optimized her physique. She is also mentally weary and will soon require extensive periods of rest to gradually recover. All of these are normal phenomena that have happened to many individuals that have become ace pilots in the past. The only significant deviation is that she is livelier and more able to remain focused than the average. We believe this to be a side effect of possessing a companion spirit. Other than that, we have not discovered any concerning health problems that may lead to problems over time. That is good to hear. Thank you for your care. When Kedis stepped inside the bright recovery room, she could already feel the dormant domain settling around the patient lying on the bed. Kedis' own aura reacted to it, but did not come to blows with it. The two sword maidens knew each other so well that their respective auras felt comfortable in each other's presence. Although Deci's domain had evolved and become a lot harder and less compromising than before, it mainly reserved its hostility to the ace pilot's true enemies. Her domain only became a little more alarmed when it clearly felt the presence of the Heaven Sword. Fortunately, placing the ostentatious grand work into its scabbard did much to hide its transcendent quality and its threatening energy emissions, so Deci did not enter into a Panic. That did not mean that she had overlooked its presence. The woman on the bed had halted her greeting from the moment she spotted the hilt poking out from Ketty's back. It looked completely out of place on the Swordmaster's Larkinson uniform. The ace pilot's expression grew a little tenser, but not too much, seeing that Ketty's had apparently tolerated its presence. Dissy. Ketty's. When the younger sword maiden stopped beside the bed of the older sword maiden, she could see that Dissy's dark skin almost appeared to glow after it had mysteriously become smoother and more perfect. It looks like your advancement has given you a free cosmetic makeover, Ketty's lightheartedly said. I know that ace pilots begin to look increasingly more handsome in that uncanny inhuman manner, but your transformation is more noticeable than usual. Dissy shrugged as she continued to lie on her bed. I have no control over that. I think that the differences are easier to detect for me because there was more material to work with. I never cared too much about looking good in front of other people. How are you feeling now that you have broken through? Ketty's asked next. The doctors told me you will make a full recovery, but what do you think? I feel as if I am finally ready to step up and take on greater responsibilities, Dissy said with evident relief on her expression. Before this day, I constantly felt burdened by the lack of progress. I knew that I was ready somehow, but my inability to figure out why I remained stuck had been gnawing at my mind. It is such a relief to finally become stronger again. You can think of it like visiting the toilet after holding yourself back for an entire day. You cannot imagine how liberated I feel right now. Her analogy may sound crude, but it certainly got the point across. After a bit more chatter, Ketty soon brought up the topic of Dissy's ace match. I have already been working on the preparations of the first Swordmark Roman III project, so it will not take as much time to complete it as before. The Mech designer began. I initially started it with a high-tier expert pilot in mind, but since the project is still in the early phases, I can easily convert my work so far to an ace Mech without throwing away too much progress. Unless your requirements have changed, I will design an almost pure ace swordsman Mech for you. The new design will not include any true ranged armaments, and it will not include any unnecessary auxiliary modules either. The only additional gimmick that I plan to add are optional sword fey that you will be able to control by remote. The first sword will still remain a machine that is completely focused on enabling you to kill with swords. Dissy listened to Ketty's and nodded in satisfaction. That sounds acceptable to me. I trust you to upgrade the first sword to the best of your ability. My demands are largely the same, but I have one additional request. I want you to make sure that the first sword holds enough hyper materials that work well with the metal element. Back when I just broke through, I was able to infuse my machine with lots of metal energy. It makes sense for me to do so since my Mech is not only entirely made out of metal alloys, but much of her armor system also consists of unending alloy. I am not a Mech designer, but I think I might be able to reinforce my Mech even better if you replace the unending alloy with a hyper material that can contain even more metal energy. Don't worry, Dissy. I have already added that to the revised plan for the first Swordmark Roman III project. I will also make sure that the decapitator will be upgraded with metal hypers to ensure you can channel as much of your intent to kill and destroy through its blade. Unending alloy has served you well all of these years, but it is time to sunset your dependence on it. Unending alloy is a universal hyper that is kind of like a jack of all trades but a master of none. Now that you have discovered the full extent of your domain, there is no need to make use of a generalized solution when a specialized solution can strengthen you so much more. The ace pilot liked what she heard. She had already felt powerful enough when she relied on forced resonance to execute the strongest sword technique to date. She couldn't wait to see how much more powerful her first sword would become when it was fully designed and optimized to channel metal energy. Chapter 65-54, Replanning the First Swordmark Roman III project. Ketty's and Dissy chatted a bit more about the first Swordmark Roman III project. A Mech designer and a Mech pilot could talk all day about Mechs if they wanted, but the two kept their conversation relatively brief due to the present circumstances. Fortunately, Saint Deci still possessed the same preferences and inclinations as before, so she did not request any drastic changes to the Mech configuration of the future version of the first sword. The only major request to integrate a lot of metal hypers was a brain-dead design choice that Kedis intended to implement anyway. There was one sensitive topic that Kedis felt obliged to address with her client. The first sword will become a first-class ace Mech. We are already strong enough in the middle zones. Our clan urgently needs to establish itself in the upper zones, and the Red Association also encourages second-class ace pilots to switch to piloting first-class Mechs. Once I am done with upgrading your machine, you will have to fight alongside other first-raters like Tusa is doing now. Your time with the expeditionary fleet will come to a close at that point. Deci sighed. I know, it will be hard to fight away from most of our fellow sisters, but maybe it is for the best. They need to be able to fight without counting on me to bail them out. The Sword Maidens need more expert pilots that can take over my role, and that won't happen if we are being too overprotective. I will make sure that I will be ready to leave once my time has come. I will use the months that I have left to make sure I won't have any remaining regrets. This doesn't mean that you will have to remain isolated from the Sword Maidens forever, you know. Our clan is still in the process of selecting, augmenting, and training our most talented and intelligent Mech pilots so that they can pilot first-class Mechs. I have been told it will only take around 2 or so years for the premier branch to establish the rudimentary form of a first-class Mech corps. You will be able to see and accompany the best of the Sword Maidens at that time. I will be there as well, eventually. I need to master the ability to design first-class Mechs if I want to keep your first sword up to date. Deci grinned with anticipation. I am looking forward to all of that. Did you imagine back when we were still roaming the Forest Star region in the old galaxy that we would become first-raters and work with first-class ace Mechs of all things? Of course not. I thought that we would live and die as ordinary third-raters. Becoming second-raters was just a distant dream. It is all thanks to Vess and the Larkinson clan that we managed to make it this far. The Sword Maidens had fought hard and risked their lives plenty of times to survive and thrive to this day. But they never forgot that a single male Mech designer was responsible for giving them so many fantastic opportunities. Kedis owed Vess even more after he had brought her into the Mech designer system. That was also her basis of confidence into sprinting her way to becoming a first-class Mech designer. As long as she earned enough ascension points, she could exchange them for precious enlightenment fruits that could give her the raw knowledge of all sorts of high technologies that were essential to first-class Mech designs. Kedis did not think that would be enough to reach her goal. She also needed to do plenty of studying and practice on her own in order to fill up the gaps and meet the other requirements to promoting to a first-class Mech designer. She could speed up her progress in this area by practicing an auxiliary Kai cultivation method that boosted her intelligence and learning speed. As long as she followed all of these steps, she no longer needed to study for several decades straight in order to make this comprehensive leap. This was much better than her original plan. She originally intended to remain a second-rater until her children had grown up and could go off and study on their own. But now that the Red Ocean had become a lot more dangerous, she felt it was necessary for her to step up her timetable. Wait a second, Deci frowned. The first sword Mark Roman III will become a first-class Mech, and an ace Mech at that, right? Correct, I just told you that earlier. These are the second most powerful machines that you can design and build after God Mechs. The gap between the Mechs that you have designed up until now and the first. Sword Mark Roman III is huge. You also aren't a first-class Mech designer as of yet. Aren't you afraid that you will bite off more than you can chew if you attempt to design such a complicated Mech? Kedis smiled and shook her head. I am the project leader. That doesn't necessarily mean I have to master all of the science and engineering that is needed to design a proper first-class ace mech. I was planning to collaborate with at least one master mech designer to begin with. My only problem is that I can't solicit the help of Master Benedict Cortez. My recent deal with the Cross clan will turn us into rivals. He will not be happy with me, to say the least. Maybe it is for the best, Dissy reassured Caddies. Master Benedict is good at energy tech, right? His specialization isn't relevant to me. My first sword is not an energy hog like the Mars that spits out lots of energy beams on a regular basis. It's better if you can find another master with a more helpful specialization to collaborate with. Have you found any names? Keddies shook her head. Not yet. Barely enough time has passed for me to complete my list of criteria and approach different masters based on my requirements. So far, I only have a tentative idea on what sort of master can contribute the most to the first sword from an ordinary journeyman these days. You are not only a student of Vess, but you have blazed your own trail by imbuing your own swordsmanship attainments into your works. As far as I am concerned, it is other swordsman mech specialists that should be eager to collaborate with you the most. You are the only mech designer that truly understands how swordsmen and swordswomen fight at every level. Keddies smiled. I do not disagree with you, but master mech designers who specialize in designing swordsman mechs are not incentivized to help me grow and succeed. I am a competitor to them, and an especially threatening one at that. Unless one of them is particularly selfless and kind, I do not see myself working together with one of them anytime soon. Besides, I am also afraid our design philosophies may overlap. That sort of made sense, unfortunately. Keddies would have to improve her swordsman mechs by relying on her own efforts, which was ultimately for the better. In any case, there were many kinds of masters that could offer meaningful contributions to the first Sword Mark Roman III project. Keddies even made another notable suggestion. I was even thinking of inviting a specialist in drone mechs to contribute to the project. I think that the use of sword fey to expand your close to mind range options and reduce your reliance on the decapitator can truly make your first sword unique. No other ace swordsman mech will be able to do what your future machine can do. It is worthwhile to invite a mech designer who possesses high-level expertise in the development of spurs and drones to improve them to the best of our ability. Although Saint Dissy had always been accustomed to betting her life on just the greatsword in her hands, she was not opposed to making use of additional spurs that were welded onto sword blades. It sounded like an interesting novelty. What was even better was that they were external equipment, so they wouldn't necessarily ruin the first sword's optimization as a pure melee mech, depending on how they were designed. Compared to before, I think I can do much more with these sword fey, Dissy responded. My metal domain can probably strengthen them and sharpen their blades much further than before. That might be enough to turn them from minor threats that are only good for cleaning up alien phase fighters to actual threats against powerhouses such as enemy phase lords. Many of them will probably get broken during a serious duel, but as long as you don't make them too expensive, that won't matter too much. Keddies looked impressed. That is actually a good idea. We can mass-produce the Fae in advance to ensure that you will always have enough replacements on hand. The upfront investment will be significant, but our clan is not short on money these days. Chapter 65-55, The Red Association Come Calling. After Keddies concluded her talk with Saint Dissy and gained a better idea on how to shape the first Sword Mark Roman III, she left the new ace pilot alone and returned to her own office. Now that she resolved the most immediate internal concerns, Keddies knew that she needed to address a number of external considerations. Many outside parties had attempted to make contact with Keddies and the Larkinson clan to inquire about the Heaven Sword. It made a lot of sense, as those in the know understood how powerful and exceptional a grand work can be. Even if it was just a sword instead of a god mech or a space station-sized superweapon, its power, and more importantly, the secrets it might contain, may already be enough to reshape the current order in the Red Ocean. Caddies could not underestimate the intelligence of the dominant players of human civilization. They already possessed existing case files on the Heaven Sword and may even know more about it than herself. They also understood the implications of the Heaven Sword entering a dwarf galaxy that was enriched with exotic radiation. The Mechers and the Fleeters would never assume that the relic weapon would remain as weak and unthreatening as it used to be in the Milky Way. In fact, the big shots had already guessed that the Heaven Sword might become even more powerful if it ever ended up in Messier 87, which was the ultimate source of all of the E-energy radiation, transforming the Red Ocean in the past few years. In that sense, the value of the Heaven Sword was inestimably high. That was not necessarily good news for Caddies. She felt as if she was a kid holding the crown of the new Rubarth Empire. Too many greedy people coveted the Heaven Sword. Caddies could not possibly defend herself from all of these malicious parties, especially if she did not fully master the power of the relic weapon, which was most definitely the case. Only a sword god could fully master and control the Heaven Sword. Caddies was just a simple sword master. When she experimentally held the Heaven Sword in her hands, she did not feel any measure of control and mastery over the weapon. The uncomfortable fact of the matter was that the sentient artifact was the dominant partner in their uneasy relationship. All of the power was in its hands. The Heaven Sword could decide to grant Caddies the power to fight against Mechs, but it could unilaterally decide to withhold its might at any time, thereby leaving her helpless and exposed against her enemies. As a swordmaster, she couldn't tolerate these possibilities. "This is why I would rather prefer to keep my Bloodsinger," she murmured. Her trusty greatsword was currently sheathed in its own floating scabbard. Sharpie comfortably rested within and steadily used her willpower to reshape the greatsword to suit her swordsmanship on a gradual basis. Having done this for multiple years, Caddies was able to resonate with the custom greatsword far better than any other blade in her hands. She felt so close and so in control over herself whenever she wielded her favored weapon that she did not want to substitute it with anything else. Yet, now that the Heaven Sword had imposed itself into her life, Caddies might not have any other choice to move away from the ideal of a swordmaster who grew stronger while remaining wedded to a single sword from beginning to end. That said, it is not bad to become a swordmaster who prefers to select the right tools for the right jobs, Caddies concluded. There were many variations of swordmasters. It is not necessary for her to make a big deal out of conforming to one template or another. What mattered was that she could draw strength from one and use it to direct the growth of her willpower. It was not as if the only way for Caddies to advance her swordsmanship was to turn the Bloodsinger into the equivalent of a Carmine Mech. As long as she opened up her mind and no longer obsessed too much about using the Bloodsinger as her one and only weapon of choice, she could live with having the Heaven Sword by her side. "Damn, I am already being corrupted by this unwanted guest," she cursed. She recognized that she was already changing her attitude and approach towards her own swordsmanship and future cultivation due to the addition of an extra variable. This was probably one of the Heaven Sword's nefarious schemes. It sought to infiltrate her life and slowly transform into an increasingly more important and indispensable part of her swordsmanship. Once she had reached the point where she could no longer call herself a swordmaster if she lost access to the Heaven Sword, then she would have surrendered all of her power to the relic weapon. Even if she thought she still possessed enough agency to be her own person, in truth, she would be no different from a sword slave if this doom scenario ever came to pass. Caddies constantly had to remind herself that, until she was able to master and control her own sword, she should never place too much trust in its power and promises. A few minutes passed as she affirmed her new resolve. Once she felt she was in control of herself, she sat down behind her desk, making sure not to press her body too hard against the backrest of her office chair, and began to handle all of the requests for communication. Caddies did not bother to answer the calls of unfamiliar people and opportunistic small fry. She redirected other calls to her staff. She made sure to update them on what information they were allowed and not allowed to disclose. An emissary from the Red Association deserved to be addressed in person. "Congratulations for your successful attempt at subduing the Heaven Sword." The projection of a senior Mech designer from the Mech supremacist faction greeted. "Also, congratulations to your clan for gaining another ace pilot in a short amount of time. Your Larkinson clan filled with talent. The rate of breakthroughs at the ace pilot level is disproportionately high according to our statistics. Part of that can be explained from the fact that the Minerva and the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III are masterwork Mechs, but the Promethea and the First Sword lack this qualification. Regardless, there are second-rate states that have fewer ace pilots at their disposal than a clan whose total population can fit into a single large settlement." Kedis simply smiled back. "Our clan has always believed that piloting a living Mech can facilitate the growth of our Mech pilots. I cannot talk about this topic in detail with you. Talk with Vess if you want to hear proper argumentation." "If you ask me, I think that Vess is more than justified in his belief." "Well, I believe we shall find out whether that theory is valid when his yellow jacket Mechs have reached mass adoption on a scale unprecedented in our civilization," the female Mecher said. "The subject of living Mechs is not on the agenda for today. Swordmaster Kedis, the Red Association has tracked what happened in the Viola Magnifica system and would like to ask you a series of questions. Are you willing to resolve our doubts? You may ask your questions, but I hardly know anything about the Heaven Sword myself, so do not expect to obtain much clarification." "That is acceptable. No information also constitutes a piece of information." "Now then, let us begin with the first and most pressing question. As the current possessor and wielder of the ancient relic sword known as the Heaven Sword, can you guarantee that you will not allow this weapon to harm humans without justification?" "No," Kedis flatly answered. "I cannot. The Heaven Sword has a mind of its own, and it is far too powerful for me to exert any measure of control over it. Do not be fooled by the sight of the weapon resting peacefully on my back. It is there because it is indulging me. For whatever reason, it cares about my opinions, but I have no illusions that if I ever get on its bad side, the Heaven Sword will withdraw all of its power and leave me dry. I won't say it is a completely unreliable weapon, as it has initially shown its willingness to be wielded by myself, but I can never fully trust it, and so should your association." The Mecher nodded in total agreement. "I see. We shall take note of your clarification and implement the appropriate measures. For now, our association is inclined to regard the Heaven Sword as an asset as opposed to a liability. It is undeniable that it is a grand work of great power. Do you have any concrete ideas on how its presence at your side can contribute to the survival and growth of Red humanity? Are you able to borrow its power to fight against our enemies in space, and have it shared any useful information that we can use to strengthen our armed forces?" Kedis calmly raised her palm. "I can't answer your questions yet because I don't have enough time to explore what I can actually do with it. The Heaven Sword imposed itself on me just a few hours ago. That is not enough time for me to experiment with it and try to communicate with it. Honestly speaking, I do not think I am ready to fight against serious enemies with the Heaven Sword. It is more than powerful enough to do so, but I am just a sword master. The gap in power is too much to justify my participation on the battlefield. I should at least spend more time practicing with it and seeing whether I can safely harness it at a higher power level." The R-Ray senior Mech designer fully understood Kedis' arguments and concerns, but she did not fully agree with this overly cautious approach. "Swordmaster, you do not have to take my advice seriously, but I implore you to be more bold in leveraging the power of your priceless historical artifact. Normally, your approach is the correct one to take, but we do not live under normal times. Multiple fortified star systems across the 4th defensive band have already fallen. Our projections indicate that the enemy forces in the Torald Middle Zone will soon descend upon the Viola Magnifica system with the determination to overrun its defenses. If you can harness the greater power of the Heaven Sword, then please use it to defeat the invaders. The more powerful the enemy, the better. Even if you do not have full confidence in your ability to control this special weapon, any solution is better than no solution. As long as the risks are manageable, you should do your utmost to step up and contribute to the defense of our race and civilization. It had begun. Keres was afraid of this. People thought that now that she had obtained a weapon comparable to a god Mech, that she had become at least as powerful as an ace pilot all of a sudden. Ever since martial law had come into effect, people expected those with the power to fight against the native aliens to step up and volunteer for service. While Keres had no objection to this, the problem was that the Red Association and other organizations based her combat power on the Heaven Sword, as opposed to her inherent swordmaster capabilities. I do not think it will be as easy as you think for me to wield the Heaven Sword against alien phase lords, ma'am. The Mecher gave Keres a friendly and encouraging smile. Please try your best, Swordmaster. We welcome any contribution to the war effort. If you are able to exert enough power on the battlefield as one of the energy manifestations produced by your new possession, then you have already done enough. You will be able to earn rich rewards if you are able to help us maintain our hold on this port system. You will be able to earn a large amount of war merits that you can spend on high-quality materials and exclusive technologies that can help you raise the future ace mech of the latest ace pilot of your clan to a higher starting point. Keres narrowed her eyes. The Mechers sure possessed a good grasp of her current needs and motivations. The emissary was not wrong. Saint Deci had earned plenty of war merits in the last months and years, but there was never enough. I would truly like OC if I can use the Heaven Sword to hold back a phase lord, but what you are asking of me borders on fantasy. Then let us explore how you can use the Heaven Sword to turn fantasy into reality. The R-Ray Senior smoothly responded. The Red Association will never neglect a hero that has helped us hold back the alien menace. I believe that you are currently seeking master Mech designers to help you design a worthy upgrade to the first sword. I can arrange introductions with several notable and renowned masters within my faction. As long as you have made enough contributions on and off the battlefield, they will be more than willing to spare a portion of their valuable time to help you design a first-class ace swordsman mech that can meet the standards of our association. Does this sound more to your liking, Swordmaster? Chapter 65-56, still disconnected. In the 2 months that Vess single-mindedly worked to complete the Amaranto Mark Roman III project, the Larkinson clan not only gained a powerful ace pilot, but also gained possession of the legendary Heaven Sword. Just one of these developments was enough to demand his full attention and change his short and medium-term plans. Yet instead of doing so, Vess became a prisoner to his own artificial fixation. The deep research mode simply would not allow him to spare any significant attention to outside developments. Perhaps the only way to shake him off his months-long fugue was to physically prevent him from doing any more design work, or threatening to take away his life. Gloriana and the liaisons of the Red Association briefly contemplated this option, but quickly discarded it because of the unforeseen dangers to Vess. Who knew whether he would suffer brain damage or incur massive trauma due to getting forcefully pulled away from his abnormal mental condition? At least the biotech specialists of the Larkinson Biotech Institute, the Red Association as well as the Phase Lord Department of the Red Collective had become certain that Vess would naturally pull himself out of this state once he finally completed the project. In this way, each of the parties gained a much more thorough understanding of the advantages and disadvantages of the deep research mode. Certain theorists even speculated that one of the reasons why the Red Cabal was unable to mobilize as many phase whales to the Red War was because over 80% of them had entered into deep research mode for entire centuries, if not millennia. What Vess had put himself under may be far more common among phase whales and certain species of phase lords. Although the disadvantages were more pronounced than people initially thought, they still understood why the phase whales embraced it a lot. Vess had truly become a much more effective worker than before. The power of being able to set aside all distractions that were not directly related to his current preoccupation sounded like a simple change, but it was a far-reaching measure that truly ensured he invested all of his potential into his current work. By reducing the priority of other developments and daily interactions, such as spending time with his family, Vess was able to maximize his potential in a way that was virtually impossible to attain by other humans. Perhaps only the likes of star designers were able to produce a similar effect, but that was way too far away for the vast majority of Mech designers. Under this exceptional state, Vess had turned into a much more competent, obedient, and helpful contributor to the Amaranto Mark Roman III project than before. As long as Gloriana overlooked the many problematic aspects of the deep research state, she had come to fall in love with its effects on Vess. How could she not like this new version of her husband? He had become the ultimate good boy as far as she was concerned. He obeyed her instructions, without wasting any time on questioning her motivations or theories. He did not waste time on thinking about strange and unrelated tangents. He did not insist on implementing his own suboptimal solutions instead. While Vess still made sure to add his own unique touches to the Amaranto Mark Roman III project, he solely limited his creative energy to his predefined areas of responsibility. In the past, Vess regularly suggested improvisational solutions that he occasionally produced in his mind on a whim. His ideas were always inspired, and to his credit, his solutions were never truly awful, but Gloriana could not tolerate the constant disruptions and course changes. She always wanted to work on her Mech design projects in an orderly fashion. The female Mech designer rarely managed to get what she wanted whenever she collaborated with Vess. The problem had been fairly manageable in the early years of their union, but it had grown progressively worse over time. As Vess became more knowledgeable and experienced in multiple fields of Mech design, more and more scattered ideas began to collide with each other in his mind, causing him to develop all kinds of new and unconventional proposals. The vast majority of them were questionable at best. Their compatibility with the actual project at hand was not always good. It was much better if Vess set aside his crazy ideas and reserved them for future variants, or better yet, an entirely new Mech design entirely. All of that came to an end when Vess was actually able to concentrate his normally scatterbrained mind to his actual tasks. He became incredibly task and mission-oriented and demonstrated a degree of efficiency that Gloriana had never witnessed from him in the past. He did not actually grow smarter or expand his brain or anything. It was clear that his new state merely optimized the utilization of his cognitive functions, but that already resulted in a roughly 20% boost in productivity. While Vess got stalled more often whenever he faced problems that needed to be solved with a creative and non-standard solution, he was still able to overcome them as he gradually brought back more and more of his active imagination, but only as long as it was necessary. For these reasons and more, Gloriana gladly tolerated Vess' nearly complete disconnect with the rest of reality. Even as Kedys took the initiative to seek cooperation with several master Mech designers from the Mech supremacist faction to help elevate the first sword into a powerful first-class ace Mech, Vess never expressed any opinions about this development. Kedys and Gloriana actually got into multiple arguments about how to approach the first Sword Mark Roman III project. The Swordmaster had initially proposed to design an upgrade to the expert swordsman Mech without the involvement of Vess and Gloriana. This was an outrageous proposal that Gloriana could not accept. "Have you gone crazy, Kedys? You cannot unilaterally decide to shut us out of this project. Vess may have put you in charge of maintaining and upgrading the first sword, but do not forget that it is clan property." Vess would never agree to losing his share of ownership in the project. If you think you can take advantage of his current state to monopolize the first Sword Mark Roman III project for yourself, then it will not work. Vess will come around sooner or later and tell you that you have made a grievous mistake. I don't think that Vess will be as unforgiving towards my decision as you think. The projection of Kedys calmly answered to the director of the design department. The first sword may be a Larkinson Mech, but it is more important to maximize her compatibility with Saint Desea as much as possible. Unlike her colleagues within the clan, she is much less dependent on gimmicks and other bloat to perform effectively on the battlefield. I resent the implication that our design solutions constitute bloat in the first sword, Gloriana hissed at the projection. My God body method will guarantee that your fellow sword maiden's ace mech will turn into a masterwork, no matter what happens during the fabrication process. The architect that I have more recently begun to master in has massively strengthened the Dark Zephyr's internals and made them much less vulnerable to getting disabled. My companion spirit can also help us all collaborate much more effectively with each other. Keddy's expression grew pensive in response. I am not denying that you can make the first sword stronger, but this is a question of fit and compatibility. There are other mech designers that can strengthen the first sword just as effectively, if not more, and they do not rely on alien technology or complicated principles to work. Right now, I find it questionable whether Saint Desea's new affinity for the metal element will work optimally with Architect. From my understanding, the archimetal that this alien tech is based upon is more aligned with the electric attribute. It is also partially based on organic principles. Lastly, it is too complex and far more difficult to repair and service. Gloriana pressed her fingers against her forehead. These are not good enough reasons to eject me from the first Swordmark Roman III project. Do not forget who has sheltered the Sword Maidens, funded their increasingly greater expenses, and gave you all enough opportunities to better yourselves. Even if you have found a third-party master mech designer that can strengthen the mech frame more effectively than I, do not forget that the first sword must always remain a Larkinson mech as opposed to an R-Ray mech. You do not understand. Kedys shook her head in frustration. The first sword needs to strive for simplicity, but your design philosophy is becoming increasingly more complex. I am still reluctant to apply Archdeck into the mech frame, and I am also questioning their Vess design philosophy brings much added value to the machine. Desea is not a warrior who relies on a design spirit for help. She is already fine with piloting a relatively basic living mech, and I can already design such a machine myself with the help of my own insights into living mechs. Why would I ask Vess to spend his precious time on a project that does not demand his intervention anymore? Although Gloriana did not feel obligated to stand up for her husband's right to participate in the first Swordmark Roman III project, letting Kedys get away with this would also weaken her own right to stay involved. You are heavily underestimating how much Vess has advanced his living mechs as of late. He has already worked his specialization up to the 6th generation by his own words. His ultimate modules alone are incredibly powerful in the right circumstances. Do not think of them as simple gimmicks. It is ingenious to grant living mechs their own companion spirits and have them grow in a specialized direction. In the current day and age, my husband's e-technology carries considerably greater weight than before. It is a mistake to judge his usefulness on your much more rudimentary attainments on living mechs. The two female mech designers weren't able to come to an accord in their first remote conversation. It took multiple arguments spread over multiple days for Gloriana to convince Kedys to reluctantly suspend her scheme and wait for Vess to get his mind back together to cast his verdict on her insolent request. That moment came closer and closer as the Amaranto Mark Roman III project finally came to completion. At this stage, Vess still disregarded the enormous implications of the rise of Saint Desea and the arrival of the Heaven Sword. What was even more outrageous was that the mech designer system had already completed its upgrade more than a month ago, yet Vess treated this life-changing event with the same degree of importance as waking up 5 minutes late in the morning. On the day when the upgrade process was scheduled to commence in the private workshop of Diandi Base, Vess spent much of his time going over the upgrade plan, as well as the finished Mech design, to make sure he could execute his assignments as best as possible. Gloriana, Harry Kaikkonen, and Venerable Davia Stark both observed the patriarch of the Larkinson clan remaining completely absorbed in his own world. "Are you sure he will do a good job?" the expert pilot skeptically asked. "I cannot guarantee anything, but his output will probably not disappoint you," Gloriana carefully replied. "If he truly makes a mess of his work, then we will forcefully snap him out of his state, or at the very least remove him from the workshop. I can complete the upgrade process and make sure to preserve the Amaranto's status as a masterwork Mech by myself, if necessary. Will you be able to construct the new instrument of vengeance without his assistance? To be honest, I am not certain. The greatest challenge is to properly make and install the two-step execution crystal. I roughly understand Vess' theories on ultimate modules, but I have never tried to make one myself. Hopefully, it will not be necessary for me to take action myself." Chapter 65-57, Upgrading the Amaranto Mark Roman III. There were two additional points of concerns related to the highly anticipated upgrade process of the Amaranto Mark Roman III. The first one was that Harry Heikkinen had never engaged in any practical work at such a high level in his career. This was the first time the second-class journeyman Mech designer was about to participate in the upgrade of an existing machine into a much more powerful quasi-first-class high-tier expert Mech. The Amaranto Mark Roman III was actually already a first-class ace Mech for the most part. Even the old set of resonating exotics had been replaced with more powerful ace Mech-grade alternatives. As long as Venerable Davia Stark successfully managed to break through, it shouldn't take much work to swap out the power reactor for a much more powerful version and make other corresponding adjustments to accommodate the much greater energy output. These deliberate design choices therefore represented Vess and Gloriana's confidence in Venerable Davia Stark's growth potential. Of course, there was a considerable possibility that they ended up making the wrong bet. If Venerable Stark still failed to break through after piloting the Amaranto Mark Roman III in the next few months or years, then Vess and Gloriana may actually have to consider downgrading the Amaranto Mark Roman III in order to better accommodate the needs of the expert pilot. The Larkinsons wanted to avoid this outcome at all cost, so a lot was riding on this upgrade process. It didn't help that there was a second complication that might negatively affect the outcome of this upgrade run. Due to pressing obligations related to the Red Tide Offensive and other unforeseen factors, Master Benedict Cortez had no time to travel to New Constantinople and contribute to the fabrication process in person. This was rather unfortunate as he had integrated the Ace Mech-grade resonating exotics into the design. He also designed and integrated the Index System version 3.0 into a ranged Mech that relied heavily on energy weapons to make herself useful in the field. Fortunately, Master Cortez did what he could by prefabricating the necessary parts that Gloriana and the rest of the design team would probably struggle to make by themselves. These parts included the customized version of his improved Index System, as well as processed and shaped pieces of resonating exotics that could easily be slotted into a Mech frame. It would have been more ideal for the parts to be made on the spot, but Gloriana could work with the current situation. At least, Master Benedict put his care and attention into the fabrication of his parts. She commented as she inspected the batch of parts that had been shipped from the expeditionary fleet in advance. The silver lining of Master Benedict's absence was that there was no one left to challenge Gloriana's authority. She could confidently take the lead in this fabrication run, knowing that every other Mech designer would not try to usurp her reign. Her husband lacked the awareness and ego to do so, and Harry Kaikkonen lacked the competence and courage to even think about taking charge. This was good. As far as Gloriana was concerned, the Amaranto Mark Roman III had become her baby. Vess used to claim most of the ownership of the expert Rifleman Mech. He considered the Amaranto to be one of his passion projects, where he got to devise and realize a crazy Mech concept. While that identity still remained true, Gloriana felt she managed to claim the lion's share of the ownership of the updated design this time, due to how extensively she worked on reforming the Mech frame. There was hardly anything left from the original Mech frame in the latest iteration of the Amaranto. She replaced the heavily outdated and horrendously thin and fragile Mech frame with a slender, but much more internally robust archimetal frame. Although the complexity and production difficulty had risen by a lot, Gloriana believed that her effort was worth it, as the Amaranto Mark Roman III could cope a lot better with adverse situations. She was especially proud of how she successfully managed to combine two hyper materials, solarium and Divernus alloy, into an archimetal frame. Architect originally wasn't developed with hyper materials in mind. The Archie race were pretty much on the same starting line as Red Humanity in this regard. Gloriana had to conduct a lot of research and experimentation to find a way to properly integrate the two high-grade hypers into a complex archimetal frame without producing too much interference or causing accidents. Even now, she was not completely certain whether her solutions would hold up in reality. She had only been able to test the stability of the integration of these powerful hypers under limited testing conditions. Everything was a lot more serious when it came to the final outcome. The Amaranto Mark Roman III was designed to perform at a very high level, to the point where she could easily induce excess strain on her energy transmission systems. One of the relative shortcomings of the Amaranto Mark Roman III was that Master Benedict Cortez withheld his magma vein system, both the original and improved version, on this project. To be fair, this was not because he was feeling selfish or anything. The magma vein system was fundamentally incompatible with Architect because the way they transferred energy from one part to another was drastically different. The Amaranto Mark Roman III and other Archimechs hardly possessed any veins, which in this case meant dedicated energy channels. Instead, energy dynamically flowed from one archimetal block to another without any visible separation to prevent shortcuts and such. This was because these measures were not necessary for properly designed and fabricated pieces of archimetal. In any case, Gloriana had no pining for the magma vein system. It was already enough that Master Benedict contributed the Index system version 3.0. I have heard that Master Benedict has made considerable improvements to the utility and performance of his Index system, Harry Kaikkonen said as he helped to perform a last-minute inspection on the imported parts. Is it true that there is a small portion of the brain tissue of a greater phase whale inside this module? Gloriana nodded. That is correct. The Index system is more effective when the organic component is derived from more powerful beings. Venerable Stark had to exchange most of the war merits that she has earned up to this date in order to exchange this precious ingredient from the Red Association, but it is more than worth it. Not only will the Amaranto Mark Roman III gain access to a free energy source that can perpetually recharge the living Mech's energy cells, but the more powerful Index system can also significantly increase the rate of E-energy absorption. Realization dawned upon the journeyman Mech designer's face. I see. The former trait vastly improves the Amaranto Mark Roman III staying power. She can continue to operate in the field much longer without emptying her energy reserves as long as she slows down her firing rate. The latter trait increases the Amaranto Mark Roman III burst power. The more energies she can gather and accumulate, the stronger her single-shot damage output. That is correct, Harry. One caveat that you have overlooked is that it is difficult for us to use the Index system version 3.0 to its full potential without the corresponding magma vein system version 2.0. Having a stronger power source is moot if the Mech cannot safely transfer all of the excess to where it is most needed. The volcanic outburst mode would have been especially useful for a highly energy-dependent Mech such as the Amaranto. I suspect there will be numerous cases where the new Amaranto has more energy to spare, but cannot safely channel any more of it into her next attack unless Davia Stark is able to control the risks with her willpower. I see. The Amaranto Mark Roman III should already run very hot during intensive combat. The Amaranto will radiate so much heat and light from her archimetal frame that this will entirely neutralize the benefit of integrating Salu's gas into the outer layers. Gloriana shrugged. Vess insisted on it anyway. He thinks he can turn the Amaranto Mark ill into an ambush predator that is exceedingly difficult to detect from a distance. While that may be true, it only ever applies before the first shot. Once the Amaranto Mark Roman III has opened fire for the first time, there is no hope of hiding her presence any further. At that point, Salu's gas becomes a detriment as the Amaranto becomes more powerful when she shines brighter. This was a bit of anti-synergy that still made her upset to this day. If not for the fact that venerable Davia Stark insisted on keeping the Salu's gas integration into the design, Gloriana would have reverted its inclusion. Another half-hour passed by as the Mech designers completed their final inspections. When they became completely satisfied that everything was in order, they finally kicked off the fabrication process. Everyone thoroughly understood their respective roles and responsibilities. Mao. Alexandria showed up right away. The red feline companion spirit was brimming with energy and immediately began to connect Harry Kaikonen and venerable Davia Stark into a common design network with Gloriana. The Queen Cat deliberately left Vess out this time. She experimentally attempted to pull him into a design network while he was still in deep research mode in the past, but she quickly regretted the experience. His mind had become so inhuman that Gloriana could not keep up with his thought patterns. Vess paid no attention to Gloriana's thoughts at all, so there was no point in connecting them to the same design network. Since it was not possible to work together with Vess like before, Gloriana had already resigned herself to using her hyper-focused husband as an automated bot of sorts. He could be trusted to fabricate the parts that he worked on himself and understood well. He was also suited to carefully strip down the Amaranto Mark Roman II, while making sure to keep the living Mech alive. The other Mech designers could easily work around Vess and make sure to complement his own work. Gloriana had meticulously planned out the design schedule to enable this mode of cooperation. Progress was slow but steady in the first few days. Gloriana proficiently operated the specialized archimetal production machines, which she especially reconfigured to work with larger quantities of hyper-materials. One of the greater difficulties of working with large quantities of hyper-materials was to prevent them from spontaneously attracting lots of E-energy. This was especially an issue when it came to high-grade hypers. In order to minimize the chance of accidents, the design department upgraded the workshop and much of the equipment with materials similar to B-stone to isolate and protect the more delicate and sensitive components. Selectively making use of Lufa's glow also made the workshop a lot safer, giving Gloriana greater confidence in handling so much more high-grade hypers than almost any Mech had utilized before. There were multiple good reasons why other Mech designers weren't crazy enough to form the majority of a Mech frame out of hyper materials. Fortunately, Gloriana had made enough preparations to forestall accidents. She was able to fabricate one archimetal part after another at a consistent level of quality. She could have done better, but it was difficult for her to do any better with her current level of craftsmanship and her shallow mastery of architect. While Gloriana pretty much managed to keep up with her schedule, she noted that Harry was slowly falling behind. This was disappointing, as she had deliberately put him in more of an assisting duty. His lack of experience was showing, but Gloriana at least became satisfied when she understood that he rarely made the same mistake twice. At worst, Harry would just have to take shorter breaks in order to make up for lost time. Other than that, the upgrade process largely proceeded according to Gloriana's expectations. If this pattern continued, then she did not expect to see any drastic results. Gloriana just hoped that Vess would remain stable and docile until the end of the fabrication run. Chapter 65-58, The Mind of a God. Multiple days passed by as the three Mech designers continued to work according to the schedule set by Gloriana. While a few unforeseen complications had occurred that caused their progress to slow at times, everything still remained within tolerance. The Amaranto Mark Roman III was slowly being rebuilt section by section. A lot of old parts and outdated parts had been strapped from the Mech frame so that much newer and more powerful parts could take their place. One of the difficulties of this project was the heavy reliance on Architect for the upgraded version of the Amaranto. It was difficult to upgrade an existing machine and try to keep it alive when Architect temporarily had to cooperate with conventional tech. Gloriana had to invest additional hours to solve compatibility issues that she hadn't foreseen. She also needed to supervise Harry Kaikkonen and occasionally correct his mistakes while also keeping an eye on Vess to ensure he remained a good boy. Though Gloriana had to shorten her break periods in order to keep up with her elevated workload, she felt she was largely in her element. The work she planned out in advance largely unfolded according to her thoughts. No major disruptions occurred that completely messed up her expectations for the fabrication run. Although the lack of disruptions meant that the chances were low that they would hit the jackpot and produce a work that exceeded her expectations, it also reduced the chance of accidents that could ruin the Amaranto Mark Roman III. Gloriana did not ask for too much this time. She just wanted to preserve the masterwork quality of the expert rifleman Mech while also reshaping the machine to conform to her design style. One of the advantages of Vess' abnormal mind state was that he had become so goal-oriented that he literally did not care about subjects that were not relevant to his current work and goals. Style and aesthetics fell under this category. Vess sought to make the Amaranto stronger and not necessarily more stylish, as it was hard to measure such a change in an objective manner. Looking good also wasn't as important as defeating the enemy phase lords and phase whales as far as he was concerned. Every time Gloriana glanced at her docile husband, she continued to observe a Mech designer that was doing everything right, at least according to her perspective. Thus the days passed by while Gloriana held few complaints. As the living Mech slowly completed her gradual metamorphosis into a much more powerful ranged Mech, everyone involved grew more and more exhausted. Assuming all of the burdens and responsibilities upon herself had exhausted Gloriana a lot more than usual. She did not realize how much she depended on Vess for several different matters of concern. From leading the Larkinson clan to keeping everyone united under a single direction, Vess was the glue that held all of the Larkinsons together. He was also the source of a lot of confidence and inspiration to the Mech designers of the design department. Many members joined the Larkinson clan not because they valued the identity of a Larkinson, but because they wanted to work alongside a growing legend. Given how much Vess already managed to accomplish as a senior Mech designer, who knew what else he would accomplish once he grew older and more powerful? Gloriana envied him for becoming so famous that he became an attraction and role model for many other Mech designers. She still lacked such a status and did not expect to get anywhere close to what Vess had attained through his own work for quite a few more years. The woman accepted this reality. She might not be perfect for now, but as long as she improved herself with each passing day, she would eventually be able to catch up and maybe even overtake Vess. Not every Mech designer could imitate a freak like her husband and casually solve the genetic aptitude tyranny before he had begun to realize his design philosophy. In fact, his historic success in solving one of the most far-reaching problems of the Mech industry excited Gloriana. Not only did it vindicate her excellent judgment to hook up with Vess and never let him go, but it also gave her a lot of pressure to improve and exceed her past work. Only by working harder than almost any other Mech designer would she have hope of one day making an accomplishment that could match Vess' greatest feat. Whether it was even possible for a Mech designer like Gloriana to produce such a groundbreaking work or invention was a redundant question as far as she was concerned. If a boy like Vess could do the impossible, then a woman like Gloriana should be able to do no less. In any case, as the fabrication run had entered its final hour, Gloriana already felt satisfied with all of the lessons she learned and the insights she obtained during this novel experience. The Amaranto Mark Roman III largely looked complete by this time. The expert rifleman Mech had undergone such an extreme makeover that Gloriana would not blame others for not being able to recognize the same machine. The material composition had completely changed. The transition to architect gave the Mech frame a much more sophisticated vibe. The instrument of vengeance had grown much thicker and more angular. The high face water content seemed to make the machine a little more ethereal. The integration of Salu's gas also caused the presence of the machine to become more subdued, especially when the living Mech remained inactive. Yet despite all of these changes, the fundamental nature of the Amaranto still remained the same. She retained her identity as a living Mech as well as a masterwork Mech. The iconic third eye surrounded by a hexagon maintained a prominent place on the forehead, proving that she was a genuine work of Vess and Gloriana. The machine also retained her intimate connection with the illustrious one, whose presence and attention graced the expert Mech for many years. All in all, the latest iteration of the Amaranto had become a drastically improved version of herself in practically every conceivable way, without losing sight of her original identity and purpose. The three Mech designers had already completed all of the more difficult and risky work assignments. At this point, they were applying the finishing touches to the powerful machine. The Amaranto Mark Roman III had become a much more powerful, but also complex archimetal construct, so a lot more variables could go wrong. She therefore needed drastically more tuning and adjustments in order to ensure venerable Davia Stark would be able to control her just right. Finally, everyone withdrew from the machine and lowered themselves to the ground. Each of the Mech designers looked up to their completed work while feeling a profound sense of awe and satisfaction at the fruition of all of their efforts. "It is done," Gloriana declared while withdrawing the design network. A hint of visible emotion stirred on the normally expressionless face of venerable Davia Stark. Her longing to pilot the Amaranto Mark Roman III grew so strong that she almost couldn't hold herself back from entering the cockpit right away. At the same time, Vess' eyes glazed over as it gradually dawned on his one-track mind that he had finally reached the end of his destination. His work was done. The Amaranto Mark Roman III project had reached its ultimate conclusion. With no more goals left to forcefully pull his attention towards a single direction, his focus suddenly became a lot more scattered. Vess became dazed as he felt unable to adjust to what should have been his ordinary scattered mindset. The transition was so extreme that he simply felt lost. He felt so much focused and productive when he orking under his previous mind state that he became disgusted by how much he had lost after it had expired. It was as if he was a god that had been cast down to the mortal plane. The transition felt nothing less like a devolution. "Ah!" Vess screamed as he held his head and fell to his knees. "Vess, sir!" While the surrounding people grew alarmed at his reactions, Vess suddenly collapsed as all of the fatigue he accumulated by overworking himself over the span of 2 months finally caught up to his true body. Time passed by as Vess gradually regained his consciousness again. "Urgh, my head." Due to the fact that he possessed several external incarnations, Vess had not remained completely unaware of the passage of time. However, the fact that his main self had put himself into such a deep and focused state of mind for so many days had caused him to grow increasingly out of sync with Vulcan and Veronica. While he was glad that at least a few parts of himself were able to retain their sanity and continue to progress as normal, Vess grew concerned about how much his connection had begun to weaken. Perhaps his permanent bonds with his incarnations may not be as impervious as he previously assumed. In any case, the deep sleep should have enabled Vess to recover from most if not all of the sequelae of overworking himself to exhaustion. The reason why he still suffered from a headache was that he was forcibly getting in sync with his incarnations again. As the pain gradually started to die down, the entrance to his bedroom slid open. "Vess, you are finally awake. Are you of sound mind again?" "I think so. I probably overlooked a lot of stuff while I was working on the Amaranto Mark Roman 3 project." His wife finally reached his bedside and placed her slender hand on his palm. "The deep research mode that is apparently inherent to all phase lords and phase whales is more dangerous than we thought. It is not a good idea for you to experiment on yourself in such a reckless manner. Leave this to the Phase Lord Department of the Red Collective. It is their job to study and document all there is to know about Phase Lords. Until the collies have completed a comprehensive investigation, please do not put yourself into this dangerous state of mind again. Agreed." "Agreed." Vess grimaced but nodded. "It is most definitely a powerful tool, but I can't afford to disregard everything else, especially during a time as sensitive as this. I missed out on a lot of important stuff, did I?" "You have no idea." While Gloriana enthusiastically began to summarize the most important developments that Vess missed out on, he secretly thought about whether he should employ the so-called deep research mode again in one of his future projects. Regardless of all of the dangers and negative side effects, Vess still yearned to return to that pure and focused state. During the days he worked on the Amaranto Mark Roman 3 project, he felt as if he had attained the mind state of a god. Even if his actual thinking power fell short of such a standard, just acquiring the mentality of one was such a powerful advantage that it held an irresistible attraction to Vess. The ability to snap his fingers, become completely focused on a single goal and not stopping until he had completed his work was such a powerful experience that Vess craved to experience this unique rush yet again. Although Vess possessed enough awareness to realize that he was in danger of becoming addicted to the deep research mode, he didn't care, as being able to get a lot more work done in the same amount of time was exactly what he needed to reduce his lengthy backlog of projects. As Gloriana wrapped up her summary of shocking events that certainly required a lot deeper consideration from Vess, he only cared about one issue in particular. Did Venerable Stark break through when she piloted the Amaranto Mark Roman 3 for the first time? He carefully asked. His wife sighed. She did not. Davia Stark hasn't been able to repeat Tusa's feat. She responded well to the Amaranto Mark Roman 3, though. She has taken her lack of immediate breakthrough in stride. Now that she has gained a much more powerful machine, she and her battle partner are currently on their way back to the expeditionary fleet. I believe that Venerable Stark is confident that she can earn her sainthood in her first serious action after gaining a much more powerful expert Mech. That may very well be doable. I hope her confidence is not misplaced. Chapter 65-59, Strategic Shifts. Vess had a lot to catch up to after he withdrew from his deep research mode. He had inconvenienced himself, and a lot of people, by suddenly disconnecting from reality. The fact that he and others never anticipated that this would happen at this timing was the worst part about it. Nobody had made any preparations to deal with his temporary absence from the public sphere, his inner circle, and his ongoing diplomatic efforts. Fortunately, Vess had made sure to conclude a lot of important affairs during and after his last business trip, so no particularly acute issues suffered from his prolonged absence. The Red Collective had rapidly managed to establish its authority and respect across human-occupied space. The universal benefits brought by systematic cultivation had quickly won over the approval of the common folk. The greater space-time bubble surrounding Bridgehead 1 had grown more and more volatile. Scientists that had been examining the data from this artificial phenomenon night and day came up with all kinds of wild theories about what was taking place inside, but no one formed any definite conclusions. The one fact that they could agree upon was that it was bound to end fairly soon, as the space-time bubble's energy consumption increased so rapidly that it would run out quickly. The Red War had progressed in a direction that was slightly more unfavorable to Red humanity than before. The native aliens had managed to topple more fortified star systems in the fourth defensive band, but they had yet to unleash their rumored final push. The intelligence agencies collected more and more clues about this final push. The native aliens were increasing their efforts to stockpile additional supplies, but it was not up to the level to support a sustained assault. This made more and more people suspect that the native aliens might not be trying to push through the existing border regions. What if the native aliens secretly formed a massive armada and took a huge detour just so that they could attack Yernstal or one of the other critically important central star nodes? Fighting a war in space was much different from fighting a war on a planet. If the aliens truly wanted to, they could rely on warp travel to travel far above or below the galactic plane. By traveling up or down the disk that represented the stars of the Red Ocean, the native alien armada would encounter no obstacles and no annoying human defensive forces that could hinder their advance. Although alien warp travel was a lot slower than modern human FTI travel, the former was not bound by as many restrictions as the latter. The only question was whether the native aliens were willing to invest months, if not years, of monotonous travel time in order to unleash a devastating strike behind the lines. Efforts to monitor the huge void of space above and below the galactic plane had drastically increased once people recognized their vulnerability to such an assault, but the amount of manpower and assets being used up was considerable. What if they guessed wrong? What if they wasted resources that could have been elsewhere? Unfortunately, there was no way to make a sure bet. Human strategists could only make recommendations based on flawed and incomplete data. One of the more important developments that spun from Red humanity's anxiety towards the native aliens' attempt to deliver a coup de grace was the reallocation of many second-class ace pilots. Their combat power was high, but they were all limiting themselves by piloting second-class or quasi-first-class ace mechs. That was an acceptable practice during the age of mechs. The Big Two had always sought to minimize the destructive scope of warfare, so third-raters and second-raters were strictly forbidden from employing weapons that exceeded their tech level. The Age of Dawn had invalidated many of these rules and traditions. It made little sense to deliberately shackle some of Red humanity's best champions due to artificial constraints. With the imposition of martial law, the Red Three gained the authority to commandeer these ace pilots and force them to pilot first-class ace mechs by any means possible. Only the more powerful ace mechs had a realistic chance of killing or at least containing alien phase lords. Weaker machines that often lacked the energy to inflict high damage couldn't even get past a phase lord's spatial barrier before they exhausted their reserves. The second-class ace pilots affected by the Red Three's directive understood this very well. They also knew that the changes were for the good of Red humanity as a whole, so they did not object to their mandatory transfer to the upper zones. Of course, a lot of second-class mech forces suddenly lost their most important protectors. The middle zones were bound to suffer more casualties as a result, but the strategists at the top believed this to be a worthwhile sacrifice. The logic behind these decisions was that the most decisive battles in the upper zones had to be won at all cost. If the first-raters lost their respective battles, then it didn't matter if the second-raters or the third-raters had done better. Everyone would all get swept by an unstoppable tide of native aliens, as there were no Mechers, Fleeters, Terrans, and Rubarthans to defeat the most formidable enemy assault fleets. This is an incredibly risky and radical strategic shift. Vess frowned as he sat in his main office. Once he recovered from his abnormal shape, he tried to get back to work as soon as possible. He was doing his best to catch up to 2 months' worth of developments, Gavin Newman shrugged his shoulders as he personally briefed Vess. I am no military mastermind, but from what I have been able to read on the galactic net, it sounds as if the big shots don't mind sacrificing multiple middle zones and lower zones in order to force the native aliens to waste their time on conquering less important territories. Every star system located in the zones, directly behind the border regions, will probably see massive bloodshed and warfare. The governments over there are doing what they can to fortify their most important locations, but it will be too little too late. This includes the Krakatoa Middle Zone, right? Correct. If the Red 3 is truly giving up on holding the Torald Middle Zone, the aliens will have a straight path to invading the Colonial Federation of Davut. If the Davitan armed forces still had all of their ace pilots, then they might be able to stall the invaders long enough to wait for a turnaround. But now, the situation did not look optimistic to Vess. He could understand the dilemma of the higher-ups. They had made the most rational strategic decisions to maximize their chances of winning the Red War, but they also brought a huge amount of human suffering. Maybe the situation won't be as bad as we think, Vess optimistically remarked. There will be plenty of chances for high-tier expert pilots to break through during all of the desperate defensive actions. Even if they can't pilot ace Mech in the short term, they should still be able to slow down the alien advance. He moved on to studying how the conscription of second-class ace pilots directly affected his clan. The expeditionary fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance had to transfer away most of its ace Mechs in order to transform them into more effective counters against phase lords. The only ones left at the moment were St. Linda Cross of the Cross clan and St. Deci Larkinson of the Larkinson clan. St. Deci is allowed to stay in the expeditionary fleet. That is because Swordmaster Kedis has already started the first Swordmark Roman III project in advance. In the meantime, our latest ace pilot will continue to pilot her current expert Mech in battle, just like St. Commander Kaesela Ingvar. According to her latest estimates, it will take 4 to 5 months for the Dece's living Mech to be upgraded into a first-class ace Mech, boss. That fast? Kedis has entered into a collaboration with a number of master Mech designers of the Red Association. She chose to work with them because Master Benedict Cortez is not suitable for the project and preoccupied with other obligations. Gavin explained. There are a number of critical time-sensitive decisions that you need to make about the project. Director Gloriana will brief you in person once you head over to the design lab. Understood, Vess said as he imagined all of the benefits of gaining another powerful ace pilot. Deci is an excellent warrior. I am glad that she has managed to break through before the final push has begun. A duelist as good as her is what we need the most in the Red War. Anyway, what else is on the agenda? Your deputy over at the Astral Octagon is waiting to brief you as well. You will need to move over to our secure communication chamber in order to speak to your chief of staff about the most important matters relating to the Red Collective. It shouldn't take too long as the RC is still in the process of implementing its existing plans. Fine. Let's get this over with as soon as possible. After Vess concluded his short and brisk talk with Eliza Mo Ragadan, he finally moved to the design lab where his wife summoned him to her office right away. Whoa, why the hurry, honey? Gloriana was clearly gnashing her teeth as she stared at Vess with impatient eyes. I need you to set Kedis straight about her stupid and borderline treasonous attempt to kick us off the first Swordmark Roman III project. What? Let me summarize the situation for you, Gloriana said. She proceeded to fill Vess in about how Kedis chose to undertake the first Swordmark Roman III project. The ambitious swordmaster did not let the Heaven Sword's insertion into her life stop her Mech designer ambitions. She not only negotiated a deal with the Red Association by herself, but also wanted to increase her ownership over the first sword. Kicking out Vess and Gloriana from the project was a bold decision that was guaranteed to create a lot of controversy, but Kedis apparently possessed enough courage and determination to persist. An impasse had formed between Cadiz and Gloriana as a result. The two female Mech designers failed to resolve their disagreement in the month, since Cadiz had begun to design the next ace Mech of the Larkinson clan. Vess furrowed his eyebrows. As was typical of his wife, she had made plenty of biased remarks that sought to paint the situation in her favor. However, even without this needless effort, Cadiz did not exactly paint herself in a good light by making such an extreme decision. "Do you remember how we designed the original first sword?" Vess asked. Cadiz was already in the lead at the time. "We provided our own design solutions and helped with compensating for her lacking technical skills, but it was undeniable that we gave her enough room to put forth her own vision. What she is doing right now is not much different from what she did back then. These days, she can collaborate with far more Mech designers than you and I. She is maturing as a Mech designer and has put effort into expanding her own network of contacts. She has many more options available than years ago, so she isn't obliged to repeat the same decisions she made in the past. A good Mech designer must be able to respond to current and future needs rather than mindlessly following tradition." His wife slowly started to look more and more upset with him. "Are you taking this insolent woman's side? Are you deliberately trying to indulge her just because she used to be your student?" Vess did not take his wife's reactions seriously. He maintained his calm and leader-like case disposition. "Sentiment has nothing to do with how I see this issue. I am taking a rational approach towards the decisions made by Cadiz. As long as she can successfully present where replacing our design applications with the contributions of other Mech designers will make the first sword better, I see no reason why I should deny her proposal. It is you who are letting yourself get swayed by your emotions. As the director of the design department, you should not allow your own biases and selfish desires overtake your judgment." "I cannot believe what you are saying. Vess, Cadiz is talking about usurping one of our ace Mechs and claiming IT for herself. Not only that, she even intends to collude with outsiders to keep US out. The first sword is one of our more important evolving works. How could you be so stupid for allowing IT to slip from our grasp?" Chapter 65, 61st Sword Dispute. The first sword was one of the legendary first 6 high-ranking Mech of the Larkinson clan. The first 6 possessed the greatest fame and prestige due to their long history of turning battles around and securing decisive victories. The original incarnations of the Dark Zephyr, the Amaranto, the First Sword, the Riot, the Shield of Samur, and the Evertshanger represented the initial generation of expert Mechs and played key roles in setting up the Larkinson clan for success. The clan wouldn't exist without their deeds. Vess was able to become the most successful Mech designer of his generation because of how they managed to overcome one challenger after another. Although subsequent machines such as the Promethea, the Minerva, and the Phobos performed considerably more dramatically in combat, they were products of a younger era. This also included the Bastion, which was the successor to the Shield of Samur. They arrived later, when the Larkinson clan had already built up a solid foundation. The new technologies available at the time also made it considerably easier to design much more potent Mechs. Although Vess had numerous favorite works, he tended to look back at the first 6 with greater fondness than normal. He fleshed out his design philosophy over the course of working on them and invented numerous new design applications that enriched his toolbox of solutions. Gloriana probably held the same sort of sentiment towards one of her earlier works. As outdated as the first sword had become, she was still a living Mech that constantly improved in other ways. His wife must have been looking forward to overhauling the first sword physical structure. This way, she should be able to reinforce her ownership over an ace swordsman Mech that would go on to accomplish much more notable deeds such as slaying Phase lords. Mech designers could be quite possessive towards Mechs and Mech models that became recognized and celebrated due to their success on the battlefield. Even if Saint Dissy earned most of the credit for using the first sword Mark Roman III to win a crucial battle in the Red War, part of the glory and prestige of this victory would still be attributed to the design team responsible for designing the latest iteration of such a machine. When it came to mechs that had been worked on by different design teams, only the ones who were actually responsible for the work that made a difference on the battlefield earned recognition. This meant that if Kedis truly proceeded to kick Gloriana from the design team of the First Sword Mark Roman III, the latter would no longer have anything to do with the Ace Mech, despite the fact that she was a part of the design team of the earlier iterations. All of this meant that there was a lot at stake in the dispute between Kedis and Gloriana. Vess also had a stake in the matter, considering that Kedis thought about removing him from the design team as well. Compared to his overreacting wife, Vess behaved remarkably nonchalant at the prospect of no longer having to do anything with the First Sword. That caused Gloriana to look at him as if he was an idiot. Did the deep research mode inflict permanent brain damage to your ego, Vess? How come you are not upset at Kedis for pulling off this attempted coup? The First Sword is clan property, which means it is our property. A mere lead designer has no right to usurp our work and claim it for herself. Just because you put her in charge of designing the earlier iterations of the First Sword does not mean she owns it outright. We have contributed to the project as well, so we should have a voice in the matter as well. Vess calmly crossed his arms. You are not entirely wrong about that. I do think it is rather presumptuous for Kedis to just decide to remove us when she hasn't spoken to either of us whether this is a good idea. It is also true that she shouldn't be able to unilaterally decide upon its future. Strictly speaking, the mech designers who can currently claim partial ownership over the design are Kedis, me, you, Juliet Stameros, and Master Moira Willix. The latter two are not able to participate in the First Sword Mark Roman III project. So that leaves us with the first three. Gloriana stated the obvious. As one of the mech designers who helped to make the earlier versions of the First Sword, I strongly believe the Ace Swordsman mech has a bright future if I can implement my God body method, as well as my interpretation of architect to the project. I think you would also like to develop a brand new ultimate module for the First Sword. This means that there are 2 votes in favor of our participation and just 1 vote against. Kedis will have to withdraw her illegal demand and settle for working alongside us both. While Gloriana looked self-satisfied for having argued her way towards victory, Vess interrupted her daydream by clearing his throat. Not so fast, dear. While Kedis has made a controversial proposal, it is not as bad as it sounds from my perspective. First, how many design projects are you working on at the moment? Gloriana grew upset again when she saw that Vess was not willing to follow her lead, but she still answered the question. We still need to complete the Minerva Mark Roman II project, the Riot Mark Roman III project, and the Promethea Mark Roman II project, in that order. Since we have decided to switch from a parallel work approach to a sequential work approach, progress in those other projects have stalled. We still have much work to complete if we want to roll out the upgrades as fast as possible. I am also supervising the progression of numerous low-ranking expert mech design projects, which I have delegated to other design teams. That sounds like a lot of work. No, your workload is already huge, Gloriana. Besides, how many expert mechs and ace mechs did we design already? It must be over a dozen. Why do you care so much about the First Sword when there are plenty of other high-ranking machines that also deserve your attention? The more you split your focus, the less you are able to make sure that each of them will receive the care they deserve. As far as I am concerned, you should welcome the opportunity to lighten your burden. Kedis is much more passionate about the First Sword. Let her decide how the living mech should evolve in the future. If this is to be decided by majority vote, then she has my support. That means that there are 2 votes in favor and 1 against. You should be clear what that means. His wife looked as if Vess had personally betrayed her. Her expression conveyed her absolute dismay at his verdict. You already have many opportunities to make your mark. Vess raised his voice a bit. Instead of worrying about the First Sword, You should invest your energies into the Minerva Mark Roman II project and the Riot Mark Roman III project instead. There are many more upgrade projects that you will need to tackle as well. If our clan isn't giving you enough opportunities to tinker with expert mechs or ace mechs, then there is always the glory seekers. You are spoiled for choice, so why are you so opposed to sharing responsibility? Gloriana looked more and more angry, but she made an admirable effort to hold in her outburst. She knew that in the face of a rational argument, an emotionally heated response would not advance her cause. If she wanted to refute Vess' argument, then she had to employ logic rather than insults. You are so insistent on doing what is best for the First Sword and the clan, so let us consider what that actually means. While both of us are senior mech designer, you know as well as I do that we cannot be judged by our ranks alone. We are geniuses. We have developed mind-blowing design applications that have opened up new ground and improved mechs in ways that our predecessors in the industry have never conceived of. Do you think that Saint Tusa and his Dark Zephyr would have been able to outduel not one, but two greater phase lords and land a killing blow on the arena lord of Yaguasa if the living mech did not possess an ultimate module and an archimetal frame? Just because our design philosophies can make mech stronger doesn't mean that the rest of the mech industry is useless, Vess retorted. There are still plenty of good masters out there that have changed the course of mech design by realizing their amazing design philosophies. I am sure that Cadiz is thinking about working together with a handful of them in order to elevate the First Sword to the next level. Let's do this. Instead of arguing with each other, let us bring Cadiz into the conversation. His wife did not have any strong objections towards this proposal. Soon enough, the physical projection of Cadiz appeared inside Gloriana's office. The Swordmaster had changed. The events of the last 2 months had a profound impact on her life. She looked brighter and happier. That must have been because Dissy had finally broken through, thereby birthing a powerful champion and representative of the Sword Maidens. She must also be having the time of her life by leading the upgrade project for the next iteration of the First Sword. Good afternoon, Vess. I am glad that you have returned. Good morning to you as well, Cadiz. My wife here has filled me in on your dispute. Are you truly thinking about removing me and her from the design project? That is indeed one of my possible plans, Cadiz told Vess, while doing her best to ignore Gloriana's withering glare. The original concept of the First Sword Mark Roman III put most of the focus on her direct sword fighting capabilities. I decided to add modules relating to the deployment of Sword Fae as auxiliary armaments, but then I realized that my current attainments in living mech design doesn't allow me to make the same kind of living spurs as the ones that make the Fae Fianna such a celebrate drone mech design. I therefore came up with 2 different evolutions of the first sword. Let me guess, one of them includes the Sword Fae and the other does not, Vess said. Cadiz looked amused. Correct. The 2 proposals emphasize different advantages. The pure configuration of the first sword is a commitment to staying true to the swordsman mech archetype. Saint Dissy will not be burdened by any distractions or compromises that can reduce her ace mech's ability to rely purely on the sword in her hands to vanquish every enemy. It is a configuration that is exceptionally strong against enemies that cannot cope with powerful swordsman mechs, but will struggle against many other enemies. And the other, the Sword Fae configuration of the first sword, is a risky attempt at increasing the ace mech's versatility and ability to handle a more diverse range of situations. Dissy should be able to empower her Sword Fae to a similar degree to how Saint Commander Kaysella can empower other combat assets on the battlefield, but in a stronger and more specialized manner. If Saint Dissy can become good at this, her Sword Fae may become strong enough to eliminate entire swarms of alien face fighters at once. The downside is that I am not yet certain whether it will strengthen the first sword against massive opponents such as alien phase lords. The latter is one of the reasons why I am thinking about choosing the pure configuration instead. You think the plainer and more boring ace mech configuration is better. Vess frowned. The first sword was never about relying on gimmicks to win her duels. The pure configuration takes the known strength of the current first sword and makes everything stronger and better. This way, there is little ambiguity in what has improved and whether the changes are stable. The sword Fae configuration is a big gamble. If the Fae do not live up to their potential, then the first sword will never be able to reach her full potential during the critical years ahead. This can have devastating ripple effects on the Red War. What if this change causes the ace swordsman Mech to lose crucial battles, thereby leading to the eventual collapse of our civilization? This is why the safest option is a legitimate choice. I see. Either way, I do not see a place for Gloriana's work in either proposals. I object to that. Chapter 65, 61, The Secret to St. Piercer Arms. Cadiz decided to present the two configurations that she came up with for the first sword. Both of them shared a lot of commonalities, which enabled her to make a certain degree of progress in the month since she commenced the first Sword Mark Roman III project. However, she would soon reach a point where she could not design the ace mech any further without finalizing the list of collaborators and making a definitive choice on the configuration. Let me begin with the pure version first. The swordmaster bearing the Heaven Sword spoke. The inspiration for this project comes from the duel where Dis-C successfully broke through. After speaking with the master mech designers of the Mech supremacist faction, several of them have proposed to design an ace mech that can become the ultimate sword fighter. It focuses on stripping away as many redundant elements as possible, so that as many resources will be devoted to strengthening the armor system, the flight system, the artificial musculature, and so on. By making them as strong as possible, Saint Dis-C will be able to execute her swordsmanship to the best of her ability, thereby allowing her to bring out her best when dueling against enemy phase lords, particularly the ones that wield the notorious Saint Piercer arms. The mention of the dreaded Saint Piercer weapons caused Vess to narrow his eyes. During the last battle he participated in, the Arena Lord of Yaguasa managed to stall Saint Tusa and the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III for a long time due to the exceptional threat posed by this weapon. Vess also couldn't forget that the experimental weapon that was rumored to be jointly developed by the Red Cabal and the Cosmopolitan movement was ultimately responsible for killing Venerable Iman Ingvar. Saint Piercer arms gradually became more and more common after that. It appeared that the enemies of red humanity had managed to move past the experimental stage and begun to produce them in greater numbers. While the Saint Piercers were presumably still expensive and difficult to produce, the native aliens steadily accumulated more and more of them over time. It was not an exaggeration to call them game changers. Alien phase lords already possessed a considerable advantage in defense, but now that they gained a weapon that could directly negate the true resonance and willpower amplification of an expert mech or ace mech, the native gods turned into much more lethal threats. I see. Vess rubbed his hairless chin in thought. If you want to create a powerful duelist that can fight head-on against a phase lord equipped with a Saint Piercer, then it is not a bad idea to strip out the gimmicks, because far too many of them can be negated by the strange tech and materials that make these alien arms so ridiculously effective. The sword Fae that I envisioned for the first Sword Mark Roman III will probably get cut or pierced to ribbons by the Saint Piercer, because it can completely invalidate most forms of true resonance empowerment. The sword Fae would still remain a good investment when fighting against other opponents, most notably enemy small craft, but they would not fare well against the enemy that the Red 3 was most concerned about. Against this high-priority threat, Saint Dis-C had to bring out the most of the first sword and put all of her skills in hunting exobests to use. This is why my first choice of collaborator is a master mech designer who is the first to develop an effective, if expensive, countermeasure against Saint Piercer arms, Cadiz said. A new projection appeared that displayed the public profile of Master Lillian Racines. This is one of the foremost defensive specialists of the Mech supremacist faction. Master Racines is known for her class Roman III design philosophy, centering around energized vibrontal armor systems. Energized vibrontal is a special form of structured alloy that vibrates at a high frequency just before getting attacked. Due to many reasons I will not get into, this can partially negate the damage of incoming attacks. What truly makes Master Racines notable is when she managed to develop transphasic energized vibrontal. This has made her armor systems drastically more effective at resisting transphasic attacks. The highest-end version of this design application has also proven to be partially effective at resisting St. Piercer attacks. The Red 3 have discovered by now that St. Piercer is somehow able to concentrate face water far above the theoretical saturation limit. Therefore, only highly effective transphasic defenses have a chance of resisting this weapon. What? Vess reacted with surprise. Discovering the principal reason why St. Piercers were able to pierce through all manner of high-end alloys, as well as the Saint Kingdoms of Ace Mech, was a huge intelligence gain. Of all of the reasons why St. Piercers were so ridiculously powerful, Vess never expected for this to be the reason. The theoretical saturation limit determined how much a physical object could be infused with face water before it became so volatile that it started to tear itself apart. Vess had always assumed that this limit couldn't be broken, because why would he think otherwise? Learning that it was possible to break the theoretical saturation limit was like learning that he could put 1 kilogram of sugar into a cup that held only 100 milliliters of tea. It sounded absurd. It sounded impossible. Yet the native aliens and the cosmopolitans managed to turn this into a reality. The successful development of St. Piercer arms certainly proved that the enemy could never be underestimated. Even they were capable of coming up with amazing technological innovations. Do you know how the native aliens are able to break the saturation limit? Maybe, Kedis answered with a bit of ambivalence. The Mech supremacists have shared their most likely theory with me. They haven't gathered enough proof to back it up, but it makes sense to them. Their best guess is that the secret to breaking the saturation limit is to create a superdimensional object and infuse the extra-dimensional parts with face water. That is how you can theoretically infuse far more face water into a weapon than it can bear in the material dimensions. The Mech supremacists assume that the only reason why the Red Cabal has been able to make these impossible products is because they rely on the extreme spatial manipulation abilities of an ancient phase whale. It is likely impossible to produce St. Piercers through other means. It sounded complicated, but Vess was familiar enough with face water theory to understand what she meant. Although the overly short explanation lacked a lot of important details, Vess could see why it was plausible. The production method had to be extremely advanced and difficult to reproduce, considering that it needed to manipulate matter in more than 4 dimensions. Vess looked a lot more thoughtful as he processed this information. I see. So this is what the pure configuration is designed to fight against. You want the first sword to be able to effectively resist these superdimensional weapons. Kedis nodded. Now that the Red 3 know more about St. Piercer arms, they are hard at work in trying to develop effective counters against them. This will take precious time, which Red humanity might not have. The special transphasic alloy developed by Master Lillian Racines is not completely effective at resisting St. Piercer arms, but it is one of the best solutions that is currently available in this early stage. Even if there are better options available in the future, I will still bet on transphasic energized vibrontal alloy. It was not difficult to figure out why. Kedis, this special alloy, can not only be used to build a much stronger armor system, but can also be used to upgrade the decapitator, am I correct? The swordmaster grinned. That is a good deduction. You are exactly right. There is no point in fielding an offensive melee ace match when the weapon subsequently gets cut and broken into pieces after getting struck by a St. Piercer. The Dark Zephyr was able to get away with defeating the Arena Lord of Yagwasa because he relied entirely on evasion to render the Saint Piercer ineffective. But the first sword is a medium Mech. Even though I definitely plan to increase her mobility as well, she will never be able to evade as well as an ace light skirmisher. She will get struck, and her greatsword will get struck as well. It is absolutely necessary to prepare them against the lethality of superdimensional weapons ahead of time. No wonder why Kedis readily agreed to collaborate with the Mech supremacists. The design applications of Master Racines was simply too useful for the first sword mark. Ves shifted his attention towards his wife. Gloriana looked anything but happy at the mention of the R-Ray Master Mech designer, and he could already deduce why she felt this way. I haven't heard any details about this transphasic energized vibrontal alloy yet, but I think I can guess why you want Gloriana out of the project. This special material can't be used in combination with Architect. Gloriana refused to respond, but her silence was an answer in itself. Kedis was much less reluctant. Energized vibrontal alloy and its transphasic version both rely on high-frequency vibrations to take effect. That is why they must be applied on Mech frames in special ways to prevent all of the shaking from destroying delicate internals. From what Master Racines has told me, her design applications simply cannot be integrated with Archimetal because there is no way to easily compensate against the transmission of vibrations, and because Archimetal parts cannot shake so wildly in order to function as a seamless whole. That fit with what Ves knew about Architect. The Archimetal blocks that comprise Archimechs and Archiships had to be solid and stable in order to function properly. If some or all of the blocks started to vibrate wildly enough, then they would constantly suffer from transmission problems. Signals might get distorted and end up sending the wrong commands, leading to lots of errors and malfunctions. It was a nightmare to make Architect compatible with energized vibrontal alloy, so only one of the two solutions could be integrated into the design of the first sword mark. Roman 3. Kedis had already made her choice on the matter. Gloriana. What is it, Ves? Can Architect be used to make the first sword mark Roman 3 just as resistant, if not more, against a superdimensional weapon like a Saint Piercer? No, Gloriana reluctantly but truthfully replied. Can the application of Archimetal onto the blade of the decapitator be used to make the weapon a lot tougher, sharper, and more resistant against superdimensional weapons? Ves pinned his wife with a pointed stare. If that is the case, then I do not see any reason why you have any business with the first sword mark Roman 3 project. That is not true. There is more to kill than phase lords armed with Saint Piercer arms. Besides, IT is not as if an Archimetal version of the first sword is completely helpless against this type of enemy. Ves remained unmoved by his wife's latest tirade. I do not think that Saint Piercer arms will disappear from the battlefield anytime soon. I think we should treat them as the Red Cabal's version of destroyer weapons and adjust accordingly. Even if their numbers will remain limited, our clan should prepare at least one specialized counter against them. It is a good idea to dedicate the first sword to this task, as Saint Deci is our best duelist. It is stupid to rely on melee mechs to counter a phase lord equipped with Saint Piercer, Gloriana vehemently retorted. We should rely on our best ranged mechs, such as the upcoming Minerva Mark Roman 2 and the Promethea Mark Roman 2 to eliminate or drive away this adversary. Ves shook his head. That takes way too long. Do you know how much punishment these phase lords can endure? If there is no melee mech that can block their advance, they will tear through our fleet and our ranged champions if they also happen to possess a mobility advantage. Like it or not, Gloriana, but we need a melee mech that can withstand Saint Piercer arms up close. If Kedis is right about the effectiveness of transphasic energized vibrontal alloy, then this means you are off the project. Chapter 65, 62 Teva. Gloriana hated the verdict. She strongly opposed the decision to offload her from the first Swordmark Roman III project. Vess kind of understood why she fought so hard to remain involved. There was way more than her partial ownership of the first sword at stake. Gloriana had also begun to fear whether the same line of argumentation could be used to kick her from subsequent high-ranking mech design projects, especially the ones centered around melee mechs. It was too late to start over with the Riot Mark Roman III project, but what about other high-ranking melee mech design projects? Other machines such as the Evert Shanger, the Seaman, the Green Axe, and the Lionheart were also expected to duel against hostile phase lords in the future. As long as their pilots broke through and became qualified to fight directly against the enemy champions, they would inevitably encounter foes equipped with St. Piercer arms. It was not reasonable to command the ace melee mechs to avoid these high-priority threats and rely entirely on ranged suppression to take them down. The nature of spatial barriers made them incredibly resistant against every form of attack that was not sufficiently able to overcome transphasic defensive enhancements. This meant that such a phase lord could easily tank a huge amount of ranged attacks and wreak havoc on the human battle line. It took way too much time and effort for lots of mechs, powerful battleships, or threatening ace ranged mechs to whittle down the spatial barrier and other defenses of such a phase lord. The chances of killing them from a distance was also far too small unless the humans possessed a special trump card. This meant that an exhausted phase lord could calmly retreat from the battlefield and come back a few days later to terrorize the human defenders yet again after he fully restored his condition. This was why it was necessary to deploy powerful melee champions against any phase lord, but especially the ones armed with St. Piercer arms. A good ace melee mech might not be able to kill a phase lord by itself, but should at least pose enough of a threat to stall the native god's advance and lock him into place. Another important role of the melee mech was to maintain an active space suppression field in the proximity of the enemy phase lord. The more powerful the space suppressor module and the closer the distance, the stronger the weakening effect on the enemy's spatial barrier and other spatial abilities. This synergized extremely well with ranged support, making the attacks from all of the mechs, warships, and individual champion units multiple times more effective. This had also become the established doctrine on the battlefield. Human High Command, a joint military command organization of the Red 3 and the first-rate superstates, had collected all of the data and conducted a lot of theory-crafting before setting a guideline that team of ace mechs should always comprise of at least one ranged and one melee unit. While the theory was sound, I was a lot more difficult to implement in practice. Most ace melee mechs fared decently when pitted against typical lesser phase lords. However, they usually lasted a lot shorter when confronting greater phase lords. What was worse was that they fared especially poorly against greater phase lords that were well connected enough to get their hands on a St. Piercer weapon. If not for the fact that the production of these arms were bottlenecked, the native aliens would have been able to collapse the fourth defensive band by now. This raised the importance of developing countermeasures against the insane lethality of St. Piercer arms. As a member of the Mech supremacist faction, the competence of Master Lillian Racines was never in doubt. She had access to the best resources and infrastructure a mech designer could desire, so she was one of the first to develop a reasonably effective form of defense against St. Piercer arms. Many other mech designers, particularly defensive specialists, must be working hard to develop their own counters against St. Piercer arms. This was one of the greatest strengths of the mech industry. As long as it identified an urgent need, a huge number of mech designers and supporting R&D institutions would work hard to develop an appropriate and cost-effective solution. As far as transphasic energized vibrontal alloy was concerned, it was not yet qualified to serve as a proper response to the threat posed by St. Piercer arms. The underlying tech still underperformed, and it was way too expensive to ever think about applying it onto mass production Mech products. However, it was already effective enough when used to clad first-class ace Mechs. Their design budgets were so high that they could easily afford to equip such an expensive defensive solution. The mediocre performance of transphasic energized vibrontal alloy against superdimensional weapons was a deceptive statement. It was true that armor plating made out of transphasic energized vibrontal alloy, or TEVA armor, could not resist attacks from St. Piercer weapons entirely, but it did this job a lot better than 99.9999999% of other materials. The same could be said for transphasic energized vibrontal alloy applied to weapons. TEVA weapons could block sharp and powerful strikes from St. Piercer weapons without fear of getting shattered into pieces. It was for these reasons, and more, that Cadiz had already decided that it was absolutely essential for the first Swordmark Roman III project to include Master Lillian Racines. Since the R-Ray Master Mech designer's design philosophy was fundamentally incompatible with Gloriana's design philosophy, it became clear that one of them had to be kicked off the project. "Honey," Vess assumed an impassive expression while turning to his wife. "Just give it up. Cadiz has made a good point. Architect is powerful, but it is not yet capable of solving this problem yet. Switching it with other tech makes complete sense." Though his wife wanted to continue to fight for her right to maintain her partial ownership in the first Swordmark Roman III project, she was not that stupid. Now that Vess had heard Cadiz out, he had decisively taken her side. The chain of logic between their choice was far too strong for Gloriana to break with her own feeble arguments. Since that was the case, Gloriana might as well give up this losing battle and concede, while they still retained a bit of dignity. "Very well," she said as all of the tension left her body. "Since the two of you are committed to this direction, it is clear that I do not have a voice in the project anymore." "It is just. I know what you are concerned about," Vess gently consoled his wife. "Architect is still useful, especially for smaller and lighter Mechs where space is at a premium. It has worked out great for an ace light skirmisher like the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III. And I am sure it will do wonders for ace-ranged Mechs, such as the recently completed Amaranto Mark Roman III and the Promethea Mark Roman II. However, the situation is more complex when we consider ace melee Mechs, such as the upcoming Riot Mark Roman III. It is impossible for us to waste months' worth of development time and reset the Riot Mark Roman III project by replacing Archimetal with TEVA armor," Gloriana growled. "Venerable Rosa Orphan has been waiting for an upgrade to her outdated machine for multiple years." Vess raised his palm in innocence. "I am not about to do that, Gloriana. What I wanted to say is that the entire Mech industry is looking to counter the threat posed by superdimensional weapons. You happen to have forged a few connections with the Mech supremacist faction as well, right? It just so happens that the Mech supremacists encompass a large number of highly resourceful and capable Mech designers. The faction is also known for making a lot of attainments in materials science. After all, Mechs rely on good metallic alloys to remain competitive with warships and other combat assets." His wife soon understood his train of thought. Her expression grew less morose when she saw a possibility of making a counterattack in the future. "Your idea has merit. I have not been in close contact with the Mech supremacists as of late, but that was a mistake. If I reach out to them, I may be able to find a specialist or team of specialists in metallurgy and materials science to develop a new experimental alloy that can mitigate Archimetal's vulnerability against superdimensional weapons." Vess smiled. He was happy to lead Gloriana to a more productive line of thought. It was no fun trying to live alongside a woman who was depressed and frequently prone to outbursts. Every faction of the MTA and the R-Ray was good in different areas. The survivalist faction was good at binding different parties to a common cause. On a technological level, the survivalists tended to be pragmatic and did not favor specific solutions. They instead invested their research far and wide, hoping to create new synergies by combining multiple different fields together. The survivalists also liked to create new solutions in advance and keep them in reserve until they were needed. Finally, the paranoid bastards also invested a lot in the development of superweapons. The R-ray transhumanist faction's interests were relatively more focused on biotechnology, human genetics, exobiology, and so on. That did not mean their attainments in other fields were poor, but they were merely up to standard in areas outside of their core interests. The R-ray Mech supremacist faction generally possessed the strongest overall R&D capabilities. It was literally what the faction was all about, so its members always invested a huge amount of money and resources into all kinds of research and development initiatives. The Mech supremacists were particularly keen on pushing the boundaries of hard sciences such as metallurgy, materials science, computing, theoretical and applied physics, energy science, and more. In the past, Gloriana was aware of all of this, but she did not have the clout to gain the cooperation of the top Mech designers and researchers of the Mech supremacist faction. The situation was different now. Gloriana had gradually realized her high potential, and, while she still hadn't entered the big leagues yet, her greatest advantage was that she was married to Vess. Even if Gloriana did not deserve it, she would definitely be able to gain much more favored treatment from the Mech supremacist faction due to this positive factor. In a way, Kedis had taken advantage of her own connection to Vess. There was no way that a Mech designer as busy and successful as Master Lillian Resins would have agreed to spend her time on the first Swordmark Roman III project if not for this relation. Gloriana needed no more guidance and encouragement at this time. Her eyes glowed with a competitive spirit. You are completely right, Vess. The Mech supremacist faction is so large that there must be many research teams working to develop a counter against superdimensional weapons. These teams must all be rivals or competitors towards each other. Master Lillian Resins is hardly the only one who is working to counter Saint Piercer arms. If I want to improve my architect and make it more resistant against the new threat, then I should contact the faction and try to cooperate with one of the rivals of Master Resins. There has to be at least one metallurgist among the Mech supremacists that are working to develop experimental alloys that can not only resist superdimensional weapons, but can also be used to make archimetal. If the development of this experimental product can be completed in time, then I might just be able to use it to improve the Riot Mark Roman III project. Competition was one of the strongest motivators of a Mech designer. Now that Gloriana sought to outdo Kedis and Master Lillian Resins, she would definitely put her full effort into this informal contest. Chapter 65-63 Electroreactant Flight Systems. Now that Gloriana formally played no role in the first Swordmark Roman III project anymore, there was no reason for Vess to remain in her office. The good news was that they did not end this meeting on a bad note. Though Gloriana failed to defend her right to participate in the upgrade project, she accepted a new challenge and became a lot more enthused about developing her own counter to superdimensional weapons. Ace Mechs bore the brunt in the fight against alien phase lords. Anyone who wanted to continue to design them had to be able to prepare a response against Saint Piercer arms or cooperate with a Mech designer that was capable of solving this problem. Gloriana had no intention of giving up on this matter, so she had every reason to follow Vess' proposal and seek out cooperation with the Mechers. Architect was strong and possessed a lot of potential, but Red Humanity's development and understanding of it was still too shallow. It was up to pioneers such as Gloriana to work hard to improve its utility and bring out its strengths. Working together with a metallurgist who was working on developing his or her own counter against superdimensional weapons would definitely increase the viability of Architect. Gloriana did not want this shortcoming to serve as the downfall of the use of Architect in subsequent high-ranking Mech design projects. Vess smiled when he saw his wife exploding into action. She had become incredibly fired up now that she interpreted this assignment as a direct challenge against Caddy's and Master Lillian Racin's. Every Mech designer had their own triggers, where they became much more passionate and productive than before. Vess always worked better in high-pressure situations, or when he got caught up in the throes of his own creative passion. Gloriana, on the other hand, became a lot more effective whenever she felt pressured by formidable competitors. The greater her feeling of inferiority, the greater her counterattack. This was also why she was able to keep up with Vess more or less. She constantly compared herself to him every day, and whenever she perceived the gap between them had grown wider, she would work extra hard to make up for this shortfall. While Vess believed that his proposal would definitely help Gloriana solve one of the weaknesses of Architect, the greatest uncertainty was how long it would take to develop an effective solution. At best, it would probably take months for Gloriana and her collaborators to develop a version of Archimetal that could effectively resist Saint Piercer arms. At worst, the development time might stretch out over several years, which meant that more ace melee mechs could not be converted into Archimechs due to failing to meet the latest industry standards. Vess mentally shrugged. This was not his problem. Architect had become his wife's latest prestige tech, so her own progress and credibility was at stake. After Vess left her office and entered his own private design lab, he called Kedys yet again and resumed his discussion with her about the first Sword Mark Roman III project. Both Vess and Kedys looked considerably more relaxed, now that certain abrasive third element was no longer present. The projected version of the Heaven Sword attracted a lot of attention from Vess, but he knew that this was not the right time to address this topic. He simply gave it a curious stare before he turned his attention back to the Mech design project. "Please continue your overview of the plans that you have made," he told Caddies. "What else do you have in store for St. Decei's next machine?" The Swordmaster spoke in a relaxed manner. "Well, what comes next doesn't require too much clarification. Aside from myself and Master Racin's, there are two more core participants that are vital to both the pure version and the Sword Fey version of the first Sword Mark Roman III. One of them is Master Lucian Kirchhoff, who has a class Roman IV design philosophy in electroreactant flight systems. What? I think it is easier for you if I show you an example." Kedys transferred a video file to Vess. When Vess watched the archival footage of one of the many ace mechs that fought in the Red War, he quickly figured out the basis of this strangely named flight system. Under normal usage conditions, an electroreactant flight system remained small and low profile. Its energy consumption was probably not that great, but its efficiency was probably pretty high, so the thrust power was not that bad. This was not enough for an ace mech to effectively duel against an enemy as formidable as a greater phase lord. Against such a powerful and massive opponent, ace mechs needed to move faster and be able to make very rapid course changes in order to maintain their rhythm in battle. This was where the electroreactant flight system truly began to shine. The ace pilot activated a second mode that caused the formerly low-profile flight system to suck in a lot more energy, causing it to overload in a way that directly caused it to shoot out lightning bolts. No, not lightning bolts. Instead, it looked as if skeletal wings made out of stable lightning channels had unfolded behind the back of the ace mech. The wings appeared much larger and more dramatic than the ace mech itself. It looked as if the machine had transformed into a dragon that embodied the element of lightning. All of the highly charged plasma that took the shape of wings was not for show. For whatever reason, they massively boosted the ace mech's mobility, allowing the machine to move almost 2 times faster, while also enabling it to make turns that were much sharper than before. The greater phase lord fighting against the electrified monster quickly became overwhelmed by this flashy display. The enemy champion's spatial barrier depleted quickly. Eventually, the native god lost much of his courage and retreated from the battlefield much earlier than expected. This turned out to be a rather fortunate development, as the Ace Mech equipped with the electroreactant flight system expended so much energy that it could hardly keep up its supercharged state. The electrified wings quickly faded away, restoring the Ace Mech to its weaker and much less explosive state. The machine was not in a state to confront phase lords any longer and had to retreat in advance as well in order to replenish its energy reserves. "Wow!" Vess reacted. "I am impressed." Compared to other flight systems, the efficiency and endurance of this tech is really bad. However, I can see why you are so enthusiastic about it. If the only job of the Ace Mech is to overwhelm and defeat enemy phase lords before they can do a lot of damage against other human units, then this is definitely a design application that can facilitate this role. Kedis smiled. "I have spoken to Master Kirchhoff numerous times, and he shares the same thoughts. His most advanced implementation of electroreactant flight system is best suited for Ace Mechs that have a very high demand for extreme short-range mobility, but are not already equipped with other energy-hungry systems. The first Sword Mark Roman III definitely meets his requirements. The biggest sacrifice that I have to make is to settle for a smaller and less powerful Azure Energy Shield generator. The first Sword Mark Roman III will not be able to rely on it to withstand a large amount of attacks, but this is not too important as it is unable to block the passage of superdimensional weapons. It also doesn't synergize well with Saint Decee's domain. Anyone who understood Saint Decee's strengths would prioritize physical defenses over energy defenses. An Azure Energy Shield generator could still be used to block space dust and trivial attacks, but the first Sword Mark Roman III clearly shouldn't rely on it to defend against attacks from more serious opponents. Right now, Kedis revealed the core players of her design team. The Swordmaster herself was responsible for leading the Mech design project. She also took it upon herself to design the overall mechanical structure of the Mech frame and optimize it to fit Saint Decee's personal swordsmanship. Master Lillian Resins was in charge of shaping the defenses of the first Sword Mark Roman III. She contributed her Teva armor to massively strengthen the first Sword Mark Roman III ability to resist superdimensional weapons and many other forms of transphasic armaments. She was also expected to work together with Kedis to contribute her Teva weapon tech to upgrade the Decapitator Mech sword. Master Lucian Kirchhoff of the Mech supremacist faction was in charge of improving the mobility of the first Sword Mark Roman III. His electroreactant flight system would definitely turn the ace swordsman Mech into a powerful duelist. Even if Saint Decee wouldn't be able to use this powerful design application to defeat an enemy phase lord, her machine should at least be able to disengage safely, thereby allowing her to fight another day. This was already a powerful combination. Kedis did not necessarily have to rely on other Mech designers in order to develop a powerful ace swordsman Mech. Of course, it was still better to fill up the 2 remaining slots in order to maximize the improvement to the Mech design. The pure version of the first Sword Mark Roman III doesn't include your participation, Kedis told Vess. It is purely designed to excel at defeating enemy phase lords and nothing else. For this purpose, space suppression technology plays a vital role. Master Pratani's Klissner was part of the R&D team that originally cooperated with the Spacelock to develop space suppression technology. Even if he was not the lead researcher of this important project, he has developed enough insights into this tech to invent his own brand of space suppression tech. That most definitely sounded interesting to Vess. Any researchers that were qualified to work with a god pilot on a game-changing piece of technology most certainly weren't weak or incompetent. What does he specialize in? Vess asked. Master Pratani's Klissner has a class Roman 8 design philosophy in long-distance waveform propagation, Kedis answered. In short, he can increase the range of energy fields and many other stuff. In this context, he has agreed to contribute a long-distance space suppression module to the first Swordmark Roman 3. With a name like that, I think I can guess why you have chosen it for your project. There are two advantages over using this special space suppressor over the normal versions. First, the Ace Mech does not have to move too close to the enemy Phase Lord in order to weaken the target's spatial barrier. Second, it can effectively penetrate deeper into the massive body of a larger Phase Lord. The ones that are as large as space stations or more are so physically huge that a single space suppressor cannot completely weaken the enemy's spatial barrier or spatial abilities. Having a module that can encompass a much greater volume of space will help the first Swordmark Roman 3 perform better against these massive opponents. I see, Vess remarked. That sounds extremely useful, especially in the later stages when Saint Deci has grown stronger. A long-distance space suppression module should also help the first sword eliminate warships more effectively, as they all rely on facewater tech to move faster, hit harder, and resist more attacks. This is truly a practical and useful choice under all circumstances. Space suppression tech was still relatively new. It was also so complicated and so deeply intertwined with facewater theory that many other Mech designers had difficulty improving on the tech. However, a master Mech designer that took part in the development of the original version of space suppressors did not suffer from this problem. It should be much easier for such a figure to develop selective improvements on the original tech, even if the space suppressor became a lot more expensive and lost. Performance in other areas, it may still be worth it under the right circumstances. Chapter 65, 64 Facewater Super Energy Cells. Vess had to admit that the pure version of the first Swordmark Roman 3 already sounded like an excellent ace Mech that likely possessed all of the capital she needed to defeat enemy Phase Lords. He truly gained a new appreciation for the master Mech designers of the Mech Supremacist faction. He had always heard that the high-ranking Mech designers of this faction concentrated a lot of powerful specialists, and Vess was not disappointed in this regard. Sure, many Mech designers of the Mech Supremacist faction admittedly possessed very narrow specializations and relied heavily on collaborations to develop truly useful Mechs. The faction therefore existed to bring all of these extreme nerds together and make it easier for them to hook up with each other and find willing collaborators. Cadiz took advantage of this existing infrastructure to attract a number of powerful specialists to elevate the first Swordmark Roman 3 project to a higher level. So far, the pure version of the first Swordmark Roman 3 already sounded powerful enough. Vess actually felt tempted to join in the party as well, but it was clear that Cadiz had reserved the 5th slot for a different Mech designer. Vess, yes, Cadiz. Now that you are aware of 4 of the 5 Mech designers who are responsible for designing the pure version of the first Swordmark Roman 3, can you guess the greatest shortcoming of this Mech proposal? Vess became thoughtful. The electroreactant. Flight system is an energy hog. The long-distance space suppression module also sounds as if it will drain vastly more energy than the standard modules in order to project its effect across longer distances. Without Master Benedict Cortez to increase the energy economy of the first Swordmark Roman 3, her staying power will remain drastically limited. I think you should be particularly interested in finding another master Mech designer that can address this major weakness. The projection of Cadiz helplessly nodded. It is already a large burden for an ace swordsman Mech to mount an electroreactant flight system. Just as you have guessed, the long-distance space suppressor's biggest flaw is that its energy consumption has multiplied by at least times. You don't have to run it at full power, but doing so will decrease its effective range, thereby making it pointless to employ this special tech. In order to make the whole framework complete, I have to address the energy problem. My solution is to invite Master Hidjalt Mossclover to the project. He has a class, V Design Philosophy, in high-density energy cells. Another unfamiliar name. The Red Association gathered way too many Mech designers who were very famed in their own fields, but tended to be obscure outside of their circles due to the narrow applications of their design philosophies. The reason why there were so many of them was because it was much easier for Mech designers to realize their design philosophies when they were narrow in scope. They were generally treated as the supporting actors to more high-profile Mech designers. That did not necessarily make them weak or incompetent, but their choice of specializations made it difficult to lead their own competitive Mech design projects. There should be multiple masters who possess Class V design philosophies within the Mech supremacist faction. Master Benedict Cortez also has one for that matter, Vess stated. What makes Master Mossclover's work so attractive for your project? You are right, Vess. Class V design philosophies is common within the RA, and especially the Mech supremacist faction, as providing more energy to Mechs has always been a high priority. I chose Master Thornquist over the alternatives because he is able to increase the energy reserves of the first Swordmark Roman III with the smallest possible footprint. There are other high-end solutions that can provide even more impressive amounts of energy to the Ace Mech, but they take up more space and also introduce their own complications. The solutions of Master Thornquist, on the other hand, amount to better versions of energy cells that are no bigger than the ones that conform to industry standards. I see. If he is able to develop better energy cells, then you don't need to make too many changes to accommodate their usage. Keddies nodded. I am especially happy with one of his latest experimental products, which he calls SEC, which stands for Face Water Super Energy Cell. The energy capacity of such a cell is much higher than his other products, but that is because much of the volume is filled with a liquid face water emulsion. What? Calm down, Vess. I am not talking about raw face water here. Master Thornquist developed a special face water emulsion that consists of face water, regular water, and a secret formula of minerals. The resulting combination produces a mixture that is less volatile and can absorb an enormous charge of energy. This makes it suitable for his new energy cells. As long as our clan is readily willing to provide the large amount of face water it takes to produce the sex, the first Swordmark Roman III will be able to fight at full power for at least 30 minutes, which is enough to decide the outcome of a duel against a powerful phase lord. I see. Vess gained a complete overview of the pure version of the first Swordmark Roman III. The Mech proposal presented an incredibly attractive package to him. It was indeed a machine that eschewed gimmicks in favor of strengthening its core parameters. There was relatively little creativity and ingenuity in the pure version, but that was not necessarily a disadvantage. The first Swordmark Roman III in this incarnation would become a highly specialized tool that could be relied upon to cut phase lords to pieces on a reliable basis. The Ace Swordsman Mech did not even need to resort to additional support or other special measures to put up a good fight against phase lords armed with St. Piercer weapons. Given the high synergies between the specializations of all 5 Mech designers, Vess would not begrudge Keddies for choosing to go forward with the pure version. However, the pure version was not the only evolution that she had in mind. So what about the other version of the first sword? Vess straightforwardly asked. The Sword Fae version naturally included the use of spurs as I originally envisioned, Keddies replied. What is similar to the other version is that I, Master Racines and Master Kirchhoff, will be contributing our own specializations. The greatest deviation is that the slots previously occupied by Master Klissner and Master Mossclover will be replaced by you and another Mech designer called Master Draco Thornquist. If this was the case, then the Sword Fae version of the first sword would retain Keddies' specialization in swordsman mechs, Master Racines' Teva armor tech and Teva weapon tech, as well as Master Kirchhoff's electroreactant flight system. This was already a good base for an ace swordsman mech. It lacked the improved variation of space suppression tech, but that also lessened the need for face water. Super energy cells. This meant that Keddies could allocate the remaining 2 slots to a different synergistic combination of technologies. "I don't need to say too much about your participation," the Swordmaster said. "Your main draw this time is not the general living mech enhancements to the first Swordmark Roman 3. I am not saying that your 6th-generation living mechs are useless to this project, but it is not the principal reason why I want you on this project. The best way you can contribute is to equip the first Swordmark Roman 3 with dozens of sword fae. The spurs must all be alive, persistent, and able to evolve over time. I know that the regular Fae Fianna typically fields 4 to 6 Fae at most, but that is not enough for an ace mech. Will there be any problems if you pair my ace mech with 24, 36, or even 64 sword Fae?" Vess almost grew dizzy when he imagined 64 sword Fae acting in complete coordination with the first Swordmark Roman 3. Controlling 64 small-sized spurs was somewhat possible for general drone mechs, but it was way too much for the Fae Fianna. However, the first sword was hardly comparable to ordinary living mechs. "I don't have enough data to make a definite judgment, but I believe it is probably possible to create 36 sword Fae without overburdening the living mech," Vess carefully guessed. "The first sword's spiritual foundation should definitely be able to withstand the load after absorbing so much feedback from Saint Decee's recent breakthrough. It may even be possible to double that amount to 64 sword Fae, but I think that the power between all of them will get diluted to a significant extent, making them weaker. The upside is that as long as the first Swordmark Roman 3 grows over time, this weakness will slowly disappear." That put Keddies in a thoughtful mood. The power of this alternative version of the first Swordmark Roman 3 was clearly dependent on the quantity of sword Fae that the ace mech could effectively support. "Why do you care so much about the quantity of sword Fae, Keddies?" "My Fae Fiannas always emphasize quality over quantity. They can do more with 4 Fae each than other drone mechs that have dozens of spurs under their command. That is true in those cases, but there is a reason why the quantity of living spurs is materially important to the sword Fae version of the first sword. This has to do with what Master Draco Thornquist is able to bring to the table. Oh, what makes his work synergize so well with mine?" Keddies began to grin. Master Thornquist just happens to be the direct disciple of the webmistress, the inventor of support link technology. Now that certainly raised his value and importance by a huge extent. Anyone taught by a genuine star designer should not be weak. You must feel really glad to gain the cooperation of a mech designer of this pedigree. "I am," she said. "I actually have a suspicion that Master Thornquist would never indulge me if he hadn't secretly been instructed by the webmistress to forge a connection with the Larkinson clan, and ultimately you. That is actually one of the reasons why I am reluctant to commit to the Sword Fae version of the first Swordmark Roman 3. I don't want to get pulled into a political scheme that might damage your interests or unknowingly drag our clan into a political camp." That sounded surprisingly thoughtful and prudent of Keddies. He could not fault her decision. "Your concerns are valid. I don't know much about this situation, but I think your suspicion is likely true. That doesn't necessarily mean that it is impossible for you to work with Master Thornquist. As long as the implications aren't too serious, then I am fine with it. Who would complain about building a relationship, if only an indirect one, with an impressive star designer? I guess I should explain what Master Thornquist brings to the table. The short version is that he has taken the Web Mistress Support Link tech and essentially applied it onto drone mechs. He believes that his drone mechs are the strongest in their respective mech generations. He even looks down on your Fae Fiannas." Vess blinked at that. That sounds incredibly arrogant of him. Does he truly have the capital to make this boast? Well, he has a Class VI design philosophy in spur-linking drone mechs, which should tell you how much he has invested in this mech archetype. I think it should be easy for you to deduce why his works are so powerful. His spurs are all integrated with miniaturized versions of support link technology. They can share energy and other resources with each other over short and even medium distances to pool their strengths together. This can massively increase the endurance, the survival rate, and even the damage potential of all of the spurs. The greater the number of spurs, the more effective the linking effects become. No wonder Master Thornquist claimed his drone mechs were the strongest. The synergy between drone mechs and miniaturized support link technology was so great that the whole far exceeded the sum of its parts. Chapter 65, Extravagant Proposal. After a month of cooperation with the master mech designers of the Mech Supremacist faction, Kedis clearly became influenced by their ideas. After exploring the possibilities for collaboration, she had outlined 2 different visions for the first Swordmark Roman III. The pure version pursued extremely solid dueling capabilities above other concerns. The Ace Mech would become a straightforward evolution of the Swordsman Mech archetype. This choice had great implications for Saint Decee's future trajectory. This template would most likely remain a constant and permanent fixture of her approach towards combat. She would remain wedded to the strengths and limitations of a pure swordsman mech archetype. If she ever managed to become a god pilot in the future, then she would likely become the ultimate swordsman mech specialist among her kind. Vess could clearly tell why Kedis felt so enamored about this approach. There was beauty in its simplicity. Saint Decee was a great fit for this machine, as she had remained committed to piloting pure swordsman mechs for her entire career. She knew how to leverage the strength of this mech archetype, while also mitigating its weaknesses. However, as much as Vess felt attracted by this concept, he clearly held a stronger preference for the Sword Fae version, and it was not just because he would retain his ownership in the model. Of the 2 versions that you have presented, there is a clear distinction between risks and rewards. Vess spoke to Kedis' projection. The pure version is a known quantity. The mech archetype is straightforward, and Saint Decee doesn't have to branch out and split her training into developing new proficiencies. In order to use the pure version to its full potential, it is already enough for her to polish her swordsmanship and develop her amazing affinity towards the metal element, towards augmenting and reinforcing her machine. That said, this approach is so simple that it lacks a lot of depth. The first sword can only approach every fight the same way. This will make the Ace Mech predictable, which means that enemies can easily prepare countermeasures. The Swordmaster's eyes grew strained. That is true, but Ace Mechs are so powerful that their weaknesses have become much more relative than before. As long as Saint Decee has developed her strengths to an extreme, she can overcome any opposition by force. This configuration is mainly oriented towards strengthening her ability to break all laws with just her sword. Vess had taken the time to view the footage of Saint Decee's breakthrough event and became suitably impressed by her final move. The muscular swordsman ultimately did not stand a chance, especially considering that the earth element was weak towards the metal element. I am not trying to imply that the pure version is a bad development trajectory, Vess patiently clarified. I am just observing that it is a known quantity. A simple mech concept comes with lower risks. Saint Decee is unlikely to get lost and go astray in her progression. However, her ceiling will essentially be determined in advance, and it will be incredibly difficult to raise it. The lack of complications means that the ace pilot has less options to turn an adverse situation around. In other words, the pure version was a relatively low-risk configuration that provided medium rewards at best. Kedis had worked on fleshing out the mech concept for a month. She understood his train of thought. The Sword Fae version is a more experimental concept, she said in line with his explanation. It lacks the guaranteed utility of Master Klissner's long-distance space suppression module and Master Mossclover's face-water super energy cells. This makes it inherently weaker unless it can use the combination of your Sword Fae and Master Thornquist's spur-linking drone mechs to outperform the pure version. The question is whether that is possible. We have no data or prior references to refer to. The high-level drone mechs designed by Master Thornquist are admittedly impressive in their own right, but their spurs have always been a little lacking, especially if they are oriented towards melee attacks rather than ranged attacks. Ranged spurs were much more convenient to use, as they just had to hang back and launch attacks at distant targets. The biggest difficulty with using them was to aim and control them all with precision, but high-ranking mech pilots, along with advanced hardware and software, usually made this doable. Melee spurs were much harder to use. Unless they possessed energy blades or whatever, they needed to exert enough force to inflict enough damage, which was difficult to accomplish due to their much lower mass and momentum. This problem was much less of a concern for ace mechs, as their saint kingdoms could usually amplify the power of melee spurs by an enormous extent. However, this strength boost only remained effective within the range of the domain field, which was not all that big. I think the Sword Fae version is worth investing in despite its greater risks, Vess argued. Sure, the floor is much lower due to inferior space suppression capabilities and lower energy reserves, but as long as you can pair the first Sword Mark Roman 3 with a lot of Sword Fae, the living mech can dominate the battlefield with them. There is no rule that states that spurs have to be physically mounted onto the mech frame, so you can do away with that. Instead, you can design them as permanent detached semi-autonomous combat units and make them a little larger and more powerful. They can be integrated with their own power source and miniaturized space suppressors to make up for the aforementioned shortcomings. The plan that Vess presented was one that Caddies had already considered. Your suggestion has much promise, but the difficulty lies in its execution, she said. Not only must this version be able to field at least 32 Sword Fae in order to produce strong enough support link synergies, Saint Deci must also be able to control them effectively in the field. She will have to divert time away from training her swordsmanship and learning how to strengthen her mech with the metal element to learn how to best draw out the strength of all of the Sword Fae under her command. There lies the promise, Vess enthusiastically said. Those Sword Fae are all alive, and destroying their physical shells won't kill off the subordinate spirits. This means that the latter will constantly grow and develop over time. One day, they will become so strong that the first Sword Mark Roman 3 can probably defeat a Fae's lord by relying on the Sword Fae alone. As wonderful as it sounded, Caddies still maintained sober attitude towards this mech concept. All of that growth alone is not enough if Saint Deci is unable to use them smoothly and with precision. I have asked her about what she thinks about using so many Sword Fae in combat. She is receptive enough to give it a try, but she does not have total confidence that she can split her attention enough to make good use of the Sword Fae. We are asking her to make a drastic change to her approach towards mech piloting. She also has to develop an entirely new set of skills and techniques related to the Sword Fae. As Vess and Caddies continued to talk, it was clear that the Swordmaster was clear about the strengths and weaknesses of both versions, but was unable to make up her mind. Both concepts were far too tempting to Caddies. One represented the classic swordsman mech. The other opened up new ground. Seeing that Caddies remained far too attached to the two diverging development trajectories, Vess suddenly came up with a crazy idea. Caddies, since you clearly like both versions, why not realize them both? The Swordmaster did not understand what he just said. She blinked at him in confusion. What? It's just as I said. You like the pure version, so just go ahead and develop it. You also like the Sword Fae version, so do not give up on it and develop it as well. Once you have completed the 2 upgrade projects, try and figure out if you and Deci are able to make a choice on which one you want to use to upgrade the first Sword Mark Roman 3. Isn't that a waste of time and resources? It isn't, Vess insisted. Our clan is wealthy, and we are not short of social capital and war merits. This is the time where we must decisively use our resources instead of keeping them in reserve. Do not worry about the costs and just do it. Even if half of your work will end unused, you still exercised your design skills, and gained a lot of practical lessons and insights. Besides, who says Saint Deci only ever has to remain attached to a single ace mech? Ketty's eyes widened at his implication. You mean? Vess grinned back at her. There is nothing stopping Saint Deci from piloting a second ace mech. Neither versions include the Carmine system, so she is not bound to a single mech for the rest of her life. I know this practice is highly unusual at the ace mech level due to resource and proficiency concerns, but that does not mean we have to blindly follow this long-standing industry custom. But, is this not a betrayal to the first sword? Living mechs have feelings, but we do not have an obligation to spoil them and treat them like princesses, caddies. They must know their place. If one ace swordsman mech is not enough to do the job, then we will make use of two. I suppose you can use the pure version as the upgrade path for the first sword mark Roman II. As for the sword Fey version, it is better to flesh it out into an original mech design that possesses its own identity. Think of it as giving Saint Deci additional options. Not only will she be able to employ the best ace mech for the right mission, but she will also be able to switch to a fresh and undamaged machine if her current one has incurred heavy damage. This practice was not unheard of among other powerful mech forces. However, this was only ever done by keeping the previous mech used by the high-ranking mech pilot in reserve, since it was already there. As long as there was enough space available on a carrier, it was worthwhile to keep the old expert mech or ace mech around, even if it was weak and outdated by modern standards. The situation with St. Linda Cross was a typical example of this. She may have switched over to piloting the Amphis Extremis, but if her ace mech ever got wrecked, she could always jump into the cockpit of her old Amphis in an emergency. The suggestion made by Vess was much different from this expedient solution. He was actually talking about designing and fabricating two modern ace mechs for a single ace pilot. This was an unexpectedly extravagant plan. As attractive as it sounded, Ketty's did not allow herself to get swayed by her former mentor. No, I don't think it is a good idea to waste so much resources on building two ace mechs and split Venerable Deci's attention. I believe in her capabilities. She will not have to make use of two ace mechs to handle most situations. One is enough. I will not waste my time or the time of the R-Ray Master Mech designers just because I cannot make up my mind. I will make a choice. Seeing that Caddy's had her own thoughts on the matter, Vess did not press his suggestion any further. If you have to pick between the two, then I personally suggest you take a gamble and go for the Sword Fey version. I am favoring it not just because it has much greater promise than the pure version. I think it would be genuinely good for you to expand your repertoire and start making more original variations of swordsman mechs. As long as the Sword Fey version of the first sword mark Roman III succeeds, you can develop simplified versions of the same concept and develop a whole line of mass production models that possesses a part of the charm. Think of how fantastic they will be if many more mech pilots can leverage lots of disposable sword Fey in combat. It will be like designing a melee version of my Fey Fianna mech line. Chapter 65, 66 Access Rights. The proposal to design and fabricate two ace mechs at the same time was too outrageous for Caddy's. What was Vess thinking when he came up with such a crazy suggestion? In order to stop Vess from pushing this insane idea onto her and the clan, the Swordmaster felt obliged to resolve her indecision once and for all. She had already procrastinated long enough. Delaying this matter further would end up doing far too much damage to everyone involved. Though Vess voiced a clear preference for the Sword Fey version, Caddy's did not immediately want to give up on the pure version. Yet, when Caddy's thought how designing the Sword Fey version would present new challenges and options for her, she couldn't help but feel tempted to commit to this development trajectory. While Caddy's tried to think whether there were enough counterbalancing reasons to favor the pure version instead, she suddenly realized that she could solicit the opinion of another swordsmanship expert. She drew out the heaven sword from the scabbard pinned to her back and unveiled a glowing blade that thrummed with heavenly energy. The projection in Vest's design lab instantly grew a little fuzzy as the optical sensors clearly struggled to accurately convey the energetic activity surrounding the relic weapon. Kedys did not pay attention to how the Heaven Sword degraded the remote connection and projected two different draft designs in front of the grand work. Heaven Sword, you must have kept track of me while I worked to flesh out these designs. Which ones do you think that I should pick to upgrade the first sword? The powerful weapon began to react. It vibrated in her hand, but that was all. It did not show a clear preference towards either concept. Kedys frowned a little. Do you think that one of them is stronger than the other? The weapon shook again, but did not give a more conclusive answer. Kedys interpreted this as a no, which meant that Saint Deci would probably do well regardless of which ace Mech she ended up piloting. Do you think that the pure version will eventually be able to break all attacks and defenses with a single strike, as long as Saint Deci grows powerful enough? The Heaven Sword shook up and down, which likely signified its agreement. Do you agree with Vess that the Sword Fey version has greater potential than the pure version? The sentient artifact repeated the earlier motion, but this time it moved more vigorously than before. Why? The Heaven Sword presented a more direct answer this time. It glowed a little brighter, and used its heavenly energy to form a dozen miniature manifestations of swords in the air. These illusionary swords were merely the size of fingers, but when they positioned themselves relative to each other according to a mysterious pattern, Kedys could feel they held power far beyond what they individually possessed. The manifested miniswords suddenly shot out at once, generating so much power that it felt as if they could pierce through dozens of compartments inside the hull of the spirit of Bentheim. While Kedys tried to process the power of this display, Vess' eyes already lit up as he observed this demonstration from remote. Even if the projected feed had grown fuzzier, he still understood what just happened. Formation, he gasped. What the Heaven Sword has just done shares many of the same principles as a battle formation. Do you know what this means? The first sword mark Roman 3 can reproduce this phenomena by using Sword Fey instead of living mechs, thereby generating extremely powerful attacks that leverage E-energy to a much higher degree than by relying on conventional hyper-technology and E-technology. If we combine the potent E-energy amplification of this sword formation with the material amplification of Master Thornquist's miniaturized energy-link technology, the Sword Fey will become so ridiculously powerful that they can break through enemies much more effectively than wielding a single blade. That last statement remained questionable. There was no guarantee that relying on lots of seemingly fragile Sword Fey could ultimately produce a result that far exceeded a single solid sword. Although Kedys still did not entirely trust the Heaven Sword's motives, she believed it. When the artifact showed that there was a way to amplify the power of Sword Fey with the use of formations. Was this the strongest form of swordsmanship? Not necessarily. Did she want to explore how far she could go with sword formations? Yes. From the moment the Heaven Sword demonstrated a way for a collection of swords to exert damage that was at least an order of magnitude stronger, Kedys had already developed a fascination towards this phenomenon. As long as the Rully realized Sword Fey version could produce the same effect in reality, then the results would absolutely take the Red Ocean by storm. Phase Lords would fall one after another as their formidable defenses shattered against the might of sword formations. So what if the Sword Fey version did not possess more powerful space suppressors or longer-lasting energy cells? The power of E-technology was least constrained by technological boundaries. I have made my decision, she eventually said. While I still think the pure version has a lot of merit, I am willing to take the chance and see where I can go with the Sword Fey version. Vess grinned. Good choice. I will help you as much as I can, though I only have time to flesh out the living Sword Fey and other 6th-generation living Mech stuff. I am sure that your collaboration with the Mech supremacists will help you deal with the remaining problems of the first Sword Mark Roman 3 project. The two Larkinson Mech designers spent the next half hour exploring the chosen Mech concept. Now that Vess had returned, he was able to provide his own feedback on how to design the sword Fae based on his experiences with designing the Fae Fiannas. The discussion proved fruitful. Once Kedys formed a revised design plan for the first Sword Mark Roman III project, she was ready to go full steam ahead and dedicate the next 5 or so months to bringing her ambitious vision to a reality. I hope that we will be able to finish this upgrade in time for Saint Deci to make a difference. Kedys sighed. Don't expect reality to bend according to your desires, Kedys. I have a feeling that Saint Deci will not be able to fight at her best in the decisive battles to come. The native aliens are clearly drawing closer to a final push. I suspect that they are waiting to push over the 4th defensive band before launching an all-out offensive thrust to overcome the 5th defensive band at once and break into the hinterland of human-occupied space. As a woman who followed the developments of the Red War fairly closely, Kedys could not discount this possibility. It would be a costly strategy, but T was the best way for the Red Cabal to achieve a decisive victory. Let us hope that the human high command isn't asleep and is ready to foil this final push. As the remote conversation came to a close, Vess and Kedys continued to communicate with each other in a friendly and familiar fashion. In no way did they speak about any sensitive or confidential topics. Vess did not share any of the classified secrets he learned through his position at the Red Collective. Kedys also refrained from speaking about the Heaven Sword as much as possible. Well, I enjoyed our talk. It was good to catch up with you after my unintentional break from reality, but we all need to get back to our work again. Let's talk again when we have made more progress in the first Sword Mark Roman III project. The connection ended soon after that. Vess stayed in his design lab in order to update his log and record his thoughts and ideas about the upgrade project. Almost an hour passed by before Vess finally completed his chores. He looked around and noted that only his Apocalypse Warden guards kept him company. Although the situation was not exactly ideal, Vess no longer had an excuse to visit the bathroom anymore. Fae's lords and human-sized toilets did not exactly play well with each other. He inwardly shrugged. There was no need to fuss over this issue as much anymore. It was not as if he would expose anything if he activated it. He just wanted the added insurance of escaping monitoring as much as possible, but if that was not possible, then he would do without. After making his mind, Vess waited for over 2 minutes until he finally activated a command that had been tempting him ever since he woke up after completing the Amaranto Mark Roman III. He entered the system space. A handful of system notifications immediately bombarded his vision, but Vess deliberately ignored them and turned around to greet Kedys, who should have entered the system space at the exact right time. Ah, good. You managed to pick up my hidden message and... What is that behind your back? Kedys turned her head around to see a familiar hilt and scabbard attached to her back. It's the Heaven Sword. I didn't know that it could enter the system space. Well, you learn something new every day, Kedys lamely said. An awkward silence stretched between the two Mech designers. The Heaven Sword was not exactly a welcome presence in a space that Vess had always considered to be his private refuge. Seeing that the Heaven Sword did not exhibit any hostile reactions, Vess was willing to believe that it did not intend to do any harm. He decided that it was best to pretend that this would remain the case. If the Heaven Sword ever tried to pull anything off, then either the Mech designer system successfully dealt with the powerful artifact or managed to succeed anyway. Either way, Vess was too weak to intervene in a collision between two very different but unimaginably powerful relics. The only control he had over the situation was to make sure to never put Kedys into a situation that went against the interests of the Heaven Sword. That shouldn't be too difficult. Anyway, let's get to business, shall we? I think it is best if we address the upgrade to the Mech designer system first. Can you read these system notifications? I can, Kedys said. In fact, I have already skimmed through them a month ago. I think I can even pick one of the upgrade tracks. Wait, you can do that? The Mech designer system registers both of us as users without making any further distinctions. That means that our status is almost the same. The only difference is that you enjoy greater seniority than I. Perhaps the reason why the system gave me the choice to choose how to upgrade it is because you were not in a condition to do so, but I am not too sure whether that is correct. Whatever the case, I knew that this was a decision that only you should make, so I have been ignoring it every time I enter the system to accept and complete missions. I still need to earn ascension points. I see. This was an alarming revelation to Vess. If the system did not elevate his status about other users of the system, then that vindicated his decision to be extremely cautious when choosing to invite other Mech designers. He couldn't imagine what Gloriana would do when presented with this situation. Fortunately, Kedis had proven her trustworthiness, yet again, by refraining from making a decision that only Vess should make. His first priority after he had dealt with this upgrade business was to inquire how he could upgrade his status in the Mech designer system. He could not afford to let anyone, even those who currently held his trust, gain the power to usurp the system and restore it into the original metal scroll or whatever. Chapter 65-67 Changelog Welcome to the Mech Designer version 4.0 User. With 3 successive upgrades, the Mech designer system has become more complete and capable of solving problems. The latest upgrade is built on top of the previously chosen upgrade tracks, thus many of the upgrades have led to an improvement of its existing functions. Some of the changes are listed in the following notification. Vess narrowed his eyes when he read that. This was similar to how upgrades of existing Mech were largely constrained by design choices made in the past. For example, it was acceptable to add Sword Fae to the upcoming first Sword Mark Roman 3, but it was completely nonsensical to convert her into a Rifleman Mech. He quickly proceeded to read the list of changes, though he made sure to remind himself that the system never claimed that it was complete. Changelog. The option to rent storage space in the Vault of Eternity for a limited time has been converted into permanently buying the same volume of storage space at the same prices. Vess raised his eyebrows. Damn, I am already beginning to like these improvements. The system is no longer as stingy as before. I can save so much AP now that I don't have to pay the same amount to keep several cubic meters of space. It is also much more worthwhile to buy larger amounts of storage space and stuff all kinds of survival equipment inside. Kedis nodded in agreement. I am already planning to buy enough storage space to store an FTL-capable shuttle stuffed with supplies and basic fabrication instruments. That's a good idea. The Wishing Fountain grants the option for users to redeem multiple identical lottery tickets at the same time to significantly increase their chances of winning a desired prize. This is also a good option, Vess immediately judged. It might not necessarily be worth it to waste multiple high-end lottery tickets, but it is definitely worthwhile to sacrifice a lot of golden lottery tickets to obtain the best item in the prize pool. I haven't earned enough lottery tickets. Try and do your best to turn the first Sword Mark Roman 3 into a masterwork Mech, Kedis. The system will award you with a radiant lottery ticket if you do. That is one of the nicer ones you can obtain. That is where I managed to get my artifacts. The Divine Bazaar will permanently offer a large selection of basic goods for sale at any time, thereby explicitly excluding them from period rotation. This is not a dramatic change, but it is actually quite helpful, Vess commented. Products such as attribute candies aren't always available. I hope that the Divine Bazaar will also make Kai Restoration Potion available on a permanent basis. Even if each potion costs 80 ascension points, they can be literal lifesavers in the right situation. Don't skimp on them, Kedis. I suggest you buy at least 2, and keep them in the vault so that you can recharge your spirit, and possibly your willpower as well. As a warrior, Kedis understood the importance of such aids, so she definitely intended to follow his advance. The only issue was that ascension points did not fall from trees. She already had to spend AP on other priorities, so it would probably take a while before she had enough to spare for this purchase. Vess already looked further down the changelog. The most important facility of the system's space, by far, was the Tree of Possibilities. Any improvements made by it had the greatest impact on his life, so he was eager to find out what had changed. The Tree of Possibilities can grow golden enlightenment fruits that can be freely claimed when fertilized by the carcasses of powerful opponents. The carcasses must be at least 90% intact, less than 1 standard day old, and based on enemies that the user has either defeated in person or defeated by a Mech designed by the user. This was a massive change. It drastically changed the way Vess valued the Tree of Possibilities. The Mech designer system had so many areas to spend ascension points on that it had become a big burden for Vess and Caddies to afford so many goodies. For the Tree of Possibilities to present users with way to get these so-called golden enlightenment fruits for free was a massive benefit. While the restrictions made it so that Vess could not get away with shipping dead bodies all the way to Diandi base, he just had to move a little closer to the front lines in order to secure a steady channel of alien bodies. However, what did the system mean by powerful opponents? If this criteria meant that it would only work by killing enemy true gods, then this was a useless upgrade. Have you already tried out this function yet, Caddies? The Swordmaster nodded. I did. It is harder than I expect to meet all of the requirements. Most guns are so powerful that they completely obliterate alien bodies if they are hit. Small arms are more reasonable, but weapons such as laser rifles, positron rifles, and especially plasma rifles destroy so much organic tissue that it is nearly impossible to keep 90% of the carcass intact. It is best to rely on poison or a good sword to kill an enemy while preserving most of the body. That sounded handy for Caddies. It was easier for her than others to kill enemy aliens with surgical precision. So how many times did you manage to succeed? Once, and that is not for lack of trying, she sighed. The problem is as you suspect. The Tree of Possibilities looks down on the bodies of ordinary grunts. It was only when I sacrificed the body of a high-caste Orvan captain of an alien battleship that I finally managed to satisfy all of the conditions. The golden enlightenment fruit is still growing last I checked. I see. This means that we can't grow endless golden enlightenment fruits. Figures. Hopefully, the knowledge imparted by a golden enlightenment fruit is based on the enemy from which it is derived. The more powerful the enemy, the more powerful the reward. Vess actually looked forward to stopping by the Tree of Possibilities to see whether Caddy's first golden enlightenment fruit had ripened. He also wanted to see whether he could steal her fruit, not that he would actually commit such a despicable act. He just wanted to know whether it was possible and make the right precautions. The mission hall offers 3 times more missions on rotation. That was a straightforward, but also incredibly helpful improvement. More missions meant more opportunities to earn ascension points. It also increased the availability of acceptable missions, which was even more important. To Vess. Not all of them were to his liking. He did not want to engage in any weird acts, such as bathing in the blood of his defeated enemies, or whatever. I can't ask for a better upgrade for the mission hall. Well, the system could have quadrupled or quintupled the amount of missions. True. The workshop of creation can be projected at a physical location near the current location of the user for 10 ascension points per 24 hours. Vess felt underwhelmed by this upgrade. I have to pay 10 times more AP to use the workshop of creation outside of the system space. That sounds like a ripoff. Not quite, Vess, think about it. The facilities available in the workshop of creation are actually better than the ones in your own private workshop. The biggest problem is that only you and I can make use of it. Our best products are always collaboration works, so if you can project the workshop of creation in Diandi base, Gloriana and several other Mech designers can make use of the best instruments and production machines for a whole day. That was actually a good suggestion. Vess knew that he had not been using the workshop of creation to its full potential. The inability to use it for collaborations was one of the main reasons why he found it so inconvenient. After this latest upgrade, Vess finally had another option available, as long as he had the AP to spare. It might be worthwhile to project the workshop of creation to his physical location so that he could fabricate the best possible copy of an incredibly important Mech design. Ascension points can be spent to undergo a mastery experience in the mind of a Mech designer in the past. This is ridiculous. What is the point of a mastery experience when we don't actually get to experience firsthand what it is like to pilot a Mech? Have you forgotten about your Carmine Mechs, Vess? Now that they are out, it should be theoretically possible for you to enter the mind of one of those new pilot designers, or whatever they call them these days. Granted, you will only be able to travel up to half a year in the past if you pass through the time gate. That was actually true. Vess felt incredibly uncomfortable at the thought of going back a few months and entering a time period where his past self was already highly active. It would be so easy for Vess to take action that would directly affect his real self. Of course, Vess believed that the Mech designer system wouldn't make it so easy for him to mess with the timeline and possibly cause a temporal disaster. A large amount of ascension points can be spent to project the dimension blade into reality and use it as a weapon that is highly effective at tearing through tangible and intangible barriers and obstacles. The effectiveness of the dimension blade is based on its completed upgrades. Now we're talking. Vess' eyes lit up. I suppose you don't have much need for this new feature since you already have the Heaven Sword, but it is different for me. If I ever encounter a Phase Lord or Phase Whale, I should at least be able to get past the enemy's defenses. The cost of projecting it is large, though. You should try your best to keep as much ascension points in reserve. That went without saying. We've been neglecting the Dimension Observatory for too long, Vess stated. Even though the timing isn't too great right now, we should really start to tear into a few dimensions and find out what sort of exotic resources we can obtain from them. There shouldn't be many obstacles left for you to expose this particular capability now, correct? Kedis nodded and reached behind her back to pat the hilt of the Heaven Sword. I still need to earn more AP, but as soon as I have enough, I will try and create a basic dimensional tier. I don't want to create a permanent one right away to avoid attracting too much attention. I will try my best to give off the impression that I am borrowing the power of this artifact to create these dimensional breaches. The Heaven Sword possessed so much mystique that nobody knew what it could do. That should make it trivially easy for caddies to play innocent and pretend that the Heaven Sword was responsible for everything. A large amount of ascension points can be spent to transfer chosen envoys to physical shells created by the user. This was another huge change. Although Vess only had a single chosen envoy at the moment, being able to stuff him into a giant mech or war machine made him a lot more useful than allowing him to remain in a ghost form. Kedis interrupted his thoughts by presenting a promising possibility. Do you think we can use this feature to bring Venerable Iman Ingvar back to life? We only have to grow an organic shell that is as close to his original body as possible. The Saint Commander will be incredibly happy to reunite with her brother again. The idea held a lot of promise, but Vess doubted that would be so easy to resurrect the deceased. I don't think Kaysella will be happy to see Iman in his current mental state. Vess shook his head. Have you talked to my chosen envoy? His mind has grown 10 times duller than before. Not only that, he is unflinchingly loyal to me. It's like he has been reprogrammed into my slave. Kaysella is liable to kill me if she sees how much her brother has fallen. I think it is best to shelve this idea. Ah, you are right, Vess. It is not a good idea for now. Maybe Iman will recover further over time. I think she deserves to see her brother again in her lifetime. We can't hide your chosen envoy forever. I know, but it is too soon. Let's revisit this subject a few decades later. That was the end of the changelog. Vess had no doubt that the Mech designer system implemented a lot of invisible improvements, but mere users like him and Caddies did not deserve to learn about them. He really needed to figure out how he could improve his status. What did he need to do to put himself on top of Caddies and other potential users? Chapter 65, 68 Powerful Upgrade Track. The general system, upgrades this time delighted Vess. None of the upgrades sounded overwhelmingly powerful, but they all brought useful and practical enhancements to existing functions. From tripling the amount of missions available for acceptable to enabling users, to convert the mostly intact bodies of power opponents into golden enlightenment fruits, the Mech designer system had just become a lot more useful. The previous upgrade did not bring so many different changes to the facilities in the system space. Version 3.0 merely introduced a dimension observatory, which opened up a lot of new options, but demanded way more AP to operate than the current users could afford. Vess actually had a strong suspicion that the system expended more effort than useful to strengthen its existing functions this time. It must have heard his complaints and may have grown concerned that he wasn't using the system as much as he should because of that. He had no doubt that the advantages provided by the system had grown so much that he would not be able to resist the temptation to increase his reliance on its functions. Normally, Vess would maintain a paranoid attitude towards these suspicious gifts, but given the ongoing crises, he was not sure he could afford to waste the potential of the system. He already planned to visit the mission hall and pick up a few convenient missions so that he could work on earning a good sum of ascension points in his spare time. His expression briefly worsened. Time was his greatest shortcoming. He had way too much to do and not enough time to handle every issue. It would be great if the missions corresponded to his existing plans and intentions. If not, he would have to think carefully if he could afford to spend that much time to earn specific sums of AP. By the way, Vess, I also made another potential discovery about the changes to the system. Caddies spoke. If the description related to the Dimension Blade is accurate, we can potentially use it to kill or destroy stuff that we never thought about challenging in the past. For example, what if we can use it to kill ancient phase whales? Impossible. That's an absurd thought, Caddies. Ancient phase whales and entities of comparable strength are on a completely different level from mortals like us. As far as I know, the scale of the Dimension Blade is fixed. Even if you can cut through the ancient phase whale's spatial barrier and strike the body directly, do you think a body as big as that of a small moon or a planet will notice the minuscule cut? Unless the Dimension Blade can be scaled up to the point where it can cut through entire planets, I don't see any way it can kill such a massive opponent. Besides, those enormous phase lords and phase whales aren't stupid enough to sit around and let you swing your enormously threatening blade against them. They have many ways to avoid getting hit. True gods truly stood above mortals in many different aspects. They possessed several transcendent qualities that completely put them into a whole different class. If the Dimension Blade can't be used to kill ancient phase whales, then it should at least be able to break the spacetime bubble that has kept Bridgehead one apart from the rest of the Red Ocean. Wait, was that possible? Vess recalled the description of the Dimension Blade. Whatever it was, its capabilities shouldn't be weak, especially since it was a product derived from the Mech designer system. Yet was it truly as absolute as it suggested? Could the Dimension Blade truly break through more than common physical and energy defenses? If it could be used to break through a greater spacetime bubble that had inflicted considerable damage to red humanity's socio-economic landscape, then that would not only free up the polymath and many highly competent first-class scientists and engineers, but also liberate the First Flame and the Dominion of Man. The latter was especially important as the Soul Carmine dreadnought could immediately be sent to the border regions and delay the collapse of the Fourth Defensive Band, thereby buying precious time. Vess felt incredibly glad that the system had introduced a truly useful capability this time. The only fly in the ointment was that it came too late to be of use. Your idea has a lot of merit, Caddies, but it is probably not necessary for us to employ this solution anymore, he says. According to classified information that I am not sure I am supposed to share with you, the greater space-time bubble surrounding Bridgehead 1 has exhibited increasing abnormalities. The predominant theory is that the polymath and the other humans trapped inside managed to find a way to multiply its energy consumption, thereby causing it to get deflated at a rapid speed. There is no point in spending dozens or hundreds of AP to pop the bubble when it is already being solved by a star designer. He knew that the polymath wouldn't let herself get trapped like this for long. It only took a few days inside the time-distorted bubble for her to cobble up a solution. Caddies simply nodded at this answer. That saves us a large amount of ascension points. It is better not to project the dimension blade into reality if we can help it, as it will delay our other system purchases. The two users could keep on talking about the implications of the improvements noted in the changelog for hours, but Vess was not interested in going into too much detail at the moment. He had been putting off the next matter long enough. His patience had grown thin, so he finally allowed himself to study the next notification. Ever since he submitted a small sample of Yondu milk to the Mech designer system, he already had an inkling that the bulk of the upgrades would be oriented towards life. The system did not disappoint his expectations. One of the following 3 upgrade tracks to further develop and specialize the role and features of the Mech designer system. Vess wondered whether it was possible to undo the existing upgrade tracks in order to open up new possibilities. This was not something he could do with the meager amount of power in his grasp. He was still at the mercy of the system, and that unsettled him. He needed to grow up as quickly as possible and gain enough power to gain at least a small degree of leverage over the system, just like his mother. He quickly moved on to studying the first upgrade track. These fruits grant skills and additional boons that can increase the user's affinity and mastery of one of the 5 elements of fire: water, wood, metal, and earth. Elemental enlightenment fruits can be ingested by any sentient life form and can impart specific talent and affinities to individuals that lack them, though the final results may vary depending on many factors. After absorbing an ample quantity of elemental enlightenment fruits, the acquisition of multiple strong affinities and gaining deep masteries over several elements can allow you to safely and effectively fuse multiple elements together to produce drastically stronger results. Damn, the list of choosable upgrades started off strong by presenting an option that immediately mesmerized Vess. Of all of the facilities that Vess cared about, the tree of possibilities definitely ranked at the top, even surpassing the importance of the sacred temple. It couldn't be helped. As a Mech designer obsessed with incremental growth and accumulation over time, the tree of possibilities perfectly matched his inclinations and design philosophy. The first upgrade track is definitely useful, Vess said. I feel tempted to choose it right away. The 5 classical elements pretty much comprise the basic building blocks of cultivation, systematic or otherwise. Pretty much anything related to hyper-technology, e-technology, and cultivation science can be improved by knowing how to work with one of the 5 elements to a finer degree. Caddies assumed a more skeptical posture. I question whether it is necessary to pick this upgrade track in order to enjoy the benefits can bring. The tree of possibilities already offers enlightenment fruits that can grant skills and affinities related to the 5 elements and many other E-energy attributes for that matter. Sure, we need to enter the system space at regular intervals in order to wait for a fruit that possesses the right stuff, but it is not that difficult for me to acquire a fruit related to the metal element as long as I save up enough AP. Perhaps the elemental enlightenment fruits can give us twice as many benefits as a normal one, but I think that we can ultimately reach the same destination as long as we work harder, study more, and earn more AP. Vess frowned. Her argument successfully sobered him up. You are right, I think. The benefits of this upgrade track doesn't appear to be entirely exclusive or unique. Perhaps the elemental enlightenment fruits makes it easier for us to fuse multiple elements together, which is definitely a massive advantage. But ancient cultivators probably figured out how to do this on their own. The biggest reason to select this upgrade track is to reduce the time and resources it takes for us to deepen our mastery in one or multiple elements. We can easily make years, decades, or even centuries worth of progress with this choice. That does sound attractive, but it sounds too much like cheating to me, Kedys reluctantly said. I have a feeling that the proper way to deepen our understanding of the elements is to experiment with them in our works and try to figure out useful design applications on our own. Gaining so much affinity and knowledge on how to manipulate the elements by paying ascension points gives us the reward without completing the journey that resulted in it. The latter may be just as important as the former. It will be harder for us to build on top of what we have acquired from the system with much greater ease. I do not think you are entirely wrong, but that is why it is important to use this new function in moderation. We probably don't have the ability to earn enough AP to make this a big problem. The biggest benefit to this upgrade track is that we can leap our progress forward and save a lot of time on self-study and experimentation. As long as you don't base your entire design philosophy and design applications on knowledge that you have not earned yourself, then you should be okay. Vess had another reason to pick this upgrade track over whatever other possibilities the system dangled in front of his nose. He believed it would be a lot easier for him to design better and more powerful elemental carmine, Mechs, with the help of these nifty elemental enlightenment fruits. This would allow him to realize his design philosophy and advance to the rank of master Mech designers multiple years earlier than expected. Not only that, but as long as he kept on absorbing more enlightenment fruits, his comprehension of the 5 elements would grow so profound that would become drastically easier for him to recreate the elemental lord that could successfully fuse all 5 elements and wield the power of a god. That meant that Vess would not only be guaranteed to become a star designer, but also attain this rank much faster than before. The biggest concern he had was whether the elemental enlightenment fruits brought other changes that Vess did not desire. However, this was not a serious problem for him. He could always allow Blinky to ingest them instead. Chapter 65, 69 Demon Casting. The first upgrade track did not disappoint. It granted Vess and other people a much easier pathway to mastering the 5 elements. Vess had a considerable need for help in this area. His mother likely possessed a lot of expertise in the 5 elements, but she had consistently refused to teach him her secrets, using a variety of excuses to keep him in the dark. The Red Collective and the Tea Institute both mastered a lot of knowledge in ancient and modern cultivation science, but the problem was that their libraries were not complete and systematic enough. Their understanding of the basics was relatively whole, but that was because they were derived from the most widespread and least valuable pieces of knowledge. The cultivation research institutions were lacking in advanced and high-end cultivation theories. This was why vital legacies that used to play a big role in ancient times still hadn't been recovered. Vulcan's life would have been much easier if Red Humanity had access to a complete traditional blacksmithing legacy. Even the 5 Scrolls Compact, which supposedly possessed the largest archives of cultivation scriptures, only inherited a scattering of ancient cultivation knowledge. This was why the researchers of the Compact gained so much notoriety. In their obsession to fill up the missing gaps in the theories that they recovered, they recklessly experimented on people in order to reconstruct the wonders of the past. That was actually rather strange, because from what Vess had observed of the Mech designer system, it likely had access to all of those complete legacies. Perhaps what limited their availability within the 5 Scrolls Compact was not that they were absent, but it was because other people heavily restricted access to this powerful knowledge. Vess learned that this was one of the bad habits of selfish cultivators. They tended to hoard high-end knowledge far too much, even going as far as to allow their powerful legacies to become extinct just because they had been too stingy about sharing their own advancements. The Mech industry at least relied on a central authority, like the Red Association and the Red Kingdom, to force Mech designers to share their advancements with each other, thereby leading to a prosperous scene and a high pace of technological progression. In any case, Vess believed that instead of relying on conducting time-consuming experiments or waiting for the cultivation research institutions to figure out more advanced applications of the 5 elements, he may as well rely on 5-element mastery to enter the fast track. The time savings he could expect from embracing this upgrade track was considerable, but only if he actually intended to make use of the 5 elements to advance his works. This was not an absolute certainty. Vess could still change his mind and develop his design philosophy in a different direction. Who said that elemental carmine mechs was the only way for him to realize his design philosophy? However, Vess had already set his mind on designing them long before the system offered to ease his progress with this upgrade track. Having an upgraded tree of possibilities only reinforced his existing plans, which might not be a good idea. What if he wanted to change his mind later on? What if he came up with a more promising direction in his research that did not have any relations with any of the 5 elements? If he had already committed to 5-element mastery at that point, then Vess would find it much costlier to abandon his current line of research. His wariness towards putting himself in a sunk cost fallacy made him reluctant to embrace the first upgrade track. However, Vess wasn't the only user of the Mech designer system. He felt that Caddies deserved to have her say as well. What do you think about 5-element mastery, Caddies? Do you think it will be useful in your own research? The swordmaster nodded. I can definitely see the uses. Traditional swordsmanship needs to evolve. The Heaven Sword has demonstrated numerous examples of ancient sword cultivators commanding the power of heaven and earth through their favored elements. I can use the elemental enlightenment fruits to rapidly improve my ability to design hyper-swordsman mechs that can bestow ordinary mech, pilots the ability to reproduce these feats without requiring any existing talent and affinities in the respective elements. I can also strengthen the swordsman mech piloted by those who already possess a mastery in them, such as DC. That meant that Caddies would definitely not waste the possibilities granted by the first upgrade track. This was a strong argument in favor of choosing this option. Vess decided to move on and study the next upgrade track before he felt tempted to make an premature verdict. Let's see what else is available. Upgrade track #2, Demon Casting. Expands the workshop of creation with facilities to learn and conduct the forbidden craft of demon casting. This lost art is the ability to seamlessly cast demonic entities into physical objects, thereby augmenting and transforming their appearances and capabilities. Demon casting is a difficult and dangerous art that can more easily produce powerful end products that largely derive their potency from their demons rather than their material qualities. Individuals can make use of demon-casted objects with moderate risk of danger. Cultivators can bind themselves to demon-casted objects through special techniques that allow them to stimulate their growth or increase the output of their possessions at greater risk. To perform demon casting, demonic entities must be sourced. They can be summoned to a dedicated ritual circle at the workshop of creation by spending ascension points, or they can be summoned through other channels. This upgrade track will also give you the option to learn how to create demons yourself by fusing the souls of many resentful beings under special circumstances. This was another big upgrade track, one centered around a facility that Vess previously used the least. Compared to the first upgrade track, the second one was bound to attract a lot of controversy if it ever became known to the public. From the start, Vess immediately understood that this form of crafting objects was likely not an upright method. There had to be good reasons for it to be considered a lost and forbidden art. The potential harm it could do to human society was considerable, especially if a Demoncaster got the bright idea by sacrificing entire cities' worth of people to forge a powerful demonic entity. Choosing this upgrade track would mean that Vess would constantly have to resist temptation. There had to be a good reason for the system to present this upgrade track. It had to be at least comparable in power to 5-element mastery. The question was whether it was more suitable to his circumstances. When Vess thought about it, he actually recognized that it could be useful for him in different ways. Demoncasted objects was probably an easy way to power up objects that were otherwise mediocre in strength. For objects that were already powerful on their own merits, Vess could probably make them even stronger by casting a demon inside their physical shells. In fact, Vess was not entirely unfamiliar with this phenomenon. He thought back on what happened during previous cases where severe corruption caused mechs, such as the infamous Yuri machine, Laney Larkinson's elegant rage, and Town Melon's zeal to mutate in very strange ways. Their appearances after they transformed under extreme and abnormal circumstances already suggested that they had demonized to an extent. Even though these mechs obviously degraded in many ways after they got demonized, they also grew stronger and more formidable, making them a lot harder to deal with than before. If demoncasting granted Vess a safe, consistent, and reliable means to craft mechs and other objects that possessed these strengths, then this was a great way to strengthen his personal gear, as well as the most important mechs at his disposal. It was definitely an approach that excited the darkness streak inside of him. He even felt tempted to find a way to harvest lots of souls from the mass casualties of the Red War, and better, yet the upcoming years of upheaval in the old galaxy to forge lots of demons. Since so many humans and aliens in both galaxies were about to die anyway, Vess might as well make sure that the deaths would not be in vain, and collected the souls of all of those dead individuals so he could extract their remaining value. This was an excellent way to prevent resources that had suddenly become a lot more useful to him from getting wasted. However, Vess grew wary about the safety of handling these demoncasted objects. It should be safe enough for willpower cultivators to wield them without much issue. They were highly resistant towards corruption and would never easily give in to the corrosive influence of demons. It was others that Vess was worried about. Even Kai cultivators may be susceptible due to their more extreme desires and emotions. However, the risks of using these dangerous objects was worthwhile as long as the user was firm enough. Vess wondered whether it was possible to mass-produce demoncasted objects. Even if it was not possible, he could think about 100 different ways he could boost the power of his personal polymetal mech and other personal combat equipment. The much greater utilization of resources should give him and his retinue of high-ranking mech pilots an undeniable edge against enemy phase lords and other formidable enemies. When Vess compared the second upgrade track to the first upgrade track, he found it difficult to evaluate which one was actually better. 5-element mastery directly complemented the current development direction of his design philosophy. It held great promise in the future, but Vess would have to invest a lot of time and ascension points to make good use of its possibilities. This meant that it was only marginally useful in the short term, but incredibly valuable and powerful in the long term. Demoncasting sounded as if it was not as expensive or difficult to get started with. Since it was tied to the workshop of creation rather than the tree of possibilities, it was likely set up to become useful right away. Vess would probably have to invest a bit more time, AP, and effort to learn how to cast demons more effectively into objects, and to obtain them in the first place. Even so, Vess saw great promise in relying on demoncasting to create unprecedented artifacts that exceeded the power of blessed weapons. Vess turned to Kedis again. Demoncasting sounds like it can be incredibly useful for us in the short term, but still retain its value over the long term. What do you think, Kedis? She frowned. I do not think it is wise to play with forces that we cannot fully understand or control. I am all for exploring new and forgotten technologies to make our mechs and other weapons stronger, but this demon business sounds dangerous to me. If we don't end up getting corrupted ourselves, we may end up corrupting our clients. I do not want to bring disaster to them. I think the Heaven Sword will not like me if I try to conduct demon casting myself. Heaven has always been mortal enemies towards anything related to demons. The sword rattled in its scabbard. It clearly agreed with Ketty's statement. Vess frowned at this response. You are letting the Heaven Sword influence your thoughts. Just because you don't like something is not a reason for you to share the same opinion. You need to guard your mind and make sure your opinions are your own. I think it would be a good idea to counterbalance the Heaven Sword's nefarious indoctrination if you counterbalance it with a demon-casted object. Why not convert your Bloodsinger into one? Its name and appearance already leans in this direction, and this will be an excellent way for you to hinder its subtle brainwashing attempts. Ketty's actually looked thoughtful after hearing this suggestion. The Heaven Sword did not like it, though. It rattled louder and more violently in its scabbard, but the Swordmaster quickly responded to its unwelcome behavior. Quiet! Down! Ketty's hissed as she reached out behind her back and forcibly thrust the restless blade back into the scabbard. Let me think for myself. Chapter 65, 70 Superdimensional Transformation. Vess and Ketty's saw demon casting in different lights. Demon casting presented interesting possibilities to Vess. Sure, the description given by the system gave plenty of warnings about how dangerous it may be, but that did not deter him too much. Vess had always equated greater risk with greater reward. As long as he and the users of his products were strong enough to handle the risks, then they stood to gain a huge amount of power. This was incredibly vital in this day and age. If Vess was able to employ demon casting to upgrade his most important gear and mechs, then that would make it even better. What was even more important to Vess was that demon casting was apparently so rare that it was unlikely that anyone else in the Red Ocean would be able to strengthen equipment in this strange and taboo manner. This had the makings of another monopoly. If Vess was able to create gear that was as powerful, if not more so, than destroyer weapons, then he would be able to increase his value to the Red Three and remain in their good graces. Oh, there was also Ketty's. If she exposed the ability to perform demon casting as well, then she would also raise her strategic value, thereby allowing her to integrate deeper into high society. Another advantage to the uniqueness and high entry barrier of demon casting was that the enemies of red humanity wouldn't be able to steal it. The cosmopolitan movement has transferred so many stolen human technologies over to the Red Cabal that the native alien forces were becoming increasingly better equipped. This was one of the underlying reasons why it became increasingly more difficult to defend the remaining defensive bands. After the native alien races sacrificed many of their old and outdated warships, they finally began to deploy their more modern vessels. These hulls were not only equipped with state-of-the-art Azure Shield generators and human-developed superdrives, but also possessed much stronger human warship-grade armaments. In a conflict where the enemy shamelessly copied as much human tech as possible, the benefits brought by 5 Elements mastery were much more replicable than demon casting. Design applications based on the 5 Elements may be difficult to copy if they were tied to his living mechs, but it shouldn't be too difficult for the major alien races to steal everything else. As for demon casting, Vess doubted that the aliens would be able to build up a high-end demon casting workshop and know how to summon or create the necessary demons. Vess already grew more and more excited when he thought about the prospect of becoming a demon caster. Wait. Instead of letting his main self become a demon caster, Vess felt it was much more suitable for Vulcan to become one instead. After all, it sounded as if mechs could only be demon casted if they were already designed and fabricated. In that case, there was little point in letting Vess perform the demon casting himself when Vulcan had already made strides in restoring the tattered legacy of traditional blacksmithing. It was also a great way to isolate much of the potential risk and danger of demon-casting to the crafter to one of his incarnations. Vulcan was not weak or vulnerable anymore. His heart of steel had grown by a huge extent after absorbing large quantities of high-grade energies from the iron-resonant crucifix crown. The heart of steel gave Vulcan the capital to resist the symbol of authority's pervasive corruption. Several years of exposure had tempered the heart of steel so much that Vulcan would probably be able to resist the corrosive influence of demons despite not having developed any extraordinary willpower. Vess continually grinned as he developed more and more promising plans in relation to demon casting. Kedis, on the other hand, continued to frown while keeping a firm hand on the heaven sword. "So what do you really think about demon casting, Kedis? Do you think it is suitable?" The swordmaster paused for a moment before she shook her head. "Ultimately, no. While I can see the attraction it holds for you, I do not think I need it all that much. I can see why it may be useful for a Mech designer and swordmaster like myself, but I think that we are ultimately doing our clients and customers a disservice by pushing cursed products onto them. They probably won't be able to control their demon-casted mechs and weapons. I think that obsessing over them and becoming too reliant on them will cause too many to degenerate into slaves of their own arms. I would much rather work with the benefits brought by 5-element mastery. The knowledge we gain may belong to others, but at least we can choose to apply it in a controllable manner." His former student raised a good point. Just because Vess saw a lot of promise in demon casting did not mean it was the same for the users of those products. They might taste the benefits at first, but they would soon have to pay the price for wielding arms that were too powerful for them to control and subdue. Even so, Vess felt reluctant to give up on such a convenient and incredibly interesting means of improving existing mechs and gear. "Let me study the final option before I get back to demon casting." Upgrade track #3, Superdimensional Transformation. This upgrade track will expand the Dimension Observatory. The new facilities will allow you to spend ascension points to initiate a transformation into an increasingly more powerful or versatile superdimensional entity. The augmentations that you can choose to apply to yourself can be based on the characteristics of exotic dimensions. These may grant you dimensional powers, such as the ability to multiply your mental processing by expanding your brains into many more dimensions, or the ability to enter a dimension inaccessible to others where you can build a private refuge. This may allow you to transform into a native of that dimension, allowing you to natively enter, survive, and persistently exist in it. Over time, you can choose to continually strengthen your relation to a small amount of exotic dimensions in order to cultivate strong dimensional powers. You can also choose to increase your relation with many different dimensions, allowing you to freely enter any of them and be able to make better use of their advantages. At first, Vess did not feel too impressed about superdimensional transformation. Hadn't he already become one by turning into a phase lord? However, as he continued to read further, he understood that the potential of this upgrade track was far greater than that. This option would drastically expand his interactions with different dimensions. This would not only make it easier to enter different dimensions and harvest resources from that. He would be able to improve his understanding of dimensional resources and also gain the choice to use them up to evolve his body into a direction of his choosing. One claim that Vess paid great attention to was the part where he could amplify his thinking by expanding his brains in more directions. This was an incredibly powerful benefit to all busy scientists and engineers. If Vess was eligible to purchase these enhancements, then he would definitely do so first. With vastly more brain power at his disposal, he could perform calculations far faster and solve difficult problems a lot faster than before. This meant that he could successively increase his productivity and get a lot more work done in the same amount of time. Vess readily ignored the other benefits and implications of the third upgrade track. He only ever really cared about upgrading his brain power. This was the root of his success as a Mech designer. Out of all 3 upgrade tracks, the final one granted him the strongest hope of directly increasing his work speed. He could design so many more Mechs at the same time without getting overwhelmed or causing all of his work to suffer delays. This would not only directly speed up his progression as a Mech designer, but provide a lot more useful products to his customer base. He only had to spend a little time to quickly master a lot of difficult high technologies. Vess would no longer get stuck in his attempt to understand abstract and convoluted theories in strange fields such as architect and luminar crystal technology. He could also boost his effectiveness in research activities by improving his ability to interpret raw data and recognizing important patterns. This would allow him to waste much less time fumbling around in order to obtain the right conclusions. All in all, the advantages brought by turning his brain into a superdimensional wonder were endless. Superdimensional transformation has the potential to ease our greatest limitation, Vess observed. As humans, our brain power is always far too weak relative to our ambitions. If we want to study more textbooks, design more Mechs, and complete more research, we need an awful lot of time to get all of that done. If we can directly improve our brains and make them bigger without taking up any extra space in the material dimensions, then we can directly improve our productivity and make much better use of our limited time. If we invest enough in these upgrades, I bet we can even obtain the raw processing power of a star designer in advance. This should be especially helpful to a time-strapped swordmaster and Mech designer such as you, Caddies. Pursuing dual careers puts a much greater strain on your schedule. The swordmaster did not hide her clear interest in this upgrade track. You are right about that. The possibility that you have presented to me is a strong attraction to me, but it is not the only part about this upgrade track that interests me. Of the 3 options, this one promises to strengthen my fighting capabilities the most. Think about it. If I can absorb strange dimensional matter and acquire their properties, I can make my body stronger, tougher, faster, and more unfathomable. Maybe I can even unlock the ability to increase the mass of a volume of my body, so I can fight against enemy phase leaders head-on. Demon casting only allows me to strengthen my sword and other equipment, leaving my body almost as vulnerable as any other human. 5 elements mastery will probably allow me to strengthen my techniques by leveraging the power of E-energy in more sophisticated ways, but I will probably turn into a wizard in the guise of a swordswoman. Fighting like that makes me feel like I am turning my back on real swordsmanship. Her considerations were different from that of Vess. That complicated the decision-making process. While Vess had the right to make a decision based on his own selfish interests, he did not want to neglect Keddy's needs. The swordmaster was not only his former student, but was also shaping up to become a dependable partner. It was worthwhile to pay attention to her preferences and take her needs into account. All 3 upgrade directions have their own merits. Vess summed up the situation now that he went through all of them. I can come up with arguments in favor and against each of them. I don't think that the system has presented any obviously inferior or superior choices, so we need to sit down and think about this further. I think it would be best if we form a set of criteria to understand what we want the most out of this. After that, we can score every upgrade track on how well they score on all evaluation criteria. This is the most rational and objective approach we can apply to determine our decision. Keddies understood the merits of this approach and agreed with it. That sounds fine, but what if our highest scoring options do not match with each other? We'll figure something out. At least we have crossed one of the 3 upgrade tracks off our list. Chapter 65, 71 Short-Term and Long-Term Considerations. Now that Vess read through the descriptions of the 3 powerful upgrade options presented by the Mech designer system, he immediately began to determine which one suited him best. Keddies had a lot more time to mull over her choices. Her discussion with Vess did not change her calculus all that much. She still went through an orderly process of setting criteria, Before weighing the 3 options against them, just to be sure, she made a choice that had not been overly influenced by the Heaven Sword. Ves, on the other hand, had to start from the beginning. He first tried to determine his greatest priorities. Survival should rank at the top. He could do nothing if he ended up getting killed by his enemies. The native aliens of red humanity posed the most acute threat. Given their many advantages during this sensitive period of time, it might be useful if Ves found a way to strengthen himself and the forces under his command in the short term. However, Ves was not the only one who was fighting against the current enemies of red humanity. Many other people were pitching in as well. This meant that he did not bear the sole burden of saving his race and civilization. Was it truly necessary for him to disregard other concerns and solely base his decision on immediate combat boosts? Maybe, maybe not. The rest of red humanity still had the capital to compete against the native aliens. Humans were working on plenty of initiatives to overcome their lack of numbers. However, what if their preparations fell short? What if the surprises prepared by the Red Cabal turned out to be more powerful and overwhelming than expected? Ves did not want to spend so much time and preparation on improving his long-term prospects when he was already at risk of getting killed or driven away in the short term. He found it very difficult to decide how to weigh his short-term and long-term interests. His expression darkened. He could not afford to neglect the latter. The greater threat on the horizon was the future invasion of the natives of Messier 87. The Subjugation King and his alien armada were on their way to the Red Ocean. Once this foreign invasion force entered the dwarf galaxy, neither the humans nor the resident aliens stood a chance against the might of a god king. Sure, the evolution witch and every other god pilot was hard at work trying to promote to the 4th major cultivation rank, but how much could they accomplish in the span of a few decades? If Ves had a choice, he did not want to put his life in the hands of others, particularly strangers who did not have his best interests at heart. Ves would much prefer it if he could take the initiative and solve the threat posed by the Subjugation King through his own efforts. He did not dream about arming himself to the teeth and engaging in personal combat against the powerful Krellian. That was pure madness. It was best if he could elevate one of his Larkinson Mech pilots or power up a more reliable ally, such as the Destroyer of Worlds, with his works. The time limit was far too short for his liking. Ves did not have the confidence that he could help a Mech pilot reach the 4th major cultivation rank in just half a century. There was too little time. Escape was not even an option for him. Ves learned that the Red 3 had already built the Whale Ark, but he did not dare to board it while he still bore the soul mark of the alien god king. At best, he could send off his wife, his children, and his Larkinsons. Ves was not resigned to death or capture at the hands of the terrible alien from the nearby supermassive galaxy. The Mech designer system gave him the best prospect to flip the table and overturn the rules. All 3 upgrade tracks gave him the potential to gain a lot of power to overcome a hostile god king. 5-element mastery held the greatest promise as far as he was concerned. By mastering the 5 elements and learning how to fuse them all together might result in a super mech that might be powerful enough to allow a god pilot, or better yet multiple god pilots, to leapfrog an entire major cultivation rank and defeat the Subjugation King in combat. Ves couldn't help but think back on the Elemental Lord and recall the brutal response from the heavenly authority of Messier 87. He truly believed that developing a successful version of this incredible mech was the best way to solve this crisis. However, he was not entirely certain whether he should put all of his eggs in the 5 elements basket. The natives of Messier 87 excelled at manipulating E-energy, since that was what they had in abundance. They were doubtlessly familiar with the 5 elements. Not only did they wield the power of fire, and so on with great familiarity and sophistication, they also knew exactly how to effectively counter these manifestations. The other two upgrade tracks promised to strengthen Ves and his works in less familiar and unconventional ways. This was crucial, as the only way to defeat the subjugation king from a position of weakness was to take the alien bastard by surprise. The less familiar the methods, the greater the chances of killing or repelling the extragalactic invader. In that sense, Ves had much greater confidence that the benefits brought by demon casting and superdimensional transformation would help him defeat the alien god king. Of the two, demon casting probably granted more immediate benefits in the short term, while superdimensional transformation likely promised amazing value in the long term. Damn, I am no closer to making up my mind. Ves felt an attraction for all three options if he was being honest. This was why he needed to set hard criteria and stick to them. He needed to use his logic to decide which choice benefited him the most. He took another look at 5-element mastery. The short-term benefits of this upgrade track were not too great. It took time to earn enough AP to absorb his first elemental enlightenment fruits. Ves needed to spend even more time to apply his newfound knowledge into future Mech designers. It also took months or years for his published works to proliferate throughout human society and make a meaningful difference in the Red War. The long-term prospects of 5-element mastery were a lot better. This upgrade track would allow Ves to speed up his progression as a Mech designer by a considerable degree. As an added bonus, 5-element mastery also allowed his companion spirit to enrich the Blinkhiverse and acquire all kinds of useful combat techniques. The Star Cat would become a proper Kai cultivator like his mother and possess the ability to become a moderately powerful threat in his own right. This sounds rather good, but can I really afford to wait that long? The poor short-term prospects of this upgrade track ultimately caused Ves to lower its overall evaluation. Ves considered demon casting next. He felt a lot more excited for this option than the other choices, but he could not allow his emotions to affect his judgment. Objectively speaking, the benefits of demon casting were not quite clear due to the short description. The system withheld too many important details for Ves to gain a good overview of what he would be getting into if he chose this upgrade track. If he was willing to make a lot of assumptions, then demon casting presumably allowed him to strengthen his gear and the gear of others right away. The biggest constraint was the supply of demons. The system mentioned that there were numerous ways to obtain demons to cast into his mechs and other gear, but each of them imposed their own demands. Spending AP to summon demons from another plane, or whatever, sounded incredibly wasteful. Sacrificing the lives of lots of humans and aliens sounded like a cheaper and more convenient way to acquire demons, but this sort of practice reeked of demonic cultivation. There had to be other ways to obtain more demons. Perhaps he might be able to make use of the Dimension Observatory to find a dimension where they resided and dispatch forces to a dimensional tier to capture them en masse. Whatever the case, as long as Ves solved the demon supply problem, Ves, or rather, Vulcan, would be able to cast a large amount of cursed arms, giving red humanity an immediate edge against its enemies. While demon casting likely possessed good short-term prospects, its long-term prospects should not be too weak. As long as the art of demon casting remained forbidden and forgotten by others, Ves would maintain a definite advantage. All of his rivals and enemies could be kept at bay because their machines lacked demon-casted weapons. Even if they became a little more common, Ves would make sure that his forces retained the most powerful and exclusive demon arms. The only question was whether demon-casted weapons would eventually hit a ceiling in the far future. Unlike 5 Elements mastery, which would continue to become more powerful over time, demon casting might have lower development potential. What if its development hit a ceiling? What if he could only create stronger arms by converting the soul of a god king into a demon? Nothing comes for free, Ves sighed. 5 Elements mastery will allow me to derive a lot of power from elemental E energy. But I can't forget that all E-energy radiation originally belongs to Messier 87. That was a potential vulnerability that the natives of that powerful galaxy could exploit against red humanity. After all, the Subjugation King had once proved he was able to control a part of the heavenly authority of Messier 87. That was not enough for Vess to give up on his ambition to recreate the Elemental Lord, but he felt it was necessary to prepare a backup measure. Demon casting was inherently a practice that went against the heavens, so Vess did not have to worry that Messier 87 would be able to sabotage it. At most, the heavenly authority might suppress it instead. Regardless, demon-casted weapons presumably worked in a similar manner to the Heaven Sword, in that they possessed their own internal power sources. That sounded much more reliable than an elemental mech that had to rely much more extensively on the availability of E-energy radiation to reach its full potential. This caused him to lean more and more to this upgrade track. What about superdimensional transformation? Its long-term prospects were equally promising. It might even be able to turn Vess and Kedis into unfathomably powerful beings whose mastery over the dimensions would allow them to fight the Subjugation King. In the short term, Vess was more than willing to spend as much AP as he could scrounge on transforming his brain into a more extensive superdimensional organ. As a phase lord, Vess had already turned into a superdimensional organism, but not to a great extent. Instead of relying on obscure and flawed alien methods to advance his phase lord cultivation, Vess would much rather make use of the system's more precise upgrade options to precisely control and optimize his superdimensional evolution. However, would all of this make enough of a difference to overcome his enemies? He was much less certain about that. Superdimensional transformation was largely centered around empowering himself rather than helping others become stronger. Vess had to remind himself that he was a mech designer first and foremost. If he disregarded everything else, then the only reason to pick this upgrade track was to increase his productivity and make it easier for him to acquire dimensional resources. None of these advantages were unique. Vess could increase his productivity in other ways, even if they were not as convenient. He could also rely on the current facilities of the Dimension Observatory to harvest those resources. If that was the case, then superdimension transformation ultimately didn't hold as much promise as the other upgrade tracks. After he completed his evaluation, it became abundantly clear which option he should choose. Kedis, I am done. Which option do you favor the most? Demon casting. The Swordmaster's expression twitched. As expected, I already had a hunch you would lean in this direction. What is your choice? My choice hasn't really changed. I still favor 5 elements mastery over the others. I see. Chapter 65, 72, The Commonality of the 5 Elements. Given the preferences of the 2 mech designers, neither of them valued superdimensional transformation over the other choices, so that was an easy climination. Vess and Kedis just needed to come to a consensus on which of the remaining 2 upgrade tracks they should commit to. Their decision would have far-reaching consequences on how they progressed in the future and how they affected the society they lived in. Neither of the 2 could take this matter lightly. It seems you are pretty optimistic about the 5 elements. Kedis nodded. You may have a point that the natives of Messier 87 have likely mastered the uses of the 5 elements to a much greater extent than us, but that is all the more reason why we need to catch up and eventually surpass them if possible. You can say all you want about the native aliens, but the way in which they rapidly closed the tech gap is admirable. Wars between 2 different civilizations have always resulted in mutual technology theft. It is how humans were able to rise so quickly during the Age of Conquest, after all. In my opinion, we should do everything in our power to help red humanity develop a strong foundation in the 5 elements. I think we will almost certainly fall short compared to the aliens from Messier 87, but at least we have closed the gap just enough that we can actually understand the methods of the extragalactic aliens. and copy them in a short amount of time. There was a certain degree of merit in her argument. As long as red humanity was able to survive its initial contact with the subjugation king, people would soon get exposed to a lot of powerful methods from the extragalactic invaders. If red humanity's understanding of E-energy manipulation was too shallow at that point, then there was no hope of imitating the enemy's best practices and technology in a short amount of time. Selecting 5 elements mastery would massively reduce this risk from happening. Either red humanity caught up quite a lot, or it actually managed to exceed the civilizations of Messier 87 in a few areas. Vess did not completely buy into this argument, though. You may be right, but we don't necessarily need to rely on the Mech designer system to explore how we can make better use of the 5 elements. The Red 3 and every major power is already hard at work in trying to develop many new applications that make use of them. Our contributions can still be helpful, but it wouldn't be as game-changing as you think. It is actually quite easy for any Mech designer or researcher to study new ways to make use of the classical elements. There is not much about them that is exclusive or difficult to access. The Swordmaster nodded in acknowledgement of his arguments. His points were plausible, but it was difficult to determine the truth. Kedis brought up another argument that caused her to favor this option. Do not forget that we are Mech designers. Of all of the upgrade tracks, the gains we make from 5 elements mastery is the easiest to implement in mass production mechs. Every advancement we make in this area can be spread far and wide. We can also share much of the knowledge we obtain from the elemental enlightenment fruits, so that we can uplift all of the military industries that are desperately looking for ways to strengthen their mechs, warships, and other combat assets even further. That was a great argument, to be honest. Vess also felt it was important to stimulate red humanity's overall technological development. Helping people gain a much better grasp of the 5 elements would positively impact the lives of many ordinary individuals. There are 2 issues about your argument that I have a problem with, Vess said. First, knowledge related to the 5 elements can easily be stolen and shared. In the short term, the native aliens will most certainly get their hands on everything we have taught to red humanity. The gap in technology between us and our immediate enemies in the Red Ocean will not improve in any serious way. At most, the native aliens will be a few years behind, but certainly not any further. That is true, but my argument relating to the aliens of Messier 87 still stands. That is what my second problem is about, Kedis. 5 element mastery will help us close the gap and catch up to the Messier 87 aliens. What I do not see much hope for is a way to surpass our enemies. If we want to win in any conflict against these powerful foes, then we cannot do so by trying to compete against them in an area that they are more familiar with and understand the best. This is why I think demon-casting is a lot better in this regard. No one else will be able to replicate this method. Not even the aliens from Messier 87 will be able to come up with anything similar or stronger. If we try to harness the 5 elements, we would be like my daughter Andras trying to beat you with her swordsmanship. You are much more adept at wielding the sword. Kedis frowned and crossed her arms. You are putting a large amount of effort into casting 5 elements mastery in a bad light. I distinctly remember that you sang its praises not too long ago. Doesn't this upgrade track allow you to design better elemental carmine mechs and help you become a star designer much faster than normal? I thought you would readily embrace this option for this reason alone. Every mech designer dreams of becoming a star designer, and the system just gives you a possibility to practically guarantee your future promotion. Is that what you think, Kedis? You are not thinking deep enough. First, there is a risk that absorbing too many elemental carmine fruits will cause my design philosophy to be based on lessons and advancements that don't belong to me. I may end up becoming the puppet of whoever originally generated all of that knowledge. Even if I use the elemental enlightenment fruits in moderation, this problem doesn't entirely go away. The Swordmaster was not impressed by this potential danger. Much of what we know is borrowed knowledge. I don't see you making a big deal about that. We don't have the time to conduct empirical experiments and derive new laws for every single phenomenon. The same goes for E-energy theory. Most of the cultivation methods constructed by the Red Collective are based on ancient cultivation records. Is that a problem? Not necessarily, as long as you know what you are doing. Their origin is not a concern. What truly matters is what we do with it. The earlier we build up a strong foundation in the 5 elements, the sooner we can develop our own frameworks and design applications. It is better to start now and do our best to expand our repertoire over the span of several decades. The alternative is that everyone muddles along and suddenly get completely overwhelmed by the vastly superior elemental manipulation of the aliens from Messier 87. Accumulation took time and effort. Red humanity was already in the process of building an entire R&D infrastructure that sought to leverage the inherent advantages of working with the 5 elements. However, without the extensive and complete knowledge that Vess and Caddies could obtain from the elemental enlightenment fruits, the R&D initiatives would probably progress so slowly that red humanity would look like cavemen in front of alien civilizations who had been harnessing the 5 elements for many ages. This was why there was a strong argument in favor of selecting 5 elements. Mastery. Vess shook his head in disapproval, though. My point still stands, though. I don't think it is the wisest idea to try to outdo the aliens from Messier 87 in the areas that they are strong at. I think it is much better if we try to defeat them in an asymmetrical manner. We need to take them by surprise and attack them in a way that they cannot easily understand, imitate, or counter. Demon casting meets all of these requirements. This should be a good fit for you as well. What are your objections to this upgrade track? Are you so hung up over the fact that it has an evil air around it? You shouldn't pay too much attention to silly labels and the judgments of others. This was a point in which neither of the two could see eye to eye with each other. I can't do that, Vess. I am a swordmaster. While I do not fight for high-minded ideals such as justice and the good of red humanity, I still have to abide by a bottom line. Stuffing demons into mechs and tempting mech pilots to make use of the tainted products feels incredibly dirty to me. Are we so desperate for power that we must resort to such an awful method? Where do demons come from anyway? Do they all come from amalgamations of ordinary souls that have fused together in a terrible manner? What if the demons we summon from other dimensions originated from lost human or alien souls? So what if that is the case? Vess calmly pushed back. Don't be sanctimonious, Caddies. Good or evil are irrelevant in the face of possible extinction. There is only do or don't. Look, if it makes you feel better about it, we can put restrictions on ourselves that will strictly limit us to using demons derived from alien souls. So many of them are attacking our border regions that they are dying by the millions, if not more. As long as you set up a mechanism where you can stably harvest the right souls, we should have no shortage of demons to perform our castings. That sounds more reasonable, but it doesn't resolve my inherent dislike towards demon casting. Don't tell me you are unwilling to repurpose alien souls into a useful resource. Are you turning into a cosmopolitan or something? The native aliens deserve no sympathy for us as they have never extended it to us. They have made no secret that the main reason why they are waging this war is to wipe us all out. We cannot afford to be squeamish or soft-hearted towards them. Even if the act of converting innocent souls into depraved demons is a universal taboo, I will willingly damn myself if that is what it takes to equip our best champions with the strongest demon arms. After all of this argumentation, Vess did not stray away from his decision to commit to demon casting. It had grown even stronger. That was not to say that 5 elements mastery was so much worse. Its benefits were undeniable, but Vess couldn't muster up as much enthusiasm towards it anymore. It was too boring and generic in his opinion. It was too lacking in possibilities to develop a unique advantage that could help Red humanity inflict a surprising defeat against the aliens from Messier 87. I am not extending any unwarranted sympathy towards the native aliens, Kedis defended herself. I just think that maintaining honor is about abiding by a universal code of conduct. There are vile and less savory acts that we should refrain from engaging in, even if there are reasons that encourage us to do so. If we lose control over ourselves and give in to temptation, we will degenerate into beasts. Demon casting sounds as if it has far too many temptations that encourage us to fall into depravity. I am not too afraid that I will slip, especially if I am being accompanied with the heaven sword. It is you that I am worried about. You often get carried away. Vess did not take this risk too seriously. I can see why you have that impression, but you are unfairly maligning me. I am perfectly able to control myself. I occasionally choose not to just so that I can fire up my passion and achieve better results. Tell you what. If you are so worried that I will go astray, why not tackle demon casting together? We can apply both of our strengths in a single work. In the meantime, we can continually monitor each other and make sure we are not crossing any lines. Does that sound like a good suggestion? Chapter 65, 73, Maximum Resource Utilization. As the two Mech designers expressed their opinions towards each other, it became clear that one of them was way more committed to an upgrade track than the other. Vess sounded more and more determined to select demon casting as the next evolution of the Mech designer system. Kedis let out an exasperated breath. She saw less and less hope of being able to convince him to settle for 5 elements mastery instead. While your arguments sound logical and rational, I feel as if they don't weigh as much as your emotional preference towards demon casting, the female Mech designer expressed. You have completely surrendered to your shiny toy syndrome. Is that even a thing? It is. I specifically looked it up, you know. It describes your behavior surprisingly well. To put it simply, if you are given a choice to play with a superior toy that you are already familiar with, or an inferior toy that you have never encountered before, you will choose to play with the latter 10 out of 10 times because it is shinier in your eyes. That sounds about right, Vess admitted. That is not supposed to be a compliment, Vess. It is a description of a fault. It might sound trivial as long as we are talking about toys, but when it comes to a subject as important as preparing Red humanity against the terrible enemies on the horizon, the consequences of making the wrong decision are much more severe. Why are you not taking this more seriously? Vess raised his palm. Calm down, Kedis. I am not taking this lightly. Look, I thought we already ascertained that none of the 3 upgrade tracks are obviously good or bad. The system wouldn't scam us that way. The stakes are high, but even if we choose superdimensional transformation, we won't be sabotaging ourselves. We can still make ourselves stronger and achieve better results. Since this is the case, I don't think it is a mistake if we go for 5-element mastery or demon casting. They both have very different pros and cons, but their overall value is so close to each other that what advantages the former has is not decisive enough to commit to it right away. Once we have exhausted the avenues for logic, we can let our feelings and intuition lead the way. Right now, both of them are screaming for me to accept demon casting. Kedis looked at Vess as if he was a stimulant addict who had gone too far. He was completely hopeless. Let me ask you a question, Kedis. Do you truly object so much to demon casting? Just as you are letting your judgment get swayed by your own feelings, I am also affected by my distaste for it. I know it doesn't entirely make sense when I explain it, but I do not think that we should cross certain lines, no matter the circumstance. I know that the survival of Red humanity is at stake, but if we allow these demon arms to corrupt us to the point where we are no different from the evil beings we profess to control, then I would rather die like a human than live like a demon. Vess looked completely unimpressed. You don't really mean that. Are you questioning my honor? Kedis indignantly shot back. No. I merely don't believe that you or anyone, but the most delusional people is truly willing to refrain from resorting to dirty methods, if that is what they need to rely upon to save everyone's hives. Even if you don't care too much about your own life, think about your loved ones. Think about your husband Joshua. Does he deserve to suffer and die just because you refuse to cast him the best possible demon sword that you can cast? Do not devil-tongue me, Vess, Kedis hissed. Using my family against me is a low blow. I don't think what I am saying is wrong, and I wasn't finished yet. Joshua is hardly the only person affected by your reticence. Think about your children. Kyrian appears determined to follow his parents and become a swordsman and Mech pilot. Will you allow him to risk his life in battle with weaker equipment? What if he ends up getting killed because his arms did not give him the edge he needed to win a bout against the enemy? Then there is Mayra, who looks like she is shaping up to become a Mech designer. While that will keep her far from the fighting, there is no way to run when the aliens have destroyed everything and are determined to hunt down the remnants of a defeated race. Perhaps the reason why Kedis accused Vess of pulling off a low blow was because this line of attack was difficult to resolve. If we go for 5 elements mastery, then we won't have to grapple with this problem, Kedis finally retorted. Besides, 5 elements mastery is much easier to spread to the masses. This is what we should care about as Mech designers. I don't think so. Vess shook his head. You are not wrong about how many people we can affect, but I can turn this argument around. Do you think that everything related to the 5 elements is fine and dandy? Each of them can be used to create horrendous travesties. From concentrating lots of fire energy to reproduce the explosion of a nuclear bomb, to using earth energy to generate an earthquake that can collapse an entire city, there are many ways to misuse this knowledge. The potential for abuse is great. The Red Collective cannot completely prevent such incidents from happening. While the ripple effects of demon casting are also rather serious, what is different is that we can control the scale as long as we are the only providers of demon arms. Doesn't the limitation on replaceability restrict the usefulness of demon casting? There is also the source of demons to consider. We cannot possibly save an entire civilization if we are only able to create a few dozen demon arms. Vess grinned. Wrong again, we can go for quality instead of quantity. 5 elements mastery is much more beneficial to the masses, but even if we can make standard Mechs 3 or 4 times stronger than today, will that make a difference against an alien enemy that is more powerful than a god pilot? They will still be ants in front of such an unimaginably powerful opponent. We need to focus on strengthening our strongest champions instead. If demon casting is effective for god Mechs, we can elevate their attack power so that they can inflict actual harm onto an enemy that they cannot possibly defeat on their own. As long as there are enough god pilots with weapons that break the boundary, we may be able to drive away the invaders from. Messier 87. That sounds somewhat plausible, but I believe that can only be accomplished if we obtain the strongest possible demons. After all, the system itself has stated that the product of demon casting is far more dependent on the nature of the demon than the material properties of the vessel. Do you think it is easy to gather so many powerful demons? It is possible. We either have to earn a huge amount of AP, which gets easier if we invite a lot more Mech designers to join the system, or kill a lot of aliens and harvest their souls. Wait, what is it, Vess? Give me a minute. I just realized that this isn't as big of a problem as I thought. Huh. While Kedis looked flabbergasted, Vess suddenly started to grin when he thought about a location that contained a lot of life. How did he not realize this before? Well, he did register this piece of information on a factual level, but it was only now that he recognized its potential as a huge deposit of raw materials. The Milky Way was filled with life. The entire galaxy was teeming with human and alien individuals. Although wars were rather frequent in the old galaxy, their scale were so much smaller that 4 centuries of relative calm and stability had caused a lot of species to multiply their numbers. Humanity had completely recovered from the ravages of the Age of Conquest and had become more prosperous than ever. As for the aliens living on the other side of the Milky Way, they had suffered devastating losses in the earlier periods of the Age of Conquest, but enough time had passed for them to rebuild their empires and replenish their population in most cases. All of this meant that the galaxy was teeming with souls, each of which represented a valuable resource. The problem was that it took a bit of effort to harvest these souls. Yet hadn't Veronica and Master Willix worked day and night to rush the Rule Breaker project to completion. At this stage, the first Carmine Mech to be introduced to the completely unprepared masses of original humanity was only a few weeks away from mass proliferation. The Rule Breaker project was originally meant to serve as a catalyst for mass wars and growing instability, so it neatly fell in line with his new intentions. What was also great about this upcoming Carmine mass production Mech design, that he could use it as a vehicle to harvest a lot of souls. He just had to add Helena as a secondary design spirit to the Mech design. She would only have one job as the second design spirit of the Rule Breaker project. She just needed to harvest the souls of anyone who died in the vicinity of the machine, up to and including the Carmine Mech pilot himself if he ever croaked. In fact, Helena shouldn't let the spiritual foundation of the Carmine Mech go either. In any case, if the pilot had died, the Carmine Mech would become useless, so Helena might as well put the living Mech out of its misery and reap its life. This was maximum resource utilization, on a scale that was unthinkable in the new frontier. The Milky Way was around 64 times bigger than the Red Ocean, so Vess could loosely estimate that it was 64 times more populous. Vess didn't even have to bother to harvest souls in the Red Ocean, because so many more would soon be ripe for the taking in the Milky Way. It was only now that his goals almost became completely aligned with the Oblivion Gate Consortium. His mother and the other conspirators wanted to engulf the Milky Way into war and strife in order to topple the Big Two and erect a new order, preferably with them in charge. Vess just wanted to cause war for war's sake. The greater the killing, the greater the profit. No matter whether they were human, alien, or machine, Vess wanted to claim them all, Mech or arms. Though Vess felt sorry for the people of the old galaxy, his sympathy for them was not as great as his sympathy for the people of red humanity. He could only save one group of people. If he was forced to make a choice, then he would always choose the group that encompassed most of his friends and family. Vess did not hesitate any longer. He suddenly burst out into laughter. Ha 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 ha, I get it now. This option is tailor-made for my circumstances. I can get much more out of it than the other ones. There's no need to think about it any further. System, I choose upgrade track #2. Demon casting, what are you doing, Vess? Kedis reacted with great alarm as Vess locked in his favored choice, without explaining himself any further. Even if his mind had already been set on this choice, Kedis still believed she could make him reconsider if she was persuasive enough. She even thought about betraying his trust and selecting 5-element mastery before. Vess could lock in the final decision. Unfortunately, Vess had moved too quickly for her to succeed. The salvation of red humanity is in my grasp. Now that I can tap into a nearly endless supply of souls, I can demoncast all of the mechs and equipment that I want. The Age of Demons shall record the rise of red humanity. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 65, 74 Stacking Lottery Tickets. The system space rumbled shortly after Vess locked in his choice. The deed was done. Vess had chosen the second upgrade track, which permanently altered the functioning of the Mech designer system. Due to the decisions that Vess made in the past, it had slowly evolved and morphed into a direction that suited his needs the most, more or less. Vess liked it. He felt as if he had patiently raised the system as a child. By completing one supply mission after another, he fed the system with essential nutrients and allowed it to reach another growth milestone. As for steering the direction of its growth, Vess likened it to augmenting a growing child. There were many different ways that human children could grow and improve based on the genetic treatments and cybernetic implants they received. The Mech designer system had undergone 3 major transformations thus far. Each transformation altered its identity and purpose little by little. While it still centered around helping Mech designers get better at their jobs, it had gained numerous powerful functions that also helped its users to become more. Spiritual ascension enabled users to explore the rich possibilities of cultivation. Dimension breach creation allowed users to enter and mine resources from different dimensions. Now, demon casting granted users the ability to directly empower objects by infusing them with demons. When Vess charted the course of all of these upgrades, he could recognize a clear pattern to the seemingly unrelated upgrade tracks. The pattern would have been a lot clearer if he chose superdimensional transformation. Perhaps that was the course he was already heading towards prior to the introduction of version 4.0. If he stuck to it, then he would have turned the system into an evolution aid that would help him become an increasingly more powerful superdimensional entity. Now that he had changed its direction, the system became much more centered around the creation and use of powerful mechs and artifacts. While Vess could probably make use of the demon casting to upgrade his own combat gear and turn him into a well-equipped powerhouse, this was not the primary purpose of this upgrade track. It was clearly meant to give users a way to empower their own products, and possibly the products of others as well. The upgrade track therefore aligned quite a lot with the profession of a mech designer. Vess liked that because he would rather strengthen his ability to function as a service provider rather than turn himself into a champion. He felt a little sorry for Caddies for locking in his decision without finishing his debate with her, but he still felt that he was the real owner of the Mech designer system. The fact that both of them happened to possess equal decision-making authority over it was a flaw that he needed to remedy sooner or later. There had to be a way to upgrade his authority. He intended to find out how, but first he wanted to go over the upgraded facilities and see whether he could take advantage of their improved functions. Now that the system has completed its upgrade, we should slowly make our way up the mountaintop. Are you coming? The Swordmaster did not exactly look happy at Vess, but now that he had done the deed, there was no way to go back. The woman let out an exasperated sigh and followed suit. Let me make one thing clear, Vess. I have made my views about demon casting clear. If you are so greedy to acquire demons that you are harvesting the souls of innocent people, then I will stop you no matter what it takes. We are humans, so we should hold on to our bottom lines. As soon as you violate them, you have become closer to a beast. I cannot respect a person who has degenerated so far. While I admittedly don't have a clear idea what souls even are, I do not want to live in a future where they are treated as mere commodities. Just let them go to the next destination and hope they can find peace. Vess could tell that Caddies was being utterly serious about this. He would never dismiss her concerns. Who do you think I am? While I do not entirely think it is unacceptable to convert human souls into demons in an emergency, your demand is reasonable. I promise to you that I will never intentionally use the souls of fellow red humans to create demons. It isn't really necessary anyway. The native aliens heavily outnumber our population. It is much easier to harvest large quantities of souls derived from alien beings. Don't worry about it. I will not disrespect or mistreat the souls of brave defenders and hard-working civilians who are doing their best to contribute to the survival of our race and civilization. I will not turn myself into an enemy of red humanity. Caddies turned her head towards Vess. Her eyes gazed suspiciously at him, as if she could not believe that he could readily make such a concession. However, she had moved close enough to encompass him into her sword aura. While it was not really effective at reading a phase lord and a spiritually powerful entity, Vess did not deliberately hide his feelings and emotions on this issue. She could feel he was being sincere. I suppose that will do, she eventually said. Don't worry. If you engage in demon casting with the help of alien souls, I will not object to your actions. As you have said, any Ari sympathy towards the aliens is self-defeating. If they don't want their souls to get corrupted, then they shouldn't wage war against our race. It is good that you understand. Are you willing to make use of demon casting yourself? I am not sure yet. I need to see the demon casting forge in person and make my own judgment. Before they visited the latest expansion to the workshop of creation, they first stopped by the Vault of Eternity. The latest system upgrade had caused the site to become a little fancier and more impressive. The stone gate that led into the vault had become more decorative and also gained a few golden accents. Vess and Keddies only spent a little time here to confirm that the option to rent storage space had been turned into outright buying it. The prices remained the same, so the vault had become much more practical and economical than before. It was already possible to spend 100 or so AP to store a vehicle the size of a small shuttle. They visited the Wishing Fountain next to understand the rules concerning stacking lottery tickets to increase the probability to win a better prize. Just like the previous facility, the Wishing Fountain experienced a modest visual makeover. It looked considerably more sacred than before. There is no limit to how many tickets you can stack. Vess observed an important rule. Do you want to try it out? Why not? I saved up 19 golden lottery tickets. I think that it would be incredibly useful if I can use the Wishing Fountain to obtain knowledge or items that are related to demons. There is no guarantee that you will gain what you want. I know, but if I use 10 tickets at a time, my chances of obtaining a desirable prize will surely increase by a large margin. Vess did not hesitate any longer and immediately drew out 10 golden lottery tickets before throwing them all into the fountain. The water began to glow gold at a much greater intensity than before. Soon, a very familiar-looking golden prize wheel extended from the bottom. Many pie-shaped segments were marked by different symbols at the edge. Vess and Keddies curiously studied them all and noted that stacking 10 golden lottery tickets at once probably had a considerably powerful effect. There is a symbol of a sword beheading a demon over here, Keddies said. I have the feeling that this will either give out a weapon that can easily kill demons or give out knowledge on how to do it ourselves. It occupies a large cone on this wheel, so it is not too difficult to aim for it if you spin the wheel with the right amount of force. Compared to the symbol of a sword beheading a demon, Vess was much more interested in the symbol that showed a robed and shadowy entity slamming a hammer down a collection of wailing souls. This must be a prize related to the production of a demon. There was another symbol that attracted his attention. It depicted a generic human figure extending his hand and causing an obviously evil-looking demonic entity to fall on his butt and beg for mercy. This was probably a prize related to subduing demons. There were many other symbols that conveyed different meanings, but Vess felt that these two were the ones he needed the most. Fortunately for Vess, the pick slices associated with these two prizes were not as great as the one pointed out by Keddies, but they were not too small either. The only regret was that they were placed on opposite ends of the prize wheel, so Vess could only target one of these tempting symbols. I'll go for the one that looks like it will help me suppress demons, Vess eventually decided. I have a strong suspicion that working with demons is inherently dangerous. As long as you walk along the river enough times, your shoes will eventually get wet. It would be best if I have a way to guard against accidents, because they will definitely happen sooner or later. He had taken enough risky decisions for the day. He decided to rein in his adventurism and go for the more prudent option. Besides, he did not think that Keddies would appreciate it if he went for the one related to converting souls into demons. It was best not to draw more suspicion. Vess looked at the wheel and estimated how much force he needed to apply to spin the wheel just enough to obtain his desired prize. He estimated the resistance generated by friction and other factors. He then proceeded to pull the wheel. Just as expected, Vess managed to win the prize associated with the desired symbol. It happened to be a very practical enlightenment fruit, Soul Whip Technique fruit. Grants the ability to perform a technique that condenses darkness energy into a barely perceptible whip. This soul whip does not inflict any material damage, but it can inflict a disproportionate amount of pain and suffering onto souls and similar intangible beings that are susceptible to the energies that comprise the whip structure. The power and properties of the whip is affected by the execution of the technique, the intent of the practitioner, and the energies being used. Requirements: spirituality must be 3.0 or higher. Concentration must be 1.5 or higher. Though Kedis clearly frowned when she read the description, Vess decisively swallowed the fruit and stood still as he rapidly assimilated the foreign knowledge. The absorption process proceeded very smoothly this time. Vess was much more capable of integrating knowledge than before, and the soul whip technique happened to be a lot more concise. It only contained the most essential information about how to form the soul whip and nothing else. This was a much nicer enlightenment fruit than the ones that were originally derived from old or forgotten religious cults. Much of their contents were padded by religious claptrap and nonsensical pseudoscience. The knowledge granted by the latest fruit was much more like a modern instruction manual. Vess immediately tried to test his latest technique. He channeled and condensed his darkness energy as instructed and formed a rather small and short soul whip. Great! Spending 10 golden lottery tickets was worth it. It's not only effective against demons, but any other spiritual entities. It is such a versatile technique. Meanwhile, Kedis shuddered for a bit. She did not think that Vess would become a better person now that he had gained the power to whip any soul-like entity, including the souls of ordinary people. Chapter 65-75, Fertilizing a Tree. Vess experimented with the soul whip technique as if it was the latest toy in his possession. He unskillfully waved his arm about and watched as the soul whip noodled around like a floppy snake. The enlightenment fruit taught him how to create a soul whip, but did not pass on the skills on how to handle this weapon. It didn't matter to Vess. As long as he could make it hit what he wanted, there was no need to perfect his whipping skills. One of the downsides of the technique imparted by the latest fruit was that it only taught him the most essential and basic instructions of creating a soul whip. It did not appear to be too powerful or possess a lot of depth. The lack of strange descriptions and abstruse meanings meant it was simple for Vess to master the technique, but it also meant that he would have to work out how to improve and adjust the parameters of the soul whip by himself. As Vess and his former student left the wishing fountain and moved to their next step, he already began to experiment with the new technique. Instead of channeling pure darkness energy into the intangible whip, he also began to channel each of the 5 elements in succession. The results were mixed. The soul whip mixed with fire energy literally flamed out. It was as if the darkness energy and fire energy mutually destroyed each other. Infusing water energy seemed to make the whip heavier and move like an eel, but it also lost much of its threat. It became useless. Earth energy simply caused the whip to become solid and rigid, thereby turning into a rod that lacked the fluidity of a whip. Blending the whip with wood energy did something, but Vess could not determine what. He likely had to use it on a target in order to know for sure. When he finally tried it out with metal energy, he seemed to have turned the whip into a needle. Funny. It was clear that simple blending of other E-energy attributes did not yield any useful improvements. He would have to employ more sophisticated methods in order to successfully evolve the soul whip. Vess was not quite sure whether it was worth it to invest his time in this endeavor. He shrugged and set this matter aside. He would revisit it when it became clear that it would be helpful for him to form a stronger whip. He visited the Divine Bazaar next. Most of the stalls and shops remained the same, but a new clearing had formed in the center that became occupied by a large and ostentatious wooden pavilion. When the pair of Mech designers entered the pavilion, they saw no signs of life, but numerous display cases showing many different items. Just as expected, these display cases offered a large variety of low-level items for sale on a fixed basis. Attribute candies, potions, medical supplies, and other goods could be bought for dozens of AP each. "This is a good place," Keddies said. "We don't have to wait for the right rotation to obtain the stuff we need anymore." "That's true. It's too bad we don't have the AP to spare for these goods at the moment." The two memorized the items for sale and soon left the divine bazaar. They climbed up the mountaintop and soon reached the tree of possibilites. Compared to before, it had grown taller and formed more branches. The amount of enlightenment fruits available for exchange still remained the same, unfortunately. What was new was that Keddies previously dumped the corpse of a high-caste Orvan naval captain at the base of the tree. The corpse had disappeared. The roots of the tree had sucked out all of the nutrients until there was nothing left. As a consequence, one of the branches had grown a conspicuously glowing golden enlightenment fruit. It beckoned to Vess and Keddies as if it was a piece of forbidden fruit. Though Vess had a suspicion that he could pluck the fruit with no issue, he did not make any moves to do so as it belonged to Keddies. Orvan Large Homeship Operations Golden Fruit. Grants comprehensive understanding on how to operate most fundamental operations on large homeships built by the Orvan race. Also grants sufficient understanding of Orvan language in order to facilitate the operation of Orvan homeships. The beneficiary of this fruit will be able to operate basic engineering, gunnery, navigation, helm, life support, damage control, hydroponics, energy shielding, and more. Requirements: intelligence must be 1.7 or higher. Keddies grew a little disappointed when she studied the description of the fruit. Learning how to operate an Orvan warship did not exactly rank high on her wish list. "At least you will be able to understand what is going on whenever you board an Orvan warship in the future," Vess commented. A frown appeared on her face. "I do not see the point in absorbing this fruit. I should pass it on to whoever you appoint to become the captain of the torturous Scream." "That's not necessary. We won't keep much of the convoluted alien computing systems and other systems that run the flagship that we have captured from the Torment fleet. By the time the conversion process has run its course, the torturous Scream will largely look the same from the outside, but much of her internal systems should be based on human tech. Just take it. You will know what is going on when you next invade an Orvan ship, and you will also be able to negotiate with the Orvans if necessary. I think it would also be good for you to widen your horizons and stuff your head with knowledge that is not directly related to swordsman Mechs. You need to diversify your knowledge base if you want to keep innovating." Though Keddies still had her doubts about the usefulness of this knowledge, this was her first golden enlightenment fruit. She eventually decided to follow his advice and bit into the golden fruit. She paused and closed her eyes for a minute. "That was a lot. My head hurts a little. I do not think I should absorb another enlightenment fruit for at least a few days. Orvan language is so alien that I need to put myself in an entirely different mindset to speak it. There are so many guttural sounds. Do you regret absorbing this fruit, Keddies?" "I am not sure. Nothing about it is directly relevant to me and my work. It doesn't contain too much technical knowledge. I just know how to operate most of the systems of an Orvan homeship. Maybe I will be able to gain inspiration from how the Orvans approach their tech. Some stuff is universal, but the Orvans do have their unique points." "That sounds good. Just let it settle in your mind. Perhaps you will think about it next time you are in a creative mood. Anyway, I think I understand how the improved tree of possibilities operates. It just gives us a chance to absorb a part of the knowledge of the sacrifice. That piece of knowledge can comprise the most important or the most advanced that can be extracted from the brain, but the selection can also be completely random. Whatever the case, it is unlikely that the golden enlightenment fruit will contain knowledge that doesn't belong to the deceased." Keddies nodded in agreement. "We won't be able to obtain golden enlightenment fruits related to Mech design. We would have to kill and allow the tree to fertilize the corpse. That is unacceptable to me unless the Mech designer is a scumbag. Then forget about it. The most valuable bodies that you should strive to obtain are those belonging to senior alien scientists and engineers. They contain a wealth of knowledge in face water theory and all manner of alien technologies. They should have also learned human technological principles as well. Pulmer carcasses should be especially valuable to us. Since you are currently stationed in the front lines, it should be easy for you to purchase a handful of bodies from high-ranking Pulmers. Try and see whether you can fertilize the tree of possibilities with them. If that doesn't work, try and obtain a prisoner of war and kill the ugly alien with your sword. If the tree of possibilities still doesn't want to absorb the corpse, then it is clear that the rules for growing a golden enlightenment fruit are quite strict. The only known success case so far was when Kedis personally killed the Orvan captain and sacrificed his corpse on the spot. If valid combat was a requirement, then they wouldn't be able to grow hundreds of golden enlightenment fruits by buying high-value alien bodies in bulk. This feature still has promise. Kedis smiled. I have an actual reason to enter the battlefield and challenge the native aliens in direct combat. Previously, I only did so in order to grow my courage and refine my swordsmanship. Now I know I can acquire useful knowledge that can help me understand alien tech better. The upgrade to the Tree of Possibilities was much more practical for Kedis than for Vess. The former just had to keep fighting against the native aliens to get the corpses she needed to grow more golden enlightenment fruits. As for Vess, he would have to move closer to the front lines and secure a dedicated supply channel. Even then, the Tree of Possibilities may still reject the corpse, because Vess was not directly involved with killing the alien in question. He had a suspicion that the corpse would still remain valid if it was killed by one of his products, but death by Mech tended to obliterate fragile organic bodies. The only enemies that could be killed by powerful Mechs, but still remain mostly physically intact, were phase leaders. Unless Saint Tusa was able to replicate his feat of killing a phase lord faster and cleaner than before, Vess could forget about obtaining such an extravagant prize. Even if Tusa managed to slay another phase lord, the corpse was way too valuable to be handed over to Vess. The Red Three had been snapping up phase lord carcasses left and right whenever they became available. Even if the groups were reluctant to hand it over, they would still be forced to do so even if they earned a large amount of war merits and other rewards in return. Vess sighed. Would you do me a favor, Kedis? If you ever obtain a golden enlightenment fruit that you don't already need, please show it to me first. If I do not need it, you can give it to others. The swordmaster nodded. I will, but only if Joshua and my children do not already need the knowledge that the golden enlightenment fruit contains. They will probably need it much more than you, no offense. It's okay. I would have made the same decision if I was in your shoes. The latest feature of the Tree of Possibilities could still play a useful role, but it required the users to put active effort into hunting down high-value enemies. After leaving the Tree of Possibilities, the pair of Mech designer entered the mission. Hall next. It had grown larger and featured a much more sizable mission board. Both Mech designers studied the missions made available this time, and indeed, confirmed that there were 3 times more than unusual. The additional quantity also led to another improvement that hadn't been mentioned in the changelog. The variety of missions had increased. There was greater room for the mission hall to issue missions that were much different from the usual ones. Vess paid particularly close attention to the much more numerous D-rank mission. Forge 5, bastard swords pray to Sooth Anixes once every 37.4 hours for a total of 7 times, Demingcast a pain blade, design a canoncer mech, repair 5 heavily damaged mechs. None of these missions imposed any heavy demands. Vess could complete several of them in the span of a few days. The rewards for these low-rank missions did not amount to much. He would only gain around 5 to 10 AP if he satisfied the requirements without overperforming. That was still a good deal, though. The amount of time that Vess had to invest to complete these missions was not that big of a deal. He could easily complete half a dozen of them and earn several dozen AP. As long as he did this enough times, he would soon be able to afford an expensive enlightenment fruit or pay for a substantial upgrade. Earning AP has become much easier. Chapter 65-76, Demon Casting Forge. Vess and Kedis both divided the easy D-rank missions between themselves. They would just have to spend a bit of time in order to complete them and harvest a modest amount of AP. After they were done, they left the mission hall and ascended up the workshop of creation. Vess, admittedly, did not really make use of it that often. In the past, he only valued it for the ability to rent workshop space for 1 AP per 24 hours, which could potentially allow him to prolong his stay in the system's space by weeks or months so long, as he continually completed enough missions to cover for his daily rent. Now that the mission hall offered 3 times as many missions as before, Vess and Kedis could potentially start a mission-clearing marathon that could last for several years inside the system space. Hardly any time would pass in reality while the two users harvested a lot of experience, mastered a lot of useful knowledge, and improved their design and fabrication capabilities to another level. As long as Vess and Kedis spent their time on completing the right missions, it should also be easy for the two to maintain a positive balance, thereby ending their marathons with way more AP than when they had at the start. Of course, the premise for all of this was that they accepted enough missions that they could complete while remaining inside the system space. When Vess described how he used the workshop of creation in the past, Kedis looked awfully thoughtful. That explains a few times where you inexplicably changed. This actually sounds like a great way for you to earn more AP. Why haven't you done it more often? Each marathon takes a lot out of you. I am still human, you know. Spending months inside this isolated space for so long is exhausting. If I stay here for too long, I become increasingly more disconnected to reality. I won't feel the urgency of the Red War, and my love for my wife and children will turn into an abstract concept. In short, you will lose your humanity if you keep slaving away like this. You should only do a marathon once every few years. Well, maybe you can do it a little more often considering that your willpower is much stronger. Kedis certainly looked interested. I think I will try it out soon. That caused Vess to smile. It's been a while since I last did it. Now that we have a lot more missions to complete, this is a good time for me to start a new marathon as well. Why don't we do this together? I think we can mitigate the sense of disconnect and the loss of social interaction if we work together. I suppose we can do that, but we don't earn credit if we complete each other's missions, right? That's probably true, but we don't have to work together. We only need to work quietly alongside each other and take breaks at the same time. Now that Red Humanity's defensive lines were close to reaching their limit, it became more important than ever for everyone to contribute to the war effort. With more AP, Vess and Kedis could gain a lot more out of the system and provide critical aid to the defenders who most needed the additional boost. The two were not prepared to start their marathon right away, but they quickly agreed to settle a few affairs in reality before starting to earn as much AP as possible in 4 or so days. As they entered the workshop of creation, they immediately saw that much of it had remained the same. The only change was that a brand new forge area had formed against the mountainside. The Demon Casting Forge occupied its own exclusive alcove. While much of the rocks that make up the mountain were gray in color, the rocks that surrounded the new forge were black like basalt. Compared to the ultra-modern instruments and production equipment of the main workshop of creation, the tools and equipment of the Demon Casting Forge appeared to be a lot more primitive. There was enough open space to the side to fit mechs and larger objects if necessary. The most prominent feature of the Demon Casting Forge was the constantly burning flame. It looked positively demonic, as it not only burned in an unnaturally dark red shade, but also exuded a clear sense of threat that Vess could already sense from this distance. As Vess and Kedis moved closer, they both put up their guards as they sensed the flow of malevolent E-energies in the entire forge. The distinctly edgy demonic theme on all of the tools and equipment did not help matters either. Vess did not take the threats seriously. He smirked as he wondered how delighted he would feel if he used the tools to demoncast for the first time. He wandered over to a rough-edged stonework table and picked up a ball-peen hammer that looked as if it had attitude. Just holding it already caused Vess to confirm one of his suspicions. This is a demoncasted product. All of the stuff here that gives out dangerous vibes aura infused with Damon. No wonder. Keddy's already felt as if she had approached a den of evil and sin. The Mech designer system's use of the term demons appeared completely justified. Whatever twisted souls had been stuffed inside the forging tools, they clearly posed a threat to anyone without the means to defend themselves. Fortunately, the demons stuck inside the tools were locked in pretty tight. They also did not appear to be too powerful, though Vess had to exert greater force in order to keep the hammer under his control. "I can already tell that handling these tools will be a pain," he said. "This hammer is constantly trying to fight against me. That is fine when I am just holding it, but if I am using it in my work, then it can jerk around and mess up a critical step. We need to be on guard against that possibility. Perhaps." Vess formed a small soul whip with his free hand and lightly caressed the small blacksmith hammer. It let out a faint screech of agony before it suddenly turned a lot more docile. "That's handy." Although Vess could tell that the hammer had grown a little weaker and less potent, the lack of resistance more than made up for that shortcoming. Even Caddies began to appreciate the soul whip technique. However, she believed she could handle the tools just fine by herself. She walked over and picked up a pair of tongs. It began to resist her hold, but Sharpie quickly dove into the tool and actually began to provoke a fight against the trapped demon. The tongs vibrated a lot harder for a few seconds before Sharpie apparently won the fight. Vess raised his eyebrows at this demonstration of strength. "Is it that easy for you to subdue a demoncasted tool? The demon inside this tool is not that weak. It was already suppressed. It hardly has any room to fight back," Keddy's explained. "I see. That is helpful to know." They put down the tools and continued to explore the demoncasting forge. They soon found a series of steels that roughly served as an instruction manual. Even if much of the actual instructions consisted of wordless images instead of clear text, the two Mech designers were smart enough to decipher the meanings. "I see," Vess said. "Most of the tools here aren't actually necessary unless we want to forge a more advanced form of D-Mechs or D-Arms. The most basic version of cast a demon into it through a few ritualistic processes. D-Mechs, D-Arms. That is how I decided to call the products of demoncasting. After all, I can't just call them outright demon mechs and demon arms. That is awful marketing. Even if people think that there is something wrong with them, they will be less likely to associate my products with literal evil demons if I use more neutral labels." Keddy's would argue that Vess was engaging in a form of deceptive marketing by masking the true nature of these horrible works, but whatever. The steels not only granted them basic instructions on how to use the demoncasting forge, but also presented a separate black stone pillar that apparently served as the interface to upgrade the facilities. This one thankfully offered greater clarity. They could upgrade the quality of the provided tools, increase the heat of the demonic flame, increase the security measures to contain the rioting of unruly demons, and upgrade various parameters of a so-called demon summoning circle. Vess' eyes lit up as soon as he realized that this was the place where he could exchange. "AP for demons. It's not here. Wait. It looks like it is placed within a cave. We need to look for an entrance." They easily found it now that they knew what to look for. They entered a dark cave tunnel and soon arrived at an underground clearing that already hosted an underwhelming ritual circle. Though Vess could not understand it at all, he had a feeling that it was barely sufficient for the job. He quickly moved to another steel where he could command the circle to summon a demon of varying strengths. Minor demon, 5 ascension points middle demon, unavailable for summoning greater demon, unavailable for summoning demon king, unavailable for summoning IC, Vess said. "What did you figure out, Vess?" "I think I understand the strength division of demons. Did you notice that the demons locked in the smaller tools are clearly weaker than the ones locked in the anvil and other stuff that is a bit larger? The former are probably stuffed with minor demons, while the latter are infused with middle demons. Given their overall strength levels, minor demons correspond to the first major cultivation rank, while the latter correspond to the second major cultivation rank. That makes sense. I thought these demons would be stronger. That is because we are already strong. A minor demon can still pose a threat to an untrained civilian. Kedis extended her finger and tapped at the words Greater Demon and Demon King. The previous steal mentioned an option to upgrade the circle so that we can summon a middle demon for 100 AP. Do you think we would eventually be able to unlock the option to summon a greater demon and a demon king? That is an outrageous possibility. I don't believe the system is strong enough to make that happen, but if we earn enough AP, who knows? It sounded absolutely crazy that the system could become strong enough to summon random demon kings and put them at the mercy of its users. Of course, it probably wouldn't be as simple to make use of them. For one, just keeping them in captivity was probably an incredibly difficult ordeal. This was why the upgrade steal also offered upgrades to expand and strengthen the facilities related to keeping the demons in captivity. The two Mech designers briefly entered another cave clearing that hosted an underground facility called the Demon Prison. So far, it could only contain up to 5 minor demons and middle demons. Supposedly, any demon directly summoned by the circle could seamlessly be transferred to an available cell. That luxury did not exist for demons derived from other sources, such as ones created by fusing souls together. "Let's get back to the forge," Vess said. "Why?" "Because I am itching to try it out. I want to create my first D-arms. You will need to obtain a demon first, Vess. It costs 5 AP to summon a minor demon. I will try it out later. Now that I have come into contact with actual D-arms, I have a better idea of what they are. I think I already have a demon or two in my possession." Come. Chapter 65-77, Demon Casting vs. Demon Forging. The Demon Casting Forge largely met Vess' expectations. The tech and principles ran counter to more general cultivation practices. Everything about the forge looked as if it was turned into a stereotypical evil villain setup. There was no way that normal people would feel comfortably working in this kind of danger-filled place. Just the tools storing one demon after another was enough to give them a heart attack. Only those who possessed the strength to bear all of the pressure could make effective use of the demon casting forge. This was not an art for the weak. Demon casters willingly exposed themselves to corruption and damnation because the results justified the means. As Vess excitedly trotted back to the main forge, Kedis followed suit while harboring serious misgivings about the entire setup. She harbored increasing misgivings about demon casting and the Mech designer system that practically led Vess by the nose. She was not fooled by the computer-like facade of the Mech designer system. It had to be controlled by a highly autonomous AL or possess outright sentience. If that was the case, then it knew exactly what it was doing by presenting false choices to Vess. It knew him so well that it should have been able to perfectly predict the upgrade track he would choose. In hindsight, there was only one valid choice for a crazy Mech designer like Vess. He always wanted to stray off the beaten track. Just the description of demon casting being a lost and forbidden craft was enough to reel Vess in like a fish. Since that was the case, why did the system go out of its way to present this option to Vess? How did the embrace of demon casting advance its goals? What was its end game? Kedis couldn't help but feel concerned about what demon casting would do to Vess and the people around him. It was only a matter of time before his recklessness would cause this entire business to blow up in his face. She found it regretful that Vess did not take these risk factors seriously. He shouldn't be stupid enough to deny they existed, but his overwhelming enthusiasm towards demon casting caused him to look at this dangerous practice with rose-tinted glasses. Fine. If Vess refused to heed the danger of weaponizing demons against their will, then Kedis would have to take up the watch. She would have to keep an eye on his activities and make sure to intervene if anything went wrong. This was the first time that Kedis felt good about possessing the Heaven Sword. As upset as she felt at its insistence on becoming her sword and threatening to replace her swordsmanship, its power was undeniable. The days that passed since the two spent time together had caused her concerns to ease a little bit. She no longer suspected that the Heaven Sword held any ill intent. The greatest risk posed by this mysterious relic weapon was that its alien and archaic thinking may lead it to taking well-meaning, but ultimately misguided actions. Kedis found that whenever the Heaven Sword made any concerning noises in reaction to a development that it did not like, she had to press her hand on the hilt and force the weapon to stay put. She had done this so many times in the past few weeks that she had practically trained it to become docile. She was half surprised the Heaven Sword was willing to acquiesce to her training. Hopefully, that would be enough for the powerful artifact to stay mum while Vess engaged in his first act of demon casting. Let's see. The two Mech designers had returned to the main forge. Vess swept his gaze throughout the extensive workplace and tried to figure out where to begin. He approached the instruction steels yet again and paused for a moment. "Did you figure out anything new, Vess?" "I think I do," he said. "Have you noticed that these basic instructions actually leave out most of the tools and equipment in the demon casting forge?" "Oh, you are right. According to this primitive tutorial, the basic method of demon casting is to prepare a target object, select and place the desired demon casting mold over the target object, take out a demon, and roast it over a demonic flame. Insert the processed demon into the demon casting mold. Wait for a while before removing the demon casting mold. Following these steps should hopefully produce a brand new D-arms." Kedis listened to his summary and nodded. "That sounds similar to conventional casting. There is no need to make use of the forging tools." "Then why does the demon casting forge include them to begin with?" Vess asked. "Makes my biggest guess is that is a more advanced method of creating D-arms. Since, if you think about it, Vess, conventional casting is more consistent, cheaper, and much less demanding on technical skills. The downsides are that the results are usually inferior and an inability to deviate from the template set by the mold. Manual forging with tools like these is less consistent, costlier, and demands much greater skill from the blacksmith. The advantages of forging is that as long as the craftsman is skilled and knowledgeable enough, he or she can better combine the input materials together and shape a product with much greater variation and choice. The end product is usually much harder and less likely to possess weak points." That was an oversimplified summary of differences between casting and forging, but it was enough to give the two a better understanding of the methods to infuse demons into objects. Demon casting is probably the cheaper, faster, and more idiot-proof way to create a D-arms, especially in a place where the system has already set everything up. It is the best place to start with this, but there is eventually a limit to what we can do with these demon casting molds. If we want to exert greater control over the output and raise its quality, we have to switch over to a more manual and artisanal process, Vess surmised. Kedis looked thoughtful. That does sound like a natural progression. Once we have gotten the hang of transforming demons into metaphysical power sources, we can probably attempt to create D-arms through demon forging or whatever it is called. Instead of thoroughly burning the demon until it melts into a liquid form, we probably have to burn the demon to a lower degree so that it remains solid. We'll have to use these hammers to beat the demon into the right shape while it is still hot enough to remain malleable. As long as we know what we are doing, we can probably increase the utilization of resources and achieve a more perfect fit. I am truly excited to learn this more advanced form of producing D-arms, but we can't be too hasty. We need to learn how to walk before we can run." "I agree. Traditional blacksmithing has always been a craft that is taught from master to apprentice. There are no master demon forgers who can systematically teach us what we need to know and supervise our work processes. It is reckless to attempt to use all of these forging tools without proper instruction. It was unlikely that the system would supply them a demon forging master, so Vess and Caddies would have to learn this advanced craft through other means. Hopefully, the tree of possibilities would eventually spawn an enlightenment fruit related to this promising art in the future. Otherwise, Vess would have to puzzle everything out by relying on trial and error. That sounded like a dangerous prospect, since so much about the demon casting forge was filled with danger. After the pair of Mach Doshianoro Renaniand a destination Hatcheron Ramonating, and my biggest guess is that it is a more advanced method of creating D-arms. It makes sense if you think about it. Vess. Conventional casting is more consistent, cheaper, and much less demanding on technical skills. The downsides are that the results are usually inferior and an inability to deviate from the template set by the mold. Manual forging with tools like these is less consistent, costlier, and demands much greater skill from the blacksmith. The advantages of forging is that as long as the craftsman is skilled and knowledgeable enough, he or she can better combine the input materials together and shape a product with much greater variation and choice. The end product is usually much harder and less likely to possess weak points. That was an oversimplified summary of differences between casting and forging, but it was enough to give the two a better understanding of the methods to infuse demons into objects. Demon casting is probably the cheaper, faster, and more idiot-proof way to create a D-arms, especially in a place where the system has already set everything up. It is the best place to start with this, but there is eventually a limit to what we can do with these demon casting molds. If we want to exert greater control over the output and raise its quality, we have to switch over to a more manual and artisanal process. Vess surmised. Caddies looked thoughtful. That does sound like a natural progression. Once we have gotten the hang of transforming demons into metaphysical power sources, we can probably attempt to create D-arms through demon forging or whatever it is called. Instead of thoroughly burning the demon until it melts into a liquid form, we probably have to burn the demon to a lower degree so that it remains solid. We'll have to use these hammers to beat the demon into the right shape while it is still hot enough to remain malleable. As long as we know what we are doing, we can probably increase the utilization of resources and achieve a more perfect fit. I am truly excited to learn this more advanced form of producing D-arms, but we can't be too hasty. We need to learn how to walk before we can run. I agree. Traditional blacksmithing has always been a craft that is taught from master to apprentice. There are no master demon forgers who can systematically teach us what we need to know and supervise our work processes. It is reckless to attempt to use all of these forging tools without proper instruction. It was unlikely that the system would supply them a demon forging master, so Vess and Caddies would have to learn this advanced craft through other means. Hopefully, the tree of possibilities would eventually spawn an enlightenment fruit related to this promising art in the future. Otherwise, Vess would have to puzzle everything out by relying on trial and error. That sounded like a dangerous prospect, since so much about the demon casting forge was filled with danger. After the pair of Mach Doshianor Runaniand, a distinction Hatroon dominating and meaning, to replace it, since it isn't up to my standards anymore. Vess took the knife and noted that it held the spark of life. It wasn't as alive as his Mech, though. This will do, I suppose. Size is certainly an important factor in demon casting, but I am not sure how. We will have to discover the rules by ourselves. Vess actually liked that, because he enjoyed the process of exploration and discovery. Instead of learning what he needed to know from a boring textbook or a direct infusion from an enlightenment fruit, he would get to act like a pioneer and carn every scrap of knowledge through his own efforts. He soon turned back to the forge and made sure to place the knife and the demon casting mold into the right places. The next step required him to pull out a demon. Caddies watched on with growing curiosity. Why did he think he could skip the process of summoning a minor demon? Vess simply pulled out a familiar-looking pouch from one of his uniform pockets and emptied its contents into his palm. A sizable collection of gems of different shapes and colors glinted in the light of the demonic flame. "Wait, aren't those the gems produced by Lucky?" "They are. You should take a look at their descriptions." I used to dismiss them as fantasy or irrelevant information, but now that I am introduced to the art of demon casting, I have begun to wonder whether there is a connection between the two. I have enough clues to seriously consider this possibility. Even if he was wrong, he would only waste a single gem at most. He could always go back to the demon summoning circle and pay the 5 AP fee to obtain a proper miner. Demon. He carefully sifted through the beautiful and mysterious gems to pick one that he could afford to waste on an experiment. Maiden's affection. The desire of an ancient maiden is locked within this gem, increases the attraction of a Mech by 40% to females. "It's gotta be you," he said as he picked up the lustrous, pink and heart-shaped gem without further hesitation. "Wait, are you sure you want to discard this gem?" "Definitely. There's no combat benefit to using this gem at all. Since it is so useless, I might as well get my money's worth out of it by using it as experimental material." Vess decisively tossed the gem into the ominous-looking demonic flame. Immediately, the flame surged as if it took offense at the intrusion. The gem, meanwhile, mysteriously floated in the middle of the dark red flames. Its exterior actually resisted the extraordinary heat for a while, but its physical structure eventually began to melt and evaporate. Soon enough, a faint and mysterious soul-like entity emerged out of her cage and screamed in pain as the flames refined her fragile existence. Vess and Kedys winced and took a step backwards as the robed maiden's scream scratched their spirits. Yet the ancient maiden's cry of agony did not last as the demonic flames hungrily devoured her, causing more and more aspects of herself to get broken down until she began to lose her form. "Is this what you call a demon? Hey, it is working so far, right? If this works out, I will be able to confirm I have an existing supply of demons. I will finally be able to make better use of these gems." Chapter 65-78, The Maiden Knife. When the system presented the second upgrade track to Vess, it did not take long for him to speculate on whether there was a possible connection between demon casting and Lucky's gems. He did not have enough conclusive proof that this connection existed, but the possibility of it made the upgrade track a little more tantalizing. So far, the initial demon refining process unfolded in accordance with the tutorial on the instruction steels. The demonic flames painfully burned the defiant demon, to the point the latter started to lose definition. This was a crucial process. Vess had to make the refinement process last long enough to burn away enough impurities and make the demon pliable enough to squeeze inside the demon casting mold and obediently adopt the right configuration. Pull the demon out of the demonic flames too soon, and it would not only put up a greater fight, but also fail to properly fill up the mold. Pull the demon out too late, and too much of its potential would have burned away, resulting in a more obedient but also substantially weaker end result. If Vess wanted to play it safe, then he should have waited a little longer until the ancient maiden burned to the brink of nihility. However, Vess was a senior Mech designer. He believed he could improvise his way through his first demon casting attempt while trying to create more than just a basic beginner's product. This was why he fished the ancient maiden out of the demonic flames when she still retained a considerable amount of definition. The tutorial clearly described how to do that. Vess used a pair of tongs that were somehow empowered to hold and suppress a demon. While the tongs did a good job of preventing the moderately refined demon from getting loose, he had to exert a considerable amount of force to counteract the ancient maiden's resistance. He ignored her soul-shaking screams as best as possible and quickly stuffed her into a mechanism that sucked her in before pressing her into the prepared demon casting mold. There was not much Vess could do to influence the process from here. Demon casters were mostly expected to stand back and stay vigilant until the demon thoroughly filled the mold. They then needed to press the mold against the target object at the right time in order for the processed demon to adhere to a new physical home. Vess did not have a good understanding of the right timing, so he relied entirely on his intuition and guesswork to carefully lower the demon casting mold until it gently made contact with the combat knife. A mysterious process ensued. Somehow, the demon casting mold automatically poured the transformed demon into the knife donated by Caddies. It became clear to both Mech designers that this was not a casual step, but a process that was carefully controlled by the mold and maybe another apparatus. This process enabled the processed demon to integrate into the knife in a different manner than Vess had witnessed in the past. He felt that the integration sequence went further and applied more force, as if the mold was trying to stuff the transformed ancient maiden so deeply into the weapon that she could not break out by relying on her own force. "Look!" Caddies gasped and pointed at the knife. The changes go beyond spiritual alterations. The knife is beginning to undergo a physical transformation. Vess expected this to happen. He recalled the inexplicable transformations of Elegant, Rage, and the Zeal during their ill-fated mission against the Emperor Tree. While Vess did not know what happened to them at the time, he now understood that the living Mechs became corrupted by the Emperor Tree, which was apparently so similar in nature to a demon that they went through a process that Vess decided to call demonization. The current demon casting process produced a reaction that shared so many similarities with what Vess had managed to observe in certain pieces of archival footage that they had to be same in essence. Just as Vess surmised, the process of demonization did not always have to be an accidental case of uncontrolled transformation. Perhaps the first demon casters had witnessed wild demonization before and thought to themselves that they could tame and control this dangerous reaction. It was quite worthwhile for them to do so, as demonized products tended to become a lot more powerful at the cost of losing control. From the perspective of a producer, demon casting should therefore be a planned and controlled process to harness the power of demonization. The goal was to produce the highest possible increase in strength while limiting the negative side effects as much as possible. Demon casting, and especially demon forging, constantly tested the craftsman's ability to balance between power and control. Vess couldn't help but smirk. Interesting. He enjoyed this challenge. He already looked forward to mastering these difficult production processes step by step. Nothing would interest him more than to master the art of demon casting and demon forging to the point where he could surpass the methods of his predecessors and elevate these methods to the next level. Vess believed that there should definitely be a correlation between living Mechs and demon casting. Perhaps they may even be part of the same underlying phenomenon, only expressed in vastly different ways. He did not think that was a likely possibility, though. A more plausible theory was that they were still different enough that they could coexist with each other. That gave Vess the opportunity to create brand new synergies between living Mechs and demechs. In any case, enough time had passed for the demoncast mold to complete its job. It automatically raised in height before settling into a rest position. This entire step is automated. That is convenient. Let's go and see the result. The combat knife that Caddies presented to Vess earlier had changed beyond recognition. If anyone saw the original knife alongside the one that presented its new form to the Mech designers, nobody would think they had any relations with each other. The mass, volume, color, design language, and material properties were all different. They didn't even appear to have been designed and built in the same plane of existence. The combat knife was a product of solid skill and practical efficiency. Caddies had forged the knife to serve as a reliable backup weapon, nothing more, nothing less. As for the pink monstrosity that signified Vess' first attempt at demon casting, it looked as if it had been designed by a demented woman who had an unnatural obsession for spikes, needless inefficiency, and above all else the color pink. Vess could recognize a vague, but ultimately futile attempt at turning the weapon into an elegant and beautiful D-arm. What went wrong was that the source of transformation retained too much of herself, that she actively resisted her captivity, and deviated from the shape she was forced to adopt by the demon casting mold. The result was a partial failure, where the demonization process ultimately went out of control. While the outcome wasn't as bad as complete demonization, Vess had clearly botched the timing and other parameters, and produced a D-arm that was ultimately unqualified to serve as an effective weapon. Kedis sneered at the monstrosity of what her weapon had become. This is a torture instrument, both to the wielder and to the enemy. Look at these spikes. Some of them actually curve towards the wielder. If you wield it as if you do a regular knife, the chances are great that you will accidentally puncture yourself. The hilt has grown needlessly short, and the blade has gained unnecessary curvature. However, does the weapon have any good points in your opinion? The swordmaster pulled out a small multiscanner from one of her pockets and began to use it to take measurements of the weapon. The multiscanner beeped in alarm, signifying that it failed to properly measure some of the physical traits of the D-arm. While much of the energy from the demon probably went to waste, at least some of her energy ended up doing a bit of good. The alloy of the blade has changed beyond recognition. Preliminary scans show it has become at least 40% tougher. The edge has also become sharper. These spikes look weak and thin, but they are actually much stronger. They can probably be used to puncture through light armor. I think there is also more to this weapon than the purely physical transformations. I can feel it. The ancient maiden is beckoning me to pick up the knife. My instincts are warning me that she has ill intentions. What are you waiting for, then? Try it out. You're the swordmaster here. You should be able to glean much more information out of it than I, Vess said. Kedis did not hesitate for long. She picked the weapon up by the short hilt and soon began to close her eyes. She deliberately withdrew her willpower and allowed the pink knife to influence her to a certain extent. An inexplicable change swept across her body. Kedis had never been the most attractive woman amidst designer babies and faces that had been carefully sculpted to perfection, but somehow the odd pink knife injected her with energy that caused her to look more attractive than usual. He recalled the description of the gem he used to source the demon, and understood that the D-arm faithfully reproduced the original effect. It was too bad that the knife was a poor fit with Kedis. She looked more charming, but she did not have much of it to begin with. The weapon would probably produce a much stronger effect if held by a more classically beautiful woman such as Gloriana. This beauty effect was not the only change induced by the D-arm. It seemed to have come alive in Kodik hand. It eye-orbed around as if it wanted Kodik to stab herself. It also produced spiritual activity that suggested to Vess that it was mindlessly screaming its pain and fury towards its wielder. Kedis stoically withstood the attacks with the help of her firm willpower. She only gave enough ground to get an impression of how the pink knife affected its wielder. "So what did you find out, Kedis?" "The demon is not rational," she said. A small part of her is forced to empower the knife and force its blade to become a better cutting implement than it should. Another part of her has gone completely crazy and out of control. The rest has turned into a ball of rage, pain, and trauma. Think about it, Vess. What if I toss your body into a fire that is so powerful that it burns your very soul? Stuck you into a supernatural mold and forcibly transform you from a free human being into a manufactured product that has lost its name, its pride, its dignity, and its freedom. How would you feel if your body is forcibly squeezed, amputated, and contorted into the shape of a weapon? The only things left in your world are pain, fury, and purpose. You have become the worst kind of slave that can exist, one that does not have the option to resist her painful new fate. Vess frowned when he heard that. He did not care too much about the pain and stuff. What irritated him was the mention of wasted energy. Even though this was his very first attempt at demon casting, he still felt this outcome was a blow to his pride as a creator. Why are the results so poor? There are many reasons. The fit between the demon, the mold, and the object is too low. Trying to turn the ancient maiden into a source of attack enhancement is like trying to use a cotton shirt as armor. The demon also has a poor connection with a modern combat knife. The botched timing and other imperfect steps don't help matters either. If you have gained more practice and made choices that better fit with each other, I have a feeling you could have been able to obtain a weapon that is twice or thrice as deadly as this pink knife. I see. All of your points make sense. I really screwed up by selecting the wrong mold and object to be demonized. Well, at least I learned my lesson. Chapter 65-79, The Initial Power of Demon Casting. Although Vess felt he had made a disappointing first D-arm, the experience had taught him a lot of lessons. He felt confident he would be able to do a much better job next time. Vess and Caddies did not immediately throw away the D-arm. They still wanted to gather more data, so they methodically tested out its hardness, its cutting power, and any other weird stuff it might have. The Workshop of Creation offered plenty of testing facilities that allowed them to thoroughly understand the properties of the weapon. They gained more precise numbers than the ones collected by Caddy's handheld multiscanner, and also managed to record the properties that it couldn't gather. All in all, despite the fact that Vess apparently wasted most of the power of the demon locked inside Lucky's gem, the pink and awfully spiky knife was still a qualified D-arms. Even if its newfound impracticality made it difficult to handle the knife like a standard blade, Caddies was actually beginning to warm up to it after she had become accustomed to its many quirks. I think this weapon is representative of every D-arms, Caddies said as she performed a modified kata with the D-arm. Merging my original combat knife with a demon has caused the former to acquire some of the strengths of the latter. The knife has completely exceeded its physical limitations and has become tougher, sharper, and deadlier. It has also gained all of the baggage of the demon, which is the source of many complications. As long as the wielder is strong enough to cope with the dangers, he or she may actually be better off than wielding an ordinary weapon. That sounds good. I feel kind of regretful that this knife did not come close to living up to its potential, but there is always next time. Is there a way to undo the demon casting and separate the demon from the knife again? Caddies thought for a moment before shaking her head. If such a method exists, then I do not have the faintest clue how it can be done. The only way to separate the two is to forcibly break the weapon, but not too much. The demon will have enough openings to mount an escape attempt. That will probably be a painful and traumatic process, where the demon is able to wrench free while leaving parts of itself behind. That sounded anything but a clean separation process. All Vess needed to know for now was that it was too difficult to undo the demon casting process and start over with the same resources as before. That's a pity. We can't reuse the ancient maiden over and over again in order to gain more practice. Each demon is a precious resource because we can't easily reuse it on other objects. By the way, I think I can roughly gauge the strength of the ancient maiden, Caddies said. According to my senses, what was originally locked in the gem was only a small and worn-out fraction of the greater whole. She may very well have been a god at her prime, but what little was left that got stuffed in the gem was only a shadow of her former glory. Even so, after this remnant got burned by the demonic flame before being horribly mutilated by getting squeezed into the demon casting mold, she still possesses a degree of strength and cohesion that is on the weaker side of the second major cultivation rank. That caused Vess to look pleasantly surprised. Maiden's Affection was one of the more recent gems produced by Lucky, so the remnant spirit locked inside should have been stronger than the ones locked in the earliest gems, but it was nice to hear confirmation. Does that mean that a typical gem produced by Lucky contains the equivalent of a middle demon that costs 100 AP to summon with the ritual circle? Caddies shook her head. It is difficult to make direct comparisons. The remnant is heavily damaged and not as complete as the demons that are locked inside the tools of this forge. Here, feel the difference. The swordmaster handed over the pink knife and also picked up a random casting tool. When Vess held both D-arms at once, He could clearly sense the differences. The casting tool was merely infused with a minor demon. Yet the integration between the two was so excellent that the equipment utilized the power of the demon to a high degree, leading to less waste and volatility. It was a well-engineered tool that did what it was supposed to without too much excess. The pink knife, on the other hand, possessed far more excess than actual relevant functionality. It contained the equivalent of a middle demon, yet the D-arm was so poorly designed and constructed that it squandered much of the potential of the living power source. The sheer degree of waste was so much that the pink knife ended up being weaker on an overall basis. It is hard to say which one is better, though, Vess said. Sure, the casting tool has a definite advantage at this time, but its growth prospects are limited. A minor demon is the weakest of its kind. Unless it can get a lucky break and trigger a breakthrough while it is permanently bonded to an object, it will always remain weak for many years to come. As for this pink knife, it already starts out with a middle demon. Sure, the way the ancient maiden is integrated into the weapon is terrible, but she should still have room to grow and evolve. Even if that is the case, it is unlikely that additional growth will solve all of those flaws and problems. A demon that can grow is a demon that will try to accumulate as much strength as possible before breaking out in a spectacular fashion. What this means is that the pink knife may be fairly manageable for now, but can slowly turn into a greater threat towards its wielder. I don't think it is as simple as that. Vess furrowed his brows. In any case, a D-arm that can grow is not necessarily bad. It will steadily become more powerful over time, which is helpful so long as the wielder remains powerful enough to maintain control over the weapon. I am wondering. What are you wondering about? What would happen if you turn a carmine mech like the yellow jacket into a D-mech before having a person form a blood pact with it? Will the prospective pilot form a permanent bond with the living mech, the demon, or both? That is a good question. I honestly don't know, Caddies. If there is any possibility that the carmine mech pilot will be able to form a blood pact with the demon, then that person will not be having a good time. Vess actually grew a lot more interested in seeing how much a carmine mech pilot may benefit by forming a blood pact with a demon, but he did not think it was a good idea to show much enthusiasm at this moment. Even if it sounded like an incredibly fast and powerful approach towards artifact cultivation, it also sounded like a surefire way to corrupt the carmine mech pilot in question. We shouldn't overcomplicate D-mechs by mixing them up with the carmine system for the time being, Vess said. Why would we want to waste a precious demon on empowering a weak and inexperienced carmine mech pilot? Demons are scarce, so we need to ration them to the ace mechs that need them most in the current war. The gems in my possession should largely be occupied by remnant entities that are equivalent to middle demons. While I need to get a lot more practice in demon casting before I am willing to make use of them, I need to convert them into useful and practical enhancements before the native aliens have started their final push. Keddies shook her head. That will be difficult. There is not much time left before the aliens launch their attempted killer blow. You will have to spend valuable time during the marathon we have planned on learning the ins and outs of demon casting. Then, so be it. Gaining proficiency in demon casting is more important than earning more AP. The gems in my pocket aren't doing anything to help defend our border regions in their current state. I have always been looking for opportunities to make them useful at the ace mech level. Vess still had a bunch of gems, but Lucky's production rate had grown increasingly slower over the years. The gems did become more impressive and powerful, though, which was what Vess needed even more. He had been meaning to find a new purpose for Lucky's gems. At this point, their inexplicable boosts made them far too valuable to be used on ordinary machines, but they were only of limited use in high-ranking mechs. The biggest problem that Vess had with the gems up to this point was that they lost their effect by the time the pilot of a boosted mech became a saint. The Saint Kingdom pretty much replaced whatever the gem had done to strengthen the machine. Perhaps in the future, Lucky's gems would grow powerful enough to capture the remnant of stronger entities. However, Vess believed it was much better to integrate the power of these demons into an ace mech in a more proper manner. As long as the ace pilot Saint Kingdom was able to recognize and find a way to work with the demon, then the combination between the two would definitely lead to better results. In order for that to happen, the high-ranking mech pilot needed to be okay with operating D-mechs and D-arms. As much as Vess wanted to explore demon casting further, he needed to make additional preparations outside of the system space. He also wanted to test his new D-arm in reality against live targets, which the workshop of creation couldn't simulate. Let's go, caddies. We are done here for the time being. Vess and caddies eventually decided to end their visit to the new demon casting forge and resume their tour of the evolving system space. So, what do you think so far, caddies? Are you willing to take up the practice of demon casting or demon forging? The Swordmaster had not given a solid answer to this question so far. She did not look as if she had come closer to a satisfactory resolution. I don't think I can do demon casting in its current form, Keddies eventually said. The source of these demons worries me. I think there is an inherently corrupting aspect about working with such dark and evil beings. If you can replace the demons with more neutral beings, then I may try this variation instead. Do you think that it is possible to do beast casting instead? Vess looked thoughtful. That actually sounds like a good idea. I have managed to harvest the spiritualities of numerous powerful exobests, but they are not exactly the same as demons, even if you can fuse them into objects with the demon casting. 4-0, I think that the raw cult will ho underwhelming. The principal woo that a demon strengthens an object is through demonization. The spiritualities of powerful beasts may be able to induce a similar effect, but it wouldn't be the same unless you transform them into demons first somehow. That is okay, Vess. If beast casting can't produce superior quality, then I can always go for quantity instead. There are so many powerful mutated beasts and calamity beasts on the untamed planets spread throughout the Red Ocean that it shouldn't be difficult to harvest their spiritualities in greater quantities. That should at least give me plenty of experimental material to attempt to create B-mechs and B-arms. Well, good luck then. I hope you succeed, but I do not think you will be able to achieve quick success. Perhaps it will be better if you master the process of proper demon casting first before you try to innovate your own variation. You're right that this is a better approach, but I want to do this my way. Chapter 65, 80 Heavenly Scapegoat. As much as demon casting had consumed Vess' attention, he still needed to complete his tour of the improved system. After leaving the demon casting forge, he and Keddies stopped by the time gate for a moment. The time gate looked more impressive than last time. The circular metal structure still bore the marks of age, but it had gained a lot more runes. It also glowed in green, making it seem as if it was charged with radioactive energy. Vess quickly accessed the interface and verified that the new options conformed to the description in the changelog. So it is true now. We can dive into the minds of other mech designers who worked in the past, he said. By the way, have you tried out the time gate already? I did, the Swordmaster said. I can only use it once a year, so it is more efficient to use it right away. So how did your first mastery experience unfold? Vess curiously asked. It was interesting. I did not go on any wild adventures like the ones you went through in the past. I deliberately chose to inhabit a swordsman mech pilot, so the system stuffed me inside the mind of a rather peculiar second-class swordsman mech pilot. I only occupied his mind for a few days before my session automatically came to an end. What kind of battles did he fight? He wasn't a soldier. He was a mech athlete who competed over 150 years ago. The swordsman mechs back then weren't as developed as the ones in the market today, but the principles are largely the same. It was interesting to witness the contrast in performance and see how much incremental advancements in technology has caused swordsman mechs to perform so much more fluently. In any case, pilot, I Inhabited had just entered the playoffs and had to duel against a variety of tricky opponents to make it to the finals. Kedis smiled as she imagined the hardy duels that she got to witness while riding the mind of the Mech pilot. While there were plenty of boring periods in between where the pilot was resting or studying his next tournament adversary, Kedis used the time to think about what she witnessed firsthand. The tournament did not impose harsh restrictions on Mech type, and so on, so the swordsman Mech pilot had to overcome a variety of opponents. From running down a rifleman Mech to avoiding the deadly pounces of a tiger Mech, the experienced Mech athlete used a combination of skill and strategy to win one match after another. Did he make it to the finals in the end? Alas, no, Kedis sighed. He finally met his match in the semifinals. He got matched up against an Axeman Mech. The enemy Mech was slower, but was able to exert great strength with its axe swings. The swordsman Mech tried to use his superior mobility to circle around and avoid the crushing chops of the deadly axe, but he largely failed. The Axeman Mech was specially designed to defend against flanking attacks, as it was able to twist its torso from its waist section by 170 degrees in either direction, with surprising speed and force. This effectively allows the Axeman Mech to rapidly attack or counterattack from any angle. The swordsman Mech managed to evade the sweeping attacks multiple times, but it only took one mistake for it to suffer crippling damage. That's a shame. Would you have been able to win the match for the swordsman Mech pilot if you intervened more directly by taking over control of his body? Kedis looked thoughtful. Maybe. I am not sure how that works and whether I can proficiently operate a Mech through the neural interface. I am not trained in Mech piloting after all. If I could control the swordsman Mech like it was my own body, I am confident that I can rely on my superior swordsmanship to whittle down the Axeman Mech while remaining undamaged. I don't have a reason to do so, though. This tournament was a test and challenge for the Mech pilot. He must earn his victories through his own merit. While I felt tempted to give him tips on how to quickly polish his overly flamboyant swordsmanship, it would taint the sanctity of the tournament. It would be unfair for my intervention to deprive other finalists from the victories that they have earned over the course of normal history. You don't have to be afraid that you will wreck the current timeline if you change a bit of history during a mastery experience. The current timeline we are living in already reflects the changes that we have made in the past. We just don't know it all as of yet. Perhaps you would have been able to propel the swordsman Mech pilot to the finals and witness a Mech duel at the highest level. I stand by my choice. I believe it is best to remain an observer and to refrain from affecting the timeline. I am already content with the original purpose of these mastery experiences, which is to give us a first-hand look and feel of what our potential customers are going through when they are interfacing with a Mech. This first experience is already enough to make many small improvements to the overall piloting experience. Suit yourself, then. By the way, you can also explore the mind of a Mech designer now that the time gate has been upgraded. I think I will give it a try when it is available. There has to be a purpose to making this option available to us. Perhaps it will give us better insights on how proper and more orthodox Mech designers work. Neither of us are exactly normal among our kind. We should be able to harvest a lot of gains if we glimpse at the minds of professionals who possess a vastly different perspective and design philosophy. Ves had already occupied the minds of plenty of Mech pilots by this time. He could use a bit of variation and see what the fuss was all about with this new option. Next time. After they completed their visit to the time gate, the pair of Mech designers moved on to the Dimension Observatory. Kedis immediately became drawn to the Dimension Blade. It did not look as if it had changed, but she did note that it now offered the option to take out in reality and use it for a short duration of time. She winced when she saw how much AP she needed to spend in order to use the Dimension Blade for a brief period of time. It costs 100 AP just to project the Dimension Blade into the main universe for just 5 seconds, she exclaimed. Ves walked up to her and looked down at the list of options introduced by the latest system upgrade. It was possible to rent the Dimension Blade for a longer period of time, but Vess and Caddies needed to spend AP to extend the duration. For example, they could spend 500 AP to extend the duration to 1 minute, and 2,000 AP to make the projection last 30 minutes. There was even a grayed-out option that allowed them to project the Dimension Blade into the cosmos on a permanent basis. The interface did not mention any AP cost so far, but Vess did not have to guess that it was astronomically high. This Dimension Blade can be a powerful weapon that can save your life in the right situation, Vess said. However, the AP needed to afford all of the upgrades to make it. Practical enough is too much. I think it is best to leave it alone for the time being. You have the Heaven Sword anyway, so it is not like you need to borrow this weapon. Caddies responded with a sardonic smile. Don't worry, I am not greedy for this weapon. I already have enough swords. Speaking about the Heaven Sword and the Dimension Blade, when you exit the system space, you should probably prepare to open up a temporary breach and see if you can mine a few resources while it stays open. We can't wait any longer. You need to expose this capacity and gain the cooperation of the Red 3 to start mining dimensional resources on an industrial scale. I know, Vess. It is not convenient to start opening dimensional breaches in a contested star system such as the Viola Magnifica system, but I refuse to leave while it still remains in human hands. I am a Mech designer, but I am also a sword master. I need to keep fighting if I want to become a sword saint. Ah. I hadn't thought about that. This may become a problem. Once the Red 3 recognizes your value as a source of dimensional resources, they will absolutely disapprove of any further combat deployments. At worst, they will treat you just like me and assign an entire escort fleet to shadow you day and night. They will also compel you to leave the border regions and force you to take up residence in a safe first-class star system that is far enough away from the action. Caddies scowled. I won't let the Mechers, Fleeters, and the Collies bully me into becoming a dove. I will just use the Heaven Sword as an excuse why I can't leave the front lines so easily. I already prepared a plan for this. I will just claim that the only reason I can open up dimensional breaches is because I have earned the appreciation of the Heaven Sword. If I act cowardly and retreat from a necessary fight, then I will lose its approval and subsequently lose access to the ability to open up a dimensional breach. It's the perfect explanation. Even the Heaven Sword agreed to play along with my charade and pretend to be angry at anyone who suggests taking me away against my will. As if to show that she was not lying, the Heaven Sword began to rattle in its scabbard and release an intimidating red glow. Vess directed an odd glance towards the Heaven Sword. The ancient relic weapon appeared awfully eager to serve Keddy's whim. He had the illusion that the swordmaster had turned the notoriously willful artifact into an obedient puppy. That sounds great, but are you okay with deceiving others like this? I thought that would go against your honor. You are normally correct, Vess, but deception is a valid tact to employ against enemies and those who hinder you despite their good intentions. Besides, I am not harming anyone directly by employing this underhanded means. I see. I am glad to hear that you have already made the right preparations, but one threat that you cannot guard against is elevated enemy attention. The cosmopolitans will find out about your strategic value and leak your information to the native aliens. The latter will subsequently put a high bounty on your head, turning you into a highly attractive priority target to both humans and aliens. The female swordmaster sighed. I know that this will also happen sooner or later. There is no way for me to evade exposure. The most I can do is find a way to disguise myself and make sure that my enemies will not be able to recognize me when I deploy in the field. This was easier said than done. Vess turned his attention to the Dimension Observatory. Since it arrived with the version 3.0 upgrade, it had not been put into use. He and Keddies intended to change that in the short term. We need to spend more AP on upgrades, Vess said. Once we earn heaps of AP in our upcoming marathon, we need to upgrade the Dimension Telescope to improve our ability to find resource-rich dimensions. We don't have any hope of earning 5,000 AP that is needed to create a persistent breach, so let us set it aside for the time being. I am hoping to invest my AP in other areas first. Like demon casting? You read my mind. Chapter 65, 81 Old Acquaintances. After concluding their visit to the Dimension Observatory, Vess and Caddies finally climbed their way up to the sacred temple. There, they entered the courtyard of envoys and checked on its only occupant. I am at your service. A ghostly and floaty version of venerable Iman, Ingvar slowly bowed and conveyed his deepest respect. Enough time had passed since his death and conversion to a chosen envoy that he had regained more lucidity. However, he was too far from becoming a good conversation partner. The chosen envoy still hadn't recovered much of his humanity. It will probably take a few more years before he becomes lucid and intelligent enough to deploy him in the field. What purpose would that serve? Caddies wondered. All I see is a ghost. Are you expecting him to haunt people to death? Not per se. He used to be an expert pilot. I think it may be possible to have him pilot a Mech again, though I will need to design a machine that is specially tailored to him. The latest system upgrade has given me the option to spend AP to create a physical body for him. That will make this much easier. Perhaps this is a way for me to cultivate an absolutely loyal Mech pilot for myself. The only question is whether he will retain the extraordinary willpower of an expert pilot and whether he can still break through. If he has lost it all, then I will have to find a different way to use him to my advantage. Caddies frowned. She found it rather distasteful to focus so much on turning Iman into a productive asset. Why not try to make him alive again, so that Saint Commander Kaisela Ingvar could be reunited with the brother she thought she had lost forever? She refrained from speaking up. She could understand Vess' priorities. None of this was cheap. They would have to spend valuable ascension points to create a new organic vessel for Iman Ingvar. The least he could do was work to pay off his debt. The pair of Mech designers left the courtyard of envoys and entered the main temple structure. There, they inspected their status before heading to the sacred hearth. There, they beheld their divine cores, each of which had changed and grown to varying degrees since their last visit. Vulcan had become Vess' strongest incarnation. Years of practicing a custom high-end cultivation method optimized by his mother had allowed Vulcan to enter the second major cultivation rank ahead of his principal. Vess could not help but feel amazed each time he confirmed Vulcan's rapid progress. His rate of improvement was high. Much of it was because his cultivation method directly allowed him to leech from the energies of the iron-resonant crucifix crown. His rapid growth in spirituality, in turn, accelerated his ability to connect to craftsmen and artisans that worshipped him as the god of dwarves, mechs, and craftsmanship. With the help of the totems that the Creation Association commercialized and distributed across human-occupied space in increasingly more sophisticated ways, Vulcan was able to ride along so many master craftsmen that he was able to familiarize himself and gain at least partial proficiency in many different productive activities. From learning how to tan Pulmer skins to obtaining the secrets on how to process a mentalist crystal into an edible ingredient, Vulcan slowly embodied the concept of human craftsmanship in the Red Ocean. He even began to receive incidental worship of alchemists who had recently learned the previously obscure craft of converting extraordinary plant and animal reagents into useful pills and elixirs. Vess was especially happy with that recent gain, because it opened the door to enabling the Larkinson clan to produce these strategic goods. However, traditional alchemy was a pointless activity without a large and continuous supply of alchemical reagents. The majority of them could not be bought on the open market. The demand for them was far too high, so every major group converted several territories into extraordinary farms and grew the reagents that matched their alchemy formulas. The growth and care of those plants was not an enterprise that could be set up with ease. It took a large number of knowledgeable experts, as well as special soils, that could grow the sensitive and picky reagents. The Larkinson clan currently lacked the territories, the expertise, and the knowledgeable manpower needed to cultivate all of the essential plant reagents. If the Blinkivers had begun the process of converting an intangible planet and a star into real physical satellites, then Vess might be able to get away with growing all of those valuable reagents inside a part of himself. That was still a fantasy, though. Vess did not have the faintest clue what he needed to do to kick off the materialization process of the Blinkivers. Either Blinky needed to become a true god first, or he needed to upgrade the Blinkivers manually by feeding it with rare and precious materials. Vess inwardly shook his head. There was no need for him to be impatient about this stuff. The Larkinson clan was not large and established enough to set up a complete supply chain for alchemical products. He and his clan could make do with exchanging the end products from the Red Three by spending war merits. In any case, even if Vulcan would not be able to practice his newly gained skills in refining pills and elixirs, at least not directly, he could still do so more indirectly as long as the worshipping alchemists allowed the spiritual entity to possess their bodies for a time. Even so, it was harder for Vulcan to achieve success through this method. Even refining, the simplest pill not only required a lot of understanding of theoretical principles, but accumulate an abundance of experience on the timing and execution of the production steps. Domain shaper or not, Vulcan needed to be honest and learn alchemy step by step if he wanted to be able to produce these products on an independent basis. That was not a high priority at the moment. Vess resolutely set this subject aside and studied the iron-resonant crucifix crown in greater detail. The symbol of authority, traditionally associated with the lost metal scroll, still stuck to Vulcan's divine core like barnacle. When Vess tried to peel it away, the stubborn crown refused to relinquish its perch and prevented him from having his way. "Keddies, whatever you are about to ask from me, I do not think it is a good idea. These divine cores represent our essence. What will happen if we actually damage one of them? I cannot contain the Heaven Sword if it ever goes wild. That's a risk that I am willing to accept. Just do what I ask, please. Slowly draw the Heaven Sword and try to make contact with the iron-resonant crucifix crown. Just a light touch will do. I just want to know what happens if the two get into contact." To be honest, Keddy's concerns were justified. What Vess just asked her to do could go wrong in so many ways. If a fight broke out in the sacred hearth, then there was a risk that all of their divine cores may suffer from collateral damage in the process. However, Vess did not believe that the Heaven Sword would be stupid enough to start a fight in a space where Keddy's divine core would also be at risk of getting harmed. The biggest wild card was the iron-resonant crucifix crown. Vess knew way too little about its history, its motivations, and its threat level to himself. This was why he proposed this dangerous experiment. Vess needed to gather more data on the symbol of authority so that he could better account for its presence in his life. "Come on, Keddies, what are you waiting for? It is better that we try to get a reaction out of it rather than let this potential time bomb detonate on its own terms. If it turns out to be throat, then it is harder to deal with it now than later." Though Keddies still felt this was a bad idea, she cautiously drew out the Heaven Sword and slowly brought it closer to Vulcan's divine core. Vess wondered what would happen if an ancient grand work came into contact with an ancient relic of a different nature. He still did not have a clear idea of the true nature of the symbols of authority. He had heard that the special crowns were originally derived from the blood shed by the creators of the sacred scrolls. This gave Vess a hint on how he could elevate his user status within the Mech designer system. If his fears became true, then the only way to gain greater authority over the system was to harness the power of an actual symbol of authority. It all fit with each other. Sacred scrolls were not supposed to be used by themselves. They were incredibly powerful and offered a lot of benefits to those that were able to access them, but only the supposed holy sons and holy daughters could gain administrator rights over their functions. The ability to control the usage of the sacred scrolls and the opportunity to unlock their greater mysteries were incredibly tempting benefits to those favored leaders. But the problem was that the sources of the blessings most definitely had impure motives. This was why Vess never trusted the iron-resonant crucifix crown and constantly had to put up his guard against it. Only the fact that it had remained fairly inert aside from allowing itself to get exploited by Vulcan had caused him to feel less acutely threatened by its continued presence. His mother was aware of the problem, but she believed that the metal god method that she specifically improved to siphon the iron-resonant crucifix crown's strength should be enough to keep it safe. Vess was not entirely convinced, hence why he insisted on this test. Vulcan most certainly began to feel more and more nervous as one of the most powerful weapons in the Red Ocean came closer and closer to his divine core. Even though Vulcan greatly admired the Heaven Sword, that also made him fear its power even more. If Vulcan had not already cultivated his heart of steel to a considerable degree of success, he would not have been able to remain so stoic in the face of a potential disaster. Even the symbol of authority could no longer maintain a dull and lifeless face anymore. It visibly began to show signs of activity by shaking from its current perch and releasing a distinctly metallic glow. Keres slowed down, but did not stop. As the tip of the Heaven Sword approached the surface of the crown, the latter most definitely could not remain calm. When the two apparently metallic objects finally made contact with each other to the point where one of them may actually suffer a scratch, both of them briefly flared with power. The crown released a pulse of high-grade metal energy in an attempt to physically push away the sharp edge of the Heaven Sword. The grand work, on the other hand, surrounded itself with heavenly energy, enabling it to withstand the energetic pulse and remain firm. "Stop!" Vess commanded. "Stopping now." Keres did as instructed. The activity between the two powerful relics quickly died down. "Did you sense anything special during the moment of contact?" Vess curiously asked. "I was as if they never conflicted with each other." Keres thought for a few seconds. "I could feel through the Heaven Sword that it had tried to assert its dominance over the crown. Neither of them managed to gain the upper hand, but that may be that they are unwilling to initiate hostilities in this time and place. The weapon harbors a familiar sort of disdain towards the crown. The two may already be familiar with each other, but I can't know for sure. The best way I can characterize it is two old acquaintances meeting with each other after they have lived out most of their lives. Even if they used to be openly hostile towards each other, they no longer care so much about their past disagreements. That is all I can surmise." "That is okay. You have given me more than enough information." This told Vess that the Heaven Sword may actually have the ability to harm or destroy the iron-resonant crucifix crown. He grinned when he made this inference. The balance of power between him and the symbol of authority had finally shifted. Although it had not changed entirely in his favor, he at least proved that he had the means to deter the crown. This was good news. Chapter 65, 82, One Man's Trash is Another Woman's Treasure. The experiment yielded plenty of useful information to Vess. He learned that the Heaven Sword and the iron-resonant crucifix crown may have belonged to opposing parties in the past. This made sense as the creator of the metal scroll and its associated crown used to be an immortal god that sundered the extraordinary source of the Milky Way galaxy in an attempt to ascend to a higher stage. If the wielder of the Heaven Sword lived during those ancient times, then he or she would definitely be a part of the huge cultivation community that had unanimously turned against the 5 immortal gods that sought to devour the heavens themselves. The outcome of this cataclysmic collision was mutual annihilation. The Milky Way became broken and degenerated into a low-energy environment. Cultivators died off en masse as they were no longer able to sustain themselves due to the disappearance of E-energy radiation. The 5 immortal gods died, though how extensively they perished still remained unclear. The Heaven Sword had to enter into a power-saving mode, in order to survive in the barren environment. The Grand Work also had to get accustomed to a new reality, where the environment was unable to spawn a worthy heir to its precious legacy. Considering the sheer devastation that resulted from that ancient war, it was understandable that neither relics of the past felt eager to revisit past grievances. Too much time had passed since that cataclysm occurred. Vess previously thought that it happened several hundreds of thousands of years ago, but that was obviously far too implausible of a time frame. It was much more likely that tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of years had passed since the ancient disaster took place. Vess was not an expert, so his assumptions may be false. Whatever the case, after living through such a long period of ruination, the two relics of the past had already moved on from this ancient calamity for the most part. There was one possible reason why the Heaven Sword see reason to act against the symbol of authority, despite the risks to Vess and Keti's divine cores, but it had mercifully restrained its edge. Vess actually found it curious that the Heaven Sword did not treat the iron-resonant crucifix crown as an archenemy. This may have happened if the crown was actually a surviving remnant of an immortal god that had managed to cling to life throughout the passage of time. Since that ultimately did not happen, the crown probably had a weaker relation to its creator. It was practically impossible to negotiate and subdue an immortal god. The gap in status was simply too big even if the latter had turned into a remnant of its former self. If the iron-resonant crucifix crown possessed its own personality that was independent of the original immortal god, then that was a lot more advantageous to Vess. He was already forming plans based on his observations and assumptions. He still had to maintain a certain degree of caution, considering how it successfully managed to corrupt the polymath, but he became a lot more confident about subverting it to his cause. After all, what else was it supposed to do? Unlike the golden laurel wreath crown, which at least remained tied to a completely intact sacred scroll, the iron-resonant crucifix crown had lost its partner after the shattering of the metal scroll. Vess speculated that the breaking of the sacred scroll had invalidated some of the programming of the iron-resonant crucifix crown and caused it to become less eager to follow its original directives. If this was the case, then Vess may be able to take advantage of this opening and convince it to accept a new purpose. As Vess continued to observe the crown with cautious interest, Keti's gazed suspiciously in his direction. "What are you thinking about doing now, Vess?" "Ideas. Some of them are dangerous. It's not important for the time being. I am not ready to break the status quo yet. Let's leave the crown alone, since it isn't doing any apparent harm for the time being." The pair of Mech designers exited the sacred hearth and left the temple building. Both of them admired the view of the idyllic clouds and mountain range for a time. However, they both needed to return and get back to work. "Make sure to be ready to enter the system space 4 days later." Vess broke the silence. "We need a lot of AP if we want to raise our chances of surviving the ongoing war." "I know. I am eager to upgrade the Dimension Observatory further and begin this dimension-breaching stuff. There is also other stuff that I want to exchange with AP. There is far too much of the former and not enough of the latter." Their biggest constraint right now was that the system offered increasingly more attractive benefits, but charged AP for almost all of them. This was also one of the reasons why Vess favored the second upgrade track. 5-element mastery and superdimensional transformation were decent options as well, but Vess could clearly tell it would take a huge amount of ascension points to fully realize their benefits. That was way too much for Vess. His earning potential directly limited how extensively he could take advantage of the system. This was one of the reasons why he embraced an option that suggested that it would impose the least amount of drain on this scarce currency. The Demon Casting Forge did not disappoint his expectations. Sure, it cost AP to upgrade the facilities and unlock the ability to summon stronger demons and expand the capacity of the demon prison. That did not bother Vess too much because its current state already satisfied his demands. He could freely engage in demon casting, without spending AP as long as he supplied the demons himself. Lucky's gems gave him a buffer which he could use to buy time to secure another supply of demons. When Vess finally bid farewell to Caddies and exited the system space, he returned to his underground design lab as if nothing special happened. His eyes suddenly burned with greater purpose. He suddenly stood up and tried to track Lucky down. According to the monitoring system, the cat was currently lounging in Gloriana's company. Meow. He. You are so cute and close to perfect, Lucky. Gloriana playfully threw another chunk of high-grade exotic at the cat. Lucky lazily caught the ore with his mouth and chewed on it before swallowing his latest snack. There you are, Lucky, Vess said as the gem cat began to glance vigilantly in his direction. Why have you returned, Vess? I need to have a good word with my lazy pet here, he said as he moved closer and unceremoniously picked up the archimetal feline. I will be taking him away. When he moved out, he suddenly gained an interesting idea and halted. He turned back towards Gloriana and extended an arm. A very strange and deadly pink knife suddenly materialized in his palm. Gloriana gazed at it with a puzzled expression. Her perplexement gradually made way weapon. What? What is this? Where did you get this knife? Did you make it yourself? It's a test product that I have developed in secret, Vess succinctly answered. I am trying out a new means of enhancing weapons and possibly mechs. It is a considerably more dangerous and risky means of metaphysical empowerment, but the initial result is already powerful enough for me to follow up on this radical new approach. Even if Vess couldn't explain where he obtained the knife or managed to produce it, he still wanted to leave behind a clear record that introduced his D-arms and D-mechs to red humanity. It would be much less dramatic for Vess to introduce his first fully-fledged D-mech when there was no prior warning that such an outrageous product could even exist. By exposing a small trinket like the maiden knife first, Vess could forewarn the Red Association about the existence of demonized products. As Gloriana studied it more, she inexplicably felt attracted to it. She unconsciously drew closer, but Vess drew back the knife. Hey! Careful, Gloriana. Did you forget that I said it was dangerous and risky? I am being serious. As long as you keep it in your possession, there is always a chance it will turn hostile towards you. This isn't a regular living knife. The intelligence inside the maiden knife is powerful and malevolent. You will get your arm pricked by these curved thorns if you let down your guard. His wife did not appear to take his warning seriously. That is because the knife hates you. This is a woman's weapon. It is a travesty that it remains in your hand. You should transfer it to me right now. She snatched the knife from Vess and held it with growing interest and admiration. This knife, it is, more beautiful and perfect than I thought. Huh. At first, these thorns appear wasteful and inefficient, but there is a sense of elegant lethality in its design language. Ah, I can feel the woman that gives this weapon a soul. My suspicions are right. She much prefers to be held by me than you. I do not blame her at all. This is a woman's accessory. One of the knife's inherent effects began to affect Gloriana's charm. Unlike the earlier enhancement applied to Caddies, the maiden knife had a much stronger effect on Gloriana. She was already beautiful from the onset, and always groomed her appearance to perfection every morning. Now that she held the maiden knife, she had gained a metaphysical boost in attraction that complemented her physical attraction. The result was that she looked a lot more enchanting than before. It was as if his wife had turned into a graceful elf. Though Vess was strong-minded enough to keep his head clear, his fascination for his wife grew when he witnessed her beauty reaching an unprecedented peak. He tried his best to refrain from telling her how much more beautiful she had become. He did not want to feed her already overinflated ego. She was perfectly capable of doing that herself, in fact. She activated a mirror projection and admired the view of herself. She swayed her body around and noticed that she unconsciously made many subtle movements that directly amplified her attraction. This knife is amazing. What an amazing effect. What is its name? I call it the maiden knife because the soul trapped inside is derived from a long-dead maiden. I see. Do you know how much money you can raise if you put it up for auction? Millions of MTA credits. No, women are obsessed with beauty. Tens of millions of MTA credits. Try billions of MTA credits. Gloriana smirked. If this knife is able to improve the appearance and beauty of any woman, then this maiden knife is worth at least that much. In fact, if this new weapon is one of a kind that cannot be replicated, then do not be surprised that its value can rise to over 1 trillion MTA credits if it is placed in a grand auction. Ves genuinely looked shocked at his much more charming wife. He never thought that a failed experimental product could actually have the potential to raise so much money. What? Are people truly willing to spend money that is worth as much as a first-class fleet carrier on a knife that only makes you look more attractive? We are in the middle of a war. So, beauty is a woman's weapon. Don't you know that, Ves? If this weapon's ability to amplify the charm and allure of a lady that already scores high in those criteria, then this is an accessory that defies reality. If you combine it with a curated cultivation method that increases a woman's attraction even further, then hardly any human will be able to prevent themselves from worshipping that goddess. Woman's pursuit of beauty was limitless. It was not implausible for women to be willing to trade an actual first-class fleet carrier just to possess such an amazing artifact. Then, forget about auctioning it. I am keeping it. Just consider it my early birthday present, Gloriana said with determination as she gripped the maiden knife tighter in her slender hand. Do you have any objections, Ves? No, you can keep it, dear. Chapter 65, 83 Lucky at Work. Gloriana decisively claimed the maiden knife as her latest possession. Even if she identified that the knife could be bought for the price of a first-class fleet carrier, if it was put up for auction in front of wealthy ladies from the upper echelon of first-class society, Gloriana never thought of relinquishing it to others. At least Ves did not have to worry about selecting the right birthday present for his wife. As Gloriana practically gushed over the knife, despite the presence of spikes that could easily prick her vulnerable skin, the woman did not appear to harbor any fear that the weapon would harm herself somehow. This was incredibly foolish, yet Ves strangely observed that Gloriana apparently did not encounter any meaningful resistance from the maiden knife. The D-arm's behavior had changed drastically. Ves wondered whether the maiden knife had forgotten its identity as a weapon inhabited by a resentful and irrational demon. When Ves held it in his hands, he could feel the anger and fury that the so-called ancient maiden held towards him. He was the creator of the maiden knife, yet it never showed him any gratitude. Of course, that made a bit of sense, as Ves had put the ancient demon through a series of painful transformations before converting her into the unwilling power source of a D-arm. What was strange was that the maiden knife showed clear rejection towards Keddy's, but grew unnaturally docile as soon as it fell into Gloriana's palm. Why did it exhibit such an enormous difference in treatment? Was it because the maiden knife disliked Keddy's because she wasn't pretty enough? Did Gloriana's more classical beauty and excellent hair and skincare earn the appreciation of the ancient maiden? As twisted and crazy the remnant of the ancient maiden had become, it appeared that she was still capable of playing favorites. This observation was of great significance to Ves. It taught him that demons were not universally hostile to everyone, and was willing to temper their aggression when coming into contact with more compatible individuals. This meant that Ves had to pay attention to the nature and inclinations of individual demons. He had to match them up to the right objects and the right users in order to maximize the benefits and minimize the negative side effects. Shortly after Gloriana claimed the maiden knife, she already began to craft a matching pink scabbard for her latest knife. She did not attempt to create curved caps in order to cover the sharp spikes. She instead took a page out of Keddy's book and designed a floating device that could safely keep the weapon close at hand without risking anyone getting picked by one of the many thorns. Strangely enough, Losing contact with the weapon did not remove the charm-enhancing effect right away, unlike what happened when Vess and Kedis held the maiden knife. This made Gloriana more determined to go through with her current plan. Vess could only lament the unfair treatment. He simply did not understand the thinking of these women. "Let's leave them alone and have our own little chat, shall we, Lucky?" Mio. The gem cat resisted Vess' hold. Lucky valued his freedom and did not want to get dragged away. The feline clearly sensed that Vess did not have good intentions when he arrived this time. Sadly, Lucky had no chance of getting away. His phasing abilities had improved continuously over time, but trying to play around with spatial abilities in front of a phase lord was futile. Once Vess carried his cat to his own design lab, he sat down on the nearest chair and held Lucky in front of a face as if he was holding up a baby. Meow. The dark-plated Archimetal cat played innocent this time. It was as if Lucky thought he could get away with whatever Vess tried to accuse him of if he acted cute. It didn't work. Lucky. Miua. I have been tolerating your laziness and persistent lack of productive activities for a long time. You have been a good companion for the children, and you generally kept your nose out of trouble, so I have been letting you wander around without care. Meow. While I am still willing to let you continue to play around, what is different is that I expect you to meet certain quotas. Have you forgotten who you are? You are a gem cat. The primary purpose of your existence is to produce gems. Meow. When was the last time you used the kitty litter box? With how many exotics and hypers you have eaten in the last year, I would have expected you to produce absolutely marvelous gems, especially given that you have taken a bite out of EE 343F00334R. Yet here we are. So many months have passed, while you have refused to generate any output. What is going on in your digestive system? Are you embezzling all of those valuable nutrients into upgrading your functionality? Miuo. Give me gems. Vess violently shook Lucky back and forth. Producing gems is the least you can do after I allowed you to take a bite out of a superclass alloy. If there is any of it left in your digestive system, then get it out right now. I am not going to wait any longer. Miuo, Miu. Miu. What has changed is that I have new use for your gems now. Previously, I needed them to elevate my mechs to masterworks and give my champions an additional boost in combat. These demands became less important over time because of the shifting focus to ace pilots and Gloriana's god body method. I thought that this would have phased out the value of your gems, but I have recently found a wonderful new application that can make even better use of them than before. Isn't that great? Lucky, Miu. Vess gave his cat a serious glare. Okay, that's enough talk. It is time for concrete action. You have two choices, little buddy. Either start producing your output now, or wait until I find a piece of beestone other materials that can stimulate your digestive organs. It's your choice, Miu. The gem cat made an immediate choice. After receiving a serious warning that Lucky needed to abide by a new quota, he went to work right away. Vess lowered the cat on one of the kitty litter boxes used by one of the numerous cats that prowled Diandi Base. The members of the Premier Branch did not have a strong tradition of keeping cats and other pets. There were still plenty of people who originally resided in the expeditionary fleet and brought along their existing pets, hence why kitty litter boxes could be found with ease. Responsibilities, and actively stimulated his digestive tract through his own means. A few awkward minutes passed until Lucky completed his shameful business and floated away with an ache on his backside. Miu, don't forget that I expect you to produce another set of high-quality gems in the next 12 months, Vess yelled after his cat. If you produce more of them, you will earn a bonus. I might even find a way to give you another bite out of a super-class material. You don't want to know what I will do to you if you fail to produce any gems that meet my minimum standard. If your output continues to disappoint me, then do not blame me if I use you as a test subject for one of the experiments I have been dying to start. Meow. Lucky dashed away pretty quickly, after hearing this ominous threat. Becoming Vest's test subject was no joke. Vest didn't care about Lucky's departure. He got what he wanted out of the cat. Perhaps the gem cat had taken the threat seriously, because he truly made a serious effort to produce a substantial amount of gems this time. Each of them looked bright and special, which increased Vest's expectations towards their attributes. Due to the large variety of materials ingested by Lucky, the gems came in several different variations. Vest already placed them in different subcategories. Right now, the so-called dark gems attracted his interest the most. Vest had a feeling that gems tied to negative attributes had the greatest demonization potential. They could be used to create the most powerful, but also the most dangerous D-arms. Shadow Lord's betrayal. The regret of an alien assassin towards betraying his mission, and his master is captured in this gem. Greatly increases affinity towards the shadow attribute and amplifies the single attack power of an attack onto a target's rear by 100%. What a powerful effect! Vest had encountered much more powerful amplifications in performance, but he had never seen such a strong attack multiplier in a small and handy gem. This was definitely a boost that was perfect for the Phobos, the Larkinson clan's only expert stealth mech. However, Vest felt it was wasteful to merge the next iteration of the Phobos with a gem. It would only remain useful so long as Venerable Zimro Belson remained a high-tier expert pilot. If he broke through and became a saint, then his saint kingdom would begin to subject his Phobos to willpower baptism. This would steadily override the extraordinary amplification effect of the Shadow Lord's betrayal with a persistent boost that originated from the ace pilot himself. From his examinations of the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III, after Saint Tusa piloted him for a time, Vest already ascertained that the 20% boost in agility bestowed by Bastet's regard had worn away. The ace light skirmisher retained nothing from the original gem. Vest did not feel there was anything regretful about the expiration of Bastet's regard. It had served its purpose, and Tusa had gotten plenty of value out of the effect during his expert pilot days. However, Vest would not be stupid enough to squander one of Lucky's gems on a mech piloted by an ace pilot or another individual that was close to breaking through. Vest speculated that the only way to preserve a gem's effect was if the remnant soul trapped inside retained at least some of the strength of a true god. Only a higher major cultivation rank was strong enough to resist the willpower baptism of an ace pilot, at least up to a point. It did not sound likely that Lucky would be able to capture true god-level remnant spirits in his gems anytime soon. That was okay. Vest had studied the maiden knife and the tools of the Demon Casting Forge just enough to possess greater confidence in their ability to withstand willpower baptism. That meant that he could definitely find a way to make this gem useful for the current and future Phobos. Vest turned his attention towards an even darker gem that looked related to the previous one, Shadow Lord's Mark. The insidiousness of an alien assassin is contained in this gem. Greatly increases affinity towards the darkness attribute and allows a mech to plant intangible marks with every melee weapon strike. If enough marks are planted in the same area, then they can be detonated on command, inflicting instant damage based on the total darkness energy contained within the marks. Interesting! What a great effect. Even if Vest did not intend to integrate it in a gem, he still hoped he could preserve this unique function if he integrated it into a D-arm. It would be best if he employed demon forging, but since he had no idea how to do that, he could only resort to demon casting. Vest could see two immediate uses for the Shadow Lord's Mark. He could either use it to demon cast a suitable weapon for his own use, or he could use it to augment one of the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III knives in order to make the weapon useful. Chapter 65, 84 Lucky's Output. Where there was darkness, there was light. Lucky also produced gems that possessed a notable alignment towards positive E-energy attributes. Although not all of the bright gems possessed benign effects, They at least possessed a more positive vibe than the dark gems. Vess actually doubted whether the remnant spirits trapped inside some of these bright gems could be characterized as demons. Bastet's encouragement. The encouraging yowl of a feline patron can be found within this gem. Enhances the dignity of a mech and amplifies the mental suppression it exerts towards allies and enemies within a large range. The white diamond-like gem shone with a relatively bright inner light. Its facets sparked mysteriously under the power of a familiar feline patron. This was hardly the first time Vess encountered the name Bastet. He began to feel increasingly more certain that this was not a coincidence. Did real gods exist? Were they observing red humanity in real time? Was one of them peeking at him right now? Vess had no idea. He refused to believe that there was a massive difference between Bastet and other powerful cultivators at the true god level or above. They were only called gods because the weaklings at the bottom were ignorant and did not know any better. While Vess was willing to take the system's description more seriously and believe that Bastet may very well exist, he did not really think that this female patron would one day materialize in front of him and bestow him her personal blessing. Vess turned his attention back to the gem. He came up with 2 tentative plans for this gem. He could use it to upgrade the Lionheart in the future, or he could use it to improve the Minerva Mark Roman II when the upgrade process was scheduled to begin. Compatibility and fit are important. This gem is clearly more useful to Uncle Ark and his Lionheart. He would have to devise a different solution for Saint Commander Kaesela Ingvar. Vess examined another bright gem produced by Lucky, the Adjudicator's Light. The undying hatred against evil of a lost peacekeeper is contained within this gem. Enables a mech to glow brighter in the presence of evil according to the laws upheld by the forgotten peacekeeper, and enables it to inflict up to 200% damage against such beings depending on the severity. Another amazing gem. This square gem glowed with a harsher and more judgmental light. It vaguely felt similar to the Subjugation King's harsh pale light, which caused Vess to suspect that the lost peacekeeper may have been a fellow member of the Krellian race. Had Lucky been catching spiritual remnants that originally came from Messier 87? How many of these gems derived their power from the remnants of once great and mighty beings from the Milky Way? The lack of information was grating at Vess. He felt it was incredibly important to know more about the entities captured in the gems. In any case, Vess had multiple good options to use this gem for the benefit of multiple candidates. Yet for whatever reason, he instinctively felt was a great match for venerable Janzi Larkinson and the Bastion from a thematic perspective. Janzi had changed drastically since her first breakthrough and turned herself into a crusader of sorts. She was one of the more politically active expert pilots and cared the most about doing the right thing. This meant that she possessed a great dislike towards evil, even if her values and principles differed a lot from the lost peacekeeper. The two should at least be able to overlook these problems and find a kindred soul with each other. Is it worth it to use up a potentially devastating offensive hypergem to one of the most defense-oriented expert mechs in my clan? The mismatch in attributes made this decision a lot harder than it should. The Bastion possessed the weakest offensive power out of all of the high-ranking mechs of the Larkinson clan. She was just so damn slow that she hardly had any opportunity to clash with enemies. She mostly used her superior defenses to shield damaged warships from destruction. That might change somewhat if venerable Janzi managed to become an ace pilot. It would be a lot easier to improve the mobility of the Bastion Mark Roman II. Every ace mech was a potential asset in the fight against alien phase lords. Vess could not rule out the possibility that Janzi and her future ace mech would be dispatched against such mighty opponents. If that ever happened, then it was worthwhile to enhance the offensive power of the Baction. The only question was whether the alien phase lords were actually evil from the perspective of the Adjudicator's Light. Vess did not pretend that the native aliens were in the wrong in the Red War. Humans arrived into the Red Ocean as unwelcome guests and started a brutal campaign of conquest and colonization. It was only fair for the native aliens to rise up and drive away the invaders from their home galaxy. From this perspective, the native aliens were the good guys while humans were the bad guys. If this was the case, how would the adjudicator's light feel when it realized that it was being utilized by the wrong side? The D-Mech, or D-Arm, might actually rebel and turn against its wielder. Perhaps Janzi's strong sense of self-righteousness might be able to avert such a potential disaster. Well, there is plenty of time before the Bastion is due for an upgrade, so there is no rush to decide. Vess smiled and set aside this problem. That settled the gems that shone the brightest. Lucky had produced a single archegem this time. He likely produced archegems whenever he ate significant chunks of archimetal. The gem cat did not have a lot of archimetal in his diet. The only opportunity for him to eat products of Architect was whenever Gloriana discarded her experiments related to this alien tech base. That was a shame, because Vess considered archegems to be the most advanced variant of gems produced by Lucky so far. The descriptions of their effects were more vague, but also grander in scale and scope. This may be a hint that they were much more accurate reproductions of the domains of once powerful cultivators, flames of ruination. A gem that contains the fires that once contributed to the fall of a civilization, strengthens and amplifies the flames spread by a Mech whenever it is used for similar purposes. The fierce red archegem may not match the color of St. Isabel Coton's domain, but their inclinations matched pretty closely. This gem was perfect for St. Isabel's upcoming ace Mech. The Promethea Mark Roman II project was scheduled to start after the completion of the Minerva Mark Roman II project and the Riot Mark Roman III project, respectively. Since Gloriana was no longer involved with the first Sword Mark Roman III project, she could start to design the next iteration of the Promethea sooner than anticipated. Vess would figure out a way to convert this archegem into a powerful offensive enhancement for the Promethea Mark Roman II. He had high hopes for the Flames of Ruination in particular. There had to be a reason for archegems to adopt a more sophisticated structure. Perhaps they contained more powerful or complete spiritual remnants. After Vess completed his inspection of this wonderful gem, he finally turned to the pair of gems that looked ugly and misshapen. This was the disadvantage of forcing Lucky to empty his digestive system in advance. The gem cat did not have the time to properly complete the formation of his products. Still, Vess did not regret this decision because he needed to reassert discipline onto his pet. Besides, what if the flawed gems were more useful than expected? Just because their physical shells looked ugly did not mean that their inhabitants were defective. The heart of vengeance that smolders in the dark. A semi-processed gem that encapsulates the obsession towards vengeance of a betrayed warrior. This gem can periodically amplify a single attack launched by a Mech against a target that is the bearer of a great amount of unfulfilled resentment. Damn. The misshapen spiral gem promised great power against those who treated a lot of beings like crap. Vess had a feeling that the Red Ocean was far from short of those kinds of individuals. This meant that this gem would be a perfect fit for an offensive Mech that was capable of inflicting a singular powerful blow. Only one machine truly qualified. The Amaranto Mark Roman III that the design department recently completed and shipped back to the expeditionary fleet could make fantastic use of the properties of this gem. To be more specific, Vess felt that it would be best if he forged the heart of vengeance that smolders in the dark into the instrument of vengeance. Their names happen to match, so that should definitely increase the compatibility between the demon and the weapon. The only concern was whether the flawed and incomplete shape of the gem would negatively impact the demon casting process in any way. Vess did not have enough information, so he could only give it a try and see what would happen. Technology thief's surprise. A semi-processed gem that contains the ill intent of a technology thief towards his victims. This gem can progressively weaken and neutralize material technological products struck by a Mech based on the knowledge and understanding of the utilized tech. What? This unfinished infinity symbol-shaped gem had an outrageous effect. If the description was accurate, then it could potentially turn entire battleships into a collection of scrap metal. The premise was that the wielder of the power of this gem actually understood all of the complicated tech. This practically made this gem useless to all conventional Mech pilots. The only group of people that could make the best use out of the gem were top Mech designers and scientists who happened to become Carmine Mech pilots. This is absurd. These intelligent minds were far too precious to risk on the front lines. They should be kept away from the fighting so that they could continue to contribute to Red humanity by furthering its technological development. There were two exceptions that Vess could think of at the moment. The first was Keddy's, who became even more encouraged to test herself in battle after she gained access to the power and the protection of the Heaven Sword. Of course, it would be best if Keddy's agreed to convert her Bloodsinger or one of her other swords into a D-arm with the technology thief's surprise. Another potential candidate that could make great use of this gem was Vess himself. Even if he did not want to make it a habit for him to unfold his true body and fight against formidable enemies in person, Vess did not think he could avoid such confrontations in the future. The technology thief's surprise would not be of much use against purely organic opponents such as phase whales and phase lords, but it should work great against their increasingly more technologically sophisticated rivals. Aside from that, the gem should also have a great effect against alien warships, though Vess was not sure if it would work against transphasic energy shields in particular. Whatever the case, Vess should have a much easier time crippling warships left and right due to his formidable knowledge base. I wonder how powerful this gem will become if it falls into the hands of the polymath. This was an absurd notion. The polymath was a star designer with an awe-inspiring domain. Vess did not think it was likely for a gem that likely contained a middle demon to be of much use. Well, that's it for now. After Vess completed his inspection of the latest batch of gems, he stuffed them into his pouch, causing it to get close to reaching its storage limit. He smiled. He had plenty of demons to work with this time. Chapter 6585, Design by Template. While Vess happily inspected the latest batch of gems produced by Lucky, all the way out in the Milky Way, a certain cyborg cat just concluded her latest design session. Veronica let out a tired breath as she sat back on the floating pillow that served as her seat. The biomechanical feline incarnation had been working almost continuously on a single Mech design project ever since the evolution which unveiled the Oblivion Gates. The Oblivion Empress personally commanded her daughter to design the first Carmine Mech for a massive human society that was frankly not ready to adopt it on a larger scale. It was too bad that the Oblivion Gate Consortium had no intentions of prepping the masses for the immense disruption that would ensue after the mass proliferation of Mechs that could be piloted by norms. There were times where Veronica felt bad about becoming complicit to the outbreak of war and conflict on a scale that original humanity had never witnessed since the start of the Age of Mechs. Her creation may very well serve as the first inciting factor that could ultimately lead to the downfall of the Big Two. The Age of Mechs may finally come to an end in the Milky Way galaxy. Could Veronica bear the responsibility for contributing to these man-made calamities? She didn't know. Her mother gave her no choice but to work, so she did her best to set aside her misgivings and do her job as a Mech designer. One of the main factors that made the days and weeks so much more bearable was the company of an old friend from the survivalist faction. Master Moira Willix served as a true heavyweight in the Rule Breaker project. While Veronica contributed her unique Carmine system, Master Willix practically excelled in taking care of everything else. She made it possible for Veronica to tackle the high-level challenge of designing a series of modular Mech platforms for every tech level that could also be localized to every region of human-occupied space. That last part was especially tricky to do for a relatively young and inexperienced Mech designer like Veronica. Unlike Red Humanity, which only occupied a single corner of a dwarf galaxy, original Humanity had expanded its reach across half of a main galaxy. This meant that it was not that simple to reproduce a single Mech design in every region of human space. The quantity and type of resources available in the Komodo star sector was much different than any of the star sectors in the galactic center. In order to make a Mech design work across almost every region of the galaxy, high-ranking Mech designers developed a special approach to make it possible. It is called design by template, Master Willix explained to Veronica at the start of the Rule Breaker project. Have you heard of it before? No, the silvery cat responded. I never needed to resort to such means in the Red Ocean. I am not surprised. It is an advanced method that is beyond your scope normally. Design by template is an intermediate design process that introduces additional complexity, delays, and cost. There is more room for error, and it is a nightmare to maintain consistency of a product line throughout the entire Mech market. The only groups that can earn a profit while designing by template are the major transgalactic corporations. They have the funding, reach, manpower, scale, and infrastructure to develop detailed Mech templates and use them to design localized Mech designs that perform very similar to each other despite their diverging material compositions. Master Moira Willix gave Veronica an example of a Mech template by presenting the younger Mech designer. With one of her older works, a projection appeared that showed a Mech design, or at least it looked like one on the surface. Veronica's artificial eyes glowed brighter as she became fascinated by how the template differed from a Mech design. The two possessed a lot of similarities. They consisted of a very detailed set of instructions on how to reproduce a Mech. The divergence came in the level of detail and specificity. A Mech design might demand that the head of a Mech must be made out of unending alloy. A Mech template would demand that the head of a Mech must be made out of a metallic material that should closely match the mass, density, toughness, conductivity, flexibility, and more. The latter was not a Mech design, but it could help Mech designers make one themselves. The simplest way to describe a Mech template in this professional context was that it was a do-it-yourself kit of a Mech design. It was a rather interesting way to solve the lack of universality of the old galaxy's sprawling Mech sector. I get it, the cyborg cat said as she studied the Mech template of a first-class multi-purpose Mech design that was a few generations old. These Mech templates are preparatory works that are meant to instruct regional design teams on how to localize a Mech line so that it can be produced and sold within a single star cluster. This will reduce the dependence on long-distance shipping and thereby make the product line more competitive in terms of pricing and local market adaptations. That is a good summary of this approach. While it has become the established design approach for every Mech design that is intended for distribution across the entire galaxy, the design by template approach comes with many disadvantages. Can you name them, Veronica? Well, you have already mentioned them earlier, so I only need to expand on these factors, Veronica said. The most obvious downside is that the Mech template is not an exact Mech design. Unless the original designer is willing to sit down and design hundreds of localized variants in person, the last stage of this expansive process must be completed by regional design teams that understand the market and supply conditions of their star clusters the best. These Mech designers are usually not as good as the lead designers of the Mech template, and they may occasionally misinterpret or make outright mistakes in trying to preserve the original intent of the Mech template. That will not only cause the localized Mech designs to be inferior in quality and performance, but also have difficulty reproducing the original design philosophies. Master Willix nodded. That is a good analysis. Adding an additional step between Mech template and Mech design introduces errors and mistranslations. This is an unavoidable consequence, but well-organized Mech corporations try to minimize the deviations as much as possible by training the localizers as best as possible. The leaders in charge of them have usually worked directly under the lead designers for at least a decade. Even then, localized Mech designs will still not be perfect. I take it that this is a big deal. It is, Veronica. Mech templates are notoriously sensitive towards deviations. If a localized Mech design diverges a little too much from its original template, the end product no longer holds the empowerment of the design philosophies of the lead and contributing Mech designers. That is regarded as a failure, as the botched Mech design is no longer competitive on the market. Other transnational corporations will ruthlessly try to fill up the gap in the market with their own localized Mech designs if they smell an opportunity. Much of the Mech market of the old galaxy was hyper-competitive. What Master Willix described was more than plausible. Does this happen a lot? Veronica wondered as she rubbed her paw against her smooth metallic chin. I do not have access to the statistics, but according to my own unreliable estimates, it is likely happening on a fairly frequent basis. The transgalactic Mech corporations simply refuse to publicize these failures, preferring to delay the galaxy-wide release of their new product lines so that they can quietly remedy the problem. In the most egregious cases, the members of the original design team may have to serve as consultants in order to ensure that the localized Mech design truly represents their philosophies. That indeed sounded like a troublesome issue. This is probably why the design work must be done in-house, Veronica remarked. It is not a good idea to farm out these designs to third-party design studios. The Mech designers for hire are likely unfamiliar with the design philosophies of the original design team, so they will do a much worse job and fail to complete a fully functional Mech design. Wait. The cyborg cat looked increasingly more disturbed. She began to apply these descriptions to her own situation. She and Master Willix were supposed to complete the Rule Breaker project without the benefit of all of that manpower and infrastructure. How the hell were they supposed to imitate those gigantic transgalactic corporations and release a Mech line throughout the entire old galaxy? Calm down. Designing a Mech template is challenging, but it is not as intimidating as you think, Master Willix said. The simplest and crudest approach to forming a Mech template is to design a normal Mech design first. After that, you can steadily convert it into a Mech template by replacing concrete material selections with more ambiguous material requirements. This is an imperfect method as the conversion from a Mech design to a Mech template will cause small but significant details to get lost in translation. It is best to design a Mech template from the onset. That is too advanced for me, Master. I have no experience with this stuff, I don't think. I can get it right the first time. It is not a mistake to admit your lack of competence. It is good that you recognize your limits and be willing to inform me about it. We will adopt the simplest approach if that is the case. You can go ahead and design a Mech with the exotics and alloys that you used to work with in the Yena star cluster. Once the design is complete, I will uphold most of the responsibility of translating it into a template, though you should be involved as well in order to accrue experience in this process. You will need to learn how to create qualified Mech templates by yourself if you want to release other. Carmine matched across the Milky Way galaxy. Veronica definitely harbored that ambition. She did not want the Rule Breaker project to be the only major work that catered to the demands of her customers across the old galaxy. If we do this, the Mech template will most certainly be flawed. If we subsequently release it onto the galactic net and allow third-party Mech designers to play with it, they will soon come out with a huge quantity of even more imperfect Mech designs. It will be a wonder if they still manage to retain my design philosophy which is essential to making the Carmine system work. Master Willix did not appear bothered by these problems. We are working under highly suboptimal circumstances. It is a dream to design a high-quality Mech template. You should accept our less-than-ideal working conditions and focus on doing your best to put actual working Carmine Mechs in the hands of many humans. The machines do not have to match the performance of market leaders. They just need to work well enough to give norms a chance to transform their lives and fulfill their fantasy of becoming Mech pilots. Trust me, these customers will not think too badly about the inferior performance and the imperfect localization efforts. There are no other competitors in this galaxy aside from yourself, so you can completely capture this market regardless of quality and performance issues. The R-Ray Master Mech designer made a good point. Veronica fell silent for a while. She obsessed too much about the quality of her products, when the norms of original humanity, frankly, didn't care about that kind of stuff. Even if her Carmine Mechs came in the form of shambling rust buckets, there would still be an astronomical amount of norms willing to bond their lives to these machines. If that was the case, then Veronica might as well not worry about this issue anymore and focus on meeting the most essential demands of her future customer base. Chapter 6586, The Finesse of Mech Templates. Designing a good Mech template was not as easy as it sounded. Technically speaking, even a novice Mech designer could convert a Mech design into a Mech template. However, it took great expertise in materials science, broad understanding of the material usage in every major region of human space, and a large amount of experience in Mech design in general to develop a good template. A bad one could easily be overly specific to the point, where not everyone was able to find the right substitution materials. Perhaps no viable alternative existed. Perhaps the ones available in a region may be unaffordable. Perhaps a close substitution material just happened to possess a deviating property that caused the Mech to behave much differently than what the ideal design dictated. Other problems occurred when a Mech template became overly broad. Localizers became flooded with choice. They lacked enough direction to select the most optimal substitute materials. People could spend weeks or months on narrowing down the list of viable materials to use in a localized design. It was easy for them to settle for suboptimal choices that ultimately caused the localized Mech design to exhibit inferior performance. It was also easy for all of the little changes to cascade into increasingly more divergent performance when the localized Mech was built into reality, thereby losing the connection to the original intent and philosophy of the original design team. When it came to developing Mech templates, the overall rule was that I was better to be too loose than too specific. Yet going too far would ultimately result in a lot of confusion and significant drops in quality throughout the galaxy. This was also why only the biggest Mech corporations made use of Mech templates. By meticulously training and organizing in-house Mech designers to develop localized Mech designs according to company guidelines, and with great familiarity of the design philosophies of the lead designers, they could minimize the error rate. Mech corporations that engaged in this kind of business for a long time tended to develop a lot of specialized expertise in localizing Mech templates. They employed large teams of metallurgists who proactively developed an expanding collection of new alloys just to achieve a closer match with the ideal Mech design. There was a huge amount of depth and intricacy in running a business model based on Mech templates. It was the only way for Mech corporations to release mainstream Mech models that could be sold in one variation or another in every corner of human space. Smaller players could never achieve the enormous reach by using their own Mech designs, as they were localized to specific regional conditions by default. These factors not only included material availability, but also cultural and legal restrictions. It was no surprise that these massive Mech corporations employed an enormous amount of Mech designers. Every regional branch had to keep their own design teams on retainer just to fulfill the localization demands. None of this had anything to do with little All Veronica. The incarnation just needed to design the ideal versions of the Rule Breaker project and assist with converting them into Mech templates, one for each tech level. After that, the Mech templates would be released into the wild, where norms who were desperate to pilot Mechs would embrace the new works with great enthusiasm. Usually, a Mech designer that has developed a Mech template but lacks the infrastructure to release it on a wider scale must proactively contract competent and reliable third-party design studios across the galaxy to complete the localization step. This is an impossible undertaking for most, but we are different, Master Willix patiently explained to Veronica. The unique and unprecedented value of our Mech templates will ensure that third parties will do whatever it takes to convert them into localized Mech designs. In other words, as long as the demand was high enough, third-party Mech designers would be clamoring to adapt it to their regional Mech markets. Not only did they smell an amazing opportunity to raise their sales figures and expand the reach of their businesses, but they also wanted to associate their names with a historic and prestigious product release. These favorable conditions meant that Veronica and Master Willix were in the rare position of not needing to worry about these troublesome issues at all. Nobody could compete against the Carmine system. For a long time, the Rule Breaker Mechs would be the only machines in the Milky Way galaxy that could enable norms to pilot Mechs. Of course, in order to make sure that every norm could make good use of their Carmine Mechs, Veronica and Master Willix worked hard to make the designs practical, versatile, and adaptable. In the span of 2 months, Master Willix had fully invested her capabilities as a R-Ray Master Mech designer and did much of the heavy lifting in raising and optimizing the utilization of technology. Since the Rule Breaker project was meant for mass adoption on the widest possible scale, the 3 versions had to be as affordable as the budget models at every tech level. This heavily limited the quality and performance of the tech and materials that could be used to make the machines combat-worthy. Master Willix put great focus, simplifying the designs as much as possible. She readily rejected solutions that could raise the performance of the machine just because they added an excessive amount of complexity in the design. The Carmine Mechs had to be as simple to manufacture and repair as possible, because that made it easier for them to spread far and wide. Master Willix had another reason to prioritize simplicity over maximum performance. The Class I design philosophy that I am simulating is much more effective on simpler modular and semi-modular Mech platforms, she explained to the cyborg cat. Wild modularity is a philosophy that produces the greatest value when it is highly compatible with a large variety of cheap and low-quality modular parts. If the Rule Breaker project only accepts modular parts of such high quality and sophistication that they can only be developed by master Mech designers, then only a limited number of people can modify and diversify the Carmine Mechs over time. This is not conducive to establishing a rich industry and market for third-party Rule Breaker parts and mod kits. Not every Carmine Mech pilot has the means to request upgrade and customization services from master Mech designers. That was very much true. The point was that the Rule Breaker project had to keep everything simple whenever possible. That did not mean that Veronica was forbidden from employing more sophisticated design solutions. She just needed to make sure that it was her last resort. It helped a lot that attaining competitive performance was not a high priority this time. Even so, Veronica could not afford to make the Carmine Mechs too shabby, or else they would get torn apart with ease by the modern conventional Mechs that were utilized today. It is best to ensure that the Carmine Mechs are at least as good as the Mech models that used to be popular 2 Mech generations ago, Willix said. That gives us enough leeway to successfully complete the project within the accelerated deadline. It will also put a hard floor on how extensively we allow the performance of the Rule Breaker versions to slide. We should not use this excuse too often to avoid the need to develop difficult solutions. Overly simplistic Mech designs will generate too many bad impressions and will slow down the adoption and improvement rate. Wild modularity was a rather radical approach towards modular and semi-modular mechs. It treated an initial modular mech as a level 1 player character in a typical game. The starting version of the machine was weak and limited, but as the pilot continued to use it over time, the mech leveled up and gained an allowance to modify or upgrade the design while remaining true to its original concept. This was normally not possible unless at least some of the original mech designers participated in the upgrade project. Mech forces that employed their own in-house mech designers did not have to worry too much about this requirement, but there were many smaller groups and outfits that lacked the financial muscle to employ their own competent mech designers. Veronica and Willix wanted the Rule Breaker project to become accessible to the masses, so they needed to make sure that the initial mech designs could be improved by any decent apprentice mech designer. Simply replacing the stock parts with similar versions based on stronger and more expensive materials was an easy way to improve the performance of the Carmine mechs. Replacing basic modular parts with more advanced and more sophisticated versions was another way to upgrade the low-level Carmine mechs, but this demanded greater skill and better access to advanced tech than usual. This made sure that most segments of the mech market would be able to transform the initial Carmine mechs into their own unique and personalized machines. Wild modularity became such a pivotal aspect of the Rule Breaker project that Master Willix even decided to lower the emphasis on the other design philosophies. The rational mech designer had initially chosen to simulate a class Roman III design philosophy that increased the damage tolerance of the internal structure and the cockpit. A class Roman IV design philosophy that increased the reaction speed of the mech, and a class Roman VIII design philosophy that increased the processing power and the deep learning capabilities of an AI-assisted and controlled machine. Each of them were relatively basic design philosophies compared to wild modularity, but they all contributed to the survival of the Carmine mechs, which was especially important when they were controlled by total beginners with no actual training in piloting their new machines. Master Willix laid out her argumentation. Once the Carmine mechs have leveled up as it were, the Carmine mech pilot does not necessarily have to rely on these crutches anymore in order to remain effective in combat. He or she may develop his own ideas and commission the services of a mech designer of his choosing to strengthen a specific aspect of the Carmine mech. This can range from converting the machine into a drone mech to replacing the starting armor system with a much thicker and more damage-resistant alternative. Each of them can perform much better when backed by a specialized design philosophy. I intend to give third-party mech designers the room to replace one of my simulated design philosophies with their own ideas. I will expressly mention this in the design notes so that they can do so without fear of breaking the end product. Won't the latter change affect the efficiency of the Carmine systems and wild modularity? Veronica asked. It will, but as long as the mech designer in question is careful enough, the negative impact will remain in a tolerable range. Some senior mech designers and all master mech designers should be perceptive and knowledgeable enough to make good use of the opening that I have created in the Rule Breaker project. This was another advanced concept that Veronica had not encountered before. The Rule Breaker project was so massive in scope that she was finally beginning to enter the true world of high-level mech design. Even if not all of the lessons she learned was applicable to the Red Ocean, Veronica enjoyed them anyway. She did not intend to waste the sheer potential of the Milky Way's mech market. Her radical and subversive product strategy for the Milky Way market may be different from her more cautious and upright product strategy for the Red Ocean, but that made this challenge all the more interesting. Veronica could get away with designing and releasing a lot more interesting mechs in the Milky Way than she could get away with in the Red Ocean. The release of the Rule Breaker project was just the first of many radical mech designs to come. Chapter 65, 87, The Productivity of a Proper Master Mech Designer. As the design of the Mech templates came closer to completion, Veronica became amazed by many of the design solutions put forward by Master Willix. She had collaborated with Master Benedict Cortez in the past on a number of high-ranking Mech design projects, but there were still vast differences between Master Mech Designer. Veronica did not look down on Master Cortez. No matter what, he had proven his dedication, competence, diligence, and ingenuity by successfully realizing his design philosophy. The problem was that his background was too poor. He was raised and educated in the Friday Coalition and spent several decades of his life slumming in the frontier of the old galaxy. He had only advanced to the rank of Master Mech Designer fairly recently. This meant that he did not have much time to accumulate a lot of high-end knowledge and build up more experience at his current rank. Master Benedict also had little to no experience working with genuine first-class Mech designs, just like Vess. This meant that a vast gulf existed between Master Benedict Cortez and Master Moira Willix. The latter was lucky enough to be raised and educated within the Mech Trade Association from the start. Instead of becoming a normal, passionate Mech designer, she chose to pursue the rarer and much more difficult path of becoming a rational Mech designer. She immediately began to work on first-class, multi-purpose Mech design projects right after she graduated and steadily improved in rank and status. Though she never really excelled in a notable way compared to her peers, she produced consistent results as a rational Mech designer and learned how to simulate a new design philosophy once every couple of months. Is there no limit to how many design philosophies you can learn to simulate? Veronica curiously asked. Not that I know of, Master Willix answered during a design session. It gets easier over time, especially if there are already similarities between the one I am learning and the ones I have already mastered to an extent. The career of a rational Mech designer is similar to a snowball. The ones who have lived longer and spent more time on accruing design philosophies are walking libraries. I am no exception to this rule. The selection of design philosophies and the overall direction we have chosen for most of them dictate how useful we may be in certain Mech design projects. Rational Mech designers were truly outrageous in this way. As long as Moira Willix learned a new design philosophy every once in a while for over a century, she would literally be able to simulate hundreds of them with great familiarity. Even if she would never be able to channel the full passion and expertise of the original creators of those design philosophies, just the quantity and ability to switch to many different choices were already huge advantages. Naturally, it was not easy for rational Mech designers to persist in their efforts for so long. They had to endure their own challenges. Rational Mech designers have to balance their attention between working with other design philosophies and developing their own ethos in Mech design. Master Willix explained to Veronica. No matter how many design philosophies we simulate, we are ultimately retreating existing ground. We are not necessarily inventing anything new. In order to prove our value and advance to a higher rank, we must still design Mechs that embody our own original concepts. That must be difficult since you don't spend as much time with your own design philosophy as others, Veronica surmised. Master Willix stoically nodded. That is true. I have many colleagues who are unable to switch between rational Mech design and conventional Mech design. The inability to separate between these two modes leads to many problems over time. There are also cases where their passion and dedication towards their own design philosophies may wilt because they have lost their drive and ambition to make their own mark on the Mech industry. In short, rational Mech designers can design Mechs with much greater variety than normal, but they must work harder to meet harsher requirements in order to succeed. Was it worth it for you, Master? I mean, would you have become a much better Mech designer if you became a passionate Mech designer instead? That sounded like an intriguing question to Willix. I cannot state with a great amount of certainty whether this alternate version of myself would have attained greater success. The work and effort, I put in to become a rational Mech designer at my current rank is multiple times greater than that of more conventional Mech designers. I would have been able to get much closer to becoming a star designer if I did not commit to this approach towards Mech design. However, it is exactly because I learned so many design philosophies and spread my knowledge base far and wide that I was able to earn many opportunities, befriend so many knowledgeable colleagues, and design the most successful products of my career. I definitely believe it was worth it for me to become a dedicated rational Mech designer. Veronica grew more and more impressed at Master Willix. She was really a master Mech designer of a radically different breed than Master Benedict. The latter could still be regarded as a respectable master Mech designer, but it was clear that he was still at the beginning stages of his current rank. Master Willix was far ahead of him in terms of experience, knowledge accumulation, augmentations, industry know-how, and more. It was incredibly pleasant to work with such an amazing helper. Despite the many limitations imposed by budget and other practical constraints, Veronica was nonetheless able to ensure the Rule Breaker project closely aligned with her vision, with the well-thought solutions provided by the master Mech designer. In fact, Master Willix's greatest strength was to solve problems before Veronica became aware of them. The survivalist proactively anticipated and resolved many potential issues that could have caused delays and slowed down their progress. Normally, Master Willix wouldn't have done this because it would be better for Veronica's growth if she tackled these issues herself at first. Time was of the essence, though. Since the Rule Breaker project had to be released in a working condition in just 2 months or so, Master Willix had no choice but to increase her responsibilities and unveil her formidable strength as an RA Master Mech designer. While doing this caused Veronica to miss much of the challenge of designing the Carmine Mechs of the Rule Breaker project, she liked it that she had been reduced to designing Mechs in easy mode. This was especially important, as Veronica could no longer readily borrow the processing power of Vess over in the Red Ocean. Ever since the idiot of a phase lord accidentally locked himself in a so-called deep research mode, Veronica's synchronization with her principal had been dropping with each passing day. That was not a big deal in the short term, but she had a growing suspicion that it would lead to increasingly more severe problems if this continued on for too long. Anyway, the most immediate disadvantage of Vess' unavailable state was that Veronica had to design Mechs by relying on her own mind. This was hardly her best state, so Master Moira Willix perfectly compensated for her lack of conveniences. The work proceeded so smoothly that they even chatted about topics other than work once in a while. Veronica still had many questions about Master Willix. He hardly knew her on a personal level. This did not matter much when the two went their separate ways, but now that they were reunited once again, it became important to figure out the person behind the rational mind. Polymath's discipline. Master Willix gave Veronica a very faint smile. The timeline does not match up. She is too young to have taken me as a disciple. While I do not care so much about age, others do. It is not likely for a Mech designer such as myself to become her disciple. I do admit that she has seen fit to teach me a number of lessons in the past. I am grateful for her tutelage. As for who actually taught me, it is not important. My teacher is not a star designer. Oh, I thought you would have been seeing how competent you actually are. The cyborg cat responded. Why did you leave the RA and join our side and agree to design the Rule Breaker project with me? I mean, you had a pretty good life as a master Mech designer. It is hard to imagine anyone else making the same choice in your position. Now you stand to lose all of your status and much of your friends within the association and become a fugitive. Are you truly okay with sparking an upheaval? Master Willix fell silent for a few seconds. I have my doubts and misgivings, but now that I have become an outsider from my own society, I can look at it from a different angle. What I have seen is disconcerting. My discussions with the members of the Oblivion Gate Consortium have reinforced my initial impressions. What have you seen? a society of humans that have become increasingly more stagnant and complacent. Long-term peace has made the lives of many people more prosperous, but aside from making themselves helpless against a speculative future threat from Messier 87, I am disappointed that people are no longer pursuing progress on a societal level. Humans who live today are almost indistinguishable to those who lived a century ago. With so much industry and prosperity, humanity can do so much more, yet they refuse to do so because the old guard have maintained their stranglehold onto society for too long. Things aren't exactly improving quickly, but they aren't deteriorating rapidly either. Most people think that is good enough. Humans thrive when they are affected by external pressure, Master Willix said. The opening of the Red Ocean was a brilliant masterstroke of the Big Two. By starting an invasion in a nearby dwarf galaxy that just happens to be filled with a strategic exotic material that can easily facilitate mass invasions into other galaxies, the MTA and CFA were on the cusp of transforming human society for the better by using conquest as a motivating factor. Yet, the Great Severing ruined it all, Veronica flatly said. Correct. This setback has inflicted enormous damage to the expansionist faction and others who invested heavily in the Red Ocean. It has lowered the statures of the leading supporters and shifted the balance of power to the old guard, who are most concerned with maintaining stability. I knew that our society would regress and become even more insular than before. Overly cautious leaders, such as the chosen human, will contribute to this development due to his lifelong fears about causing greater disruptions than is necessary. That was right. While the Red Ocean gained a disproportionate amount of leaders who tended to be more proactive and willing to take radical action, that meant that their political influence had disappeared in the Milky Way. This firmly tilted the balance of power in favor of the old guard. The root of the problem is that our leaders have clung to their positions of power for too long, Master Willix said. It is bad enough that the same leaders have been in charge for over a century. Many of them make use of exclusive high-grade life, prolonging treatment scrums to stay alive long after the age of conquest had come to an end. God pilots and star designers have lifespans that are on another level compared to mortals such as ourselves. What if they continue to retain their positions of power? What if they refuse to step down from their thrones? They occupy their positions for so long that they might consider it their sacred right. They may also become corrupted by the power they wield for so long. Master Willix gravely nodded. The power distribution of our society has become more and more skewed in the wrong direction. One of the underlying problems of the current order is that the power of the middle and lower echelons has decreased with each passing year. More and more power is concentrated in the oligarchical club of Tier 1 and Tier 2 galactic citizens. None of them have any intention of relinquishing the power that they have gained while living for so long. If their lifespans were more finite, then they would have worked harder to establish orderly succession plans. That has not happened, so we are moving into a future where human civilization in the Milky Way will largely be ruled by the same individuals 500 or 1,000 years from today. Is that truly what is best for the common good? Not everyone thought that there was anything wrong with this premise. Yet Veronica knew without a doubt that he would never want to live in such a boring and stagnant society. It sounded as if Master Willix also shared this sentiment. Chapter 65-88, The Dehumanization of the MTA. It is human nature for the strong among us to take measures to consolidate their power base, Veronica told Master Willix. What is happening in the age of Mech has happened in the age of conquest and prior periods of human history as well. All empires eventually fall. Even if the Big Two doesn't get toppled by the conspiracy hatched by the Oblivion Gate Consortium, other factors will eventually get the job done. You may be correct, but I do not want to leave this matter to chance. Willix expressed her resolve. One of the problems with this age is that many of our most powerful leaders are blatantly not human anymore. They have become existences that rival that of gods, which means their lifespans are completely different. It should not be too much of a problem for them to live for longer than modern human history. If that happens, more and more of our people will become accustomed to being ruled by a fixed group of gods whose authorities have become unshakable. That is not a sign of a healthy human society. If our existing order cannot induce our existing leaders to pass on their positions of power to the next generations, then we must give the disenfranchised masses the power to fight to regain their own rights, even at the cost of a huge amount of bloodshed. As long as the conflict can be controlled to an extent, then the total extinction of the human race is off the table. I can reluctantly accept this outcome if the alternatives are worse. It is better to attempt to detonate this contradiction earlier rather than later. Now that an opportunity has arisen due to the confluence of multiple favorable developments, I am willing to lend my aid to this cause. Do you think that humans will end up in a worse position if the status quo continues to hold for a couple more centuries? Veronica asked. Yes, that is exactly what I think based on my understanding of our current society. The longer the masses are being trained to revere their betters, the less willing they are to challenge their leaders. The only possibility that a conflict may break out is if the powerful leaders of opposing camps have fallen out and have begun to wage open warfare against each other. This is a worse outcome because the longer passage of time has put more human lives in danger. A war between two top human power blocks may also be cataclysmic enough to sunder planets and ruin star systems. I think I get your argument. The humans suffering in a straightforward fight between two human power blocks can easily spin out of control if the fighting grows more intense. Ordinary people have no power to resist at all. This is different when a huge amount of smaller fights and wars occur across the Milky Way. A lot of people will still get killed, but it is much less likely that people on one side will escalate too far and engage in mass slaughter and widespread destruction of civilian infrastructure. Since most of the petty wars are started by random people whose egos became overinflated after becoming Carmine Mech pilots, they would become much more prone to starting fights getting dragged into them. That was not an excuse to commit genocide, though. From this perspective, it should at least be possible to keep the damage of the Rule Breaker project contained to an extent. Of course, there were a lot of questionable assumptions about this future speculation that could very well disappoint Master Willix. The warring along with the intervention of increasingly more human and alien powers might cause the wars to rapidly spin out of control. This was not Veronica's problem. The Mech Trade Association had long claimed ultimate dominion over Mechs, so it must undertake this responsibility as well. When the Mechers would try and fail to maintain the crumbling order, that was when the Big Two's precious hegemony came under genuine threat for the first time in several centuries. This was when it became possible to reshape the human order. The MTA's long-standing dominance may come to an end, and the masses may finally turn away from the leaders that they looked up to for so long. It was quite brave for Master Willix to openly aspire to plot the downfall of her own organization in order to build up a better future for the humans of the Milky Way. Aren't you afraid that we will get set back in almost every way at the end of all of the fighting? Veronica asked. Instead of being ruled by two large but stable overlords, human space might fracture into hundreds, if not thousands, of petty kingdoms. Each of them no longer answers to any higher authority. Since most of them are led by individual strongmen, they are more easily provoked into wars for all kinds of reasons. More and more humans will fight against each other, but without the suppression of the Big Two, there is no one able to keep them in line aside from their rival neighboring kingdoms. Such an outcome is plausible, but it is still better outcome than letting too much power concentrate under a single stagnant regime, the master Mech designer argued. As unfortunate as it sounds to expose humans to greater conflict, it is exactly because so many of them are trying to kill each other that their upward mobility has improved. They have greater chances to earn merit in combat, prove their competence, and rise up the ranks. A kingdom or society that does not reward their hardworking subjects will most likely fall due to being ruled by incompetence. If this cleansing process can happen in every layer of our civilization, then we can purify the rot that has tainted our order and reignite the vitality of the human race. It sounded as if Master Willix was a strong believer in the infamous societal revival theory, but Veronica was not fully convinced that a rational Mech designer like herself was so easily willing to embrace this radical course of action. How much of your story comprises of your original beliefs, and how much of it is actually ex post rationalization? The design lab grew tense as Veronica directly questioned Master Willix's motives. The two stared at each other for almost a minute. In the end, they implicitly agreed to move past this awkward moment. Veronica slowly learned more and more about Master Willix's life within the MTA. "Do not be mistaken about the members of the MTA," the older Mech designer said. "We may belong to one of the most powerful organizations in the Milky Way, but we are all under constant pressure to outperform our peers and rivals within the association. Unless you retire or voluntarily withdraw from this rat race, you are expected to study for long hours, design Mechs to the point of cutting your sleeping schedule, and be able to complete spontaneous missions and assignments with perfection." "Isn't that good?" the cyborg cat asked. "Even if it doesn't sound pleasant for people like you, this will ensure that only the most competent and hard-working individuals will rise up the ranks. The MTA is probably better run than everything else. I am not expressing too much regret for all of the difficulties that I needed to overcome in order to become a rational master Mech designer. Enduring so much pressure is a reliable means to draw out the potential of my colleagues and I. What I find troubling is that we are being educated and pushed into work so heavily that we rarely find enough time in our busy schedules to live as actual humans. We rarely take vacations. We do not partake in too many hobbies or leisure activities. Many of us do not even bother to develop intimate relations with others." "What? Are you being serious?" "Very much so, Veronica. If we feel the need to start a family and reproduce, we simply use an automated matching service and agree to donate our genetic material. The MTA will take care of the rest. We can even choose whether we are willing to sacrifice our precious time on raising or visiting our children. If not, we can leave the child rearing to the professional caretakers of the MTA while we spend our time designing mechs or mastering new knowledge." That sounded far too inhuman to Veronica. The MTA was filled with workaholics, so much so that many of its Mech designers and other hardworking personnel even choose to give up the precious time to experience the joy of raising their own children. This was a sacrifice that Vess and Gloriana were deeply unwilling to make. They chose to raise 3 children so far and did not regret their decisions. Their work was important, but their families were no less vital to their lives. The former gave them purpose, while the latter warmed their hearts. Perhaps it was the lack of heart that caused the MTA to develop into such an efficient but ruthless superorganization. It only saw people as numbers because it did not have enough leaders who experienced genuine love and affection in their stressful lives. Veronica took a good look at Master Willix. "Did you grow up like this as well?" Master Willix responded with a mild smile. "Not precisely, but close enough. It is one of the reasons why I am well disposed towards the rational Mech design approach. I can easily detach myself from my emotions and maintain a neutral mindset. Even so, there are times when I think about whether I have made a mistake by declining the opportunity to find love and become a mother. It is not too late, Master. You are what, 180 or so years old? You still have a couple more centuries to go. That is more than enough time to find a spouse you can live with and raise a few lovely children. As a parent myself, I can tell you that there is nothing that can give you more satisfaction than receiving the earnest love of a son or daughter. There is nothing rational about love, and that is exactly what makes it so wonderful. Only when you break your mind from the cage of your own rationality will you be able to appreciate the joys of life. The master Mech designer did not appear too receptive to this suggestion. I have passed the stage of my life cycle where I have a need to express my maternal instinct. For better or worse, I am married to my work. I will not deviate from my plan until I have finally broken past the final barrier and successfully advanced to the rank of star designer. This is my overarching imperative. I cannot stop now that I have caught a strong opportunity to transcend the existing boundaries of human technology. After I have completed my ultimate life's mission, I may consider other pursuits, but I fear that I have lost so much of my humanity that procreation no longer holds the same meaning anymore. Veronica lifted her paw to scratch her head. If that was the case, why not cherish her remaining years as a human and become a mother the old-fashioned way? It sounds to me that the MTA, which professes itself to be a superorganization that stands up for humans, has become far too dehumanized over the centuries. That sounds incredibly ironic to me. The constant competition and the incessant drive to do better has led to a warped culture where mechers such as yourselves no longer know what it means to be human anymore. I think your association would have been in a much healthier state if its members actually bothered to start their own families and raise their children in person. You may very well be correct, Veronica. This is ultimately a dream that cannot be realized. The MTA is too set in its ways to introduce such a radical change. Chapter 6589, Anemic Performance. The Rule Breaker project had almost reached its end. Veronica and Master Moira Willix did not have the time to fabricate and test a few specially modified prototypes in person. They delegated this responsibility to the other Mech designers that had come to offer their services to the Oblivion Empire in the past few years. Although these prototypes had been altered so that they could be controlled through a traditional neural interface as opposed to the revolutionary Carmine system, this still offered enough empirical data about the hard performance characteristics of all three versions. The prototypes did not exhibit any major performance issues. That was an expected outcome, considering that a master Mech designer as skilled as Moira Willix designed their structures. The biggest complication was the semi-modularity of the Mech designs. Each version could be configured in a number of different ways. Veronica and Master Willix initially decided to make it so that the Rule Breaker Mechs could be configured into Swordsman Mechs and Rifleman Mechs. However, the design process proceeded so smoothly and briskly, due to the exceptional degree of competence shown by Master Willix, that they decided to expand the scope. Now, all three versions of the Rule Breaker project could adopt 4 different configurations, ranging from a Swordsman Mech, a Knight Mech, a Frontline Mech, and a Rifleman Mech. This should cover a broad majority of interests from prospective Carmine Mech pilots. If they wanted to pilot a different Mech archetype, such as a light skirmisher, a spearman Mech, or a heavy artillery Mech, they could always rely on wild modularity to steadily level up their machines and implement incremental modifications over time. While the cost and effort required to morph the Carmine Mechs to a different archetype were disproportionately high, it at least gave Carmine Mech pilots hope of piloting the machines of their choice. Unfortunately, Veronica did not foresee the possibility of undergoing radical transformations anytime soon. It was far too impractical to gradually transform humanoid Mechs into beast Mechs. One of the other complicating factors was that the Rule Breaker Mechs had to be designed to operate on land as well as in the air and in space. In the total that had erupted between Red humanity and the native aliens, most battles predominantly took place in space. The unscrupulous use of city-destroying warships by the native aliens made a lot of land-bound Mechs irrelevant. If the native aliens did not want to bother with conducting a planetary raid or invasion in order to capture a large amount of intact human tech and materials, they could always resort to plain old planetary bombardment to absolutely wipe out any presence of human life and civilization. As such, most mechs in use in the Red Ocean today had to possess spaceflight capabilities. The Milky Way operated under a different set of rules. The people here were still stuck in the past. They abhorred the use of warships and weapons of mass destruction and made serious efforts to avoid regressing into the barbarism that characterized the end of the Age of Conquest. Veronica therefore expected a lot of major battles to take place on land. This meant that a lot of mechs in use would probably come in the form of land-bound mechs. They might lack flight capabilities, but they were often more robust, more adept at fighting on solid ground, and lasted much longer in the field. Land-bound mechs were also a lot simpler and faster to master. Carmine mech pilots required many years to become proficient in piloting their powerful new machines. But if they did not have to learn how to maneuver in space and comprehend the theory of mechanics, they could become qualified fighters a year or two in advance. The two mech designers therefore put a decent amount of effort into optimizing the Rule Breaker project for land-bound combat. They made the flight system of the mech designs semi-modular and detachable. If desired, mech manufacturers could even produce Rule Breaker mechs without the inclusion of the flight system. This would definitely reduce the cost of the Carmine mechs and impose a lower burden on logistics. However, Veronica and Master Willix could not go too far in this direction. They still made sure that the Rule Breaker mechs possessed adequate combat capabilities in space. This lack of commitment kept the Rule Breaker project's options open, but it also led to an uncomfortable compromise where the Carmine mechs neither excelled on land or in space. There was still a way out for Carmine mech pilots that wanted their machines to gain an edge in a single environment. As long as third-party mech designers developed modest variants, Rule Breaker designs, or upgraded existing machines, they could further optimize the Carmine mechs for land-bound or spaceborne combat. The cyborg cat had great confidence that lots of mech designers would begin to enrich the ecosystem around the Rule Breaker project. It was the first Carmine mech line available in the Milky Way, and it would be the only one that ordinary people could get their hands on for a long time. In summary, all of the choices that the pilots and owners of the Rule Breaker mechs could make resulted in a fairly intricate package of mech designs. Even if Veronica and Master Willix had done their best to keep everything else as simple as possible, the extensive modularity meant that it was not possible to simplify them too much. "It will do," Master Willix said after she studied the data from the testing sessions. "The minor performance issues are largely expected. It would be surprising if the prototypes did not suffer from all of the extensive compromise design choices that we have made in order to make them more versatile." The cyborg cat looked a little glum as she studied the same data. "I know what to expect, but seeing it in action. These Carmine mechs are truly crappy if measured by the standards of modern mechs at the same price classification. They indeed perform as if they are two mech generations out of date. In fact, I would say that this is an optimistic estimation, considering that the prototypes are being piloted by professionals. Once these machines fall in the hands of completely rookie Carmine mech pilots, their ability to utilize their machines will be vastly inferior to those who have attended a mech academy for at least 10 years and accumulated decades' worth of experience. In other words, the fairly clean performance demonstrated by the prototypes was likely the ceiling of what could be accomplished with the final versions of the Carmine mechs. The actual performance of the Rule Breaker mechs, once a few years had passed, would likely cause them to have no hope of beating a conventional mech troop. The former was already being set back by their inferior hard performance parameters. The machines fought as if they were 10 to 20% weaker than modern machines despite using much of the same tech and standards. Combining that with barely trained and highly inexperienced Carmine mech pilots meant that the Rule Breaker mechs would become so weak that they could be mowed down with ease by professional mech units. Master Willix obviously picked up the cyborg cat's concerns. How many Carmine Mechs do you think it will take to defeat a single conventional budget Mech? It depends on a huge amount of factors. Veronica quickly responded. If we assume a level playing field, where many factors are equal aside from the skill and experience of the Mech pilots, the conventional Mech should easily be able to defeat 3 to 5 Carmine Mechs while incurring light to moderate damage in the process. This is not an absolute, though. The equation changes when we are talking about greater quantities of conventional Mechs. 40 conventional Mechs controlled by military Mech pilots who know how to cooperate with each other should be able to trounce 400 Carmine Mechs piloted by poorly trained and inexperienced norms. In fact, the latter will probably break and run like headless chickens as soon as they lose 10% of their compatriots in a short amount of time. This lopsidedness can grow a lot worse if the numbers are greater, or if the military Mech force relies on combined arms. True combat was far more than a numbers game. Vess had witnessed and participated in enough battles to understand the impact of morale and other intangible factors on the flow of combat. Your assessment is similar to my own, Veronica. The theoretical and actual performance of the rule breaker Mechs will never win any awards, but they are versatile, affordable, and easy to mass produce. This is all that matters in the beginning. Do not forget that this Mech line has one advantage that every other Mech in the Milky Way lacks. It can be piloted by any human. That makes it much more viable to field them in far greater numbers of what our society is accustomed to. The Carmine system will introduce humans to a brand new approach to modern warfare that they have not seen in centuries. Veronica's feline body shifted uncomfortably at that mention. I guess that is true. Everyone can become a soldier now. Master Willix nodded. One of the reasons why Mech have been promoted so heavily during the Age of Mechs is because it inherently imposes a hard ceiling on the degree of militarization of a state. That made them perfect to help humans recover from the end of the Age of Conquest without completely losing their combat readiness. However, now that the Carmine system has lifted this limiting factor, states can drastically increase the militarization of their population, converting more of them into combat-capable troops than ever before. A distinction will form between conventional Mech forces and Carmine Mech forces. The former will likely develop into elites that are more likely to pilot premium Mechs. The latter will turn into part-time or full-time militias that are poorly trained and equipped, but boast massive numbers. Something like that is already beginning to happen in the Red Ocean. Veronica commented. Aside from wounded or retired veterans, it just takes a bit of time for the new Carmine Mech pilots to complete their initial training and earn the basic qualifications to fight on the battlefield. The numbers are quite impressive. If the production rate of Yellow Jackets isn't constrained by the limited amount of available industrial capacity, Red humanity will be able to field a lot more Carmine Mechs in a few years. The industries in the Milky Way are much more developed than in the Red Ocean, Willix noted. In addition, resources are also much more abundant in most regions. Once you give the Mech industry enough of a reason to mass produce your rule breakers, the most formidable industrial sector of human civilization will mobilize to meet the unending demand of the population. The Mech Trade Association may step in and curb much of this production, but it will fail because the monster it raised cannot be contained. Veronica knew what Master Willix was referring to. In order to turn Mech pilots into the protagonists of the current age, the MTA had made massive and persistent efforts to elevate their status and turn them into objects of admiration. The Mechers had managed to succeed in their goal. Mech pilots received widespread respect from nearly every corner of human society. Their genetic aptitude and their exclusive Mech piloting training set them apart from the norms who, by definition, were unexceptional in comparison. Yet how could the MTA anticipate that a rogue Mech designer like Vess would suddenly dump the rule breaker Mech templates throughout the Milky Way without warning? In an instant, every norm had a chance to become a Mech pilot. The artificial boundary that separated heroes from ordinary people would melt in an instant. Everyone could become a hero, or at least that was what they thought. The MTA had worked so hard to turn Mech pilots into a privileged and idolized class of people. Now, its centuries-long propaganda effort would most definitely backfire on the association, as norms would flock to become Carmine Mech pilots above every other concern. No law or regulation could come in the way of fulfilling their long-cherished dream of becoming a hero. Chapter 65, 90 The Corruption of the Rule Breaker Project. In a near-future situation where the manpower pool of conventional Mechs got dwarfed by the manpower pool of Carmine Mechs, Mech battles would never become the same again. At least Red humanity became too consumed by the Red War to even think about employing Carmine Mechs against their fellow man. Original humanity did not have any particularly threatening external enemies at this moment. The people of the Milky Way would most certainly turn their shiny new Carmine Mechs against each other. This meant that the adoption rate and development of brand new Mech doctrines centered around their usage would accelerate very quickly. Those that understood the advantages of Carmine Mechs faster than others would definitely invent pioneering new strategies and approaches towards warfare. Carmine Mechs would definitely be deployed in far greater numbers than ordinary machines. Shipbuilding activity would pick up greatly as original humanity had a much higher demand for Mech transportation capacity. Many planets would probably form dedicated planetary militias for the sole purpose of mobilizing part-time Carmine Mech pilots into somewhat effective defenders. Every battle for the control of a planet would definitely cause collisions between Mech forces that were easily 10 times or even 100 times greater than before. Even if most of the additional machines on the battlefield consisted of cheap and disposable rule-breaker Mechs, the scale of devastation was bound to become a lot higher as well. Collateral damage from all of this fighting would reach a scale that was not much different from being subjected to orbital bombardment. Even if the starting forms of the rule-breaker Mechs performed poorly compared to modern conventional Mechs, that did not change the fact that they were still mechanical war platforms that possessed enough offensive power to devastate a typical city district if given enough time. Throw in tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands in a typical metropolis, and almost none of the tall structures would remain intact by the time the battle had reached its conclusion. Civilian casualties could not be avoided no matter how well the local authorities evacuated them. A huge amount of children would become orphans, and a large number of parents would also lose their precious sons and daughters. As the Mech designer who held ultimate responsibility for developing and introducing the Carmine system to both branches of humanity, Veronica could not escape the blame for indirectly triggering all of this human suffering. It had been difficult for the cyborg cat to shoulder all of this future guilt. Stopping was not an option, though. Her mother commanded her to design these Mechs, so Veronica persisted despite her misgivings. While it became easier for her to bear this abstract burden over time, Veronica could never completely get rid of her discomfort. All of the high-minded reasoning and rationalizations could not completely excuse the death and destruction that would ensue in the coming years and decades. Yet on a certain day, Veronica's perspective changed. When Vess finally dealt with the system upgrade, Veronica suddenly became infused by a brand new incentive. Her new goal: to harvest as many souls as possible in a galaxy that was filled with life. In order to fuel Vess' newfound fascination with demon casting, Veronica needed to use her Mech designs to set up the largest soul harvesting operation in modern human history. The more souls she harvested, the better. Humans, aliens, and even living Mechs could not be exempted from this new directive. Veronica found it hard not to disagree with this sentiment. Demon casting was not just useful for Vess in the Red Ocean, but also Veronica in the Milky Way. The only issue was that there were much less Mech pilots she cared about at the moment. The only person who she could truly help with demon casting was her father. Veronica had not been able to meet with Ringcall Larkinson very often in the past few months and years. The Dark Saint had been running around the periphery of the Oblivion Empire in order to solve a myriad of security problems. His mental condition also fluctuated from time to time. There were times where he could go through his day while keeping his head sharp, but there were also times where Ringcall became angry and aggressive without good reason. Whatever shenanigans Cynthia resorted to in order to accelerate her husband's growth, the sequelae were severe to the point where he lost control at times. Veronica suspected that this may be the reason why her father chose to accept assignments that would see him travel far away from his wife and child. He did not have enough confidence to maintain control in front of his family. That was a shame, because she really wanted to show off her groundbreaking Carmine Mechs to her father. She also wanted to take another look at the current iteration of the Devil Tiger. The best way she could employ demon casting in the Milky Way was to transform her first masterwork Mech into a D-Mech, or at the very least equip it with a set of D-arms. Oh well, Veronica was not in a hurry. It may be better to wait on this, as she needed to accrue a lot more experience in demon casting or maybe even demon forging before she felt confident she could bestow her father with a worthy D-Mech. In any case, now that Veronica gained a brand new hunger for souls, she needed to implement a few last-minute changes to the designs of the Rule Breaker project. Master Willix. Yes, Veronica. A change has occurred. I need to alter the designs in order to accommodate a new goal. Explain. She did. Veronica did not reveal too much information, but she made sure to impress the need to add Helena as the secondary design spirit of the Rule Breaker project. Master Willix fell silent when she heard that Veronica wanted to make such a substantial change, just when the Rule Breaker project had reached the final stages. If everything went according to schedule, they would have proceeded to convert the completed Mech designs into Mech templates that could be utilized across the Milky Way galaxy. I cannot fully foresee the consequences of applying this change so late in the design process, Master Willix eventually said. From the beginning, we designed the 3 versions of the Rule Breaker project according to a single vision that we have mutually agreed upon. Even if the Carmine Mechs end up being a harbinger of death and destruction to many states throughout human space, that has never been their highest purpose. Their ultimate goal is to serve their Mech pilots. This is why you installed an aspect of Lufa as the design spirit for the Rule Breaker project. Changing the Mech designs to include your eldest sister Helena at this junction will be anything but planned and orderly. It is little different from corrupting the Mech designs, and you want Veronica. 1. The cyborg cat grimaced a bit. She knew as well as Master Willix that this was anything but an ideal circumstance. Mech designers learned early on that they should never allow themselves to become susceptible to feature creep. That had caused the demise and failure of far too many Mech design projects in the past. However, the need for demons was too great. Without enough demons, Veronica would never be able to utilize the demon casting function to the fullest. She could not afford to take it easy and ignore it for a few months or years, as the Red Cabal was moving closer to collapsing Red humanity's defenses. The Rule Breaker project will change the humans of this galaxy forever, Veronica eventually said. Many of the changes will have a negative impact on them. This is undeniable. However, I have witnessed the effects of large-scale warfare in the Red Ocean, and one of the more positive changes that I have noticed is how Red humans are increasingly coming together and drawing out the potential that they previously kept dormant. They are more alive than ever. They are no longer taking their superiority for granted. They have solved many small problems that have long plagued their society in their drive to reduce waste and increase the efficiency of their war machine. In just the span of a few years, Red humans have become the most exemplary version of the human race that I have the pleasure of witnessing. That sounds remarkable, but what does this have to do with the subject at hand? I was getting there, Master. the Rule Breaker Project will become a catalyst for societal change. Many people's dreams will come true. The most exceptional among them may even be able to step onto the path of godhood. However, where there are winners, there are losers. Those who prove themselves to be superior in strength, skill, strategy, and conviction deserve to triumph over those who do not score well in these aspects, because that is the only way for humans to make meaningful progress on a societal level. On a personal level, the growth of Carmine Mech pilots is actively being rewarded with the inclusion of the Transcendence Glow as well as demonic cultivation. I don't intend to break these reward mechanisms. I am merely proposing to levy a tax on the latter. A tax on demonic cultivation. This sounded like an incredibly absurd concept, but was the most elegant way to approach this new issue. Master Willix still did not appear to be pleased, though. Imposing a tax on the rewards that the Mech pilots and Carmine Mechs have earned by risking their lives on the battlefield is disturbing. This change will reinforce the already disconcerting attitude of treating the souls of the deceased as resources as opposed to the remnant of living beings. It will further degrade the sanctity of life, a principle that I assumed you would defend given your works. Instead, your implementation of the Rule Breaker Project may end up undermining it. When you create so many incentives to fight, to kill, and to resort to violence, it will become even more difficult to reassert peace and stability once the new rulers of the Milky Way have won the great struggle. For as long as the rule breakers continue to exist, they will stand as a symbol for greed and strife. Her concerns were quite valid, but that was not enough of a reason for Veronica to change her course. Then, so be it. When I set out to design these mechs, I already accepted the reality that I will receive both scorn and appreciation from my customers in this galaxy. If it makes you feel better, I will set the tax rate at 33%, which sounds reasonable enough considering how many benefits Carmine Mech pilots enjoy by piloting their machines. The safeguards against potential abuse of demonic cultivation will still be intact. Neither the Carmine Mech pilot nor Helena will benefit from harvesting the souls reaped from innocent human civilians throughout the Milky Way galaxy. Of course, Veronica conveniently left her own name out of this promise, but the wily Master was too sharp to let this pass. What about yourself? Oh, I guess I will not use these innocent human souls to taint my works. Veronica emphatically did not mention that she only talked about herself and not Vess. The two were completely separate from each other. Totally. A promise made by one did not apply to the other. Why should that be the case? They were not even a part of the same race. That is sufficient as long as you abide by what you have said. Master Willix did not push any further. From the moment you treat the masses who are spread across this galaxy as a resource to be exploited, is the moment you have turned into a monster. Remember who you are and what you are fighting for. Do not lose your humanity. I have already lost much of it, but that is exactly why I make a greater effort to preserve what little of it I have left. You should pay attention to this as well. I will. Chapter 65, 91, The Nature of Demons. Compared to her difficult talk with Master Willix, Veronica had a much easier time convincing Helena to play along. When the cyborg cat left the design lab and navigated the halls of the Throne of Light, she eventually visited a meditation room that was located on a different section of the flagship. Helena was not a corporeal life form, but that did not mean she was unable to maintain a trace of herself in the material realm. When Veronica entered his eldest sister's private meditation room and other chambers, she flew closer to a certain gray mechanical cat. Veronica originally chose to fulfill Helena's desire to interact with physical reality with the Hellcat avatar, instead of a humanoid doll, in order to stay in the good graces of the Big Two. She no longer cared that much about the taboo against imparting human identities to inhuman entities anymore. While Veronica had offered multiple times to replace the Hellcat with a proper human-like vessel that could host her manifested spirit, Helena actually changed her opinions about her choice of physical avatars. Helena had fallen in love with the Hellcat. Adopting a mechanical cat form made her smaller and more adorable than her usual scary death goddess guise. The daughter of death could relax and split a portion of her vast mentality into the Hellcat so that she could pretend to be a pet and act cute in the presence of other people. Since the years that Veronica initially crafted the Hellcat, she had taken the mechanical construct to her workshop and upgraded it several times. Veronica made use of better materials, better craftsmanship, and increased time investment to turn the Hellcat into a work of art. By this time, the Hellcat had turned into a masterwork cat avatar. It still boasted a relatively unobtrusive gray color theme, but Veronica cleverly alternated the tints of her exterior to add more contrast and sophistication to her visual appearance. The Hellcat also gained additional decorative flourishes in the form of carved runes of Helena's, choosing as well as embedded obsidian-like jewels. Veronica had come to take pride in this example of craftsmanship. Even if Helena abruptly came into existence and became a part of the family, Veronica had come to accent this sudden family relationship. Veronica did not have many people that she could trust on an unconditional basis. She was never able to trust her mother all that much for obvious reasons. That was an unfortunate reality. The cyborg cat was instead able to channel her need for family affection in the daughter of death, who may have been raised by the Oblivion Empress, but inherited none of her mother's acerbic personality. "Emra, it has been a while since you last paid a visit to me, little sister." The gray cat jumped out the army of interactive animal plushies and dove straight towards the biomechanical cat. Veronica promptly got pounced by her own masterwork. "Mayao, stop that, Helena. I am not a little kitten." Emra. I will never stop because this is what all big sisters do to their younger siblings." After the two metallic cats wrestled and bit each other for a minute, Helena finally had her fill and withdrew her cat avatar. The two sisters eventually settled down on a pair of comfortable couches. Veronica idly looked around the meditation chamber and found that it differed substantially from their mother's mediation room. Where their mother's private sanctum gave off a refined and peaceful atmosphere, the room claimed by Helena was brash and loud. The initially calming interior gained a lot of personality when Helena plastered the walls with projected posters of bands and promotional artwork of popular dramas. The army of animal plushies that Helena had been playing with earlier made it seem as if it was owned by a preteen girl, which actually happened to be true. All in all, Helena had more in common with a little girl like Andrast than a grown adult female like Gloriana. Veronica loved Helena all the more because of that. The two could comfortably talk with each other without any regard for schemes, duplicity, and ulterior motives. While Veronica knew quite well that she was setting herself up for a painful betrayal if she kept talking earnestly with her supposed eldest sister, she disregarded this vulnerability and continued to place her trust in Helena. Perhaps Veronica simply did not want this fantasy to end. Once the two cats settled down, Veronica quickly explained her newfound demand for souls and why she needed Helena's cooperation. The daughter of death calmly listened and fell into thought. To know a thing or two about demons, that is part of the lore that Mother has taught to me. She told me that demons are souls that have lost so much hope and suffered so much pain that they have become tainted by darkness. Once the taint has completely filled their essence with hatred and suffering, their transformation into demons is complete. From that point onwards, these beings have become damned by existence and have developed an irreconcilable hostility towards the living beings they used to be a part of. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are not exactly dead, but they are still intrinsically opposed to life. Interesting. Veronica's visit already paid off. Gathering information about the true nature of demons was vital information. The more Helena shared, the better. That is helpful to know, but much of it sounds a bit vague. Can you tell me anything specific about demons? For example, where do they hang out? How often do they appear in reality? and is it possible for us to hunt them down?" Helena chuckled. Our mother did not get that far in her explanation. She might not even know the answer. I can tell you that as my influence in the Red Ocean and the Milky Way grows, I may have come across a number of suspicious traces that may have denoted the passage of demons. I do not think I have encountered one directly, sadly. As for actively hunting them down, that is futile if we do not know enough about them to track their locations. I guess I was hoping for too much. Knowledge solves everything, little sister. Be patient. We shall be able to unearth the hidden secrets of demons in time. What else do you know about them, Helena? Our mother has taught me that certain demons are far more threatening than others. The weakest demons are usually spawned from fairly strong mortals with relatively excellent abilities. They cannot emerge from weaklings because the metamorphosis into demonhood is demanding and painful. The souls that cannot endure this torment will shatter and disappear. I see. That was an important piece of information to know. If Vess wanted to spawn his own demon, then he had to make sure to capture the soul of a fairly strong mortal first, which probably translated into an individual in the first major cultivation rank. This may include expert pilots, journeyman Mech designers, senior Mech designers, sword masters, and Kai cultivating foundation builders. Is it possible to convert a stronger soul into a stronger demon? Helena frowned. Possibly, but stronger souls are generally much more tempered and can endure far greater torment than normal. They are far too unlikely to degenerate into demons. I think that it is much more likely for stronger demons to emerge from the ranks of weaker demons. How do weaker demons become stronger? Oh, that is simple. Demons are malevolent and cruel by nature, so satisfying their destructive urges will feed their strength. It is not that easy for them to promote themselves, however. They must kill a large number of people in order to trigger a second transformation. They may also have to satisfy other conditions that I am not aware of. Whatever the case, once they have succeeded, they gain much more power, but also regain a part of their lucidity. They will become more capable of rational thought, but that will only make them more dangerous. All of this sounds rather scary, Helena. How can ordinary folk defend against the predation of these deadly demons? Oh, do not worry too much. Demons cannot sustain themselves in the material realm or close to it. They sustain damage with every second they reside here. One of the reasons for this is because the heavens are unfriendly towards them. If the demons insist on staying, they will eventually be wiped out before they can kill a large number of people. At most, a handful of unlucky individuals will collapse and suffer from a permanent coma before the demon is excised from reality. That was also important information. The heavenly authorities were actually doing good this time by doing their part to keep their galaxies clean of any demon infestations. Was this why Cadiz and the Heaven Sword were negatively predisposed towards? Demon casting? Okay, I understand. These demons must be residing in other dimensions or realms, is that correct? Presumably that is the case, but do not ask me where they can be found. I am willing to help you search for them, but my capabilities are limited in this area. Veronica shrugged. It's okay. I think I will settle for getting my demons, particularly stronger ones, by starting out with minor demons and nurturing them into stronger ones. With so many souls in the Milky Way to harvest from, I do not think it will be challenging for me to pluck out an ample number of stronger ones. The question is how exactly I can transform them into demons on an industrial scale. We can work on this problem together, Helena offered. I can imagine that the basic process to artificially transform a demon into a soul is to inflict an excessive amount of raw pain onto them. Relying on brute force is not my preferred solution, but it is the only means we can rely upon to produce consistent results on a larger scale. The greatest challenge is to make souls suffer to the point where they do not want to live anymore, but not inflict too much actual harm. Abusing souls too much will cause them to shatter outright, you see. Veronica grinned and lifted up a silvery paw. She waved it forward, causing a small soul whip to lash out and strike the air. Will this do? That, That is a remarkably pure technique. The hellcat already tried to imitate it. Her imitation ability should not be underestimated. She was not only an energy-based life form, but also received a lot of focused teachings from her mother. Barely half a minute had passed before Helena produced her own intangible whip. Unfortunately, her first attempt not only lacked the length and cohesion as a whip, but did not even promise that much pain when hitting a soul. "Would you like me to pass on my technique to you?" Veronica offered. "No, I can figure this out myself," the eldest sister insisted. It shouldn't be too difficult to replicate a technique this simple. In fact, it is criminal that no effort has been made to encrypt it. That allows anyone, including myself, to decipher how it works and understand its weaknesses. You should seriously think about obfuscating the details of your soul whip by altering it with your unique powers and specialized knowledge. The more your technique deviates from this crystal-clear technique, the harder it will be for others to imitate or counter your whip. Veronica never thought about that. This was one of the many valuable life lessons that his mother declined to teach to her original child. "Thank you for your advice. I will do so whenever I have time. For now, I think the basic version of a soul whip is sufficient. Do you have a fairly strong soul in your possession that I can practice this on? I want to see how difficult it is to produce a demon. Give me a moment." Chapter 6592, The Mysterious Prison. When Veronica and Helena decided to create their first demon through artificial means, they first needed to acquire a soul. This was not as simple as it sounded. "I do not have the habit of storing souls." The gray-coated hellcat spoke to the other cat. "I mean, why would I? My responsibility as the daughter of death is to ensure those who believe in me will get taken care of after their demise. This entails many duties, such as making sure that souls do not get mixed up and that other predators do not take them away for their own nefarious purposes." "Does that include me?" Veronica plainly asked. The hellcat folded her paws in front of her feline chest. "Even you, little sister. This is one area that I cannot afford to compromise on. I am a death goddess of the Hex Federation, the Oblivion Empire, and any other humans who worship the Superior Mother or myself. Its citizens worship me for the most part, which means that I have the duty to be attentive to their prayers and safeguard their souls, mostly against the threats that they cannot defend themselves against. When they die, I have a duty to ensure they pass on as they are meant to. A goddess that does not even bother to fulfill her basic duties to her worshippers is a parasite that has more in common with demons. I refuse to degenerate to that level." In other words, a god was just another form of service provider, just a really fancy and sacred one. Veronica understood the importance of responsibility, duty, and reciprocity, so she did not press her demand any further. Doing so would touch upon Helena's principles and lead to a deterioration in their relationship. "It's okay, Helena. Forget what I just asked. Your worshippers account for a very insignificant proportion of the human population in the Red Ocean and the Milky Way anyway. There are way more humans and aliens out there that you do not have an obligation to protect. Anyway, let's get back to business. Since you don't have any souls in storage, can you harvest one at this time? That is easy enough. Plenty of my worshippers are involved in battles and scuffles in both galaxies. It is much easier to harvest a large amount of souls in the Red Ocean at the moment due to the ongoing Red Tide offensive, but it is not that simple to transfer a soul from one galaxy to another. Even if I am able to maintain a presence in both, I cannot completely disregard the enormous distance between the Red Ocean and the Milky Way. Is it still possible?" The cute hellcat nodded. "I can do it for anything immaterial, but don't expect me to do the same for material objects. Even our mother has to make use of the Oblivion Gates to transfer goods across intergalactic distances. For a typical soul, I can only transfer it from the Red Ocean to the Milky Way if I invest a large amount of Kai to cross the enormous divide and keep it protected against the dangers of the void. It is highly cost-ineffective to do this for a single soul that isn't valuable, so it is better if I save it up for an insubstantial good of actual value such as a demon. I see. That is good to know. In short, Helena did not want to bother carting around a large amount of low-value souls through the intergalactic void. Veronica should only tap her eldest sister's transportation capabilities when she had prepared a batch of finished trade goods. Can you pluck a soul in and around the Oblivion Empire, then? I can. Helena's mechanical cat avatar started to grin. In fact, the circumstances of the Nyxian Gap are actually a lot more special than you think. This entire anomalous space has actually been converted into a mysterious prison of sorts by an ancient true god of sorts. There are many souls floating around that have been chained for more years than you can imagine. This prison has not only captured a huge amount of souls from alien beings who have died ages ago, but also captures the souls of humans who have died much more recently in or around the anomalous space. That was right. How could Veronica forget about that? The Nyxian Gap was one of the few places where the boundary between the material realm and the imaginary realm had weakened, thereby allowing cultivators to channel their power more easily. Also, the strange soul prison also seemed to have been created for the purpose of forming spiritual energy generators. Since the heavens of the Milky Way galaxy had collapsed, many ancient and powerful cultivators had lost access to the power of heaven, causing them to weaken and even starve to death as they were unable to sustain their energy-hungry existences. A lot of powerful true gods apparently resorted to extreme and desperate solutions to survive the new age of deprivation and ruination. Whoever created the Nyxian Gap had come up with a genius idea. One of the known sources of spiritual energy was the spiritualities of sentient beings. If that was the case, why not rip the souls of as many of these beings as possible, put them in a form of permanent captivity, and squeeze them at regular intervals to produce spiritual energy? Although it sounded incredibly crazy, it actually worked. If Veronica concentrated her spiritual senses just enough, she could vaguely perceive a giant intangible vortex of shackled souls that encompassed the entirety of the Nyxian Gap. These imprisoned Antirion had Han imprisoned for on long that the lost much of their identity and distinctive traits. Even so, they had not completely degenerated into demons, nor received strong enough blows to shatter apart. The mysterious prison was not that merciful to these unfortunate captives. Their only job was to produce spiritual energy through stimulating their mental activity, and it was best if they lasted as long as possible. Sure, the efficiency was awfully low, and it took a lot of energy just to keep all of the inmates under control and alive over the long term. But the mysterious prison turned the Nyxian Gap into one of the few pockets of space where spiritual energy became available. Unfortunately, much of the spiritual energy came in the form of negative attributes. This not only warped the fabric of space inside the anomalous region, but also had to undergo a process of filtering and conversion in order to make the resulting energy safe to use by general cultivators. That was why the abnormal energy environment Nyxian Gap was ultimately inferior to the medium energy environment of the Red Ocean. Do you have control over the trapped souls of this mysterious prison? As a matter of fact, I do. Our mother successfully took over the Nyxian Gap, which means she holds the highest authority as its latest warden. That is the source of her current title. Why else do you think she is called the Oblivion Empire? In any case, she appointed me as the vice warden. This gives me broad authority over the prison. I am mostly responsible for managing the day-to-day affairs. This can entail pruning the souls that have been repeatedly exhausted to the point their upkeep is higher than their revenue. I am also expected to keep out any souls that count among our subjects or worshippers. One day, I will inherit the Nyxian Gap entirely. Veronica looked impressed. Controlling the Nyxian Gap turned out to be a huge deal. Earlier, you told me that you don't store any souls. Now I find out that you are already running a gigantic soul prison. None of it is mine, Helena retorted. It all belongs to our mother. She is the only god who can decide the fate of these souls. Recently, she sacrificed a large proportion of them in order to fuel the initial activation of the Black Oblivion Gate. She has been working on upgrading the gate with the imported hyper materials so that it will only require a fraction of the previous amount of Kai to activate it again. However, we have actually fallen to our weakest point in years. Our mysterious prison is much emptier than before. This not only means we have less souls to sacrifice to generate an immediate burst of Kai, but our periodic income has also dropped to a massive extent. Veronica suddenly started to connect a few dots. It was no wonder why the Oblivion Empress insisted that Veronica rush the Rule Breaker project to completion. Her mother imposed a tight deadline for a good reason. The goal was to generate as much conflict as possible in the short term, thereby causing a lot of people in the star sectors surrounding the Nyxian Gap to die. Once they perished, the mysterious prison would catch their souls and reel them in, thereby replacing the spent captives that previously ensured the prosperity of the anomalous region. The Oblivion Empress even planned to expand the Nyxian Gap during the upcoming period of turmoil. The larger and more populated the mysterious prison, the larger the energy reserves at Cynthia's disposal. Right now was a bad time for Helena to embezzle a soul here and there. The Nyxian Gap had reached a depleted state, so the Oblivion Empress was especially sensitive to any theft or breakout attempts. Fortunately, Cynthia did not care too much about the souls of deceased humans that have yet to enter the mysterious prison. It was easy enough for Helena to pay attention to the routine skirmishes that took place in the Komodo Star Sector, the majestic Teal Star Sector, and especially the vicious Mountain Star Sector. Human infighting remained as strong as ever in a galaxy that was still stuck in the age of Mechs. Plenty of outfits fought against each other in order to topple their competitors, steal the foundation of their rivals, take revenge for grievances made in the past, or simply engage in a little opportunistic piracy and rob a nearby shipment of goods. It all made Veronica feel nostalgic about the past. Red humanity had long moved past these petty and largely pointless conflicts. Even if no big wars were taking place at the moment, the minor scuffles alone were enough for Helena to pluck a good amount of souls at any time. She just had to be observant and pick up the right ones. "Here," the Hellcat eventually said as she manifested the soul of a Mech designer who had died just a few minutes earlier. "Since you demanded a soul for the purpose of transforming into a demon, I made sure to select one that deserves this treatment." Veronica grew disappointed when she saw that the soul belonged to a journeyman Mech designer. That was a cultivator who barely entered the first major cultivation rank. She would have preferred to obtain a strong and aggressive soul such as an expert pilot, but they died at much lower rates, especially during times of relative peace and stability. "What did he do for you to think he deserves what is coming for him?" the cyborg cat asked. In order to become the top-scoring student in his class, when he attended a Mech design university, he used the power of his family to assassinate one classmate and ruin the reputation of another. His plots succeeded. With the honor of becoming the top-ranking student, he received much better employment offers than he should have earned. He subsequently thrived and made fast progress, earning the appreciation of his superiors in the process. If not for the fact that his misdeeds ultimately came back at him by falling for an ambush prepared by the relatives of his defeated rivals, he wouldn't have died so soon. He grew too careless and never expected mercenaries to attack his passenger vessel when he was transiting to another star system. What a dirty deed. Mech designers possessed a meek image, but they could be just as ruthless as anyone if they had enough ambition and the willingness to resort to unsavory measures. This soul will do, then. Chapter 6593, The Dark Descent. Transforming the soul of a journeyman Mech designer into a demon was not that simple. As a spirit derived from a human who had barely passed the threshold of the first major cultivation rank, it was easy to go overboard and break it outright. Souls were normally fragile existences. Without any of the vitality and protection that came from occupying a living body, they became defenseless and could wither away at any moment. Perhaps that was why demon casting and demon forging centered around the use of demons, as opposed to uncorrupted souls. The former had already undergone a process of demonization, which caused them to undergo a bizarre transformation that radically strengthened their substance. Even if the mutations caused the souls to become ugly, corrupted, and irrational, they also gained a lot of strength and endurance, allowing them to withstand punishment that they previously could not endure. This sounded perfect for demon casting and demon forging, as both these production processes subjected their intangible ingredients to a lot of abuse before they adopted their new forms. Now that Veronica understood a little more why she needed to obtain a demon, she grew more eager to produce one herself. After all, being able to convert one from a random soul plucked by Helena would save Veronica 5 ascension points. After Helena fixed the soul of a journeyman Mech designer in place, Veronica repeatedly began to strike it with her soul whip. The soul started to utter a soundless scream of agony. Soul whips were effective against cruel and tougher demons, so an uncorrupted soul without the protection of a corporeal body was much more susceptible to pain produced by this technique. Veronica felt more and more lucky that she managed to obtain such a fitting technique by stacking 10 golden lottery tickets at once. The soul whip offered a lot more utility than he initially expected. With every lash of the intangible whip, the soul of the deceased Mech designer experienced further torment, but never sustained all that much damage to its integrity. The soul whip concentrated almost all of its damage potential to stimulating the intangible pain receptors of its targets. This was why the soul of the journeyman Mech designer deteriorated a lot slower than it should. Both Veronica and Helena knew that if they struck the soul with a more conventional spiritual attack, it would have lasted for a couple of blows at most before bursting apart like a balloon. Whip after whip struck the soul as if it had entered hell and needed to undergo unending torment. However, after Veronica whipped the soul 20 times in a row, her feline expression gradually started to frown. "There isn't as much progress as I expect. That is no surprise. Turning a soul into a demon by relying on the simple application of pain is a stupid method," Helena said. "The more refined way of turning a soul into a demon is to combine it with psychological attacks. You need to completely collapse all forms of strength and sustenance. When the soul has completely and utterly lost all hope of salvation or relief, that is when it has finally reached the tipping point." That was an informative explanation. The cyborg cat already devised a few possible solutions on how she could increase the efficiency of this tedious and monotonous process. However, Veronica refrained from modifying the application of the soul whip technique. She also declined to employ her devil tongue to add psychological pressure to the soul. One of her purposes, this time, was to create a baseline. Time passed by. The soul, despite belonging to a mere journeyman Mech designer, still held out for a surprisingly lengthy amount of time. Veronica no longer bothered to count how many times she whipped the soul. She figured out that there was some sort of diminishing returns in effect. Whipping the soul once generated a huge amount of pain, but doing it on repeat would eventually cause it to get acclimated to his new condition. Part of that was because Veronica made no effort to vary the soul whip. Another part of it was because Veronica's proficiency in the technique was mediocre. A third factor was her relatively low cultivation rank. A soul whip, generated by his mother, would definitely be at least 100 times more painful. In fact, if a true god channeled a soul whip at full power, it may outright blast apart the unprotected soul of a journeyman Mech designer due to the enormous disparity in strength. Veronica was still far from reaching that level. The lackluster size and the dim manifestation of her whips reflected their lack of strength. "This is getting tedious." Even though Veronica and Helena both grew bored, when nothing seemed to change after a while, Both of them were patient enough to persist. Helena constantly split her attention, so she was never idle or bored. Veronica could assist Vess in design work by acting as an additional thought. After 2 hours had passed, the cyborg cat finally started to perk up again when she finally noticed a difference. "We are getting close," the Hellcat said as the avatar grew a lot more active again. "I thought the soul would last for at least a couple more hours, but this Mech designer is ultimately too weak-willed. What do you expect from a civilian and a Mech designer? Not everyone from my profession is similar to me or Caddy's." Veronica tried her best to maintain the current frequency of lashings. She did not seek to introduce any variables that could interrupt the process that was coming. Soon enough, the soul of the tortured Mech designer finally underwent a transformation. With every soul whip that struck the victim, the soul began to darken at a rapid speed. The faint amount of negative energy available in the Nyxian gap also played a facilitating role. The tainted soul began to suck up as much negative energy that it could draw from the surrounding environment. This accelerated the process of demonization and also caused the soul of the Mech designer to become affected by foreign pollution. Mutations began to occur at a rapid rate. At first, the soul looked like an identical version of the journeyman back when he was alive. He even wore his most common outfit, which was a casual suit covered by a plain white lab coat. Now, his clothes became filthy and frayed. His lab coat maintained its pale coloration, but it started to acquire scuffs and holes as if it had been subjected to years-long abuse. The body of the Mech designer mutated as well. His skin grew darker, but also paler until it reached a dark blue tint. The proportions of the Mech designer's body also began to fluctuate. His back started hunching over while his arms grew unnaturally long. His head began to warp and lengthen while his teeth started to mutate into fangs. When the blue-skinned monster spawned a long and slender tail for no apparent reason, the demonization process had finally reached its end. So this is a real minor demon. Veronica saw that this freshly transformed demon had much in common with the fiends produced by the Geist system of the Phobos. In fact, she even speculated that they possessed the same root. That was a naive thought. Veronica finally understood what set them apart. Demons were beings of pure malevolence and negativity, but they did not start out that way. Every demon once lived as a normal living being. They started off as positive life forms, but experienced so much suffering and despair that they degenerated into negative life forms. They underwent an evolution in a very dark direction, but they still retained a number of advantages of their previous life phase. Fiends, on the other hand, were completely artificial beings that were periodically spawned by Vess, and later Helena out of raw spiritual energy. They started off as pure negative life forms from the onset, and lacked the growth and accumulation of a regular life form. Their foundations were therefore vastly inferior, and their growth potential was likely stunted as a result. It was like the difference between cloned adult humans and people who grew up naturally from birth. The latter may look indistinguishable from a normal person, but their intelligence and spirit were crippled to the point where they could not even function properly. While the situation with fiends and demons were a little bit different from that analogy, it was enough to help Veronica understand the situation a bit better. The cyborg cat could create a fiend easily enough by gathering enough negative energy and giving it the spark of life. She could not produce a demon from scratch, just as she was not able to create a human soul from the beginning, because they fell outside of the scope of his abilities. That was okay. Now that Veronica had witnessed the transformation of a human soul into a minor demon, she became confident she could produce more of the latter. She just needed to gather a large batch of decently strong souls before finding a way to whip them on an industrial scale in order to produce one minor demon after another. As the blue-skinned demon spawned from the soul of the journeyman Mech designer regained its senses, it immediately attempted to break out of its confinement and attack Veronica and Helena, heedless of the substantial gap in power. Veronica snorted. Damn, minor demons are truly dimwits. This guy has no chance of beating you, but look at him trying to claw out your face. Demons are supposed to become smarter when they evolve. Who they used to be before they transformed also affects their intelligence and rationality. The fact that this blue demon sought to kill the daughter of Death herself was probably not the most erudite of Mech designers among his peers. So what do you want to do with it, or him now, little sister? Let us examine him. I need to test his strength, his reaction to my soul whip, and more. Veronica began to subject the newly transformed demon to a battery of empirical tests. She already had a good idea of the strength of the soul before the transformation, so she paid close attention to the range of improvement. Just as expected, the demon scored much higher in almost every area. There was truly a qualitative difference between uncorrupted souls and demons. The irrational being even gained a few weak powers. All of this made the demon stronger and scarier than he could have hoped to be when he was still in a weaker state. Once Veronica concluded her examination, she began to frown as she thought about her next goal. A minor demon is not strong enough for my purposes. The works I have in mind for demon casting needs to be augmented by a stronger power source. I need a middle demon at the very least. Helena, do you know how we can turn this blue fellow into a bigger and nastier blue fellow? Whipping the demon will not work anymore. The Hellcat flopped her tail in uncertainty. At this point, he has already changed down to his essence. As I mentioned before, the demon needs to fulfill his purpose and feel satisfied while doing so. Only when he has become successful enough in his destructive purpose will he become qualified to enter a higher stage. Ah, you did mention that before. Does that mean we can make him grow quickly enough if we allow him to torture and kill enough souls? Helena shook her feline head. Again, you are thinking too simple. It will take too long and far too many souls to satisfy even the weakest of demons. Even if it works, the costs will far outweigh the gains. Damn, Veronica knew it wouldn't be so simple. The system charged 100 AP just to summon a single middle demon from its ritual circle. This meant that it should be 20 times more troublesome or difficult to obtain a more powerful demon. Do you have any suggestions? As a matter of fact, I do. Our mother once taught me another lesson on how to breed strong, dependent creatures. How many lessons did Mother teach you while denying them to me? Veronica exploded. Mother told me never to answer this question. Chapter 6594, Goo Cultivation. Veronica could accept that her mother only chose to pass on a significant portion of her extensive knowledge to Helena. That did not mean she was pleased with the difference in treatment. The cyborg cat accepted the logic of Cynthia's explanation. She even agreed with her mother's argument to an extent. Veronica saw herself as a Mech designer first and foremost. Since she was so committed to this career, it was best if she was able to develop her own insights and solutions. Giving her lots of knowledge related to Kai cultivation would distract him and cause him to deviate too much from the mentality of a Mech designer. As a powerful Kai cultivator herself, the Oblivion Empress deeply understood the taboos related to contamination and forced inheritance. She took special care to prevent Vess from unintentionally following her path when Veronica was not suitable for her approach. It made sense for Helena to learn from their mother. The daughter of Death was made in her mother's image. Helena was designed by Cynthia to fulfill certain roles, and therefore received all of the teachings she needed to become a true god aspected towards the death attribute. While Veronica could accept the reasons for the difference in treatment, she couldn't help but feel resentful at how much she was missing out on. A more petulant individual may even accuse Cynthia of playing favorites. That should not be the case. The cyborg cat believed her mother was above such infantile impulses. The Oblivion Empress was a lot more rational than she looked. Many of her decisions were based on cold and heartless calculation. There was nothing Veronica could do to change her mother's stance, so there was no point in wasting any further thought on this issue. She focused on what was important. What Veronica needed the most was a way to produce middle demons with the resources he was able to attain with the help of Helena. Only by establishing an independent supply of souls and developing a reliable production method of middle demons would Veronica be able to get rid of her dependence on the demon summoning circle. There was no way that Veronica was willing to pay 100 AP just to summon a single middle demon. She would rather wait for Lucky to produce his yearly quota of gems and convert them into ingredients for demon casting. Meanwhile, Helena explained a theory taught by their mother one day. "Have you ever heard of the method of raising goo?" "No, what the is a goo?" "The word holds many meanings," Helena responded. "There is no word in standard language that can concisely convey the multiple meanings of goo. In this context, raising goo is an ancient process of producing deadly poison, or a creature that contains an unnaturally high concentration of poison. The fundamental method is simple. You collect numerous poisonous insects or other critters, place them in a jar and close the lid before storing it in a dark location. After enough time has passed, you take the jar and open it up. If everything went right, you will end up with a single living creature." Veronica immediately understood the hidden meanings and possible mechanisms behind this strange and cruel process. "I see. I think I get what is going on. Tossing several creatures in a small container will practically guarantee a fight to death. Even if they are cautious and timid at the beginning, their hunger and various other deprivations will drive them to desperation. They will begin to prey on each other with the intent to kill and devour their defeated opponents. If the winners continue to prey on others, the strongest will survive. This is basically survival of the fittest that is compressed to the extreme." Helena nodded. "It is not that easy to successfully raise goo. Our mother mentioned that there are specific cultivation techniques that can assist in the process and ensure that the ultimate winner will not only be able to remain alive, despite sustaining so many wounds, but also absorb the bodies of its enemies and break past its life limits. The latter is the most crucial part. If there is a way to make the poisonous creature evolve and sublimate without going through such a tedious process, then raising goo is not that useful." Veronica recognized that there was another aspect about this strange, poisonous creature rearing process that possessed great significance. One of the core purposes of this raising goo business is the accumulation of venom. All of the poison carried by the critters will get injected or devoured by the surviving winners. If they don't die on the spot due to taking in so many harmful substances, the last survival may possess a level of venom that equals or maybe surpasses the total amount of poison carried by all of the individual creatures at the start. That is true. Do you know how this is possible? No, Veronica frowned. I guess it can't be done without involving the manipulation of E-energy. Biologically speaking, any normal organism would have died from concentrating so much poison, especially if they come from different creatures. I think that all of this fighting that takes place in the jar represents a ritual of sorts that helps to evolve the winners just enough to withstand all of the increasingly more lethal poison. I think that is the case as well. You think? Mother never taught me any specific methods related to goo cultivation. She told me that it is a particularly specialized, but also disgusting form of cultivation. It is completely unsuited for me. The advantages of goo cultivation is that it is mainly a test of knowledge, technique, and resource acquisition. It has very little demand for natural talent, as goo cultivators mainly rely on the talent and powers of the goo creatures that they bond with or use as cannon fodder. That made a lot of sense. That sounded like a peculiar form of contract cultivation. As soon as Veronica framed it in this manner, it all made sense. She could also understand why Helena brought up goo cultivation in this conversation. I see. You think that the principles of poison goo cultivation can also be applied to promoting the growth of demons. That is correct. Mother did say that the philosophy and principles of goo cultivation is more universal than it sounds. For example, the time she spent while she was a member of the Five Scrolls Compact, was a human form of goo cultivation. The Great Temple constantly absorbed talents from the rest of the galaxy, only to pit them against each other in cruel tests and examinations. Those who failed to defeat their competitors will either get killed or reassigned. Over time, the most ruthless, brilliant, competent, and luckiest of cultivators will rise to the top. Our mother was just one of a small group of high-ranking members of the Wood Shrine who won every battle that mattered and plundered as much wealth and other benefits from her defeated rivals. Veronica still knew far too little about his mother's past life, her true life. What little she heard about the infamous cult painted a picture of needless cruelty. While the extreme goo cultivation approach might have allowed the Five Scrolls Compact to be led by strong and ruthless cultivators who knew how to scheme against others, there were very obvious disadvantages to this policy. Everyone who stayed a cultist long enough became completely nuts. No normal human would be able to retain their sanity after going through so much internal competition. The culling of the weak drove the survivors to desperation. They might work harder, but only so that they could outpace their peers and make sure they weren't next on the chopping block. It was no wonder the Five Scrolls Compact ultimately collapsed in such a spectacular manner. Humans weren't goo insects, and they could never stand to be treated in such an awful way. It used only fitting for the mamhair of the metal Shrina to batch a grand Kanenoram, lethal poison. I think that is the case as well. You think? Mother never taught me any specific methods related to goo cultivation. She told me that it is a particularly specialized, but also disgusting form of cultivation. It is completely unsuited for me. The advantages of goo cultivation is that it is mainly a test of knowledge, technique, and resource acquisition. It has very little demand for natural talent, as goo cultivators mainly rely on the talent and powers of the goo creatures that they bond with or use as cannon fodder. That made a lot of sense. That sounded like a peculiar form of contract cultivation. As soon as Veronica framed it in this manner, it all made sense. She could also understand why Helena brought up goo cultivation in this conversation. I see. You think that the principles of poison goo cultivation can also be applied to promoting the growth of demons. That is correct. Mother did say that the philosophy and principles of goo cultivation is more universal than it sounds. For example, the time she spent while she was a member of the Five Scrolls Compact was a human form of goo cultivation. The Great Temple constantly absorbed talents from the rest of the galaxy, only to pit them against each other in cruel tests and examinations. Those who failed to defeat their competitors will either get killed or reassigned. Over time, the most ruthless, brilliant, competent, and luckiest of cultivators will rise to the top. Our mother was just one of a small group of high-ranking members of the Wood Shrine who won every battle that mattered and plundered as much wealth and other benefits from her defeated rivals. Veronica still knew far too little about his mother's past life, her true life. What little she heard about the infamous cult painted a picture of needless cruelty. While the extreme goo cultivation approach might have allowed the Five Scrolls Compact to be led by strong and ruthless cultivators who knew how to scheme against others, there were very obvious disadvantages to this policy. Everyone who stayed a cultist long enough became completely nuts. No normal human would be able to retain their sanity after going through so much internal competition. The culling of the weak drove the survivors to desperation. They might work harder, but only so that they could outpace their peers and make sure they weren't next on the chopping block. It was no wonder the Five Scrolls Compact ultimately collapsed in such a spectacular manner. Humans weren't goo insects, and they could never stand to be treated in such an awful way. It used only fitting for the mamhair of the metal shrine to hatch a grand Konknaraku gains to forcefully push past its limitations and break through the next major cultivation rank. I will take care of the design of the application of life energy, Veronica promised. I am not an expert in this matter, but I know enough fundamentals that I am confident I can form an improvised solution. I should also be able to design a mechanism for the application of death energy, but I could use your input to make it better. You shall have it, the Hellcat replied, as she became increasingly more interested in this collaborative project. There are still many questions and uncertainties. For example, the goo container may not work at all. It is possible that we lack the crucial secrets that can make the rituals work according to our intentions. Even if they are adequate enough, we do not know how many minor demons we should place in the goo container to accumulate enough critical mass for the eventual winner to make a sudden breakthrough. Then there is the time period. It may take weeks, months, or even years for this process to finish. The cyborg cat grimaced a bit, but soon schooled her expression. These are all valid concerns. I would ideally like to achieve quick successes, but I am fine if I have to wait a while before we can perfect the demon goo cultivation process. I do not require an immediate supply of middle demons, as I still have an existing reserve from a different source. Sooner or later, I will run out, so I hope I can get this supply chain of middle demons up and running by that time. I will help you, little sister. I did not think much of it, but now that you have directed my attention to it, I think that I can harvest unexpected gains from this research. Chapter 65-95, Variation is the Spice of Life. Veronica and Helena had lived alongside each other for years, but they never collaborated with each other as extensively as this time. Both siblings became incredibly enthused about their new collaboration project. Veronica deeply wanted to invest in a reliable method of producing middle demons on a regular basis. In fact, her sights did not stop here. She was already thinking about the next step. The demon goo cultivation approach that she was trying to invent from scratch should not be limited to producing middle demons. The demon summoning circle explicitly mentioned the existence of greater demons and demon kings. If they truly corresponded to the level of a true god and a god king respectively, then the ability to produce them on a regular basis was a game changer. In theory, poison goo cultivation was one of the several pathways to becoming a true god. It should be capable of producing a poisonous creature that had breached one of the biggest barriers that separated mortals from gods. It was actually possible to artificially breed true god-level creatures. Of course, the methods and resources needed to produce such a high-end poisonous creature was anything but trivial. Veronica could not even imagine the scale of the ritual, the sophisticated use of runes, and the large quantities of powerful creatures, the gigantic amount of E-energy, and the huge amount of time needed to produce such a godlike creature. Trying to convert a process, originally designed to breed powerful poisonous organisms, to cultivating a powerful greater demon, would be even more difficult. At least poison goo cultivation had an existing track record. Perhaps the 5 Scrolls Compact and the Red Collective may have preserved a few records of this exotic cultivation approach that latecomers such as Veronica could reference. She was pretty sure that no one had come up with an idea as crazy as artificially producing high-quality demons through a similar approach. If demon casting and demon forging was not so obscure to the point that almost all of its traces had become lost over time, then others may have already pioneered this means in the past. Veronica therefore felt safe in the assumption that she and her eldest sister were truly breaking new ground. At this time, the two were still at the beginning of their ambitious effort. There was no need to consider the production of greater demons at all when they had yet to come up with a working proof of concept. They still needed to find out whether it was possible to convert a bunch of minor demons into middle demons through their chosen method. I will get started on designing and crafting the demon goo container, Veronica said. The principal material that I will be using is unending alloy. Our mother has claimed most of it that can be found for herself, but I can still take out just enough to make 5 containers in the specific dimensions. They won't be as big as I wish due to resource constraints, but I will make sure I can make the most out of what little I can requisition. Back in the Red Ocean, Vess could obtain all of the hyper materials he wanted. It was a little more difficult to import large quantities of highly desirable high-grade hypers. But ever since his income and reputation had soared, it would only take a little more time for him to gain the goodies he needed. Here in the Milky Way, Veronica was working under much more limited circumstances. Even if the Oblivion Empress managed to import a large batch of red ocean-exclusive hyper materials recently, she had already reserved them for her own projects. There was no way their mother would be generous enough to give away these precious and incredibly scarce hyper materials just to indulge her children. What Veronica was attempting to create was massive for herself, but Cynthia probably thought of her research project was probably child's play. The cyborg cat was pretty sure that what she attempted to do with the collaboration of Helena did not escape the true god's perception. However, so long as the Oblivion Empress did not send a missive that indicated that she approved or disapproved of this initiative, Veronica could safely assume that she could continue with her efforts without interruption. The two cats soon began to split up as they split up their responsibilities. Helena began to gather a larger amount of souls so that she could convert them into minor demons. She just happened to learn the soul whip technique from Veronica and already began to modify it to suit her needs. With an abundance of test subjects in her grasp, Helena could readily test her changes and make further adjustments depending on the feedback. Under such ideal conditions, Helena's soul whip quickly deviated from the pure template and began to take on a life of its own. The death element suffused the intangible whip, causing it to torment the souls on a deeper level. However, her alterations were still far from perfect, as evidenced by the souls that she accidental. Bila dua to a biorhina an ovnis amount of death anarau, Shem. This is trickier than I thought. Helena furrowed her brows. She continued to puzzle out how she could make her soul whip better at bringing captured souls to the depths of despair. Only by speeding up this process would she be able to increase the efficiency of producing demons. It did not cost too much for her to produce a single minor demon, but what if her little sister needed more? If Helena took on the obligation to supply tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of minor demons, then even she could get drained of her energy. Therefore, Helena did not despise this process and tried to make it as efficient and optimized as possible. The daughter of death took after her mother in this regard. One of the reasons why the Oblivion Empress was able to succeed as a Kai cultivator, where everyone else failed, was because she made sure to master every important technique as thoroughly as possible. Cynthia always made sure to hammer home this lesson into Helena's head. In an environment where many cultivators learned from the common base of knowledge that the sacred scrolls have so graciously passed on, it is not enough to gain proficiency in the arts. If you want to stay ahead of the competition and never fall too far behind, you must comprehend more knowledge, master the arts that suit you best, and combine these efforts into original new techniques that do not exist in anyone's library. Only then can you take your enemies by surprise, overpower their best techniques, and maintain your standing in the long run. Those who solely rely on mastering the inheritances of the past will always get swept away by the geniuses who are brave and hardworking enough to create their own paradigms. Young Helena looked impressed. That reminds me a lot about how the current Mech industry operates. There are so many Mech designers that have been able to accomplish great feats. It is amazing to think of how many new technologies they developed in the span of just 400 years. The rebels of the compact have the right idea. Cynthia half smiled and half sneered. The power of a united technological civilization is larger than the efforts of a collection of selfish cultivators. It is not impossible for the latter to defeat the former, but these cultivators need to do far more than learning past theory and methods without having any serious intention to continue the development of their arts. The more you learn, the more your cognition becomes captured by the past. Is that why you refrain from teaching Veronica anything serious? Partially. The other reason is that she has no need for my lessons. She has the Mech designer system that I have gifted to her long ago. She can already gain enough knowledge from her special trinket by earning it through her own efforts. She needs to be able to stand on her own 4 paws. If she approaches me for a handout once, she will do so again. I do not desire for her to be reduced to a beggar who cannot do anything great without receiving my guidance. That is not the posture of a strong cultivator. I see. The Oblivion Empress pinned her daughter with an intimidating stare. If Veronica shifts her target to you, I hope that you will keep my words in mind and refrain from sharing too much. Even if you possess enough knowledge to solve her problems, you should keep it to yourself and leave her to work out her own solutions. I have observed her long enough to understand that she is largely capable of doing so as long as her goals are not excessive. If she cannot invent a solution at her current state, then she is not ready yet for the undertaking that she has in mind. Let your younger sister fumble around. Failure will only feed into her growth. Very well. I shall keep your instruction in mind. Whether Helena withheld knowledge about goo cultivation from Veronica was unclear. Perhaps Veronica suspected that her sister held back a thing or two about the details of goo cultivation, but she did not voice any complaints. The cyborg cat already knew that it would be useless for her to make a fuss about it. Helena most definitely acted on their mother's orders. Nothing would change unless Cynthia finally changed her mind, which was unlikely to happen anytime soon. Rather than creating tension between Veronica's relationship with Helena and making herself sound weak in front of the Oblivion Empress' imperceptible attention, it was better to work honestly. Veronica actually did not mind that she would have to develop the concept of demon goo cultivation by herself. She was quite confident she could develop it on her own. Her design philosophy already gave her plenty of understanding of what it took to create life from scratch, as well as promote its growth and development. Demons were still relatively strange and unfamiliar to her, but they still shared a few traits in common with other intangible life forms. That was enough for Veronica. She combined her scattered knowledge on multiple different fields and crudely mashed them together to form the initial plan of a demon goo container. Traditional poison goo containers basically consist of jars, the cyborg cat recalled as she called up a design interface. There are definitely good reasons to maintain this shape, but what if I turn it into a mech? Instead of working on unfamiliar containers, Veronica would much rather design and fabricate a bunch of mechs instead. This would not only allow her to impart her design philosophy to her experimental products to the fullest, but also turn it into a living mech that was able to perform advanced instructions. This was Veronica's answer to runes. She had already discovered that runes were able to substitute some of the functions of a living mech and vice versa. In fact, Veronica even developed a theory that all applications related to design philosophies was ultimately grounded in runes. Mech designers just weren't aware of them, but through secret shenanigans involving the Kingdom of Mechs, or the Red Kingdom, they were able to leverage their mech design cultivation to automatically embed the necessary runes in their design workings. This was a very advanced theory that Veronica created to explain the root of the mech design profession. She had yet to gather enough conclusive evidence to prove its validity, but she had gathered a few clues here and there that increased her confidence level in her personal theory. One of the conclusions that Veronica could draw from this was that it wasn't necessary for her to mess around with runes. She could achieve similar results by designing the right living mech. The outcome won't be as consistent as I want due to the lack of precision engineering, but who cares? Variation is the spice of life. Chapter 65-96, Demon Goo Container Design. Veronica was under great time pressure. Less than 4 days later, Vess and Caddies intended to initiate a mission-clearing marathon at the same time. That was a big deal. Vess not only intended to earn a large amount of AP, but also wanted to learn new stuff. This was a crucial opportunity for him to make a lot of advancements while practically no time had passed in reality. In order to make the most out of this special occasion, Vess needed to come up with several initiatives that he could work on during the time he was spending inside the System space. Given that the process of demon goo cultivation would likely take months, if not years, to complete and yield results, Vess already thought of using the system space to let the demon goo containers do their work. Once the marathon came to an end, Veronica would hopefully be able to withdraw the demon goo containers and hopefully bring out a couple of recently evolved middle demons worth several hundred ascension points. This was why Veronica came under a lot of time pressure. She needed to complete all of the goo containers in less than 4 days. The tight deadline made her feel as if she had entered a Mech design contest again. Once Veronica adopted a familiar mindset, she became fully focused on completing the most essential requirements in as little time as possible. This is no time to be meticulous. She needed to work quickly in order to produce a handful of readily usable goo containers. Once it was time for Vess to meet his appointment with the premier swordmaster of the Larkinson clan. While Vess could always reschedule his appointment with Caddies, he did not think he had much time left in the Red Ocean to fool around. The sooner he completed this marathon, the faster he could use his new gains into improving the strength of his clan. Since speed was of the essence, Veronica ruthlessly shed any fanciful notions about his latest design project. She only wanted to design the bare minimum that was necessary in order to make his idea work. Her paw began to trace a number of lines and contours on the projected design interface. She initially formed the shape of a rather archaic-looking jar. It possessed a simple cylindrical shape that was slightly wider at the top. It even came with a large lid that could still be sealed shut with the help of modern mechanical scaling mechanisms. What Veronica designed so far was a large-sized version of a jar that she imagined that ancient goo cultivators used to produce their deadly poisonous creatures. This will be the base of my Mech design, the cyborg cat determined. She did not waste any time in perfecting the shape and dimensions of the jar. She instead began to design the frame of a Mech around this object. I am not designing a combat Mech so I can skip the arms. There is no reason to make it fly, so I can skip the flight system as well. As for legs, there is no need to invest too much in them, as there is no reason to make it run fast. It should be able to remain stable and upright for extended periods of time, so it is better to add 4 legs instead of 2. That will massively simplify the balancing problem. The product he was designing only met the definition of a Mech on a technical level. In practice, it was probably one of the most useless Mech that Mech designer could envision. Anyone who thought that an awful Mech like this had any value on the battlefield should be shot for treason. If Veronica did not intend to impart it with the magical property of being able to promote the goo cultivation of minor demons, then I was truly an awful waste of resources. Although the Mech designer inside Veronica screamed that it was an abomination of a Mech design that should be burned on the stake, she still forced herself to rush the Mech design to completion. Since Veronica was shameless enough to skip out on every non-essential part of the system that could be found in more conventional Mechs, it did not take much time to complete the first iteration of the design. The end result could charitably be described as a demi-Mech that might be useful in a logistical center. The starting premise was still the same. The demi-Mech's main structure consisted of a large jar. 4 squat but curled legs extended from underneath that could provide basic locomotion. However, the weak Mech engine and rudimentary design of the legs meant that the demi-Mech moved as slow as a snail. In order to ensure this abomination of a demi-Mech could still be categorized as a Mech flat and compact cockpit to the bottom of one of it all, Veronica made sure to mount the sides. This technically made the demi-Mech pilotable, but Veronica actually did not intend for any human Mech pilot to waste his time on controlling the machine. She integrated it with a rudimentary owl, whose only job was to move to different locations on command. In fact, the traversal speed of this demi-Mech was so slow that it was better to rely on floater platforms and other solutions to move it around. It's not important. It is fine as long as it meets the definition of a Mech. Veronica made an earnest enough effort to approach her latest work as a Mech design, so she was able to exert considerable control over its e-technology. She utilized the knowledge she gained about demons and tried to turn the demi-Mech into a qualified demon goo container. To be honest, Veronica did not fully understand what she was doing. She completely let herself go and relied mostly on her instincts, her rudimentary and flawed understanding of goo cultivation, her occasional bouts of madness, and whatever scrap of science and technology that she deemed at least marginally relevant to this difficult problem. The result quickly turned into a messy hodgepodge of improvised solutions that should hopefully yield the desired result. It didn't matter if she had no idea whether it would work. The act of creating a living Mech was to translate potential ideas into a living vessel. That meant that once the living Mech came to life, it became a product that was greater than the sum of its parts. Life always found a way. As long as the demi-Mech became alive, internalized its existing capabilities, and perfected them over the course of its growth, it may be able to transform a defective experiment into a functional design application. So long as it worked, Vess did not care about whether the Mech design failed to meet any other requirements. Since Veronica held herself back and tried to prune as many unnecessary elements from the demi-Mech designs as possible, she managed to complete the design in less than a day. The physical structure hardly took any time to design at all. All of the parts were made out of simple shaped alloy or very standard off-the-shelf parts that the fleet of the Oblivion Empire already had in stock. She actually spent more time on designing the demon goo cultivation aspect. Due to time constraints, Veronica did not bother to design an ultimate module that could facilitate the goo cultivation process. She lacked enough empirical information about it to know what she needed to design to augment the formation of a middle. Demon. I should start with the most basic process and see how it goes before thinking about applying any advanced solutions. Even without the inclusion of an ultimate model, the cyborg cat still considered her work to be a sixth-generation living Mech. She had programmed the spiritual foundation of the demi-Mech to perform a lot of actions to prevent any accidents and to make sure the trapped minor demons did not die prematurely. Veronica chose to add 2 design spirits to the demi-Mech. She added Gaia for the purpose of regulating and potentially injecting life energy to keep the minor demons healthy and to strengthen them in other ways aside from mindlessly devouring their own kind. Helena, naturally, also became the design spirit of this Mech-shaped jar. As promised, the eldest sister stopped by the design lab to assist with the design and control of additional solutions based on her formidable comprehension and affinity towards death energy. The intertwining of life and death can produce many powerful miracles, Helena commented as she worked to augment the incomplete Mech design with the help of Veronica's expertise. Goo cultivation can be considered a ritual that combines the extremes of these 2 phenomena to produce a breakthrough under extreme circumstances. In order to produce the best possible outcome, only the unworthy must die. Another important rule that needed to be implemented was that all of the nutrients of the loser must be absorbed by the winner to the greatest possible degree. Just like how poison goo cultivation was based on accumulating lots of poisonous substances into increasingly fewer creatures, the demi-Mech needed to be able to promote the concentration of power between the murderous minor demons to the greatest possible extent. With the help of the 2 design spirits, Veronica already became a lot more confident that her implementation would be able to yield successful results. However, the efficiency of the initial process likely had a lot of room for improvement. Veronica could work on them slowly over time. She still needed to gather a lot of data and form useful conclusions before she could work on an improved demon goo container. Once she became assured that the basic demi-Mech design looked viable enough to work in reality, the cyborg cat did not hesitate to fabricate the demi-Mechs. She skipped out on sleep and worked day and night with the workshops of the flagships of the Oblivion Empire to produce her works. Normally, fabricating a complete mech by hand usually took multiple days, but Veronica was able to pump out 5 of them by the time the deadline had drawn close. She was able to produce so many of them in a couple of days because she started early enough, and because the demi-mech design was much smaller and simpler than other second-class mech designs. After all, when it came down to it, the mech frame basically comprised of a large hollow jar with legs, a cockpit, and other bare essentials. Her formidable fabrication capabilities also contributed to the speed. With the help of the workshop facilities that the Oblivion Empire had recently brought to a higher standard, Veronica was able to add her own charm to her handmade products. She tried to turn all of them into masterwork mechs, but it appeared that she was aiming too high this time. The mech design was too rushed and poor in quality to produce such excellent works. If Vess wanted to fabricate a masterwork, then she should at least start with a more proper mech design that had been meticulously refined and optimized over a span of at least half a year. When Helena learned that Vess had completed his set in time, she inhabited her Hellcat avatar once again and paid a visit to the workshop. "So these are your so-called demon goo containers," they look. As if you crudely attempted to fuse ancient mysticism with modern mech engineering. Your description is quite apt. That is mostly what I have done, though you should replace ancient mysticism with my own rip-off version of goo cultivation. I have no idea how those weirdos did this in the past, so I just tried to monkey my own version together based on an awful amount of assumptions. I cannot guarantee whether it will actually work, but I have a good feeling about them. Even if they can produce a middle demon in the end, they should still be able to improve the strength and quality of minor demons. The one that we produced at the start was still awfully weak and pathetic. If I am limited to using minor demons for my demon casting projects, then I at least want them to be as strong as possible so that they can produce more dramatic effects. Let's see how well they can hold the minor demons that I have prepared. By the way, do these mechs have a name? Yes. They are called Demon Mixers. Chapter 65-97, Demon Mixer Mark I. Made out of precious unending alloy, the 5 demon mixers stood proudly in their crude, fat, and ugly forms. Ordinary mechs easily towered over the demi-mech-sized contraptions. To even call the demon mixers a mech was an insult to the entire mech community. Despite the complete lack of combat capabilities, Veronica still felt proud that she was able to improvise a viable solution together in so little time. She had a good feeling about them. Even if they failed to produce a middle demon in the first attempt, Veronica could always tweak the mech design or the other variables in order to dial in the right settings. The most important part was that the living mechs possessed enough vitality to fulfill their functions. The structure of the jar-shaped torso was also specially designed to contain a large amount of minor demons. Even if they attacked the inner lining of the jar all at once, there was no chance for them to be able to break through in a short amount of time. While they could theoretically breach their cage if they persisted in their breakout attempts, there was no way these irrational and unruly minor demons would leave each other alone. They were all violent and murderous to the extreme. When stuffed together in a small and confined space, they would definitely turn their claws against each other first, long before thinking about attacking anything else. If the battle royale proceeded according to plan, then the final winner received enough tempering from all of the fighting and absorbed enough nutrients from its defeated foes to evolve into a middle demon. Veronica was not confident that her demon mixer would be able to contain a middle demon. The quality of the demi-mech was poor, and she did not use optimal materials to construct the container. There was a good chance that a middle demon may be able to breach the cage. However, Veronica already prepared another solution to this problem. One of the peculiar traits about the demon mixer was that it was a post-living mech. Veronica decided not to impart a conscious living personality into the demi-mech. Since it was a machine that was never actually meant to host a mech pilot, she felt it would be pure torture for the demon mixer to live out a miserable existence. There was also another reason why she deliberately turned the demon mixer into a second skin Mech. She hoped that once the middle demon successfully managed to emerge through the demon goo cultivation process, it would immediately merge with the demon mixer, thereby causing it to get demonized, but at the same time fix the demonic entity in place. Once the middle demon fused with the most useless demi-Mech that Veronica had ever designed, the combat power of the transformed machine should not be too high. It would be easy to suppress and contain the demi-Mech through mundane means. This saved Veronica a lot of resources and allowed her to lighten his burdens. The only questionable part was whether she could successfully separate the demon from the demon mixer. For that purpose, she deliberately designed the demi-Mech to eject its spiritual foundation on command. This should hopefully work on middle demon as well. If not, then the cyborg cat might have to use cruder means to separate the two from each other. The middle demon would likely incur significant damage and lead to reduction in quality. She currently had no idea if these clever mechanisms were sound enough to work. She therefore looked more and more forward to putting the demon mixers to the test. Now that the Hellcat saw in person that her little sister had successfully completed the demon goo containers before the deadline, she proceeded to deliver her own results. I have tried my best to gather a sufficient amount of fairly strong souls and whip them all into minor demons. This was not simple. You should be lucky that I can reliably harvest qualified souls from the star sectors around the Nyxian Gap. They are so highly populated that there are many journeyman Mech designers and senior Mech designers. Many of them are dying on a daily basis. There are also a small number of expert pilots who died as well, either through normal warfare or by running out of lifespan. I found that the souls from these powerful soldiers take a lot longer to demonize. If I hadn't improved and transformed your soul whip technique into a much more effective version, I would have failed to transform them before the deadline. Veronica looked intrigued. You improved the soul whip that much? Can you demonstrate to me, sister? Sure, I will give you a taste of my latest torture instrument. It will be painful, but I think you can handle a single application. Wait, what are you, Maya Ao? Veronica jumped in surprise. That is so freaky. How can the touch of a feather make me feel as if my life is about to get drained? Although Veronica would not get caught off guard to such an extent the second time, she was still shocked at how much Helena's modified technique could elicit such a strong reaction. The effect on purely intangible beings, such as souls, and minor demons should be a lot stronger. The Hellcat smugly grinned as a dark feather floated above her feline head. I have been trying to figure out how to drive the souls into despair much faster by exposing them to death energy. Even if they have already died once, the souls still instinctively fear the threat of complete annihilation. Death energy has the potential to do that, so it is one of the universal means to scare them out of their wits. The problem is that I do not actually want to kill them. I just want them to become terrorized to the point of triggering the demonization process. This is why I eventually decided to concentrate a large amount of death energy into the soul whip, but lighten its application so that the contact is very light and soft. This turned out to be the right direction, so I continued to optimize it, until I abandoned the whip structure in favor of a feather. This was an ingenious solution. Veronica was already thinking about whether she should copy a page out of her eldest sister's book. The theory was rather simple. Souls possessed a limited degree of perception as well. If they were placed next to a threatening true god, then they would definitely become a lot more frightened than if they were placed next to an ordinary person. The feather manifested by Helena might look like a soft and gentle object, but it actually concentrated so much death energy that baseline human might be able to lose much of his life if he touched it for a period of time. It may even annihilate souls upon prolonged contact. What is it called? I am calling it the death feather for now. It sounds adequate enough. The secret to using the death feather is to make no contact to very brief contact at a time. I want the feeling of certain death to lightly caress the frightened souls. They should still be able to withstand the damage of faint contact, but they will definitely feel much more threatened than if they are struck by a regular soul whip. I see. Veronica looked enlightened. The soul whip technique is originally designed to function as a pure punishment and torture solution. It is never specifically designed to promote demonization. This death feather of yours is much more suitable to promote this development because it produces an enormous amount of psychological torment. Repeatedly making souls feel as if they are one step away from complete annihilation is definitely effective at making them feel as if they have no hope anymore. The cyborg cat was surprised at how quickly Helena managed to devise such an effective solution. However, another part of her felt that it was only right for the daughter of Cynthia Larkinson to be so good at devising her own improved techniques. Anyway, I take it that the successfully development of your death feather technique means that you can reliably mass-produce minor demons. I can. The Hellcat nodded in confirmation. However, do not forget what I told you before. Transferring them from the Milky Way to the Red Ocean costs a large amount of energy. It is still better to wait until you have found an effective way to consolidate them into middle demons before attempting a costly transfer. I haven't forgotten, sister. There are plenty of humans and aliens being killed across the front line. The Hexers have fielded a huge amount of Valkyrie mechs in the middle zones, so you should still have plenty of opportunities to harvest souls on the front lines. That is true, but most of them are not good enough. Helena frowned. Most of the casualties consist of ordinary humans or aliens. Exposure to E-energy radiation and limited cultivation has already made them stronger, but the vast majority have yet to enter the first major cultivation rank. That may change over time, but for now, do not expect me to harvest too many souls that are strong enough. Expert pilots are so good that very little of them die on the battlefield. There also aren't enough journeymen and seniors stationed in the front lines for me to harvest. This limitation was beginning to annoy Veronica more and more. It would be best if there was a way to obtain minor demons from weaker souls. She could think about this problem later. It was best if she focused on the immediate task at hand. How many minor demons have you produced? 213. They vary considerably in strength, abilities, temperament, and more. Most of them are derived from Mech designers, so I am not too impressed with their demonized combat capabilities. The only ones worth my appreciation are those converted from expert pilots. They should be the favorites to win the battle royales inside the demon. Mixers. Veronica nodded. I am inclined to agree as well, but don't count out the others so quickly. Who knows whether any of the other minor demons developed any weird talents or techniques. Still, let's do our best to spread them out so that they can attempt to defeat everyone else without having to compete against their closest peers. That is a good idea. How would you like to distribute the minor demons? I already formed a plan for this. There is one indication that leads me to believe that one. Middle demon is worth 20 minor demons. This may be a clue that this is the minimum ratio to make this demon goo cultivation attempt work. The first demon mixer should therefore store 20 minor demons. Can you transfer them right away? I can. When Helena carefully injected the prepared minor demons into the demon mixer, the two felines waited for any of the minor demons to slip through an unnoticed crack and escape. That did not happen. Well, the first test is a success, Veronica declared as she closely monitored the demi-mech. The demon mixer has proven that it can successfully contain 20 minor demons. I can even begin to feel that they have initiated hostilities against each other. Veronica did not attempt to peek inside to see what was happening in real time. This form of goo cultivation was a ritual that had to be treated with respect. Outsiders should not attempt to peek what was happening inside the jar. That might break a taboo and ruin the ritualistic process. How many minor demons do you want to insert into the next demon mixers? The second machine should contain 40 minor demons. The third machine should contain 80 minor demons. The fourth machine should contain 20 minor demons with the addition of 10,000 uncorrupted souls. The fifth machine should contain 40 minor demons with the addition of 100,000 uncorrupted souls. The Hellcat lazily nodded when Veronica mentioned the numbers for the second and third demon mixer, but she became a lot more surprised when she heard the figures for the last two machines. Why do you want to mix in additional souls in the goo containers? I want to see whether the addition of additional nutrients will increase the success rate of producing middle demons. I also want to see if the resulting middle demon will become a lot stronger after absorbing so many additional souls. Chapter 6598, Filling Up the Jars. Shortly after Veronica fabricated the 5 demon mixers, Helena needed to stuff them with the specified amount of minor demons as ordinary souls if applicable. The Daughter of Death expressed a little hesitation about the use of the latter, but Veronica quickly persuaded her that this was for the greater good. Let the deceased play out their final value to the living they have left behind. Principles were important, but survival was even more important. Everything Veronica did in relation to demon casting was ultimately meant to give her counterpart in the Red Ocean a better chance to survive the crises engulfing the Red Ocean. Will the souls even fit inside the demon mixers? Helena questioned. I don't know, Veronica honestly replied. Just try it out. You can stop early if the demon mixers have reached their capacity. By the way, make sure to place the soul of an expert pilot in each of the 5 demon mixers, whenever possible. After a bit more coaxing, the Daughter of Death proceeded to fill them all up with the required amount of souls. Both of them paid careful attention to the first demon mixer, as it began to accommodate 20 minor demons. These were all recently transformed beings of pure malevolence and aggression. The vast majority of them were originally deceased journeymen, with only a pair of demons that were originally derived from seniors. There were surprisingly a lot of journeyman Mech designers in the Yena star cluster that never made any further progress in their careers. For them to die after forming their initial design philosophies, yet failing to reach the threshold of a senior Mech designer, seemed perplexing to Vess at first. Then he learned that the vast majority of them consisted of third-class Mech designers. That explained a lot. Third-class journeymen were predominantly baseline humans who were too poor to afford a set of augmentations. Without the cognitive enhancements that could increase their learning ability and mental processing power, it was truly too difficult for them to maintain a high level of productivity. They took decades to learn knowledge that second-raters could master in a few years. They designed very simple and basic third-class mechs that did not offer a lot of room for more expensive and impactful forms of technological expression. They were also predominantly dependent Mech designers who could only participate in the design projects formulated by their superiors. Unless these third-class Mech designers managed to showcase enough potential to get promoted to a second-class Mech designer, it shouldn't be too surprising that they failed to get much further than the rank of journeyman. Vess still remembered that during the days when he was a citizen of the Bright Republic, he looked up to senior Mech designers as the top of their profession. While it was not impossible for third-class Mech designers to attain the rank of master Mech designers, they usually immigrated to second-rate states as soon as they showcased enough talent and potential to succeed. Why would they voluntarily choose to stay in a third-rate state that possessed very limited wealth and growth opportunities? In short, third-class Mech designers who failed to transfer to a second-rate state mostly lived a miserable existence. Their society did not have the luxury to uplift Mech designers who lacked the competence and value to make themselves useful in the second-class Mech industry. Veronica realized that she could have easily become one of these forgotten losers. Becoming a journeyman was an accomplishment, but it was already the end of the road for these miserable third-raters. Most of them probably died with regrets in their hearts. Even if becoming a journeyman Mech designer was the equivalent of becoming a well-respected senior engineer in a typical third-rate state, their good incomes and slightly upscale living conditions could not make up for their inability to catch up to the greatest examples of the Mech industry. Instead of becoming a dignified master Mech designer or a legendary star designer, these third-raters could only lament their baseline human limitations and their lack of opportunities to become greater. If they were born in a second-rate state, then they would have been able to grasp much greater opportunities to promote to the rank of senior and maybe even master in their lifetimes. Instead, their starting point in a third-rate state had already locked them in a life of insignificance and mediocrity. Only a handful of exceptional third-raters such as Veronica, Caddies, and most recently Michael Larkinson all managed to demonstrate their brilliance and became qualified to join the first-class Mech industry. They were very much the exception rather than the rule. They were statistical outliers who did not amount to much in the Mech industry as a whole. The vast majority of third-class Mech designers would never have a chance to experience the true splendor of Mechs. With no prospect of advancing to godhoods, these individuals ultimately had no choice but to surrender to reality and understand that they were no different from other well-educated engineering professionals. Veronica sympathized quite a lot with these third-class Mech designers, but that did not stop her from requesting Helena to convert them all into minor demons. In fact, these third-class journeymen and seniors should feel lucky that Veronica had the need for their services after their demise. Instead of dying without being able to make a single noticeable difference in the course of human history, these souls went through a powerful transformation that made them a lot stronger and deadlier than before. Now, they were about to get stuffed inside the demon mixers, where they would gain the chance to fight for a chance of attaining greatness. If everything went right, the winner would devour the nutrients of their defeated foes and successfully evolve into a major demon, which was practically equivalent to a master Mech designer in terms of life level. This was an unimaginably high position to Mech designers who previously never had a chance of attaining such an exalted rank. Sure, the souls of all of these lucky Mech designers first had to be tortured by the death feather before undergoing an irreversible process of demonization that stripped them of all of their rationality. But these were mere details compared to their brand-new futures. Once the major demons came into existence, Vess would definitely demoncast them into all manner of powerful D-Mechs and D-Arms. This way, the transformed demons would be able to make massive contributions in the battles to come. With these thoughts in mind, Vess no longer felt so bad about the ordeals these minor demons had to overcome. "It is starting," the Hellcat mentioned as she floated beside the other cat. "I can feel the onset of death inside the demon mixer." The minor demons have already begun to brutalize each other without any thought. Veronica could not sense the precise conditions taking place inside. Even Helena could only gain a broad overview of the demon goo cultivation process, despite the fact that she was one of its design spirits. This was a deliberate design choice in order to maintain the sanctity of the ritualistic killing process. While neither of the two could see the minor demons fighting against each other without any restraint, they were still able to guess what was happening by reading the energy fluctuations coming from the giant container. The first round of fighting will probably take a while to conclude, Veronica surmised. These minor demons can withstand a lot of punishment. The small amount of life energy injected by Gaia is also able to prolong their staying power. Neither Veronica nor Helena knew how long it would take for the first demon mixer to complete the process, but it shouldn't be as long as the other demi-michs, due to concentrating just 20 minor demons. Helena proceeded to fill up the second demon mixer. She felt a little more strain as she forcefully stuffed double the amount of minor demons than before. The second demon mixer soon began to produce significantly stronger and more active energy fluctuations. Veronica even had the illusion that the machine was physically vibrating due to the intensity of all of the fighting. "Continue," Veronica ordered. Helena truly began to feel greater strain this time as she tried to stuff a whopping 80 minor demons inside a single sloppily designed and hastily fabricated demi-Mech. Perhaps Veronica had been a little too greedy and ambitious for deciding to stuff 80 minor demons inside the third demon mixer. It was clear that Helena was already approaching the maximum capacity of this specialized Mech. "Do you want to stop Carly, Helena? I don't want to accidentally blow up the third demon." "Mixer, no, I can still do it. The resistance is greater, but my strength is not weak." In the end, Helena ultimately managed to concentrate 80 minor demons inside the third giant jar. The machine subsequently began to release much stronger energy fluctuations. Doubling the amount of minor demons had somehow caused the fighting intensity inside the third demon mixer to quadruple or more. Veronica actually feared that the demi-Mech could not hold on for long under all of this pressure. She did not dare to leave it out of her sight. She maintained a certain degree of vigilance towards the third demon mixer and was ready to step in and contain the minor demons that might be able to break free. Continue. The fourth demon mixer soon became host of just 40 minor demons. That was not all, though. Helena plucked around 10,000 souls taken from humans that had died in the Yena star cluster in the past day. She then tried to inject them into the fourth demon mixer. Helena maintained a high degree of control over the weak and uncorrupted souls. They were much easier to handle as they did not come from stronger humans. Since these souls never went through the process of demonization, they were less real and substantial in a metaphysical sense. This meant that a seemingly impossible feat of stuffing 10,000 of them in a single demon mixer actually became possible. Veronica knew that there was little chance that something as outrageous as this could happen for humans who had reached the first or second major cultivation rank. They may look indistinguishable from ordinary mortals in a physical sense, but they were much further apart in terms of spirituality. Ordinary mortals were simply too weak, so Veronica was confident that they could be handled in bulk without generating any problems. Once the fourth demon mixer became host to 20 minor demons and 10,000 uncorrupted souls. Unlike the other demon mixers, the fourth one did not immediately generate strong fluctuations. The minor demons aren't fighting against each other yet. Veronica made an educated guess. They are hunting down and devouring all of the souls in their range. That makes sense, as they are predators who will hunt down their natural prey before ever thinking about turning against each other. This feast would probably take a long time to complete, so Veronica instructed her eldest sister to fill up the final demon mixer. With 40 minor demons and 100,000 ordinary souls stuffed inside a single jar, the fifth demon mixer seemingly became even more still. Those lucky minor demons could easily devour as many souls as they wanted. Even with double the amount of minor demons as before, it would probably take a long time for them to completely devour all of the ordinary souls. Once these minor demons all gained a lot of strength due to fulfilling their core purpose and absorbing the nutrients from all of the souls, they should definitely grow stronger than before. That meant that if they were finally ready to turn their hostility towards their own kind, their fights would definitely become a lot more destructive than before. There was a not-so-insignificant chance that the fifth demon mixer might not be able to take it anymore and explode. Hopefully that won't happen. Chapter 6599, the start of a new marathon. Veronica was not entirely reassured with keeping the demon mixers out of her sight. The importance of the initial 5 demon goo containers could not be overstated. They were his first attempt at exploring a potential path that could lead him to creating his own major demons. These were powerful, malevolent beings that already grew strong enough to form their own domains. Even if their comprehensive power was inferior to that of a battle-hardened ace pilot, just one of these major demons could easily depopulate an entire capital ship if it was able to roam freely. The biggest reason why such a massacre had not occurred was because major demons were still unable to maintain their existence in the material realm. Even so, Their overall power was already enough to turn any object into a powerful D-arm. How could Veronica not be greedy for their power? Major demons only existed to serve as input materials for all of the wonderful D-mechs and D-arms in her imagination. The first step to mass-producing major demons was to ensure that the demon mixers withstood the violence between all of the minor demons contained within their mech frames. The first, second, and third demon mixers produced non-stop activity as the minor demons inside of them fought like no abandon. The fourth and fifth demon mixers had yet to show much activity, but it was only a matter of time before the minor demons devoured all of the uncorrupted souls. Seeing that the demon mixers remained functional and intact for the time being, Veronica began to transfer them into the Vault of Eternity. This was a rather costly move. Vess over in the Red Ocean had already emptied the vault of as much unnecessary goods as possible. This included a large stash of diluted and undiluted face water. Even so, Veronica still had to buy additional storage capacity, causing her to rapidly expend all of the AP that she managed to scrounge by completing a few missions in the past year. It was not until she was left with just 9 ascension points that she managed to reluctantly squeeze all of the Demimechs inside the vault. Veronica had deliberately designed the demon mixers to be as compact as possible. The lower their volume, the cheaper it was to put them away. This was why she did not make the jar that formed most of the torso too tall and wide. The demon mixers were also cleverly able to fold in their 4 legs so that they hardly remained visible as the Demimechs completely settled on a flat surface. All right, that's done. Hopefully we will be able to yield a result very soon. I hope so too. With this business taken care of, Veronica finally returned to the design lab in order to apply a few last-minute changes to the Rule Breaker project. The cyborg cat had not forgotten about the mandatory assignment imposed by her mother. While Veronica had yet to find out whether it was possible to produce major demons through her own efforts, she and Helena had just proved that it was actually quite easy to convert the souls of fairly strong individuals into minor demons. That was already enough justification for Veronica to modify the 3 versions of the Rule Breaker project so that they gained Helena as a design spirit. Just as Master Willix warned, the changes made by Veronica caused the Rule Breaker project to become less pure and focused on accelerating the evolution of Carmine Mech pilots. Under the careful changes made by Veronica, the Rule Breaker Mechs turned into secret soul harvesting tools. Not only would these Carmine Mechs become hungry for the souls of the opposition, they would also be on the lookout to harvest souls from their allies, their own battle partners, and eventually even themselves if their use had come to an end. Of course, the Carmine Mechs wouldn't do so unscrupulously. Veronica at least made sure that the machines would not harvest the souls of protected groups, such as the citizens of the Hex Federation and the Oblivion Empire. Almost anyone else was fair game. Veronica already looked forward to the huge amount of souls that Helena stood to gain. In fact, the amount may be so astronomically high that it was impractical to use them to produce a lot of demons. Helena could not hold onto too many souls at once. From what Vess could tell, the Daughter of Death was in a strange place as far as her strength was concerned. There were some parts about her that made him think she was still a domain shaper, but she already exhibited traits that approached the level of a true god. Even so, unless she became a true god in full, it was unlikely for her to hold 1 billion or 1 trillion souls. Fortunately for the pair of siblings, the Nyxian Gap already provided her with a readily available alternative. The Nyxian Gap urgently needs to be replenished, Helena said as she observed Veronica at work. Don't worry about how much it can hold. If there is not enough capacity, then we will find a way to expand it. The more souls in captivity, the better. We do not have the luxury of E-energy radiation in the Milky Way galaxy. This is a win-win-win solution for all of us. Our mother will likely be very pleased when she sees how quickly we can fill up the Nyxian Gap with our collaborative efforts. Now that Veronica gained a better understanding about the Nyxian gap and where it gained its energy, she was eager to accelerate its recovery and make it even stronger than before. The Nyxian gap was the stronghold of the Oblivion Empire. Without the protection of this anomalous region, it would be too difficult for Veronica and her relatives on this side of the Oblivion Gate to stay safe against the many known and less well-known threats of the Milky Way galaxy. Even if the Oblivion Empress persisted in her attempt to reconcile with the 5 Scrolls Compact and become one of its highest leaders, it was still useful to maintain a strong and well-defended fief. Although it did not take a lot of time for Veronica to complete the changes to the Mech designs of the Rule Breaker project, she still refrained from finishing her work. It's time. Veronica did not finalize the Rule Breaker project because she wanted Vess to mull over the design over the course of a few months and make small tweaks and improvements whenever it was convenient. The additional design time gave Vess a lot of opportunities to make subtle improvements and fixes. If everything went well, once Vess completed his mission-clearing marathon, the Rule Breaker project should hopefully become a bit more optimized and harmonious than before. Here we are again, Vess spoke. He and Kedis finally reunited with each other again in the system's space. As far as the pair were concerned, time in the main university had effectively paused. 4 days had passed since the latest system upgrade. Both Vess and Kedis knew that they were on the clock now. It cost 1 AP to extend their stay in the system, so neither of them were in the mood to stand still and waste their time on idle chatter. Let's head to the Vault of Eternity, Vess proposed. I need to pick up a batch of special Demi-Michs. They are my greatest hope of producing major demons. Kedis curiously watched on as Vess began to withdraw one demon mixer after another. She winced as she observed their minimalistic and stripped-down designs. I cannot imagine how badly a Mech pilot wants to kill himself if he attempts to pilot this machine, the Swordmaster said. Each of them is giving me a bad feeling. Even the Heaven Sword is growing a little upset at their proximity. Vess briefly grimaced when he heard that. He did not want to wake up one day to see the Heaven Sword chopping up his precious demon goo containers. This was especially the case when they had yet to produce a single major demon. I will make sure to place them in one of the large storage spaces of the workshop of creation, he said in a clear tone of compromise. I do not want to place them far away. I need to keep them under constant observation in case I need to intervene. This experiment is too important to me and my future ambitions. Kedis let out a sigh. I won't do anything to them unless it is an emergency or if I brought it up to you beforehand. The 2 Mech designers slowly accompanied the 5 demon mixers as they slowly ascended the mountaintop with their 4 slow but stable legs. Their speed was truly abysmal, and they weren't exactly the best at climbing mountains. Vess constantly monitoring their movements and their balance. He regularly transmitted instructions when he felt they could navigate an easier path upwards. Once they finally settled onto the large clearing that hosted the workshop of creation as well as the recently added Demon-casting forge, the 2 Mech designers began to face each other. You know the plan, Kedis. Both of us have already accepted the missions that we can reasonably complete without spending too much of our time. We should get to work straight away. Let's see whether there are any ones that require our combined expertise to solve. There were numerous missions that could go a lot smoothly with qualified help by their side. The only problem was that the missions were only bound to a single user as far as they could determine. This meant that Vess could invest days or weeks of his time on Kedis' Mech design project, only to end up earning 0 AP in the process. His only harvest would be the experience of working on a special swordsman Mech. The 2 were determined to avoid this. The marathon should be purely focused on productive activities. Anything that could interrupt or pull them away from this strengthening process had to be avoided whenever possible. While the missions had to be completed by a specific user who accepted them, that did not mean that socialization was worthless. They could still bounce ideas off each other and prevent themselves from getting affected by the psychological burden of long-time isolation. Once the pair of Mech designers set up their workplaces, they formally kicked off the marathon. Vess decided to warm up to the work by completing a bunch of easy D-grade missions. None of the ones that he accepted a few days ago posed any serious challenge to him. He just had to design a handful of cheap mechs that technically met the requirements. He knew that the system often awarded him with a bonus reward if he ever overcompleted his objectives. However, for the sake of efficiency, Vess declined to waste too much time in raising the quality of a product. It is better to strive for quantity rather than quality. At least the rewards should be consistent. Trying to work hard to impress the system may not pay off. Even if it did, the actual rewards would not be able to compensate for all of the time he had lost. Besides, Vess still felt he could polish and improve his design capabilities by trying to raise the quality of his works even when he was in a hurry. Cadiz had apparently made a similar decision. She was overly adventurous, and inspiration did not come easily for her. She believed it was best to strictly abide by the parameters of her missions and avoid any undesirable deviations. Soon enough, the pair cleaned up one mission after another. They were already off to a good start as they saw their AP accounts grow. Vess no longer worried about whether he would still be able to afford extensions inside the system space. His former student saved up a sizable sum of AP already. Cadiz was effectively able to pay the daily rent. The two did not rest on their laurels. They quickly went through the D-rank missions until they could only begin to tackle the C-rank missions. Chapter 60, 600 Adaptation Period. When Vess started a mission-clearing marathon, he immediately entered into another mindset. Time became a lot more precious than usual. It only cost 1 AP to reside in the system space for 24 hours. That did not sound like much, but 30 days easily amounted to 30 AP, which was not a small sum. However, 2 people could bear this burden a lot easier than a single person. At least that was what Vess hoped. It turned out that he was dreaming too much. "Damn," Vess said. "So it turns out that a single payment will only cover for a single user. If we both want to stay in the system at the same time, we have no choice but to pay 1 AP each." Cadiz did not look too surprised. It was too good to be true. Don't you recognize the obvious loophole if it worked as you thought? What if we invited hundreds of Mech designers into the system and let them design their Mechs in the workshop of creation? They could easily earn a lot of AP, which they could subsequently use to extend their stay for multiple years. During that time, they will have all of the time they need to complete a large amount of Mech design projects. The Mech industry and Mech market will receive a massive shock once we finally come out and release amazing hyper-Mech designs. She made a good point. Vess did not think about abusing the system to this degree in the past because he was still extremely reluctant to bring other users into the Mech designer system. Even now, he had yet to consider the idea of inviting Gloriana, even though she was his wife. "I better get to work then," Vess said. "I have spent more than enough AP to expand my storage space in the Vault of Eternity. I really need to complete those easy missions as fast as possible if I want to avoid a premature exit." With so little AP in his account, Vess became extremely serious about completing missions. He worked on the ones that he neglected in the past, as well as the ones that he had recently accepted. He lamented his inability to complete missions, such as developing the Locos organ, as that required deep and extensive expertise in multiple fields of biotechnology, as well as a thorough understanding of phase Lord physiology. He had considerably less trouble with less complicated missions related to Mech design and cultivation science. He particularly liked to spend his time on the easier missions related to cultivation science and e-technology. This was his specialization. By this time, Vess had accumulated quite an eclectic collection of knowledge due to devouring numerous enlightenment fruits. While his knowledge base was anything but comprehensive and complete, it at least gave him a basis to improvise his own solutions. His extensive experience in designing living mechs and innovating new solutions had thoroughly allowed him to train his ability to solve a myriad of problems related to cultivation science and e-technology. In the beginning of the Age of Dawn, hardly anyone possessed more competence in this field than him. Vess could rightfully call himself an expert in these new and esoteric disciplines. As Vess continued to tackle one challenge after another, he became a lot more intellectually stimulated. He reveled in the challenges and enjoyed the process of figuring out brilliant solutions to unconventional problems. From exploring demonic cultivation to creating a controllable cultivation inheritance mechanism to benefit descendants, Vess constantly broadened his horizons and developed an interesting set of solutions. He had no intentions of making use of most of them, but he could not help but keep a few in reserve just in case they were useful at a later date. It didn't matter if his mission-related works had no practical application for the time being. The journey was just as important as the destination. The more he began to solve these interesting problems, the better he became at tackling them in the most efficient manner. It was not enough to be able to complete the missions. Vess could only call himself a qualified mech designer if he was able to do so quickly and with as little wasted actions as possible. The constant time pressure, along with the overwhelming need to earn AP, pressured him to rein in his creative instincts and make sure he stayed on topic at all times. Vess found it difficult to maintain his focus on the job all of the time. It was his nature to let his mind wander into other areas every now and then. That was where he gained his inspiration and came up with brilliant new solutions to difficult problems. However, his previous foray with the deep research mode had given him a new appreciation of maintaining constant focus. Even if he did not deliberately put himself in that special state of mind again, he could still imitate a small part of its charm just by making sure he imposed discipline onto his own unruly thoughts. Vess felt as if he was undergoing another small baptism as he tested out his new approach. Though he did not come up with any crazy new ideas, his normal problem-solving capabilities improved just enough to be able to maintain a brisk rhythm. While Vess managed to find his groove and enter a good flow of mind, he made sure to avoid neglecting the presence of a fellow mech designer. Compared to Vess, who was readily able to work for months on end in seclusion, Kedis clearly appeared to be having trouble getting accustomed to getting cut off from her circle of family and friends. "I miss Kyrian. I miss Mayra. I miss Joshua. I miss the Sword Maidens. I miss the Heaven Sworders," she said as she sat down on a bench while eating a nutrient pack for lunch. "I thought I could bear the silence and monotony of working with just the two of us, but it is much more challenging than I thought. Even when I practiced my swordsmanship until my muscles started to scream at me, I could always take comfort that my fellow sisters were always close at hand." Vess gave her an encouraging smile while he used a spoon to scoop up the tasteless paste contained in his own nutrient pack. A phase lord like himself could never fill his stomach with such a minuscule amount of nutrients, but he still made an effort to go through this seemingly redundant process in order to keep Kedis company. "This is just one of many tests that you need to endure on your journey to greatness, Kedis. How can you possibly prove yourself to be a sword god and a star designer when you cannot endure this temporary seclusion? It will only last half a year to a few years. Meanwhile, not a single second will pass in the main universe. Your children will remain just as young and cute as they were when you entered the system space. The only sense of separation that exists between you and others only exists in your mind. As long as you can adjust your mindset, you will find that this is not a big deal." Kedis remained silent even as the Heaven Sword feebly attempted to remind her that she had a friend on her back. "How do you cope with this situation?" she asked. "I don't know. I haven't done this a lot. I never really thought too much about this problem. I only focused on my goal, which is to earn a huge amount of AP so that I can redeem a handful of juicy and expensive enlightenment fruits. Perhaps that is the key to making this ordeal more bearable to you. Don't think about your suffering. Think about something pleasant like what you can get out of this. Now only will we be able to upgrade the Dimension Observatory to the point where it becomes useful. You should also have enough AP left over to buy an excellent enlightenment fruit. This is what you truly need. Your knowledge base is still too narrow. The Swordmaster did not entirely agree with that last statement, but she was already beginning to follow his other advice. Her eyes began to shine as she fixated her thoughts on her ambitions. One of the reasons why I agreed to participate in this marathon is because I see an opportunity to quickly improve my swordsmanship, she told him. The mission hall conveniently offers multiple missions related to traditional swordsmanship. I enjoy the process of devising and mastering new sword techniques. I have even started to wield the Heaven Sword instead of the Bloodsinger. I have noticed, Vess said. It is difficult to miss the elemental fluctuations from your training sessions. It is quite impressive how much E-energy radiation you can draw from the environment. It reminds me of the swordsmanship demonstrated by the simulated aliens from Messier 87. He never thought about hiding information about the strange swordsman aliens he encountered during the crazy lightning tribulation event that ultimately doomed the first elemental lord. In order to pull Caddies out of her funk, Vess dredged up the first-person footage that he stored in the depths of his cranial implant. He activated a projection to play out the footage. It was as if the pair of Mech designers were watching an action drama. Although the stability of the footage left much to be desired, Caddies immediately grew fascinated at the techniques demonstrated by one of the four-armed alien swordsmen. No true swordmaster could ignore the attraction of viewing the techniques demonstrated by other skilled sword practitioners. Numerous four-armed swordsmen fought by combining the power of lightning with other elements. The combinations opened her mind and earned her appreciation, especially now that she had gained more skill and insight in combining swordsmanship with the elements. She saw far more about the alien and his swordsmanship than Vess, who fought against the powerful tribulation manifestation in person. Even the Heaven Sword expressed its enthusiasm for the show by rattling its scabbard in excitement. Fascinating, Caddies said. There is actually much in common between the swordsmanship of this Messier 87 native and the swordsmanship demonstrated by the past wielders of the Heaven Sword. In both cases, the swordsmen always seek to amplify their techniques by borrowing the power of heaven. The strength of the former is only a fraction of the strength of the latter. You don't even need extraordinary willpower to harness so much E-energy. As long as you can achieve harmony with one of the E-energy attributes, I can become strong enough to crush a city, even if I am wielding a human-sized sword. Vess directed a curious expression towards his student. It sounds as if you are trying to become stronger by solely relying on this new form of swordsmanship. That is true. Caddies nodded her head. I am well aware that I have the option to bond myself to a carmine mech of my own design. If I combine my swordsmanship with the frame of a high-ranking mech, I can overcome the weaknesses of my frail human body. While I felt tempted to go down this path, ever since the Heaven Sword chose to accompany me, I don't think it is necessary for me to branch out anymore. I only need to master a form of heavenly swordsmanship and use it to upgrade my existing sword style. Vess did not look surprised. He didn't even feel disappointed that she explicitly rejected his carmine mech solution. Not anyone has the privilege of wielding a grand work. Many people would kill to hold the Heaven Sword. You can totally fight against a phase whale if you are able to effectively harness the power of this relic weapon. However, what is gifted can easily be taken away. Will you still be able to fight against the powerful enemies of red humanity if the Heaven Sword departs one day? I don't know if I am being honest, Caddies slowly replied. But I will make sure that I will become strong enough to stand on my own. The Bloodsinger will always be my main weapon.